I never anticipated that a mistakenly delivered package could lead to a significant turning point in my life. Without personal experience, one cannot truly empathize. Human emotions are profoundly intricate. The dichotomy of life and death is a challenging conundrum, and desires can be magnified to the extent of wishing to retain everything. Death is not the ultimate end, oblivion is. Chapter 1. A New Identity, a New Life. My name is Ian Shui, a high school girl, undoubtedly a recluse. My greatest passions include playing video games and indulging in anime, spending my days at home snacking and shopping online. Today, something extraordinary occurred. The Naruto merchandise I ordered online was switched with something else entirely. Incensed, I called customer service, having saved 2 months of my living expenses for that item. Hello, is this customer service? Why did I receive a piece of scrap metal instead of my Naruto merchandise? Good day, miss. We did not make an error, rather. You misunderstood the usage. Huh? What do you mean? Place the metal on the table, press a Naruto manga atop it, and then use wax to draw the symbol of the Hidden Leaf Village on the comic above it. You will be pleasantly surprised. Are you out of your mind? I exclaimed, slamming down the phone. Staring blankly at the metal piece, my curiosity compelled me to follow the bizarre instructions. After completing the peculiar ritual, nothing transpired. Frustrated, I extinguished the candle and tossed it aside before retiring to bed, filled with anger. As I drifted off to sleep, I became aware of an unbearable heat and smoke, choking me. In a haze, I sensed my house ablaze, yet I felt an icy chill as if submerged in water. Unable to awaken, my mind flickered with fragmented scenes, accompanied by wails and cries of anguish. Ah! I screamed, jolting awake to find myself in an unfamiliar environment. Or am I awake, are we? A gentle voice inquired. I turned to see Makoto, Sasuke's mother for Naruto. What was happening? Was I experiencing a VR version of Naruto? Shui, huh? Did you call me? I stammered. You poor thing. How did you fall into the river? Makoto said, tenderly wiping my forehead with a damp cloth. You've caught a chill and must rest well. After experiencing such an ordeal, it's best to refrain from wandering. Her gentle demeanor captivated me, yet I struggled to comprehend her words. Once she confirmed I was stable, she departed. I realized I was neither dreaming nor in a VR simulation. I had truly traversed into another world. After a moment of quiet reflection, other memories began to surface. I am named Yiyu Shui, daughter of the Uchiha clan, who married into the Yiyu clan, a mysterious and ancient lineage that had recently suffered a massacre. I survived and was rescued to my mother's family, the Uchiha clan. I appear to be a mere 6 or 7 years old, and in order to protect me, I had been renamed Uchiha Shui. It seems Uchiha Fugaku is my mother's cousin, which explains my protection by the Uchiha clan. Although bewildered, as an avid recluse, I felt a twinge of excitement. I must also seek to uncover the mysteries of my original clan, which does not exist in the original narrative, and I am uncertain of the potential butterfly effect this may unleash. For now, I shall proceed cautiously, avoiding excessive interference with the storyline. With these thoughts swirling in my mind, I nestled back under the covers, feeling their warmth, though my body trembled uncontrollably. Alone in the house, an inexplicable sense of fear began to well up inside me, though I could not pinpoint its source. At the dining table, Makoto busily filled my bowl with food. Come on, little Shui, eat more of this to nourish your body and grow tall. You must eat plenty. I gazed at the mountain of food piled in my bowl. Aunt, I can't eat this much, I said, holding my chopsticks, unsure of how to begin. Huh, it's essential for your growth. Eat up. Uchiha Fugaku joined in, encouraging me. Uncle I sighed in resignation. Uchiha Fugaku is my second cousin, but for convenience, I simply refer to him as Uncle. Perhaps due to my status as a girl, the usually serious Fugaku displayed a gentler demeanor towards me. This made my situation less uncomfortable. In truth, I had grown up in an orphanage, unaware of my parents' identities or whether they were still alive. However, this meal included not just the 3 of us, but 2 older brothers as well. Uchiha Itachi sat across from me, eating solemnly. Beside him was Sasuke, who was not much older than I. He frequently shot glances at me, clearly dissatisfied with my presence. It was understandable I had suddenly appeared in their home, vying for their parents' attention. If I were in his position, I would feel the same. After finishing his meal, Itachi informed us of a mission he needed to attend to and left. Be careful on your way, Makoto called after him. Once Itachi departed, Sasuke glanced around, then set down his bowl, preparing to leave as well. You cannot, Mikoto interjected before he could speak. You must finish every bite, no leftovers allowed. Sasuke fell silent, pouting as he dug into his food that I surveyed my own mountain of food, swallowed hard, and thought, I shall do my best. Ultimately, I managed to clean my plate, my belly now swollen. I informed Mikoto that I needed to take a walk. Mikoto called Sasuke over to accompany me, as a girl unfamiliar with her surroundings should not wander alone. Reluctantly, Sasuke assumed the role of my guide. With his hands stuffed in his pockets, he walked ahead in silence, and I lagged behind, moving slowly due to my full stomach. Sasuke occasionally glanced back at me, adjusting his pace accordingly. Without a word, he led me through the unfamiliar terrain, remaining a silent guide. I too refrained from initiating conversation, quietly following in his wake. As the sun set, painting the clouds in hues of crimson, he finally spoke. Shall we head back? I nodded, feeling less burdened. As we turned to retrace our steps, I heard Itachi calling us from behind. Sasuke, Shui. Sasuke turned first, and upon confirming it was indeed Itachi, his glum expression transformed into a smile. Brother Itachi. Sasuke dashed toward Itachi. You're back early today. Itachi nodded. Yes, we just finished a meeting and the mission was postponed. I brought some snack for you both. Have you been getting along with your sister? Itachi glanced at me, and I responded with a broad smile. Sasuke scowled, darting a sideways glance at me before awkwardly admitting, yeah. Itachi chuckled, ruffling Sasuke's hair. From now on, you are a big brother too. Sasuke lowered his gaze, pondering, then declared, Brother Itachi is only my brother. He gestured toward me. He'll be her brother. Itachi chuckled wryly. Then you must be a responsible brother. Okay. Sasuke nodded. Itachi took his hand, then reached for mine, intending to hold it as well that I considered for a moment before extending my hand toward Sasuke. Brother Sasuke. Sasuke looked from Itachi to me, then grasped my hand. Itachi smiled, bemused by the simplicity of children's reasoning. I merely wished to tease him playfully. Chapter 2. Enrolling with Naruto. Having resided with the Uchiha family for a considerable time, the initial awkwardness gradually faded. Sasuke no longer displayed aloofness in my presence, and our household began to resemble a normal family. Itachi remained busy, despite his young age. I crave sweet dates, I declared, seated on the wooden floor at the door, relishing the gentle evening breeze. What's so delightful about those? They're excessively sweet, Sasuke remarked, practicing shuriken throws on the grass in front of me. It's precisely their sweetness that I adore, I replied languidly, sprawled on the ground. Itachi also enjoys them, held surely by some, when he returns tonight. Upon hearing Itachi's name, Sasuke perked up, his interest ignited. Oh, if you want to eat them, let's go buy some. Huh? I sat up. I don't have any money. With a confident smile, Sasuke rummaged through his room and emerged with a small pouch of coins. This is my saved allowance. I've kept all the pocket money Mom gave me. Oh, your secret stash. You're so chatty. Are we going or not? Sasuke said, exasperated. I got up. Let's go. Thus, we set off for the streets, ate tea this hour. The streets were quite bustling, coinciding with the end of the workday. I led Sasuke, familiar with the route, to a dessert shop. How did you know they sell sweets here? Sasuke inquired, puzzled. I chuckled softly. I remembered after coming here once that I wouldn't divulge that I often sneaked off to buy snacks, funded by my errands for Mikoto. We scanned the shop, and the owner asked, what can I get for you two little ones? I salivated at the sight of the glutinous rice balls. Sasuke, unimpressed, pointed at the balls. Let's get 3 portions. I glanced at another display of snacks. Sasuke, this one looks good too. Get that one as well. And this one and that. Fine. Sasuke's pouch was soon emptied, but we returned home laden with treats. Upon our arrival, we discovered Itachi was already home. Itachi, Sasuke exclaimed joyfully, rushing over. Look, he presented the snacks to him. You two went out to buy treats, Itachi observed, glancing at the pouch. I just returned and didn't see you. I wonder where you went. Sasuke knew you liked that flavor of rice balls, so he went out to buy them. I chimed in opportunistically. Sasuke blushed, flustered. I didn't go out of my way. It was just that you said you wanted them. How adorably stubborn. I simply smiled. Itachi ruffled Sasuke's hair, not saying much more. All right, Sasuke, you should try some too. Sasuke awkwardly replied, am not that fond of them. A serene atmosphere enveloped us. That evening, the sweets served as a delightful snack, with our family of 5 gathered around the table. Itachi, Fugaka stated earnestly, I visited the Ninja Academy today and, after some discussion, decided to enroll Sasuke and Ketsu. Sasuke's eyes lit up at this news. Meanwhile, I was bewildered, contemplating whether I could simply remain an ordinary person. Itachi nodded. They have indeed reached the age for schooling, and Sasuke has been looking forward to it for quite some time. Well, I suppose it's all right. Even without school, I train every day, Sasuke asserted, attempting to portray a mature demeanor. I raised my hand timidly. Do I have to go to school too? Everyone turned to look at me. Do I really have to? I thought to myself that if I could avoid the rigors of academia, I could manage without itho precarious. You must, Mikoto smiled. Attending the Ninja Academy is beneficial. You can learn ninjutsu and graduate as a ninja. Fine, I hesitated, realizing that coming to the ninja world without becoming a ninja seemed absurd. Thus, our plan to start school the next day was set in motion. That night, Sasuke was so excited he couldn't sleep, while I was restless with nerves. The following morning, Itachi took us to school. The first day at the Ninja Academy was bustling with activity, filled with students coming and going. Itachi held one of our hands in each of his. As I followed, glancing around, the reality of the ninja school felt so vivid, so impressive. After greeting the teachers and completing the enrollment formalities, everything was set. We began our official classes in the afternoon. Sasuke and I sat near the front, and as I surveyed our classmates, I recognized most of them, but Naruto was notably absent. Iruka stood at the front, introducing himself, and then invited each student to introduce themselves, until Iruka called out that familiar name. Naruto! Naruto! No response came. Iruka sighed in exasperation. That troublesome kid. Naruto had enrolled early, but had been held back today. Should have been his first day with us, yet he was nowhere to be seen. Iruka suspected he might be skipping class again. How would he ever graduate like this? The first day consisted mostly of familiarizing ourselves with each other, and we all had a pleasant time. At dismissal, Mikoto came to pick us up, while Itachi was on a mission and couldn't join us. Who is Naruto? I asked Mikoto. She paused, then smiled gently. Are you in the same class as him? We've never seen him. The teacher called his name many times. Sasuke replied, I see. Mikoto mused, then added, make sure to get along well when you meet him. Sasuke glanced at me, and I looked back at him, then nodded at Mikoto. I expected Mikoto to elaborate further, but she did not. After a while in school, Mikoto initially accompanied us, but Sasuke eventually declined her offer. He felt confident enough to go alone, and besides, we could manage just fine together. Mikoto smiled, acknowledging Sasuke's growth. Our classes settled into a routine, and we learned many things in our cultural studies. I was becoming quite familiar with this world's context, and the cultural lessons felt straightforward to me. Sasuke and I consistently ranked at the top of our class. Today, I finally spotted Naruto. He rarely attended classes, making him elusive. However, as new students, we were finally in the same class. He eventually showed up, slumped over at the back of the room, not engaging with anyone. Though we were all new students, not a single person reached out to greet him. Sasuke, I nudged him. That must be Naruto. What about him? Sasuke seemed indifferent to who he was. Shall we go say hello? If you want to, go ahead, Sasuke replied, uninterested, which was typical of him. I approached the back row alone and noticed Hinata sitting shyly at her desk, fidgeting. Hey, what's up? I greeted Hinata first. She flinched like a startled rabbit. Oh, I'm fine. Want to make some friends? I gestured towards Naruto. Naruto-kun? With Naruto-kun? Hinata stammered. I smiled gently, encouraging her along. Come on, let's go. We approached Naruto's desk. He lay there, fast asleep. I gently tapped the surface. Hey, wake up. Naruto squinted, appearing dazed. Huh? What's up? Upon seeing me, he asked, you are? Imachiha Ketsu. I introduced myself. I said up front you hardly come to class, so you probably don't know me. Oh, right. Naruto scratched his head. I nudged Hinata. You should introduce yourself too. Hinata looked down, her voice barely audible. Aye. Huh? Naruto leaned in closer. What did you say? Startled by his proximity, Hinata's legs gave way, and she tumbled backward. Quickly, I caught her, haha. This is Hinata Hyuga. She's a bit shy and came make friends with you. If you make an effort, you might have a different future. Naruto stared blankly at the two of us as we departed, utterly bewildered by the situation. Hinata, feeling disheartened by her recent blunder, rested her head on the table in reflection. I gently patted her head, offering comfort. It's all right, just engage in more conversations. Woo. As the break concluded, we returned to our seats to continue with the lessons. After a long day of classes, I stretched lazily alongside Sasuke as we exited the school gates. There, not far from the entrance, I spotted Naruto sitting on a swing. What are you doing? I approached to greet him. Naruto, upon seeing me, smiled and replied, Ah, you are what one? Uchiha Ki, I answered, then pulled Sasuke closer. This is my brother, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke turned his face away awkwardly. What's with the attitude? Naruto did not hold back in his response to Sasuke's demeanor. Very well, a rivalry was born that I hastily diverted the conversation. What were you counting just now? Naruto opened his palm, revealing coins. Not enough for a meal. I was planning to have ramen. Hey, brother, that's perfect. I want to eat too. I tug at Sasuke. Shall we go together? My treat. Naruto's eyes brightened at my words. Is that all right? I nodded. Sasuke expressed his discontent. What's so good about that? Yet, he did not propose any alternatives and allowed himself to be dragged along. Naruto enjoyed the meal heartily, and by the end, we had formed a friendship of sorts. However, the relationship between certain individuals would not improve merely due to a few shared meals. During the first semester's final examinations, Naruto unexpectedly found himself in last place. Sasuke, on the other hand, achieved the highest score, while I, in an effort to maintain an inconspicuous presence, settled for a mediocre ranking. Sasuke's popularity soared, while Naruto remained largely unappreciated. That I comforted Naruto, assuring him that academic performance does not define one's worth, and encouraged him to take it slow. Yet, boys often possess a competitive streak, and Naruto began to provoke Sasuke. Perhaps Naruto didn't truly detest Sasuke. His initial provocations provided him with a sense of identity, and over time, challenging Sasuke became a habitual endeavor. Sasuke, however, genuinely found Naruto to be bothersome, truly a nuisance. Last place, annoying brat. Thus, the two frequently clashed in verbal disputes. In an attempt to ease the tension between them, I confided in Sasuke. Sasuke, you know that Naruto sometimes gets bullied, right? What does that have to do with me? I simply mean, perhaps, just a touch more kindness towards him. Sasuke looked at me in disbelief. Firstly, my disdain for him has nothing to do with his background. I simply find him irritating last place, unbearably loud. It appears that his perspective is free from societal judgment, rooted solely in personal grievance. With that, I found myself at a loss. I had initially thought that Sasuke could be swayed by the attitudes of others. But then again, Sasuke is a clever child. How could he possibly be unaware? Chapter 3. On that fateful day, I spent a few blissful years with Sasuke, so joyous that I lost sight of the original narrative. I believed that this tranquility and happiness would persist indefinitely. However, that night changed everything. That afternoon, an unsettling feeling crept over me. Sasuke and I were tasked with running an errand before school. We walked in silence, fulfilling Makoto's request, and by the time we returned, night had fallen. As we approached the Uchiha residence, an acrid scent of blood struck my senses. Sasuke trembled, dropping the items we had purchased, and rushed inside. What lay before us was a scene of horror. Lifeless bodies littered the ground, blood cascading like a river. I hesitated at the entrance, fully aware of the calamity that had befallen us. What was I now? A member of the Uchiha clan, or merely an outsider? Would I meet the same fate? I was engulfed by the metallic scent of blood, and my mind was inundated with memories that were not my own, gruesome images of corpses, reminiscent of a snowy landscape. I stepped hesitantly into the Uchiha home, only to be met with a scene more harrowing than I had imagined. My breath grew shallow, each inhale a struggle as if blood were suffocating me. The crimson moon cast a ghastly light, and crows, unperturbed by the carnage, perched upon the bodies, their gaze piercing through me. I could hardly move. After only a few steps, it felt as if all my strength had been sapped away. Collapsed on the ground, I heard Sasuke's anguished cries, realizing that our uncle and aunt had also perished. I lay sprawled on the floor, side by side with the dead, indistinguishable from them. The red moon loomed above, and as I lay there, it seemed to hover directly in front of me. Suddenly, a figure obscured the enchanting moonlight. "You were not part of the plan," a deep voice muttered, almost to itself. I shut my eyes, unwilling to accept their demise. A profound obsession surged within me. Makoto, Fugaku, the neighbor's sister, and the aunt from the backyard. Each had been kind to me throughout my years here. I loved them dearly. For the first time, I had experienced familial affection, and I cherished it. This stubborn thought echoed in my mind, persisting despite their deaths. My head throbbed painfully. When I awoke, the ache was severe, my eyes burned, and my entire body ached, even the joints in my bones. A nurse noticed my consciousness returning and hurriedly summoned help. It was the Hokage. "Child, how do you feel?" he inquired. "Not well," I replied, cradling my head. "You need to rest well," the Hokage said. "Can you answer a few questions now?" I nodded. attempting to maintain my composure. The Hokage gestured for a nearby ninja to proceed with the questioning. Do you remember what happened? I strained to recall, flashes of the red moon, flying crows, and throngs of the deceased flickering through my mind. Yet, they were fragmented memories. Mere glimpses. It seems something happened at home, I managed to say. What specifically occurred? I don't know. I shook my head. Only that everyone is dead. Do you know who did this? I don't know. Do you know Itachi Uchiha? I do. It was he who did this. Do you know why? I moved my lips, raising my eyes to meet the ninja's gaze, but I remained silent, disbelief etched across my face. The ninja studied me, hesitating. The Hokage raised his hand, signaling an end to the questioning. We cannot confirm that Itachi was responsible, but he is a prime suspect. Aside from you and Sasuke, he is the only surviving member of the Uchiha clan. However, he has defected from the village and vanished. As I listened to the Hokage's words, my heart remained untouched. The life within the Uchiha residence felt like a fleeting dream, blissful yet ephemeral. In retrospect, everything that transpired was known to me. It all felt so mundane, so disconnected from my reality. The Hokage assumed my mental state was fragile and ceased to speak further. Alone in bed, I drifted into thought, experiencing a sensation akin to waking from a dream, abruptly yanked into a brutal reality. Where lies the truth? Perhaps it resides nowhere at all. A thought emerged, a paradise, creating one's own haven. A voice, akin to a broken signal, echoed in my mind, its tone reminiscent of a demon's whisper. I dismissed it as a sign of my fragile mental state, perhaps a mere hallucination. Gradually, I succumbed to slumber. Before me stretched an expanse of white, boundless and infinite. Surely, this must be a dream. I recognized my dream state without hesitation. Aimlessly wandering this pure white realm, I encountered Mikoto, peacefully lying on the ground, along with Fugaku, the neighbor's sister, the aunt from the backyard, and the little brother kicking a ball, everyone to whom I held an emotional connection, all deceased yet seemingly at rest. Beneath them lay not pure white, but a verdant field, resembling the real world. Where's this? Heaven? Or hell? This is your paradise, the deep voice resounded once more. This time crystal clear. I don't understand, I replied. This is your world. You are its master. Everything you desire exists here. If you wish for them to live, it is simple. They will dwell here for eternity. Isn't that remarkable? Who are you? I am unimportant. The voice chuckled mockingly. Very suspicious, I shook my head, unwilling to entertain such illusions. I know you yearn for them. The voice continued, laced with amusement. You need only enrich this place, transforming it into a world akin to the outside, and you can resurrect them. It's quite simple. I was left bewildered and astonished. How do you feel? Does it tempt you? Are you a demon that beguiles the mind? I shake my head. Life and death, the laws of existence. How could one defy such laws? Don't jest. Ha ha. The voice laughed, then fell silent, leaving only echoes of laughter behind. When I finally opened my eyes again, 3 days had passed. I found Sasuke asleep by my bedside. We had recovered, yet the Uchiha residence remained completely sealed off. Sasuke refrained from mentioning that dreadful night, repeatedly asserting his desire for vengeance. I did not dissuade him, for it was his inevitable path. As for me, I was uncertain of my purpose. Sasuke's quest for revenge sufficed, and I resolved to simply survive. Chapter 4 Graduation came swiftly. We had all completed our time at the Ninja Academy. The graduation exam was straightforward, and we all passed with ease, except for Naruto, who failed once more. Yet, in the end, he still earned his qualification. A mystery to our classmates, but clear to me. Today marked the day of our Genin team assignments, and we awaited Irika-sensei's arrival to announce the groupings. Shortly thereafter, Irika entered with the attendance roster, declaring for silence as the group assignments were about to commence. Team 7. Uchiha Sasuke. Sakura silently wished for the chance to be placed in the same group as Sasuke. Haruno Sakura. Sakura was indeed fortunate. Uzumaki Naruto. Awesome. I'm in a group with Sakura-chan. Naruto exclaimed, buoying himself, then muttered that Sasuke's presence was somewhat bothersome. Moreover, there was another Uchiha in our midst. I quietly listened to Irika's assignments. Logically, it should unfold this way. Due to the remaining number of students, Irika assigned me to Team 7 based on our test scores. I nodded in acknowledgement. Naruto approached with a bright smile. Is it really you? This is fantastic. Hee hee. Yes, I replied, returning his smile. And we would look out for one another. Irika continued speaking. The group assignments conclude here. Each team member, Please await your respective Jonin leader. A chorus of voices responded in unison. Irika departed from the classroom, leaving the graduates to engage in their discussions. I rested my chin on my hand, gazing vacantly out the window, while Naruto stood atop Sasuke's desk, casting a disapproving glance at him. Observing the escalating tension between the two, I sensed impending trouble and quietly withdrew. Sakura, from a distance, continued to mediate the brewing conflict. Suddenly, a student from the front row of Sasuke's desk stood up and bumped into Naruto, leading to a classic scene. Unable to stifle my laughter, I chuckled aloud. Naruto and Sasuke quickly recoiled, simultaneously gagging. "What are you doing?" Sasuke shouted. "It wasn't me. It was him," Naruto protested, pointing at the student who had just collided with him. The entire class erupted in laughter, and I hid away, stifling my giggles. As time passed, Naruto lamented. "Why hasn't our Jonin teacher arrived yet? Everyone else has left." He slumped over his desk in boredom. "Naruto, please be patient," Sakura urged, though she too was feeling restless. Sasuke sat with his arms crossed, appearing relaxed, yet I could sense his underlying anxiety. Meanwhile, I casually read a comic, fully aware that our teacher, Kakashi, was notoriously late, and thus felt no urgency. Unable to contain himself any longer, Naruto propped a chalk eraser against the door. "Naruto, are you planning another prank?" Sakura exclaimed. Sasuke nonchalantly remarked, "How could a Jonin teacher fall for such a simple trap?" Without lifting my eyes from the comic, I calmly replied, "That may not be the case." Sasuke shot me a skeptical glance, but remained silent. Shortly after, Naruto sneaked back to his seat, exclaiming, "Yes. He is coming." The door creaked open, and all eyes turned towards the entrance. The eraser landed squarely on Kakashi's white hair, prompting Naruto to burst into laughter. How pathetic. Sakura was surprised by her teacher's lack of composure, yet attempted to smooth things over, saying, "Teacher, we were just joking." I whispered to Sasuke, "I guessed correctly." "Didn't I?" Sasuke appeared resigned. Kakashi sauntered in and glanced at the four of us, stating, "Honestly, my first impression of you is quite unpleasant." Naruto grumbled, "It was just a prank." Kakashi then instructed, "Let us head to the training ground." With that, he vanished. Sakura was left speechless. What kind of teacher is this? Naruto scratched his head. "He just left us." Sasuke said nothing and leaped out the window, prompting me to follow suit. At the training ground, we converged with Kakashi. He surveyed us and said, "Let us begin with self-introductions." "How should we introduce ourselves?" Naruto inquired. Kakashi explained, "Just share your name, your likes and dislikes, and your dreams. Then you go first." Naruto insisted, grinning. Kakashi squinted at the sky, sighed, and said, "Fine, I'm Kakashi Hitaki. As for what I like, I prefer not to disclose that. You can guess what I dislike, and my future aspiration is to remain in eternal silence." Kakashi turned his gaze to us. Naruto, bemused, remarked, "So we only know your name." He continued, "I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I love ramen. I hate waiting for the ramen to cook. And my dream is to become Hokage." Kakashi clapped dismissively. "Great. Next." Sakura, sitting beside Naruto, chimed in, "I'm Sakura Haruno. Well, I suppose I like someone." She fell into a daydream, suddenly snapping back to reality, glaring at Naruto. "I dislike Naruto." Naruto was taken aback. "Huh? Why?" As she spiraled back into her thoughts about her aspirations, Kakashi appeared momentarily stunned, reflecting on the carefree nature of adolescent girls. Next, he prompted. Sasuke's turn brought a shift in the atmosphere. "I'm Sasuke Uchiha. I have no likes, many dislikes, and my dream is to kill someone." Both Naruto and Sakura listened, somewhat confused. Kakashi maintained a stoic expression while scrutinizing the brooding Sasuke, but refrained from commenting, gesturing towards me. "I'm Izumi Uchiha. I enjoy reading comics, snacking, and despise unexpected troubles. My ambition is to become a deity, and I hope for world peace." "Just kidding." After hearing this, Sasuke glanced at me, and I shrugged with a smile. Kakashi nodded. "Well, now we are somewhat acquainted. It's getting late. We'll meet here tomorrow morning at 7 for a test. Oh, and don't eat breakfast, you might vomit." With that, he left us hanging with a sense of suspense. Sakura frowned. What kind of terrifying test? The rest of us exchanged glances, equally puzzled by our teacher's intentions. Chapter 5. The qualification test. The next morning, Sasuke looked at the breakfast on the table and asked, "Didn't Kakashi say we shouldn't eat breakfast?" I leisurely munched on a sandwich, offering a piece to Sasuke. "Did he say that?" I replied. After a sip of milk, I added, "If humans skip breakfast, their intestines will eat themselves." Sasuke remained silent, incredulous. Indeed, as we arrived, we found Naruto and Sakura had been waiting for a while. What is going on with Kakashi-sensei? Naruto grumbled, perched on the railing. He so slow. Just then, with a puff of white smoke, Kakashi appeared. Naruto pointed at him, exclaiming, Kakashi-sensei, you're late. Kakashi sheepishly scratched his head. Sorry. I was helping an old lady cross the street and rescued a kitten along the way. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke exchanged skeptical glances, clearly unconvinced by his excuse. Kakashi quickly changed the subject. Let us head to the training ground. Once there, Kakashi produced a set of bells, declaring, I have a peculiar habit. I only accept students who can take the bells from me. If none of you manage to do so, then I won't accept any this year. What a strange habit. I couldn't help but interject. Sakura remarked. So the best outcome would be 2 eliminated and 2 victorious? Kakashi nodded. The eliminated will return to the Ninja Academy for retraining. Naruto and Sakura gasped in shock. Sasuke regarded Kakashi with a frown. Kakashi then revealed an alarm clock, stating, if you fail to grab the bells within the time limit, you won't be allowed to eat lunch. Sasuke scoffed, so that's why we couldn't eat breakfast. He instinctively cast a glance at me, making me feel slightly guilty. Sakura, however, was deeply concerned, fearing she might be eliminated, which would mean no longer being on the same team as Sasuke. Noticing our apprehension, Kakashi simply said, let us begin. In an instant, the 3 of us, Sakura, Sasuke, and I, hid ourselves, while Naruto remained in the open, attempting to confront Kakashi. Sasuke, watching from the bushes, thought, what an idiot. Sakura lowered her voice, calling out to Naruto, what are you doing? We all watched as Kakashi pulled out a Riska book, casually flipping through it while battling Naruto, who stood no chance and was swiftly taken down with a classic move. Kakashi easily dispatched him, clearly not taking us seriously. He then targeted Sasuke, and I sent him a signal as I observed Kakashi's approach. Sasuke responded with a fire technique, fire style, fireball jutsu. Kakashi, somewhat impressed, remarked on Sasuke's skill, but dodged effortlessly. I leaped out to continue the attack, unleashing fire style, Phoenix fire technique, sending dozens of fireballs toward Kakashi. However, I stood still, glancing left and right, only to find that Sasuke had also vanished. As I racked my brain, trying to recall the original storyline, I intended to warn Sasuke to be cautious of the ground. Yet, before I could finish my sentence, Kakashi had already pulled Sasuke underground. I was a step too late. With Sasuke ensnared, Kakashi cast a hostile gaze in my direction. I took a few steps back, attempting to convey to Kakashi not to act rashly. However, Kakashi showed no mercy. Outnumbered, I found myself bound to a tree, helplessly observing Sasuke in the field not far away. Alas, I was powerless to assist. Sasuke, Sakura called out. She turned to look, only to see a battered Sasuke, barely clinging to life as he leaned against a tree. Sakura was momentarily stunned, her lips trembling as she uttered, Sasuke-kun, are you all right? I'll help you. Yet, Sasuke retaliated, launching an attack towards her. Sakura squeezed her eyes shut, letting out a scream before losing consciousness. Ding, 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 an alarm rang out. Kakashi silenced the clock, declaring that time was up. In the end, none of us succeeded. Kakashi pointed out that everyone except Naruto could eat, as Naruto had forfeited his right to meals due to his gluttony. Bound to a post, Naruto struggled, exclaiming, why is this happening to me? Sakura huffed, it's Naruto's fault for sneaking food. None of you are allowed to feed him, otherwise, you will all fail. Kakashi issued his final command before departing. We silently ate, and I sighed, offering my bento box to Naruto. I cast a worried glance at Sakura, but she reminded me that Kakashi had said, what did Kakashi say? I don't remember. I feigned ignorance. Sasuke, incredulous, offered his portion to Naruto, stating, this is mine. I'm not hungry. Sakura glanced at him and then extended her own share, declaring, if everyone isn't afraid, then I'm not afraid either. Naruto can have mine. I felt deeply touched, yet bound as I was, I could not partake myself. You all should feed me, Naruto said, tears brimming in his eyes. Really? Sakura, exasperated, used her chopsticks to feed Naruto. Despite her annoyance, she relented and spooned the food one bite at a time. Naruto resembled a ravenous little fox, utterly adorable. At that moment, Kakashi returned, catching us in the act. Didn't I say not to feed him? Sasuke regarded Kakashi with a serious expression, remaining silent. Sakura appeared flustered. Did you say that? I pretended to ponder. Kakashi. Suddenly, Naruto struggled against the post, rice grains adorning his face. No, don't blame them. Blame me for my stomach growling and begging them to feed me. Kakashi fell silent, then stated, "You have all qualified, Sasuke." "Eh," Naruto exclaimed. "Huh," Sakura echoed. Kakashi continued. "In the ninja village, those who do not complete their missions are scoundrels, but those who do not care for their comrades are the worst of the worst. Therefore, you have all qualified. Team 7 is officially formed." Kakashi rarely smiled, and starting tomorrow, we would embark on missions. Sakura was ecstatic. "That's wonderful. All right." Though I had anticipated the outcome, I joined in their joy. Sasuke smirked, trying to appear cool as we walked back together. "Hey, wait. You haven't untied me yet." Naruto called from the post. Chapter 6. The mission in the morning. Sasuke knocked on my door. "Yuki, it's time to report." I lazily stepped outside. "You go ahead." Sasuke didn't press further. "Then I'll head out." I nodded. After all, Kakashi would not arrive on time. An hour later, I arrived late, observing that the three of them were on the verge of collapse. "Where is Kakashi-sensei?" I approached them. "I'm here. Kakashi is almost here." Sasuke sighed, scolding me. "You should have calculated this from the beginning." I gave an awkward smile. Soon enough, Kakashi indeed arrived. Naruto jumped up. "Kakashi-sensei, you're late." Kakashi scratched his head, apologizing. "Sorry. I got lost on the road of life." Naruto and Sakura chimed in unison. "You're kidding." "Kakashi-sensei, what mission are we undertaking today? Is it to capture a rogue ninja or fight bandits?" Naruto was eager to know about our first ninja mission. "Neither," Kakashi replied, producing a mission request. "You are merely freshly graduated genin, only capable of undertaking low-level tasks. This is a rather arduous task, to help the daimyo's wife find her beloved cat, Little Tiger." "What? Find a cat?" Naruto's enthusiasm waned. Kakashi waved his hand. "Well then, let us set off." Naruto looked at Sakura, who turned to Sasuke, who glanced at me. And I sighed, "What now? Let us go find the cat." Reluctantly, I followed along. "All clear here," Naruto reported. "Same here," Sakura confirmed. "I as well," Sasuke added. "Likewise," I echoed. "Continue searching," Kakashi commanded. "Found it," Naruto shouted into the radio. I felt as though my ears might burst from the sound. "Oh no, Naruto," Sasuke exclaimed in anger. "I merely got excited upon spotting the target." Naruto replied with a wry smile and leaped toward it. "Meow? Meow meow? Huh." In the end, a battered Naruto triumphantly held up a large yellow cat. Laughing, I caught it. "Ugh," Sakura sighed. "Idiot," Sasuke scoffed. I could only chuckle helplessly. "All right, let us head back," Kakashi instructed as we returned the cat to its owner and returned to the Hokage for more missions. Naruto asked, "Hokage-sama, these missions are so boring. Can't we have something more challenging?" "Naruto," the Hokage replied kindly. "You are merely freshly graduated genin and cannot take on higher-level missions." Naruto, displeased, sat cross-legged on the ground. "Why? We're ninjas. If you don't give me a high-level task, I'll just refuse to leave." Seeing Naruto's antics, Kakashi felt a bit awkward. "Naruto, don't act up." The Hokage sighed, flipping through the mission requests until he found one of the highest level for genin, stating, "This is the highest level genin mission. Escort a person." Naruto's eyes lit up, standing up. "Who are we escorting? A daimyo or a princess?" Sakura punched Naruto. "Can you be trusted with such an important person?" The Hokage chuckled. "Come in." We all turned to the entrance, where a drunken man stumbled in, declaring, "I am Tazuna, the important person you are to protect." He glanced at us, unimpressed. Naruto lamented, "What? He's just a drunk." Tazuna retorted, "You think you can protect me? And you, the smallest one. You should go home and continue drinking milk." "Smallest?" We gathered around Naruto, realizing that indeed, Sasuke was the tallest, followed by Sakura, then me, and lastly, Naruto was the shortest. Naruto, indignant, exclaimed, "What kind of attitude is that?" Tazuna looked down on Naruto, expressing a lack of confidence in our abilities. Kakashi, noticing the client's skepticism, reassured him. "Even if their skills are limited, I am AJ Nin and will ensure Mr. Tazuna's safety." Upon hearing there was AJ Nin, Tazuna felt somewhat reassured. As we traveled, I watched the puddles on the road, recalling the original plot, ever vigilant. Kakashi remained alert, while Naruto ambled ahead, oblivious. Suddenly, a chain swung towards us. Sasuke, Sakura, and I instinctively shielded Mr. Tazuna, while Naruto remained frozen. "Hey, what's going on?" Another chain lashed out, and Kakashi was disassembled before our eyes. Sasuke and Sakura were stunned. I, knowing the truth, maintained my composure. "Kakashi-sensei, Sakura cried out. Kakashi. Sasuke, though slightly panicked, soon regained his calmness. Don't panic, Naruto. Don't just stand there. Huh. Naruto still hadn't realized that I intended to defeat them. What a fool. With a sigh, I placed my hand on my forehead and said to Sasuke, I'll handle this. You go help Naruto. Such a troublesome guy. Sasuke shot a glare at Naruto, but nonetheless went over to assist him. The enemy showed no signs of halting their assault. The iron chains continued to weave back and forth. Overconfident, Naruto was struck yet again. Sasuke lured the enemy using the chains and managed to eliminate them. Standing atop the iron cables and taunting, a coward is a coward. Boasting is of no use. Naturally, Naruto felt a pang of shame after being saved and then mocked. Gritting his teeth, he drove a kunai deep into his hand and declared, I am not a coward. I will prove it to you. At that moment, Kakashi also appeared, having accomplished his own objectives. After revealing himself, he commended Sasuke, saying, well done. However, he was taken aback by Naruto's actions as he approached to examine his wounds. Noticing how they were gradually healing, Kakashi pondered, is this his power? After tending to Naruto's injuries, he stood up and said, you should be fine now. Mr. Tazuna, please explain why there are hostile ninjas. This is no longer a simple mission. I will explain, Tazuna replied, realizing he could no longer keep it a secret. Kakashi fell into thought upon hearing this. I absent-mindedly gazed at the surroundings. This desolate forest was truly eerie. Danger! Sasuke shouted, pulling me aside just as a flurry of shurikens and kunai pierced the ground where I had been standing. Thank you, I said to Sasuke, feeling a cold sweat break out as I looked at the weapons embedded in the ground. Kakashi scanned the area and suddenly, a thick fog enveloped us. Chapter 7, Zabuza. Is it Zabuza? I murmured to myself. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, and I formed a protective perimeter around Tazuna. Kakashi was alone, sensing the enemy, but predictably, he fell into the water prison technique. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto called out in concern. What is that? Sakura asked fearfully, gazing at the unfamiliar jutsu. Kakashi, Sasuke said, equally tense. This is the water prison technique. He cannot escape. Hatake Kakashi, the copy ninja. Zabuza's voice echoed. Who are you? Show yourself. Sasuke yelled. Ha. No need to be so agitated. Zabuza leapt down from a tree. I merely need the one behind you. You will not take Tazuna. Naruto shouted. Humph. Zabuza chuckled dismissively. Such strength. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Zabuza unleashed a water dragon towards us. Sasuke, I understand. I shouted. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke and I unleashed our fireballs simultaneously. Though their power was insufficient to match Zabuza, together they managed to cancel out the water dragon. Not bad. Zabuza remarked, impressed. I panted, gazing at Zabuza. Although I had learned some advanced ninjutsu, my chakra was running low, and I could scarcely perform more techniques. What should I do? I was at a loss. Naruto charged forward, declaring, I'll defeat him. He was about to rush in. Are you an idiot? Sasuke shouted. That guy is not someone you can handle. Only Kakashi-sensei stands a chance. But what do we do now? Naruto asked, beginning to see reason. I don't know. That, I pointed towards Zabuza, who was controlling Kakashi. Let us try this. I proposed an idea based on how they were supposed to deal with him in the original story. That is feasible. Sasuke nodded in agreement. All right, let's do this. Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Zabuza watched these three children curiously, unguarded as he had no fear of them. Sasuke gripped a large shuriken and said, Zabuza, prepare yourself. He swiftly charged at Zabuza and threw the shuriken. Zabuza merely tilted his head, effortlessly dodging the attack. Child, do you think such an attack can harm me? Naive. Zabuza scoffed. Sasuke, unfazed, merely smiled and replied, Oh, really? Zabuza sensed something was amiss. Turning to see that the shuriken had indeed returned, morphing back into Naruto. Armed with a kunai, Naruto lunged at Zabuza, who, seeing the attack coming, had no choice but to release the water prison to evade it. Now free from Zabuza's confinement, Kakashi was ready to showcase his skills. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, take Tazuna to safety. Kakashi commanded. Understood, I replied, leading Tazuna away. Kakashi revealed his Sharingan, and the battle commenced. Kakashi achieved an overwhelming victory, delivering a powerful blow that defeated Zabuza. At that critical moment, several Senbon flew through the air, striking Zabuza. Kakashi looked on in confusion. What? A white figure swooped down and pulled Zabuza away, perching atop a tree. Kakashi inquired, Who are you? The masked figure turned to Kakashi and us, stating, I'm taking him back to the Mist Village. When Kakashi and we remained silent, he further asked, is it all right if I take him? Kakashi, understanding he was an Umbu, said nothing to object. The masked man departed with Zabuza. With a thud, I collapsed from exhaustion. Sakura. Sasuke rushed to support me. Hey, are you all right? Sakura? Kakashi assessed, noting I was merely fatigued from overexerting my chakra. You just need to rest, he assured. Oh, I see, Sasuke sighed in relief. The group made their way to Tezuna's home, finally able to rest. Inside, Tezuna explained the entirety of the situation and its background. I remained unconscious while Sasuke stole glances at me. Sakura sat beside me, tending to my needs. Kakashi expressed his helplessness regarding the situation, realizing that since they had accepted the mission, they must complete it flawlessly. That night, I hazily awoke, noticing Kakashi and Tezuna conversing, though I couldn't comprehend their discussion. Kakashi-sensei, where's Sasuke? I asked. Ah, you're awake. Sasuke and Naruto went to train, Kakashi replied. I nodded and left the house. TCH. I found Sasuke wiping the sweat from his brow. When I approached him, he was attempting to control his chakra to walk up a tree, but repeatedly failed. Clearly growing frustrated. Be patient. Take your time, I gently encouraged. Startled by my voice, Sasuke turned around. Sakura, you're all right? I nodded, assuring him I was fine. I heard from Kakashi that you were training, so I came to check. Yeah, keep at it. Throughout the night, Sasuke continued to climb the tree while I watched, occasionally teasing him. Adjust your attitude. Sasuke finally snapped back at me. Oh, is my attitude wrong? At least you should practice too. I scratched my head, disinterested. Just focus on your training. The next morning, Sasuke and Naruto devoured their breakfast as if starved. Then, with gleaming eyes, they dashed out the door. Such energy, I mused, watching their distant figures. Tezuna shook his head. They still have work this afternoon. I hope they return soon. Just don't get lost, Kakashi added. As if it's you, Sakura retorted. Haha, Kakashi chuckled awkwardly. In the afternoon, Kakashi and we accompanied Tezuna for protection, but the anticipated plot twist was about to unfold. A thick fog enveloped the bridge as Zabuza's voice echoed once more. Copy Ninja Kakashi, it's time for our duel. Kakashi assumed a combat stance, preparing to engage. Zabuza and Haku revealed their true selves. Kakashi chuckled lightly. So, that dark faction is indeed allied with you. Zabuza, brimming with confidence, retorted, and what of it? Kakashi activated his Sharingan once more, cautioning us to remain vigilant. Zabuza, gazing at Kakashi, displayed no signs of anxiety. I'll leave those brats to you. As you command. Haku, known as White, instantly charged towards us. Kakashi. Zabuza launched an offensive. Meanwhile, Sakura shielded Tezuna while Sasuke, Naruto, and I stood back to back, bracing ourselves for Haku's onslaught. Although Haku was swift, facing 3 opponents, especially 2 speedsters, proved somewhat challenging. Bloodline limit. Ice mirror. With Haku's declaration, mirrors of ice emerged around us. What is this? Naruto exclaimed, surveying the icy reflections. It's Haku's bloodline limit, ice mirror. I realized that my explanation was somewhat redundant, yet the phenomenon was difficult to articulate. Haku slipped into the mirror, traversing its surface. 1,000 flying water needles. Haku unleashed an attack, sending a barrage of water needles towards us. Dodge! Sasuke shouted. We scattered, narrowly evading Haku's assault. What do we do? Naruto sensed the gravity of the situation and inquired. I don't know, Sasuke replied, feeling helpless. Watch out. He's attacking again. I shouted, urging them to evade. However, it was not long before exhaustion took its toll. Naruto was injured first, prompting Sasuke to reluctantly activate his Sharingan. With the Sharingan, Haku's speed appeared significantly reduced to Sasuke. Seizing the opportunity, I rushed to assist Naruto. Are you all right? I asked, but he offered no response, indicating he was gravely wounded. Naruto! Sasuke shouted in alarm. I was so focused on aiding Naruto that I momentarily forgot about the impending threat. And just as Haku's 1,000 flying water needles were about to strike me, a shadow intervened. Chapter 8. Uchiha Yaoyu, a shadow stood before me. I glanced sluggishly, realizing that Sasuke had been pierced by numerous water needles. Sasuke! Naruto, just regaining consciousness, was confronted with the sight of his injured friend. Sasuke coughed up blood. You 2 idiots! Naruto exclaimed, rushing over. I hurried to support Sasuke. Sasuke! Seeing Sasuke's condition, Naruto's emotions began to unravel. He was heartbroken and furious. Are you an idiot? I couldn't help but scold. Who is the true fool here? One is my dearest friend, the other my closest kin. How could I not save him? I implored Sasuke. You can still seek revenge if you survive. But unlike my expectations, Sasuke whispered something before losing consciousness. I froze, my mind swirling. I knew Sasuke would be okay. Yet witnessing such a scene left me utterly unable to maintain my composure. Gazing at Sasuke's wounds, stained with my own blood, I began to tremble uncontrollably. Fueled by Sasuke's injury, Naruto unleashed the power of the Nine Tails. I held Sasuke's bloodied body in a daze, not truly wanting to be in a stupor, but feeling paralyzed. As if trapped in a nightmare. Move. I mentally urged myself to fight. Yet, having always lived a mundane life, I found myself gripped by fear when faced with such life-or-death circumstances. You've said it before, let us create a paradise, that mysterious voice echoed in my mind. Imbued with temptation. I did not understand its meaning, nor did I grasp what this so-called paradise entailed. With paradise, one would no longer fear death. Loved ones would not perish, and neither would one's self. Truthfully, I found myself wavering, tempted by this baseless but alluring notion. What must I do? I asked inwardly. Ha ha ha. The voice seemed to chuckle with glee, patiently explaining, you merely need to collect the souls of the deceased. Now is the perfect moment. Retrieve Sasuke's soul, and he can live eternally in your paradise, enriching your perfect world. What a chilling inducement to murder. Gradually, I regained some clarity. Indeed, I had acted impulsively, as I was still oblivious to the voice's true intentions. Sensing my regret, the voice swiftly altered its tone, becoming much gentler. You need not kill. Those who died unexpectedly or at the hands of others can be collected, as long as they did not pass away peacefully. The more you gather, the richer your paradise will be. I began to comprehend what this paradise entailed. It was merely a vessel for the souls of the deceased. However, I remained uncertain about the significance of collecting these souls and the purpose of enriching this paradise. Yaoyu, do not forget, you belong to the Yaoyu clan, not merely the Uchiha. The mission of the Yaoyu clan is what you truly ought to pursue. The voice suddenly mentioned the Yaoyu clan. I had no knowledge of the Yaoyu clan, but it was undoubtedly a mysterious lineage. Consider what you truly desire, and then decide what actions to take. The voice diminished, gradually fading from my consciousness. As Naruto's chakra depleted, Haku exited the ice mirror to rescue Zabuza. I remained seated, occupied with my internal dialogue with the enigmatic voice. Sakura, upon seeing the gravely injured Sasuke, rushed over in alarm to assess our wounds. I came to my senses, and I urged her to tend to Sasuke while I rushed to the front lines, spotting Haku lying on the ground. At that moment, Zabuza was beyond saving. The infamous demon Zabuza Momochi perished at the hands of unscrupulous merchants. Only a brief lapse in time had caused me to miss so much. Kakashi, take me to Haku. This was Zabuza's final request before his demise. Kakashi obliged. Zabuza and Haku lay side by side, exchanging poignant last words, and ultimately, they both succumbed. Sasuke regained consciousness, and Naruto revived as well, yet Zabuza and Haku remained lifeless, as delicate snowflakes began to fall from the sky. I gazed upon them quietly, suddenly recalling the voice's words about collecting souls. I was uncertain how to do so, but compelled by an unseen force, I extended my hand towards Zabuza and Haku's bodies, performing a peculiar gesture that appeared to others as a farewell ritual. Perhaps Sasuke would question my actions, but no one else found it peculiar, merely a farewell for the deceased. After returning and resting for a few days, everyone had nearly recovered. Sakura looked at me, concerned. Are you all right? I shook my head helplessly. I'm fine. That's good. She nodded. Are you okay? Naruto rushed over. Naruto, don't shout. You're better, but you is still injured. Sakura chastised him. I know. Kakashi approached. Did you know? The bridge has been completed. Let us go take a look. We should be heading back soon. All right, let us go. Naruto exclaimed, brimming with energy. Kakashi smiled at Naruto's unrestrained enthusiasm. On the bridge, Tazuna waved at us. Are you leaving? Yes, Kakashi replied. I owe you all a great deal. Before you go, let us name the bridge. A name? Kakashi pondered, inadvertently glancing at Naruto. How about Naruto Bridge? Why my name? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. You had the biggest contribution. Kakashi affirmed. Oh, haha. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly, but it was everyone's effort. With laughter echoing, the day's harrowing battle felt as if it had never occurred. And we all returned to the village. Kakashi returned to report the events to the Hokage. In the end, He inquired about the hand gesture of bloody, to which the Hokage merely shook his head, suggesting that it was prudent to remain vigilant, as it might simply be an ordinary ritual of faith. It is said that the Yuyo clan possesses their own unique beliefs. After resting at home for a few days, I contemplated a significant decision. I sought out Sasuke and conveyed to him my intention to change my name to Uchiha Yuyo. Sasuke did not exhibit much reaction, merely acquiescing to my wishes. Yet I felt compelled to share my thoughts with him. I wish for the existence of the Yuyo clan to not be forgotten by future generations. He understood me. Chapter 9. Registration for the Chunin exams. Much time has passed since the Zabuza incident, during which we have undertaken numerous tasks, all of which were rather manageable. The encounter with Zabuza was undoubtedly the most perilous and terrifying mission we have faced thus far. On this particular day, we were fortunate enough to have no assignments. We strolled through the streets, with Naruto leading the way, observing the influx of many outsiders into the village. Wow, so many people. What is going on? Naruto exclaimed, glancing around. I have no idea, Sakura replied, also surveying the surroundings. Where are Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei? Naruto turned around, looking left and right, but they were nowhere to be seen. Forget about them, I said, patting Naruto on the shoulder. Naruto. Suddenly, a loud shout broke through the air. The voice startled Naruto. Let us have a duel. A small child sprang forth, pointing at Naruto with fervor. Konohamaru, what are you doing here? Naruto squinted at the audacious little boy. I'm here to challenge you, Konohamaru declared, puffing out his chest. But why are you here, Naruto? Udon timidly inquired. What is the matter? Sakura asked Udon. Today is the registration period for the Chunin exams. Aren't you going to sign up? Udon explained. Both Naruto and Sakura were taken aback. However, that big-headed violent girl might not make it as a Chunin. Konohamaru taunted provocatively. What did you say? Sakura fumed, raising her fist, ready to teach Konohamaru a lesson. Realizing the danger, Konohamaru quickly turned to flee. Konohamaru, watch out! Naruto shouted. Yet it was too late. Konohamaru collided with Kanjuro. What are you doing, brat? Kanjuro glared at Konohamaru with a menacing expression. Konohamaru, frightened, stammered, I am sorry. Yet Kanjuro did not relent, seizing Konohamaru by the neck. Are you looking to get yourself killed? Hey, you, the cat-faced man, let go of Konohamaru. Naruto yelled at Kanjuro. Konohamaru trembled in fear, while Udon quaked beside him. You're asking for trouble, aren't you? Kanjuro's displeasure intensified at Naruto's words, and he tightened his grip. Poor Konohamaru struggled desperately. That's enough. I could no longer bear to witness this. Though I knew Sasuke would intervene, I felt compelled to speak up. What kind of adult bullies a child? Who are you? Kanjuro glared at me with a thug-like demeanor. Who I am is inconsequential. Kanjuro's anger flared even more. With a sharp crack, Kanjuro winced in pain, loosening his grip, allowing Konohamaru to escape his clutches. Konohamaru, Mohuang, and Udon rushed over to help him up. Who hit me? Kanjuro yelled, clutching his hand. I did. So what? Sasuke stood atop a tree, tossing small stones. Gaara, who had remained silent, seemed to grasp the situation, finally speaking up. I am Gaara. And you? I am Uzumaki Naruto, future Hokage. Naruto proudly introduced himself. I didn't ask you. Gaara immediately deflated Naruto's pride. I am Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke continued from his perch. Got it. Kanjuro, Temari, let us go, Gaara stated, and without further ado, he departed. Kanjuro shot a resentful glare at Sasuke before following Gaara. Once the three had moved on, Sakura chided Konohamaru. See, I told you mischief would bring consequences. It seemed someone had fallen into disfavor. Sasuke didn't miss the opportunity to taunt Naruto a bit. What are you trying to show off for, idiot? Naruto was on the verge of exploding. Well, let us first ask Kakashi-sensei for clarification. I intervened to ease their tensions. You all are here, Kakashi said lazily as he regarded us. Kakashi-sensei, what is going on? What Chunin exams? Naruto hurriedly inquired. Yes, the Chunin exams are the assessments for Genin to advance to Chunin. I have already registered you all, Kakashi replied, holding up the registration form. Sakura turned pale, saying nothing. What's wrong? I asked. I am scared. What if I don't pass? Sakura admitted timidly. There's nothing to fear. Just do your best. It doesn't matter if you pass or fail. We're a team. I reassured her. Sakura glanced at me, managing a smile. Okay. Ultimately, the four of us registered, holding our forms as we searched for the location, arriving at the ninja teaching building. Third floor, is this it? Naruto asked, surveying the area with the registration form in hand. Look, there are so many people over there. Sakura pointed to a door. That must be the assembly classroom. I remarked casually. Let me in. A boy with thick eyebrows and a watermelon-shaped head shouted. Calm down, Lee. A girl with a distinctly Chinese appearance urged him. Hinata, go persuade him. She called to a long-haired boy with white eyes. Hinata merely glanced at them, saying nothing further. Humph, all gathered here like fools, Sasuke remarked arrogantly. Yuyo, Naruto, Sakura, let us head upstairs. Huh. Naruto was momentarily bewildered. All right, Sakura understood Sasuke's intent. I silently followed suit. What is going on with those guys? Some slower individuals appeared puzzled. It's clear this isn't the third floor, Niji explained. This is the second floor. They were affected by a genjutsu. Genjutsu? The crowd began to murmur excitedly. Right? Isn't that so, sensei? Niji looked toward the two jounin at the entrance. Indeed, this year's newcomers are quite the challenge. One jounin acknowledged. Oomph, slow fools, Sasuke derisively commented. Hey, what is your name? Niji glared at Sasuke, demanding an answer. It's polite to introduce yourself before asking someone else's name, Sasuke retorted disdainfully. Hyuga Niji. Uchiha Sasuke, he replied, turning to ascend to the third floor, with Sakura and Naruto following closely. Though I wished to observe the unfamiliar faces a moment longer, I chose to join them to avoid any awkwardness. Niji watched the departing figures, seemingly taking note of the fan I carried behind me, his gaze lowered in contemplation. I must challenge that Uchiha, Lee exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Lee, Tintin sighed, watching him dash off on his own. Let us go, Tintin, Niji called to the girl who had just addressed Lee. I understand, Tintin replied. Chapter 10. The beginning. On our way to the third floor, a figure suddenly leaped out, clad in a tight green outfit. It was the same thick-browed boy from earlier. Let us spar, he declared, taking a fighting stance. Who are you? Sasuke asked, clearly annoyed. I'm Rock Lee, the boy introduced himself, pointing to himself and then to Sasuke. You're Uchiha Sasuke, right? You already know, Sasuke replied, eyeing Lee. Lee then glanced at Sakura, throwing her a flirtatious wink, which startled her into a deep bow to avoid the incoming hearts he seemed to be throwing. Naruto scoffed. I can handle this. He stepped forward. I sighed. I advise you not to. But before I could finish, Naruto charged at Lee, only to miss, as Lee executed a leaf hurricane, sending Naruto flying. I told you so, I said with a resigned sigh, moving to drag Naruto back. This peculiar individual was clearly not someone to be taken lightly. His enthusiasm seemed over the top. Rock Lee dismissed Naruto entirely, while Sasuke sensed the strength emanating from this individual, yet he still underestimated him. Sasuke, I called out, handing him an object. He accepted it, albeit unaware of its purpose. This isn't merely a spar. Be cautious, he may unleash lethal techniques, I whispered. Sasuke tucked the item into his sleeve and responded with a subtle acknowledgement. As he approached Rock Lee for confrontation, Lee's speed was astonishing. He initiated with a leaf whirlwind. But Sasuke activated his Sharingan, narrowly evading the attack. Once out of harm's way, Sasuke realized, just as Yuyo had mentioned, that this person was formidable, far beyond a simple training match. However, he thought he could manage with the Sharingan. Little did he know, Rock Lee's speed was now beyond his capability to evade. With a sudden punch, Lee sent Sasuke flying, and in midair, Sasuke noticed Lee poised above him, ready to deliver a devastating blow. In that critical moment, Sasuke recalled the item in his sleeve, infused it with chakra, and a spear-like chain embedded itself into the wall nearby. He yanked it, propelling himself out of Lee's line of attack. Breathing heavily, he felt a surge of fear as Lee, far from ceasing his assault, grew increasingly exhilarated, his bandages unraveling. Stop! Boomed a deep voice. A thick mist dispersed to reveal a turtle, which reprimanded Rock Lee. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were momentarily stunned. Yet, after receiving a scolding, the atmosphere shifted to one of fervent camaraderie. Another puff of smoke revealed a figure on the turtle's back, resembling a version of Rock Lee. All three stood dumbfounded, questioning the absurdity of the scene. What is this? Naruto exclaimed, unable to contain his disbelief at the sudden appearance of a more rugged character. Do not speak of my teacher in such a manner, Lee retorted. A sudden blow from this new figure sent Lee staggering, blood splattering, prompting him to kneel and apologize. They embraced, and I watched, astounded by the surreal spectacle unfolding before me. Sasuke, equally speechless, pondered how he could be bested by such individuals. After their exchange, the new figure turned to us, saying, "You must be Kakashi's students." Naruto and Sakura nodded. In an instant, he appeared behind us, startling Naruto and the others. I swallowed hard, acknowledging the danger this individual represented. It was said that he and Kakashi were fierce rivals, a true competition, with a record of 50 wins and 49 losses in favor of Kakashi. While Kakashi was indeed formidable, this seemingly foolish character was not to be trifled with. Naruto soon noticed the numerous scars on Rock Lee's hands from years of training. Both Lee and his teacher departed, leaving Sasuke clenching his fists in frustration while Naruto grumbled in defiance, asserting that the Uchiha clan was not so extraordinary. Naruto, Sakura cautioned, urging him not to provoke Sasuke further. Sasuke gritted his teeth, musing that the Nin exams were becoming increasingly intriguing. The first examination was about to commence. In the third-floor reporting classroom, Naruto exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, there are so many people." "Naruto, you're too loud," Sasuke admonished, noticing the hostile glares from others around us. He swiftly silenced Naruto's antics. "TCH." Naruto turned away in irritation. "You all should remain vigilant." A sudden voice interjected. We turned to the source, where a bespectacled man with gray-white hair stood, exuding an air of sophistication. "I am Kabuto, also a participant," he introduced with a smile. My immediate thought was of a cunning fox. "So, you must be Kabuto-senpai," Sakura politely acknowledged. "Haha, I've been taking exams for many years without success," Kabuto said sheepishly. "So I possess a wealth of experience. I have information on most of the participants. Would you like to see?" He produced a stack of cards. "Participant information?" Sakura inquired. Intrigued. "Does that mean we are included?" "Indeed," Kabuto replied, laying out several cards on the ground, beginning to introduce some of the competitors. I observed the surrounding individuals. Noting their fierce demeanors, none appeared particularly amicable. I sighed, realizing that Kabuto's remarks had perhaps offended the Sound Village ninjas, who were now poised to retaliate. Who knew what awaited them from their superior upon their return? Would Kabuto use them for experiments? Kabuto knelt, clutching his chest, his expression filled with distress. "Are you all right, Kabuto-senpai?" Naruto asked, his concern evident. "I'm fine," Kabuto replied, rising with difficulty, a grimace on his face. "You ruffians, get into position," a commanding voice boomed. "The first exam is about to begin. I am your proctor, Marino Ibiki." He barked at us. "Hurry, take your places." Ibiki's stern demeanor unnerved Naruto, who grumbled but had little choice but to comply. All the genin assembled as Ibiki announced that this first examination would be a written test to assess our knowledge. "If caught cheating, you will be disqualified," he warned. "What?" Naruto gasped, realizing he had never excelled in written tests. Chapter 11. The examination as the papers were distributed. I gazed at the questions. They were daunting, extremely challenging, with only a few queries pertaining to basic knowledge taught in school. The majority consisted of practical inquiries and a plethora of ninja world history, a true test of both literary and scientific understanding. I struggled to pen a few answers, nearly throwing down my pen in frustration. Indeed, examinations could be infuriating. Observing my peers, I noticed Sasuke using his Sharingan to cheat, Kiba employing Akamaru, Shino resorting to his insects, and Gaara terrifyingly placing his eyeballs near others, a sight that could induce a heart attack. Meanwhile, the proctor, with a whiteboard, diligently noted names. If it were me, I would record anyone I found displeasing. Although I bore the Uchiha name and possessed half of their bloodline, I lacked the Sharingan. I resigned myself to my fate, waiting for the 10th question. Finally, the test concluded, and Ibiki began his speech, discussing the severity of the 10th question and its consequences. Once finalized, we were deemed to have passed. With a resounding crash, a woman burst through the window, shouting about commencing the second examination. "I am your proctor for the second exam, Mitarashi Anko." An energetic woman entered, startling the candidates, most of whom were too shocked to react. Ibiki quipped, "Would you like some attention?" Anko, exasperated, surveyed the students, noting the remaining numbers. "Why are there so many left?" she inquired. "This year's candidates are exceptionally strong," Ibiki replied, somewhat defeated. "Humph, I'll reduce the numbers significantly," Anko declared confidently. "Reduce them significantly." Sakura gasped in surprise. Sasuke remained silent. Then, "Off to the Forest of Death," Anko announced. The Forest of Death, its ominous name echoed in my mind as I gazed at the dark, foreboding trees within. "Humph, Death Forest? I'm not afraid." Naruto shouted defiantly. What is he doing? Sakura muttered, exasperated. Sasuke sighed, clearly unamused. Suddenly, a kunai flew past Naruto's face, leaving a cut and drawing blood. Simultaneously, another shuriken flew towards the long-tongued woman behind. Hongdo had said something to Naruto, startling him. After the commotion, Hongdo declared her challenge, insisting they first sign the life and death register, warning, I cannot guarantee your survival. This remark left the audience in stunned silence, as it pertained to life itself. Hongdo further explained that the competition's rules dictated that each team must survive for 5 days in the forest of death. If any member of a team died or became incapacitated, the challenge would be deemed a failure. 5 days. What about food? Ding Xiai voiced his concern. Well, the forest is teeming with wild animals. You'll have to fend for yourselves. However, be wary of the beasts and poisonous plants lurking within, Hongdo remarked with an unsettling nonchalance, before instructing them to sign the register and collect the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. What are the Heaven and Earth Scrolls? One individual inquired. You will randomly receive either a Heaven Scroll or an Earth Scroll. Your objective is to seize the scrolls from other teams and, alongside your own, collect both types. On the 5th day, you must deliver them to a designated location. Remember, all team members must arrive together. Furthermore, you absolutely must not look at the contents within. Hongdo elucidated the examination rules. What happens if we do? Naruto boldly asked. You can find out. Hongdo's terrifying expression warned Naruto against such folly. I signed the life and death register without paying much attention to its contents, feeling a bit anxious. Ever since the last encounter with Zabuza, I had come to realize the dangers of this world. It was no longer a mere observation from beyond the dimensional barrier. It was a visceral experience where death could become a reality. As we traversed the forest, the atmosphere was indeed oppressive. Sakura clutched Sasuke's sleeve, trembling with anxiety, while Naruto ambled ahead with his usual bravado. Sasuke heightened his vigilance, urging, be cautious of your surroundings. I nodded in agreement. Although I too felt a twinge of fear, I was a seasoned ninja, having learned much under the tutelage of Uchiha Fugaku and Itachi, and I considered myself a competent genin. I need to relieve myself. Naruto scratched his head, stating. Sakura smacked him on the head, exclaiming, how can you say that in front of a girl? Sasuke, exasperated, reluctantly allowed Naruto to go. We three awaited his return. And eventually, Naruto sauntered back, exclaiming, ah, that was refreshing. You're incorrigible. Sakura shouted, unable to contain her frustration. As Naruto approached, Sasuke delivered a punch without hesitation. Sasuke, what was that for? Sakura gasped, taken aback. Sakura, don't panic. That's not the real Naruto. I reassured her, pulling her behind me. Quick. Where did the real Naruto go? Sasuke demanded, pointing at the imposter. What do you mean? The fake Naruto protested. Huh, Naruto is right-handed. So why is the ninja tool pouch strapped to his left leg? And what about the wound on his face inflicted by the examiner? Sasuke exposed him. In a puff of smoke, it was revealed to be a rain ninja, who wasted no time attacking. Sasuke leaped to evade the strike, forming hand seals for fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Several fireballs shot towards the rain ninja, but his speed was remarkable, allowing him to evade and circle behind Sasuke for an attack. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and narrowly avoided the blow, realizing that the rain ninja was not an easy opponent. He redirected his focus towards me, declaring, I'll take out that little girl first. The rain ninja rushed towards me with alarming speed, brandishing a shuriken. Yoru, Sasuke shouted. To be honest, I tend to feel anxious before events unfold, but when faced with danger, I remained calm and alert. The rain ninja's attack missed, causing him to look astonished at the empty space where I had been. Fool, I said, striking him soundly on the head from behind. The rain ninja staggered back, clutching his head in disbelief. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke threw a kunai, wounding the rain ninja's arm. Damn it, my arm. If I hadn't separated from my team, this wouldn't have happened. The rain ninja cursed before fleeing. Where's Naruto? Sasuke asked as he began searching for him. Finally, we discovered Naruto bound like a bug behind some bushes. After rescuing him, Sasuke suggested that such incidents would recur, proposing we create a code. When I say ninja song, ninja machine, you respond. The enemy's most chaotic moment is the best time for us to strike. Understood? Got it. Sakura, ever sharp, quickly memorized it. Naruto and I remained silent, unsure if we could recall it. We continued our survival game, yet soon faced further disruptions. Chapter 12. Orochimaru with a tremendous crash. The ground trembled. What just happened? Sasuke inquired. Naruto lost his footing and tumbled down. Naruto, Sasuke exclaimed in frustration. After some tumult, we finally came to a halt, and Sasuke crawled out to check on us. Are you all right, Yoru Sakura? We're fine, Sakura replied, shaking her head. I got up and brushed the leaves off my head, wondering what had just transpired. I don't know, Sasuke admitted, equally unsure of Naruto's whereabouts. I'm here. That was really dangerous. Naruto emerged from behind a tree root. Sasuke called out, Naruto, the code. Oh right. At the enemy's most chaotic moment, Naruto recited effortlessly. Sasuke swiftly threw a kunai, demanding, You're not Naruto. Who are you? Naruto paused, then chuckled. How did you know? With that, he reverted from his transformation. Naruto wouldn't be able to memorize such a long code, so the code is meant for you lurking in the shadows, Sasuke declared. Clever indeed. The imposter smirked. As he revealed himself, it was none other than Orochimaru. I was aware that Orochimaru would appear in the Forest of Death, but I hadn't anticipated encountering him so soon. A massive serpent coiled around him, its purple tongue flicking menacingly as it eyed us. You possess the Heaven Scroll. So you must be eager for my Earth Scroll, Orochimaru stated, swallowing the Earth Scroll. Let the scroll competition begin. The three of us exchanged glances. Sasuke and Sakura froze for 3 seconds before collapsing to the ground, gagging. I felt no physical discomfort, though I couldn't quite explain why. This didn't mean I was unfazed. I was utterly immobilized. Soon, Sasuke adapted to the oppressive sensation first, realizing the imminent danger and wanting to escape with everyone before disaster struck. Yet, he found himself unable to move. The sound of a knife piercing flesh broke the silence, accompanied by the sound of blood dripping to the ground. I slowly turned to see Sasuke had stabbed himself with a kunai to regain consciousness, using pain to rouse himself. He rushed over to awaken Sakura. As she regained her senses, Sasuke called my name, and I found I could move again, slowly retreating to join them. Orochimaru observed with admiration as these three youngsters managed to adapt to his oppressive aura. Seizing the moment, Sasuke hurled a shuriken at Orochimaru, commanding us to run. We quickly distanced ourselves from him. However, it proved to be naive. The enormous serpent coiling around Orochimaru swiftly encircled us, blocking our escape. Sasuke, facing the approaching danger, decided to fight back against Orochimaru. Seeing this, I joined him, launching an offensive against Orochimaru. Defeating him was unrealistic. Our aim was to find an opportunity to escape. Yet despite exhausting our strength, we failed to find an opening and fell into a disadvantageous position. Sasuke was carelessly struck against a tree by the serpent's tail. Sasuke, I exclaimed, concern flooding my voice. He wiped his mouth and reassured me, I'm fine. Orochimaru relentlessly pursued us once more. Naruto suddenly appeared, interrupting the enemy's attack with a kunai, then stood atop a tree trunk, apologizing to Sasuke, saying he couldn't recall the password. Idiot run. Sasuke saw Naruto and remarked that they couldn't defeat him. Sasuke turned to negotiate with Orochimaru, offering a scroll in exchange. He tossed the scroll to him. Orochimaru merely smiled wickedly, and Naruto snatched the scroll back, exclaiming, What are you doing? The Sasuke, I know when to act like this. Sasuke was taken aback. Orochimaru was indifferent to the scroll. His true aim was Sasuke, and Naruto's interference was bothersome. Orochimaru bound Naruto, proclaiming that the nine-tailed boy was unexpectedly lively, then extended his hand to cast the five-element seal. This was followed by Naruto's anguished scream as his 9 tails were sealed. In agony, Naruto lost consciousness, and Orochimaru carelessly tossed him aside. Sasuke, quickly save Naruto. Sakura, witnessing the scene, was utterly terrified. She dashed towards Naruto, thinking that he would surely die if he fell. She wanted to catch him. Sasuke swiftly threw a kunai, pinning Naruto's clothing to the tree trunk, preventing his fall. Only then did Sakura breathe a sigh of relief. Sasuke, she called out to him atop the trunk. Even though Naruto isn't as clever or powerful as you, at least he is not a coward, is he? This shout suddenly reignited Sasuke's focus. He carried the weight of hatred, and that man was undoubtedly far more terrifying than the current enemy. How could he be so timid? Reinvigorated, Sasuke produced a set of ninja tools and hurled them at the enemy, but the foe evaded them effortlessly. However, Sasuke's Sharingan captured the enemy's every movement. He countered by throwing a large shuriken, and the enemy thought to himself that the child of the Uchiha clan was indeed gifted. Yet, it was still dodged. as Sasuke anticipated this and had attached a fine thread to the shuriken, pulling it back as it flew toward the back. He thought he had struck, but the enemy, too powerful, caught the shuriken with his mouth. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke bit down on the other end of the thread and swiftly formed hand seals for fire release, fire dragon technique. Flames surged along the thread, attacking the enemy's face. I observed them leaping between the tree trunks, engaged in battle. In the meantime, I rescued Naruto and, along with Sakura, checked on his condition. He was fine, merely unconscious. I expected the enemy to suffer a severe blow, yet he laughed, seemingly unfazed, remarking on how a child could wield such ocular techniques. A true descendant of the Uchiha, akin to Itachi's gaze. It was exactly as I had anticipated. Meanwhile, Sasuke realized he had fallen victim to a binding technique and could no longer move. "Who are you?" he asked. "Me? I am Orochimaru." Orochimaru peeled away the skin from his face, saying, "If you wish to find me, do so through this exam. But first, you must defeat my 3 sound ninjas." "What nonsense?" Sakura retorted. "We won't seek you out." Orochimaru formed hand seals, stating, "That won't do." His head elongated, and he bit into Sasuke's neck. Sasuke cried out in pain, and I turned my head away, unwilling to witness the scene. I refrained from intervening, as this was a trial Sasuke needed to endure. Orochimaru did not leave immediately. He turned his gaze toward me, his voice chilling. "Uchiha, another one?" I did not respond, knowing he was aware that I was not a true Uchiha. Chapter 13, Kabuto. Orochimaru stared at me. I had assumed he would disregard me as an inconsequential presence. But that was not the case. It proved unwise to lock eyes with a serpent. Suddenly, the massive snake beside Orochimaru lunged at me. Terrified, I instinctively defended myself. Though I avoided being swallowed, the immense force sent me flying. "Nightshade!" I heard Sakura scream, but the sound was soon drowned out by the cracking of branches around me. Clutching my head, I crawled out from a tangle of branches and found Orochimaru grinning at me. "It seems you have yet to awaken that power," he mused. "I don't understand what you mean," I replied. "If you want the scroll, it's not with me. Sasuke has been injured by you, and if you wish to finish me off, I will accompany you." Orochimaru laughed. "There's no time for that. We'll discuss your matters later. I hope you quickly realize what you must do." He spoke to himself before departing. I felt utterly bewildered. We should not have any intersection. Pushing through the underbrush, I supported my injured leg and found a large rock to rest on, at least to recuperate before searching for Sakura and the others. Sitting on the stone, I tended to my wound and contemplated Orochimaru's words. What did he mean by that power? Was he referring to the Sharingan? However, Orochimaru targeted Sasuke not merely for being an Uchiha, but also because he was Itachi's younger brother. I was merely a distant relative of the Uchiha clan, not a pure blood. I couldn't fathom why it would pertain to me. Power, power. I lifted my head. In the desolate woods, whispers echoed from an unknown direction. Emotionless and unceasing, they repeated the word power. It began anew. I pressed my temples, thinking it must be that nightmare again. But that strange voice had never manifested in reality. Why was it getting closer this time? Nightshade? I swiftly threw a kunai in the direction of the sound. Upon closer inspection, it was Kabuto. Though he was not a good person, I felt relieved, fearing that the nightmare had materialized. Kabuto, startled by my sudden attack, dodged but suffered a scratch on his arm. "Calm down. I mean no harm." He raised his hands in a gesture of peace. I withdrew my combat stance. "What are you doing here?" I got lost." Kabuto scratched his head sheepishly. "Seeing you alone here, I thought I'd keep you company since we've met before." Listening to his half-truths, I assumed he wouldn't suddenly turn hostile, so I didn't expose him. All right. I resumed my seat on the stone. Having just faced an attack and lost contact with Sasuke and the others, with my leg still injured and unable to move, Kabuto adjusted his glasses. "Let me take a look." He crouched down to examine my hastily bandaged leg. "Your treatment will only worsen the wound." "What?" He then unwrapped the cloth from my leg, his hand glowing faintly green, eliciting a tingling sensation. In a short while, he stood up and said, "Try moving." I attempted to move and found no pain. Incredible. I stood up and stomped my feet. Are all medical ninjas this impressive? Not really, Kabuto replied with a faint smile. Without teammates, one's combat ability is completely null. Haha, surviving is winning, I joked. Kabuto paused, then laughed heartily, seeming to find wisdom in my words. Meanwhile, on Sakura's side, Sasuke had collapsed, and Naruto had also fallen. I had separated from the group, leaving Sakura alone in fear and difficulty. Yet, with Kabuto accompanying me, I hesitated to bring him back to Sakura. However, if Kabuto was willing to help treat Naruto, it would be more effective. Should I take that gamble? As I walked, I wrestled with the dilemma, not paying attention to the path, and suddenly tripped over a tree root, falling flat. I ended up lying on the ground, feeling quite embarrassed and reluctant to get up. Nightshade? Kabuto exclaimed, startled. Are you all right? I'm dead, I murmured, feeling socially mortified. Kabuto, unsure of what to do, noticed I wouldn't rise. So he reached out and helped me up to my feet, observing that I was unharmed. You seem quite human when you act like one, I mused internally. If there is no issue, let us continue on. As if nothing had occurred, I continued towards the destination, accompanied by Do, who held the scroll. Do nodded in affirmation. Why are you walking alone then? Aren't your companions supposed to protect you? Do smiled softly, dismissing the matter, as it was not intentional. Indeed, I replied nonchalantly. To be honest, I was completely unfamiliar with the route. It was Do who led the way. After an extensive period of travel, we encountered a few inconsequential foes, all of whom I easily dispatched. That person ahead, could it be your teammate? Do inquired, pointing towards a figure that bore a resemblance to Naruto. I squinted and observed. It certainly seemed like him. What is he doing? Do adjusted his glasses, noting that Naruto appeared to be studying the scroll. Suddenly, Do dashed forward. Hey! I quickly followed suit. Do seized Naruto's hand just as he was about to unfurl the scroll. Have you forgotten the rules? Both Sakura and Naruto were startled. Upon seeing Do, they were further shocked to see me. Hello, I called out from behind Do. Sasuke, who had been a distance away, rushed over. Are there enemies? He relaxed upon recognizing us. Yuyo, where have you been? Oh, after that battle, I fell below and got lost until I met Do here. He guided me along, and I assumed you would be heading towards the destination as well. You weren't injured, were you? Sasuke scrutinized me from head to toe. I waved my hand dismissively. I'm fine, just a minor injury, but Do has already healed me. He is a medical ninja. Sasuke then turned his gaze towards Do. Is that so? Then I thank you. Do smiled modestly. It's no trouble. By the way, why are you alone? Sasuke regarded Do with suspicion. Oh, please don't regard me with such hostility. I have no intention of seizing your scrolls. Do chuckled lightly. True, if I had intended to attack, I would have done so long ago, Sasuke replied. So, your objective is also the Heaven Scroll? Do produced both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls from his pocket. No, I have already collected them. I glanced at him, realizing so that's why you have been leisurely accompanying me. Haha, Do laughed. Sasuke paused for a moment before stating, Do, let us settle this in a duel. Huh. Naruto and Sakura, overhearing, were left bewildered. Do smiled. So you intend to challenge me? Naruto suddenly exclaimed, Sasuke, how can you steal Do-senpai's scroll? You heartless fiend. He just saved me and brought Yuyo back. Naruto, calm down, Sakura urged, attempting to restrain the agitated Naruto, yet she cast a worried glance at Sasuke. Sasuke, I too feel this is not right. There is no time left. We must proceed, Sasuke stated coolly. Do chuckled, are you serious? But deep down, you haven't truly resolved to face me, have you? You could have attacked while I was distracted, which would have been far more effective than issuing a challenge. I find you all to be less bothersome than I expected, so I shall offer you some guidance on your path. Do adjusted his glasses, however. We must converse while moving. Your fire from earlier has already attracted other foes. With that, he leaped onto a tree branch. Sasuke quickly followed, with Naruto and Sakura trailing behind. I sighed and matched their pace. The four of them sped ahead, while Do imparted a fresh perspective, explaining that many seek the scrolls, and both those with and without scrolls are en route to the ultimate destination, the tall tower. Thus, as those of us without the scrolls, hiding along the way is most convenient, while Do, having already acquired the scrolls, would find traversing this necessary path perilous alone. Hence our partnership to assist us in acquiring the Heaven Scroll. Chapter 14. The third exam commences as we neared the tall tower. A colossal centipede suddenly obstructed our path. What a fright! Naruto exclaimed, hurling a shuriken. Let's take a detour. This is troublesome. I regarded the centipede, feeling a sense of unease. My fear of massive creatures was triggered. The group altered their course, but the more we advanced, the more something felt amiss. It seems we have fallen into an illusion. Do remarked, halting and pointing at another giant centipede. We are merely going in circles. How could this be? Sakura questioned, perplexed. Could it be that we are being targeted? It appears so. Sasuke assumed a combat stance. Indeed, Several rain ninjas emerged, their eyes fixed ominously upon us. Prepare for battle. We formed a circle. Yet the number of rain ninjas continued to swell. Are they clones? Sasuke observed the multitude of rain ninjas. Naruto charged forward to attack, only to find that he could not land a hit. They were all mere phantoms. It's an illusion, Sakura noted. However, Do was struck by a shuriken from one of the rain ninjas, clutching his bleeding wound. Why can we not strike them? Naruto panicked. Sasuke activated his Sharingan. I will see through their illusion. I, too, weary from the journey, felt somewhat vexed and directly revealed to them that this was indeed an illusion, merely a diversion. Do was injured because their real bodies lurked nearby, observing and coordinating with the phantoms to create the illusion of an attack on us. With that, I tossed a shuriken into a relatively concealed bush. Come out. 3 shadows emerged, blending among the illusions. Since we've exposed you, I declared Naruto. Let's swarm them. Naruto immediately grasped my intent, summoning a multitude of shadow clones to engage in a chaotic brawl. The rest of us joined the fray. The 3 rain ninjas, cunning as they were, continued to strike from the shadows even after being discovered. Do was pinned down. Sasuke glanced over with concern, only to meet Do's gaze, which brimmed with lethal intent, if only for a fleeting moment. Ultimately, the rain ninjas were vanquished. Do wiped the blood from his face, offering a wry smile. What a fierce battle. Indeed, I replied casually, retrieving the heaven scroll from the rain ninjas. Sasuke's suspicion towards Do intensified. After organizing ourselves, we finally reached the tower effortlessly. Now that we have arrived at our destination, we shall part ways, Do stated. I must wait for my teammates. All right, Do-senpai, goodbye. Naruto waved amicably. Sakura and I also bid him farewell out of courtesy. Sasuke, however, silently turned and entered the tower. We had successfully passed the second exam. Crossing through the tower, we arrived at what appeared to be an arena. Gradually, other successful candidates made their entrance. I spotted familiar faces from my cohort, as well as Gaara and his team, Guy's squad, and Do's figure. The examiner for the third round was Moonlight Breeze, who appeared somewhat unwell as he explained the examination process, which was essentially an elimination-style combat. After outlining the potential dangers, Do was the first to raise his hand, declaring his intent to forfeit the exam. Naruto, unable to hold back, exclaimed, Do-senpai. What are you doing? Do merely smiled. It cannot be helped. The previous battle drained me of too much energy. I cannot proceed in the third round. I cast a glance at his figure, choosing not to respond. Sakura hesitated behind us, tugging at Sasuke's sleeve. Sasuke, perceiving her intent, coldly rebuffed her, expressing his desire for her not to meddle. I observed, feigning ignorance, Sakura, what is it? Sakura glanced at me, then at Sasuke, eager to speak. But upon encountering Sasuke's glare, she swallowed her words. This individual was indeed aware of the need for Sakura to remain silent, recognizing the perilous situation he was in. I felt exasperated by his bravado. You only sustained a few minor injuries while I was away. It does not affect you at all. Sasuke dismissed my concerns. Had I not been privy to the script, I might have believed him. However, I chose not to involve myself too much, as every step taken thus far was crucial. The third round commenced, and Kakashi also arrived. The contestants and their instructors were arranged in designated rest areas and spectator seats. The first of our team to take the stage was Sasuke, facing an opponent named Chikukai. I had no intention of watching. After all, Sasuke faced quite a beating in the early stages. I crouched by the spectators' railing, stealing glances, and ultimately, Sasuke emerged victorious with his Lion's Barrage technique. This move, a modification of Rock Lee's skill replicated through the Sharingan, had previously saved Sasuke from a severe thrashing by Lee. Yet, in this battle, it still played a supplementary role, and I felt relieved that my intervention did not disrupt the storyline. After the fight, Sasuke was not in the best condition. I had already caught sight of the faint curse marks on him. He was taken for treatment and rest. Competing early had its merits. It allowed for an earlier retreat. And for someone like me who knew the outcome, the match lost its appeal. As I was lost in thought, my name was called. Chongqing Plains, against Uchiha Yu. Who was that? I pondered, realizing this character was absent from the original narrative. What are you daydreaming about? Naruto remarked, encouraging me. Go for it, Yu-chan. I nodded and stepped onto the field. I presumed I was not as renowned as Sasuke, yet the name Uchiha would naturally attract a few extra glances. Gaara, teachers from other classes, and even Orochimaru's spies seemed to have their eyes on me. It was not mere self-doubt. I felt a tinge of social anxiety. My opponent was an unfamiliar sister, whose demeanor was somewhat intimidating. I had no knowledge of her fighting style and considered surrendering. However, I hesitated, recalling the anticipation on Naruto's face. With a sigh, I assumed a combat stance. I possessed no distinctive fighting posture. Although I had traversed the ninja world for several years and trained in ninjutsu, I still relied on the martial arts of my past life. This was precisely why I intended to learn from Hinata later on. To my surprise, the taijutsu enthusiast in Guy's class seemed intrigued. Please, do not take an interest in me, I thought, feeling socially awkward. The sister opposite me dismissed me as a mere child, charging at me with kunai. I sighed and effortlessly sidestepped her attack, truthfully underestimating her. How formidable could someone who had never appeared in the original work truly be? As it turned out, I was mistaken. After several exchanges, I spat blood onto the ground and rose. That truly hurt, I muttered. My opponent was not faring much better, bruised and panting. I was not particularly skilled in ninjutsu and preferred to avoid it, as it often led to embarrassing failures. Yet, my adversary's hand-to-hand combat prowess was formidable, forcing me into a corner. Fire style, great fireball technique. I inhaled deeply and unleashed a colossal fireball, the largest I had conjured thus far. If I were to describe it vividly, it resembled a bubblegum bubble, albeit inflated with chakra. My opponent, lacking stamina and not having utilized much ninjutsu during our bout, likely due to her own inadequacy in offensive techniques, was momentarily stunned by my enormous fireball, uncertain of how to retaliate or even evade. Ultimately, it was the Moonlight Gale that shattered my fireball, declaring the match concluded. Moonlight Gale is truly impressive. After receiving the victory, I collapsed on the spot. Status, Stamina 0, Chakra 0. Chapter 15. Out for training, I am unsure who carried me away. All I know is that it felt as though I had slept for an eternity. Upon awakening, I found Hinata lying in the bed beside me, appearing gravely injured. Sakura had visited, and I learned that the final rounds would take place in a month. In the original timeline, 9 individuals advanced, facing off in pairs, with Temari receiving a bye in the first round. However, I had inserted myself into the equation, leading to a matchup between Temari and me in the first round. I was not particularly surprised by this news. I had no intention of winning, as I aimed to provide Temari and Shikamaru with an opportunity. Sasuke remained confined to the hospital, and I was well aware of the reasons behind his isolation for treatment. Sakura eventually recounted the events surrounding Sasuke, detailing their experiences. I could only smile and assure her that there was no need for concern. Everything would be fine. It certainly would be fine. I was aware of the script. Yet, why was I trembling? Normally, I would not feel anxious, but once I settled down and began to reflect, a tide of anxiety washed over me from all directions. It echoed the sentiment that only through personal experience could one truly grasp the emotions involved. While I had empathized with the characters in the manga, nothing compared to the depth of feeling I experienced now. As a family member of a patient, I was permitted to visit Sasuke, who appeared gravely ill. Not from injury, but from the curse mark's encroachment. Kakashi gently patted my shoulder, reassuring me that there was no need to worry. He would handle everything. I nodded, saying little in response. Naruto sought guidance from other instructors to enhance his ninjutsu, and I contemplated my own course of action. After bidding farewell to Sakura and asking her to care for the ailing Sasuke, I prepared to leave the village. By yourself? Sakura asked, concern evident in her voice. Why not bring Naruto along? I shook my head, stating it was unnecessary. Naruto had his own responsibilities. I would be cautious on my journey and would not venture far, merely seeking a suitable place for training, especially given how formidable my next opponent would be. Thinking of Temari's strength, Sakura nodded in understanding, reminding me to keep it a secret from Kakashi-sensei. Why? I wished for him to concentrate on aiding Sasuke and not be distracted by my trivial matters. I scratched my head. All right, Sakura agreed. The following morning, I set off from the village. I concealed my forehead protector, striving to appear as an ordinary villager, which might afford me greater safety. After all, the weaker I appeared, the lesser the threat I would attract. Strong individuals are only interested in other strong individuals. Although I was not particularly powerful, attracting someone of equal strength could present complications. An ordinary villager would typically encounter nothing more than mountain bandits, which were hardly worth mentioning. While I claimed to be venturing out for training, I lacked a specific goal. Instead, I yearned to investigate the nature of that nightmare and the truths it conveyed, as well as what Orochimaru had spoken of. Whenever I attempted to delve into these matters, that infernal voice ceased to make itself known. After several days away, I rested by a babbling brook, tossing small stones from the shore into the water, startling the fish, which darted away only to return moments later. What a 7-second memory, I mused, watching the fish swim back and forth. Suddenly, the fish scattered, and I sensed someone approaching from behind. There was no hostility, yet an aura of pressure accompanied their presence. I stood and turned to look. A figure cloaked in black, donning a mask, approached slowly. "Ah, hello," the person spoke. I recognized the spiraled mask and surmised this individual was Akatsuki's Deidara. Although I sensed no malice, a twinge of fear coursed through me, for I knew who he was. Yet I could not fathom his purpose for seeking me. Deidara greeted me in what he presumed to be a friendly manner. "Hello there." "Hello," I replied cautiously. "Uchihayu," he stated, as if confirming my identity. I nodded. "And you are? What do you want?" Deidara adjusted his red cloud cloak. "You don't know?" I shook my head, admitting I did not recognize him. "Ah, I see," he mused, leaning in closer, observing me intently, just as Itachi-san described. "Itachi?" I latched onto the key term. "You know Itachi?" Deidara nodded, but then waved his hand dismissively. "Forget about Itachi. He didn't send me to find you." I watched him circle around me, making me dizzy. I reached out to grasp him, but missed entirely and stumbled, losing my balance and falling into the brook. "You!" I splashed in the water, cursing under my breath, realizing how difficult it was to interact with this person. "Ah, my apologies." A fae gazed at me in the water, asking if I needed assistance. I wiped my face and brushed back my damp hair. "Who on earth are you? Speak plainly if you have something to say." "Oh, come now. There's no need to be so fierce," a fae replied as he pulled me from the water and set me down on the ground, fanning the air to cool off the tension. I stood there, twisting the wet hem of my clothes, utterly perplexed. "Actually, there are people above who wish to meet you." A fae began to explain, "but I'm not sure why or if it's even you, so I thought I'd observe for a bit." I was speechless. This person was clearly toying with my emotions. "Let us not waste time. Come with me," he urged. "Where to?" I queried, certain it couldn't be to the headquarters of the Akatsuki. "I don't know. Just follow me," he replied. "You sound like a trafficker," I quipped. "How rude," he retorted. Nevertheless, I obediently followed him, realizing that even if I refused, I might be knocked unconscious and taken away anyway. The journey wasn't too long, but the location was rather secluded, a wooden cabin nestled within a grove. A fae gestured for me to enter the cabin while he remained outside. "Go in alone." I pointed to myself, and a fae nodded. Taking a deep breath, I ascended the steps and knocked on the door. It swung open automatically, revealing a dark interior with only a single table. I saw no one inside. Upon stepping in, the door closed behind me, and I heard a rustling sound, reminiscent of pages turning. "Uchihayuru," a woman's voice stated calmly. "Who are you?" I inquired, already knowing her identity. "You need not concern yourself with my name," she replied. "What I require from you is the secret of the paradise." I was taken aback. I had no idea what she was referring to. "Please think carefully," she urged. I felt no need to ponder, as I recalled the first time I heard that term during my battle with Zabuza. The nightmare had mentioned it, but all I knew was a name, hardly a secret. I couldn't fathom why Conan was asking about this, or if it was Nagato's intent. After a moment of silence, Conan asked, "What do you know about it?" Clearly, she was determined to extract information from me. Chapter 16, An Accord in Truth. I had no reason to conceal anything, so I recounted all I knew thus far. The occasional voice in my mind, the concept of the paradise, and the notion of soul collection. When Conan inquired how to access the paradise, I shook my head. "I don't know." I genuinely had no clue. Conan must have sensed my honesty, for she eventually extended an offer of collaboration. "The Akatsuki sincerely invites you to join us." I was utterly bewildered. "Please tell me your reasons and your objectives." Conan did not hold back. She explained, "We need the power of your clan, the Yoru clan, specifically the power related to the paradise. However, given your current state, you have yet to grasp this power. Therefore, I hope you will join us. We can assist you in quickly acquiring the abilities of the Yoru clan." "Do you know how?" I asked. "We do not," she admitted. "That is precisely why we seek to establish a fair partnership. If we knew, you wouldn't be sitting here conversing with me." She was correct. The Akatsuki's goal was the paradise, yet they lacked the means to obtain it without harming me, hence the need for open dialogue about collaboration. "What if I refuse?" I queried, genuinely indifferent but curious. Conan chuckled lightly. "You have no room to refuse. Although we want to take your life for now, we want to let you go. We will employ other measures. If you desire freedom, you must agree to our terms. This was just as I had anticipated. I nodded, I agree. A wise decision, Conan said, extending her hand toward me. Unsure of her intentions, I placed my hand in hers. Conan's fingers clamped around my wrist, and I felt a sharp pain. I instinctively withdrew my hand. What was that? I glanced at the inside of my wrist, where a black cloud-like mark had appeared, roughly at the Naguan point. What is this? I demanded. You may understand it as our contract seal, Conan replied. The Akatsuki will help you unravel the secrets of the paradise and master its power. But you must remember to repay us and keep our dealings confidential. This was undeniably a coercive clause, yet I could only nod in resignation. Should you breach this agreement? I have infused this mark with a significant amount of chakra. I will ensure it spreads throughout your body, she warned. All right, I interrupted. You needn't elaborate further. Just understand, she responded with a sigh. So when do I begin following you to explore my secrets? I asked. In a month. I must return to Konoha for the exams, at which point I want of time to remain outside the village. Let us commence now, regardless of the outcome. We will ensure your return in a month, Conan concluded. After finalizing our agreement, I opened the cabin door to leave. As light flooded in, I turned back, but saw only Conan's hand. Throughout our lengthy conversation, I had only glimpsed that one hand. Though Conan claimed she would assist me in discovering how to acquire the power of the paradise, there was a notable lack of tangible action in the following days. A fae followed me around, aimlessly wandering. Don't you have anything better to do? I asked, eyeing the leisurely fae with his hands behind his back. My task is to follow you, he replied cheerfully. Despite his constant presence, I remained diligent in my training. However, his incessant comments were infuriating. Mere words were of little help. He should contribute something substantial. Yet a fae would only assert that he had little experience in battle, relying on the lessons learned from observing his seniors, merely engaging in idle speculation. I recognized that he was merely performing, so I chose not to dwell on it excessively. Though I was more concerned about whether my next match would result in a humiliating defeat, reflecting poorly on the Uchiha clan. Thus, during my idle moments, I thought to discuss my upcoming battle with a fae. Do you know of Temari from the Sand Village in the Land of Wind? A fae shook his head, indicating he was unfamiliar. She wields a massive fan, I explained, drawing a stick figure in the dirt. That giant fan can both defend and attack, making her a challenging opponent. I don't aim to win, but I certainly don't want to lose too badly, as it would tarnish our Uchiha family's reputation. A fae pondered for a moment, then suggested, if her fan is so troublesome, perhaps we should prevent her from using it. I paused, momentarily taken aback. His logic was sound, albeit impractical. In the 7 days following my negotiations with Conan, I focused solely on my training, having no leads regarding the paradise. Conan had not mentioned anything further about it, leading me to believe she was not in a rush. However, everything changed when I encountered Uchiha Itachi. This was my first meeting with him since the Uchiha massacre, and he was accompanied by a man known as Kisame, who was easily recognizable. When Itachi spotted me, he displayed no signs of shock. I surmised he had likely known all along that Conan was searching for me, but I was left wondering what Itachi wanted. Itachi? I instinctively called out to him upon seeing him. He appeared indifferent, his hand resting on his collar, seemingly not in a combative mood, though the atmosphere was undeniably tense. Itachi did not respond to my greeting. Instead, Kisame spoke first. So you are Itachi's sister? I nodded. Huh. You seem like just an ordinary child, Kisame chuckled. I heard you have a younger brother who is the truly talented one. Itachi closed his eyes, ignoring Kisame's idle chatter. What brings you here, Itachi? On a mission? A fae interjected. It was only then that Itachi opened his eyes and simply replied, no. Is there something going on? Akatsuki approached, standing beside Itachi, pondering whether he had come specifically to see me. Find her. Itachi's gaze shifted to me, and inexplicably, I found myself locking eyes with him for a fleeting moment, which filled me with an unsettling premonition. Akatsuki, puzzled, asked, looking for Cheyenne? She is already one of us. Before he could finish his words, Itachi was already standing directly in front of me, mere inches apart. I yearned to create some distance, yet I found myself immobilized. I swallowed hard and tremblingly called out. Itachi. His eyes had transformed into the Sharingan, the crimson gaze fixed upon me, compelling me to meet his stare. In that instant, the sky turned crimson, and the surrounding environment seemed to be cloaked in a scarlet filter. Akatsuki and Kisame vanished, leaving only the two of us. Chapter 17. Paradise. The sky had turned crimson, and the surroundings appeared as if shrouded in a red veil. Akatsuki and Kisame were nowhere to be found, leaving just the two of us. Was it an illusion? It had to be. I told myself that this was merely the genjutsu of the Sharingan. Itachi remained silent, suddenly transforming into a swarm of crows that scattered in all directions, their cawing echoing around me. What does this mean? I shouted into the sky, bewildered by his sudden appearance and the illusion he had cast upon me. You are the one that slipped through the net. Itachi's voice echoed from above. Was he referring to the massacre of our clan? Why? Why kill our family, even our uncle and aunt? My voice grew weaker, for deep down, I already knew the answer. Itachi offered no response to my inquiry. His crows suddenly soared from behind me, their wings flapping as I squinted my eyes. When I opened them again, the scene had shifted, transforming into the night of the Uchiha massacre, bodies strewn across the ground, devoid of life. I stumbled back in terror, aware that it was all an illusion, yet unable to escape the grip of fear within me. It was akin to a timid individual stepping into a haunted house, desperately trying to convince themselves that it was all fake, yet still paralyzed by fear. The crows cawed loudly in the sky, circling above me, occasionally swooping down to harass me. Every time I attempted to strike them, I found only the phantoms of the illusion. They swiftly reformed and continued their flight. Though illusions seem harmless, they relentlessly attacked my psyche, and in a brief span, I felt utterly exhausted. My thoughts shifted once more, and the scene altered again, revealing Sasuke standing before me, his back turned. Sasuke! I called out to him, but he did not respond. Itachi appeared before Sasuke, though I could not hear their exchange. I could discern Sasuke's emotions, raw, palpable anger, as he charged at Itachi. Yet, the disparity in power was stark. Itachi effortlessly severed Sasuke's head. My mouth fell open in shock, my lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. It was all a lie, merely a fabrication. Yet that scene replayed around me like a kaleidoscope, over and over again. I could only rely on closing my eyes to escape. However, closing my eyes proved futile. It was as if I had entered another dream, my mind transporting me to a different scene, a place fraught with peril, flames licking at the edges. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, they stood across from me, inching toward danger, toward death. Enough! I screamed. The scene shifted again. Now I was in danger, surrounded by a myriad of knives slowly closing in, flames creeping ever closer. There was nowhere to hide, and I lacked the strength to resist, merely watching as death drew nearer. Death might not be so terrifying, but the dread of being observed by those dear to me, the horror of separation, was profound. I saw Sasuke in the distance, as though we had swapped places. He looked at me, trapped in danger, his voice echoing in despair, urging me to flee. I couldn't escape. I didn't want to die. Nor did I wish for Sasuke to witness my demise, just as I dreaded witnessing his. Time and again, I was subjected to various harrowing scenes, my resolve nearly depleted, and I truly felt on the brink of madness. I crashed into a cacophony of despair, forgetting what was real and what was illusion, contemplating whether it would be better to simply perish. My final reserves of energy drained, my mind blanked, and I drifted into unconsciousness. When I opened my eyes again, lingering trepidation gripped me. I dared not look. Yet a brilliant white light flooded my vision, and I realized I was no longer within Itachi's genjutsu. Where was I? This place felt familiar, a pure, white void. Quick, thank me, a familiar voice resonated in my mind. I recalled that this was the so-called paradise. How did I get here? I asked straightforwardly. Your spirit has perished, so you have arrived at paradise. Speak plainly. All right. It means that when you are closest to death, when your heart is shattered and you lack the desire to continue living, you will arrive here. How could it be? Have I been driven to the brink of suicide by Itachi's illusions? Not at all. Your mental state is quite healthy. The voice seemed to resonate with my innermost thoughts, addressing my doubts. Because this is your paradise, you did not come here to die, but to seek refuge. Although you have yet to assume control here, when pushed to a certain extent, you will passively arrive here. I began to understand. Paradise was merely a manifestation of my mental realm, a sanctuary I would retreat to when my spirit shattered. You are correct, but you are missing an important point. The voice interjected, this is not merely a mental realm. Do not forget, it is a place that can harbor souls. Upon uttering these words, the figures of Fugaku Uchiha and Mikoto materialized in the distance. interacting with smiles on their faces. I stared in astonishment, wanting to approach them, yet the distance between us remained unchanged, as if they were oblivious to my presence. Turning my head, I spotted Zabuza and Haku, laughing together in a snow-covered clearing. They were them. The voice, laced with temptation, remarked, "They are souls that have been absorbed. They continue to live in this paradise, forgetting that they have already died. What significance does that hold if they remember nothing?" I lowered my head. "So, you were waiting for you to take charge. What do you mean?" I could not fathom how this related to me. This vast, empty place exists because its master neglects it. If you are willing to assume control, this paradise will not be forsaken, and these unclaimed souls will regain their memories, reuniting with the loved ones they yearn for. I see. So, have you made up your mind? Ha ha. I could not help but laugh. It was absurd, yet I agreed. Although I did not believe paradise fundamentally altered my powers, it served as a resurrection mechanism, a means to resurrect others, though I did not know if it could revive me. Providing my soul with a refuge in exceptional circumstances was not without merit. At worst, I could switch bodies and relive my journey. With such an ability at my disposal, I felt a sense of calm, and the enigmatic voice informed me that upon taking charge of paradise, it would serve as my mental space, capable of storing inanimate objects. A truly portable pocket of space. Chapter 18. The village I reached in accord with that nightmare. I decided to take over paradise and acquire the so-called power of the Nightshade clan. Upon severing my connection with paradise, the illusory scenes before me shattered. My eyes momentarily flickered with a hue of yellow. Itachi tightly shut his eyes, appearing somewhat pained. Kisame, realizing the situation, exclaimed in surprise, "Has Itachi been backfired? What has this little girl done?" I glanced around. The sky had not changed. It feels as though I have spent an eternity within the realm of illusions and paradise. Yet in reality, it seems only mere minutes have passed. Is it true that time flows nearly stagnant in the land of bliss? Even Itachi himself cannot fathom why his Genjutsu was suddenly dispelled. To break an illusion cast by the Sharingan is no ordinary feat. When he opened his eyes to observe me once more, a subtle smile graced his lips before he turned and departed, saying nothing, as though he were merely a cold entity fulfilling a task. So this is how it is. After Itachi left, I collapsed onto the ground, feeling somewhat unsteady on my feet. Afei rushed over, concerned, asking if I was all right. I shook my head, for I had uncovered the secret of the Yoryu clan. Conan seemed to have anticipated my visit, as she was already waiting for me in that wooden cabin. Upon entering for the second time, I still could not see her, but I knew she was present. After closing the door, I spoke directly. "Is your aim to resurrect someone?" Conan remained silent, not answering my question directly. "Is this the secret of the Yoryu clan that you know?" I nodded. "Itachi called you, did he not?" "Indeed. Such pain it brings," I thought, resting my forehead in my palm. I had already struck a pact with that nightmare, agreeing to expand the paradise. Once it reached a certain level of completion, the souls within could be resurrected. I relayed the details concerning the paradise to Conan. But as of now, I merely possessed the ability to collect souls, far from achieving any resurrection. "That is sufficient," Conan replied. "We still have time. Thus, you should share your intentions with me." Although I already had an inkling of the answer within my heart. "You will know in due time," Conan responded, still not addressing me directly. "Before you reach that level, before you can truly assist us, we will aid you in your growth." "Then I shall not refuse," I replied, for it was an agreement already established. Ever since I gained control over the paradise, I could freely enter and exit, no longer forced in by mental corruption. Within the paradise, some familiar members of the Uchiha clan resided, along with Zabuza and Haku. I was unaware of when they had been included, but they could not see those who had no connection to them. For instance, the Uchiha clan members formed one circle, while Zabuza and Haku formed another, each unaware of the other, and they could not see me moving amongst them. They lived as if in the original world, appearing entirely unremarkable. The pure, white void revealed only small backgrounds, houses, and living tools where people were present. The scope was limited, according to the nightmare. It was because too few souls had been collected, rendering the paradise insufficiently rich. In the following days, Conan sent Afei to accompany me in training. And I did not see Itachi again. Afei's training methods were utterly baffling, resembling mere amusement. There was hide-and-seek training, chase training, and even card games. "Oh, I won again," Afei exclaimed, raising his hands in celebration, even lifting his feet off the ground in joy. I tossed my cards into the discard pile, questioning, Did you really not cheat? Hee hee, not at all, Ah Fei replied with a mischievous grin. I eyed him skeptically, reaching to gather the cards once more to verify if he had indeed played fairly. Do you not trust me? Ah Fei exclaimed, pressing down on my hand to stop me. That's not good. I merely smiled, knowing full well that this fellow had likely cheated. Yu-chan, I'm hungry. Let us find something to eat. Ah Fei abruptly shifted the topic. I could not be bothered to argue. Glancing at the sun's position, it was already afternoon. Let us head to the village for a bite, I suggested. Ah Fei proposed that there should be a secluded village nearby, with minimal security. Good idea, I agreed. Standing up, after all, I was just an ordinary person. Cunning, Ah Fei removed his red cloud cloak, donning simple black garb, and I noticed he had changed into a fox demon mask without my noticing, completing his simple disguise. The nearby village was neither large nor small, possessing all necessary amenities, a vegetable market, noodle shops, and small eateries. Ah Fei and I found a small restaurant where the proprietress, an elderly woman, noticed our enjoyment of the meal and brought us an extra dish while engaging us in conversation. As we chatted, she suddenly lowered her voice, asking, Are you two ninjas? The question seemed abrupt, arising out of casual conversation. I looked at Ah Fei, then back at the old woman, responding, Yes, we are ninjas. The old woman appeared somewhat flustered. Then you two should leave this village quickly after finishing your meal. For some reason, outsiders are not allowed here now. How strange. She continued. At the village entrance, there are people inspecting outsiders to ensure they are not ninjas. If they find any, they are not permitted to enter. She explained that their village bordered 2 different countries, and previously, ninjas from various nations would pass through, and they provided lodging and food in exchange for monetary support. However, since the order prohibiting outsider ninjas from entering the village was issued, they had cut off their economic lifeline. And those of us running small shops had not seen customers in ages. So when I saw you two, I found it odd and thought to ask. Since that is the case, without an economic source, how does the village survive? I inquired. The old woman shook her head, sighing. As for the village matters, we villagers have no authority. We only know that outsiders are banned. I suspect that in time, someone will come to check for any infiltrating ninjas. So you two must be cautious and leave as soon as possible. I do not know what troubles you may face if caught. It is best to avoid that. I refrained from asking further questions, as it seemed the old woman did not fully grasp the reasons behind the situation. I could only nod in understanding. Chapter 19. Confrontation. After dining with Ah Fei, we resolved to heed the old woman's advice and leave the village promptly. However, just as we stepped out of the shop, 3 burly villagers called out to us. Hey, you two there. We initially intended to ignore them and slip away, but the trio pursued us relentlessly. Reluctantly, to avoid trouble, we decided to put on an act. What is it? I offered a smile. The lead villager, a robust young man dressed plainly, bore bandages around his wrists and calluses on his hands. You two are not from this village, are you? Where did you enter from? I blinked in confusion, replying innocently, Of course, we came through the village gate. Were you not inspected at the entrance? He pressed. I nodded. Yes, there were checks. But we carried nothing unusual. We merely passed through to buy some food. You're not ninjas? At the moment we were halted by him. I had transferred all my ninja tools into the paradise. I was uncertain if Obito had anything on him, but upon a glance, he appeared to be empty-handed as well. Do we look like ninjas to you? Obito chimed in cheerfully. You are the most suspicious, wearing a mask. The villager pointed at Obito. How could that be? Obito replied, grinning. I wear a mask because, suddenly, a deep voice interrupted from behind us. Where did you come from? I whipped around, and Ah Fei halted, looking toward the source of the voice. A burly man stood before us, adorned with what resembled a hidden rock village headband, dressed as a ninja. We observed him in silence, and to my astonishment, he reached out and grasped my neck, lifting me effortlessly. At that moment, my petite frame of merely 1 meter and 45 centimeters was easily hoisted, causing an immediate sensation of suffocation. I could distinctly feel the throbbing veins at my temples. Desperately, I clawed at his hand, attempting to free myself, but it was utterly futile. I could not comprehend why this was happening. Was it merely because I was a ninja from a different village? Ah Fei merely watched in silence. I was uncertain of his expression behind the mask, yet I felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. I parted my lips, striving to emit a sound for help, but I was uncertain if Ah Fei could hear me. Suddenly, the burly man tossed me aside, hurling me toward Ah Fei. I collided with him, sending him sprawling to the ground, while I lay on top of him, gasping for breath amidst violent coughs and retches. I had nearly met my demise for no apparent reason. This man was by no means an ordinary ninja, surely of a higher rank. The villagers rushed to encircle the imposing figure, evidently startled, as they were reluctant to witness any fatalities in their village. However, the ninja paid little heed, casting a scornful glance at us and remarking that while we were indeed ninjas, we were merely two lowly genin, seemingly fresh from the academy. Once I regained my composure and glanced back at the man, he had already turned to leave. Among the 3 villagers, one remained while the other 2 followed the burly man. The remaining villager wiped the sweat from his brow and urged, "If you're not dead, you should hasten your departure from the village. It seems Lord Long is in a good mood today. He recognized you as ninjas, but refrained from killing you on the spot." Ah Fei stood up and helped me to my feet. Why does that man harbor such animosity toward us outsiders? We merely came to dine, I pondered aloud. The villager, in a hurry to expel us, echoed my sentiments. I don't know, just leave quickly. If Lord Long decides to kill you again, I cannot save you. Ultimately, we remained oblivious to the reasons behind the hostility. Upon exiting the village, I began to feel the pain in my neck. Initially, I struggled to breathe, but as I adjusted, the physical pain set in. As I gazed at my reflection by the riverbank, I noticed the deep marks left by the grip on my neck, unsightly and painful. It was truly exasperating. I felt a twinge of frustration, sulking by the river. Ah Fei reclined on a nearby rock, nonchalantly crossing his legs. His relaxed demeanor only fueled my anger, prompting me to throw a stone at him, though it passed through his form and landed on the grass. "A mere slap wouldn't kill you," I exclaimed in exasperation. "What if it did? I am quite fragile," he replied in a pitiful tone, yet I felt no sympathy. Noticing my impending fury, Ah Fei quickly altered his demeanor. Sitting upright and acknowledging it was my fault, he rummaged through his belongings, producing some bandages and ointment, recalling that the leader had provided these, and hastily offered them to me. I snatched them away, retorting, "I can handle this myself." Ah Fei was left seated properly, while I tended to my wounds by the river, thinking to myself that I was now a significant figure in the Akatsuki, and he should be wary of provoking me, lest I inform the leader of his transgressions. After bandaging myself, I stored the remaining ointment and bandages in my pouch, claiming them as my own. However, the earlier events continued to vex me, compelling me to act. I gazed in the direction of the village, a surge of resentment igniting within me. "Such a strong killing intent," Ah Fei murmured, observing my silhouette. The ninja who had accosted us was from a Wagakure, if I recalled correctly. We were situated at the border between the land of fire and the land of grass, with the land of earth lying beyond the latter. It puzzled me why a ninja from a Wagakure would venture here. The only plausible explanation was that he was a rogue ninja, unconcerned with the bonds between nations or villages, willing to resort to violence. Yet, what could be the purpose of a rogue ninja seizing a small, nameless village? To plunder riches? But why then prohibit the entry of outside ninjas, who could potentially bring wealth to this village? As time passed, dusk approached, the sun casting a crimson hue across the horizon, while an inexplicable red glow emanated from the village. "Is it on fire?" I mused, standing atop a high rock to survey the village's direction. "It might be," I concluded. "Excellent, let us seize this opportunity." With that, I leapt from the rock and sprinted toward the village. Ah Fei reached out, attempting to halt me, but I had already distanced myself. Upon reaching the village entrance, I found the same 2 villagers stationed there as in the morning. I was uncertain if they had merely switched shifts or had been present all day. Yet their demeanor appeared neither overly alert nor entirely lackadaisical, still lacking in intelligence. The village walls were quite tall, obscuring the view within, but I could clearly see the strange red light. Oddly, there was no smoke, nor any sounds of chaos. Clearly, it was not a fire. "It doesn't seem like a fire," Ah Fei remarked, suddenly appearing behind me. I clenched my fists, determined to investigate. Discovering what was truly occurring was secondary. My primary objective was revenge. The absence of vigilant ninjas at the entrance suggested a limited number of enemies within. I could likely slip in unnoticed. "I shall infiltrate," I declared, pointing at Ah Fei. "That mask of yours is too conspicuous. Either remove it or remain behind." "Why should I?" he protested, fidgeting. I gazed at him incredulously. "Then why don't you remove your mask and join me?" Naturally, he would not. "You should stay here. If I encounter misfortune, report back to your leader. Inform him that a member of the Y clan failed to meet his expectations and perished." Ah Fei elongated the vowel, expressing confusion. But I was disinclined to engage in further futile conversation. I swiftly darted to a corner of the wall, where a dense tree provided cover. Crouching atop the wall, I could see into the village. The red light emanated from every home, suggesting an unknown source of illumination, bright enough to cast a glow outside, creating a rather eerie atmosphere. As the sun fully set and darkness enveloped the sky, the two gatekeepers shut the village gates and ventured deeper into the village. Seizing the opportunity, I stealthily followed them. Rather than returning home, the two made their way to an inconspicuous building adorned with peculiar wooden carvings that resembled ritualistic artifacts. Once inside, they did not re-emerge, leaving me momentarily devoid of a target. I hesitated to reveal myself. Should that man capture me again, my fate would likely be sealed. After observing for a while longer, I noticed an individual stealthily making their way down the path. Upon closer inspection, I recognized it was the elderly woman from the small shop earlier. She was carrying a sleeping infant, seemingly around 1 year old. The grandmother cautiously approached the village gate, seemingly intent on leaving, but found the door not only shut, but locked as well, rendering her efforts futile. Who goes there? The elderly woman was spotted by the same two gatekeepers who had initially manned the entrance. Why were they not in their homes at this hour? The woman, alarmed, shielded the child behind her and attempted to flee, but the guards had no intention of letting her escape. They pursued her directly. Recalling our brief encounter during the day, I sprinted toward the direction the grandmother was fleeing, darting along the wall. "Grandma," I whispered, beckoning her. She looked up, startled but relieved to see me. I nodded, then quickly fashioned a pulley-like device from a rope and a sturdy branch, instructing her, "Grab onto this rope. I will pull you up." In a moment of desperation, the old woman had no choice but to trust me. Grasping the rope tightly, I swiftly pulled both her and the child over the wall, then safely guided them down, allowing us to slip away from the village undetected. "Why are you still here in the village?" she inquired, cradling the child. I scratched my head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I was merely curious and wanted to take a look. The old woman didn't press further, expressing her gratitude instead. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been in dire straits had those two captured me. My grandson, he cannot what?" I questioned, sensing her hesitation. The old woman fell silent, her expression betraying a mix of desire to speak and restraint. There must be secrets within this village, in these tumultuous times. One of the survival principles is to remain uncurious and uninquisitive. "Please, tell me more," I urged, leaning closer, seeing the thirst for knowledge in my eyes. The old woman sighed in resignation. "Let us find a place to hide, and then I shall recount my tale." "Certainly. After you," I replied with a smile, gesturing for her to follow me to the initial campsite I shared with the Fae. Although it wasn't entirely concealed, it was relatively safe. Upon our arrival, we found a Fae sprawled on the ground, fast asleep. The old woman glanced at me, then at a Fae. "Do not mind him. Please have a seat," I gently encouraged, offering her a large stone to sit upon. The child had already awakened but remained quiet, curiously observing the surroundings with bright, clear eyes. The old woman held the child close, adjusting the swaddling to shield him from the night's chill. Once she was ready, she began recounting the events that had transpired in the village. The incident had not occurred long ago, perhaps 6 months prior, when the village, originally a bustling hub for ninjas from various nations, was suddenly besieged by a group of unruly ninjas from an unknown origin. Such disturbances had occurred before, but back then, the other more rational ninjas resting in the village had intervened to protect this natural, free haven. However, this time the chaos escalated to a point where no one dared to intervene. Finally, after 3 days, a robust ninja emerged, single-handedly teaching the troublemakers a lesson, thus reviving the village. In gratitude, the villagers absolved him of all costs for food and lodging, promising him complimentary hospitality whenever he returned. The strong ninja was elated and chose to remain, reveling in camaraderie with the villagers for 5 days and nights, indulging in feasting and merriment. Gradually, he lost the desire to leave, having tamed the rowdy outsiders and establishing a small ninja circle within the village. He proclaimed, "I can ensure the village's safety indefinitely." The villagers, though perplexed, accepted this arrangement. As the ranks of ninjas swelled, their ambitions grew correspondingly. Eventually, this formidable ninja sought an audience with the village chief, proposing to establish the village as a ninja stronghold, aspiring to become its leader. His ambitions expanded, even contemplating the conquest of neighboring villages in a bid to become the most formidable force in the ninja world. The chief, recognizing his insatiable greed, vehemently opposed the idea, which only served to infuriate the ninja. Undeterred by the chief's dissent, he disregarded the existence of this tranquil village and set his plans into motion. Chapter 21. Delving deeper, this ambitious ninja was the very one who nearly strangled me. His prowess was indeed formidable. Yet to assume he could command the entire ninja realm with such power was a delusion. As I pondered this, the old woman continued detailing the ninja's actions. After being rebuffed by the chief, he imprisoned the elder and began recruiting villagers aspiring to become ninjas. Employing various methods, whether through persuasion or coercion, he confined the villagers and subjected them to intense training. However, the ordinary villagers had their limits, and after several innocent villagers perished from exhaustion, the ninja altered his approach. Somehow, he acquired a scroll containing arcane techniques and initiated a ritual to transform the villagers into mindless puppets, thereby eliminating fatigue and resistance. The village's able-bodied youth were abducted, including the old woman's son. The village was left with only the elderly, deemed worthless by the ninja. The houses emanating a crimson glow were spaces where the rituals took place. He inscribed incantations in every home, conducting nightly purification ceremonies. The ninja sealed the village, barring the entry of any outsider ninjas, as the ritual seemed ineffective against them. This meant that only those capable of harnessing chakra could disrupt the ritual, making the ninja extremely wary of any external intrusions. Yet, it was precisely his arrogance that would lead to his regret for failing to extinguish us. A flame of vengeance ignited within me. "You look like a gloomy villain," a fae remarked from the side. I shot him a silent glare. "You are the true villain of this world. Spare me your commentary." "How can you say that?" a fae exclaimed, covering his face. "What a fierce accusation," I retorted, my silence deafening. Ignoring a fae, I turned back to the old woman. "You must not return to the village. There is a small shelter among the trees where you and the baby can spend the night. If you have friends or family in other villages, it would be best to seek them out quickly." The old woman nodded, cradling the child. "Thank you, dear girl. However, I have spent my entire life in this village, and I have no relatives outside." I was at a loss for words. Such is the perilous nature of these times. "Then we shall reclaim the village," a fae chimed in, articulating what I had just been contemplating, but I punched him. "Do not make presumptuous claims." "Ouch," a fae yelped, the punch landing squarely on him. "For now, let us leave it at that. We'll gather more intel tomorrow. We must avoid alarming them," I suggested. A fae concurred without objection. In the early hours of dawn, before the sun had risen, I prepared my tools and set out. A fae sat up and asked, "Are you truly going to take the risk?" I nodded. "This isn't a risk, it's a selfless act." "The old woman already knows your name," he interjected. "Silence," I retorted, disregarding him as I stored my prepared tools in the land of bliss. Even if an accident occurred, I trusted that Xiaonan would rescue me, or that a fae would come to my aid, for I could not believe he would remain indifferent upon discovering my abilities, nor would he hesitate to consider how to resurrect Lin. A fae observed my resolute figure and silently stood up. "Then I shall reluctantly accompany you." As expected, though I appeared to be relying on others, my resolve was fervent. This time, I was determined to make a significant impact. The horizon began to brighten, yet the village remained shrouded in darkness, with only the houses glowing a sinister red. The guards at the entrance were still those two villagers, standing there day and night. It seemed the ritual had transformed them into tireless puppets, making them the most efficient laborers. I once again sought the large, dense tree adjacent to the wall, using it as cover to scale the structure. "Do you have a plan?" a fae asked, perched on the wall. I shook my head. "Not at all. Ultimately, our goal is to disrupt the formation here." I focused on the houses glowing with crimson light, reveling in the thought of thwarting that rock ninja's plans. "What a terrifying thought," a fae mused. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, I leaped from the wall and stealthily approached a house. Peering through the window, I found the interior barren, a typical residential layout, except for a glowing formation on the floor beside the bed, where a figure lay motionless, perfectly still. "This resembles a cult," I muttered to myself. Subsequently, I gently pushed open the door, but the occupants within displayed no reaction. When I turned around, I noticed a fae had already entered the room, carelessly rummaging through the surroundings. "Be careful," I cautioned him in a hushed voice. "It's fine." A fae nonchalantly moved to the bedside. pinching the face of the slumbering individual who appeared to be in a deeper sleep than the dead. I hesitated, then admonished him to exercise restraint. Despite my words, I approached to examine the sleeping villager. The villager exhibited no signs of awareness. However, vital signs were intact. He breathed, and his heart beat, yet no amount of effort could rouse him. It was akin to a mobile phone in a powered-off state, yet charging. Indeed, this metaphor was remarkably vivid, and I admired my own thoughts internally. I traced the formation on the ground with my foot, realizing it was more intricate than mere drawing. My previous assumptions had been overly simplistic. Ah Fei crouched down, observing the formation for a moment before prodding the red circle on the floor with his finger. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, reminiscent of a firecracker, and the red circle lost its glow, dimming until it completely vanished. What did you do? Aren't you afraid of the chakra? I inquired. I merely infused a small amount of chakra, Ah Fei replied. Now you've made me look foolish. The formation had indeed ceased to function, and upon sensing the still living presence of the person on the bed, I felt a wave of relief. I had genuinely worried that disconnecting this power source would lead to their demise, a catastrophe indeed. Let us proceed to dismantle everything in the village, I suggested. All right, he concurred. Thus, I hoped that once dawn broke, the villagers would return to their normal selves. Once the villagers ceased to pose a threat, dealing with that solitary ninja would become far more manageable. Chapter 22. Betrayal through our infiltration. We had liberated most of the villagers from the outer perimeter of the village. However, the inner circle was patrolled, and there was a more crucial structure emanating a deeper red light, leaving us hesitant to proceed recklessly, fearing the ninja might be guarding it. As the dawn approached, I gestured to Ah Fei, and we retreated. From the wall, I observed that the villagers, now devoid of their enchanted state, moved like mere puppets, yet it was evident that they lacked their previous vigor. Perhaps once they exhausted the driving force of the ritual, they would revert to their former selves. Thus concluded our first day's efforts. We returned to our temporary camp, where the absence of the elderly woman and her grandson was palpable. They probably went to seek refuge with relatives, Ah Fei remarked dismissively. I remained silent, recalling the old woman's claim of having no relatives to turn to. Nevertheless, I chose to dismiss it, assuming she had indeed found a better place, likely preferable to our open campsite. With the enemy aware of our presence while we remained concealed, we prepared for our next action at dusk. During our midday respite, Ah Fei and I engaged in a card game, using wooden pieces. I adapted some poker strategies I knew and taught them to Ah Fei for a bit of leisurely diversion. Do you really feel the need to involve yourself in this matter? Ah Fei asked, sitting cross-legged and swaying like a pendulum. His movements made me dizzy. It's quite dangerous, I cautioned. Ah Fei played a card. That won't do. He played another pair. Pass. I held my cards tightly, while Ah Fei laid his remaining cards down. See, my luck is poor, he shrugged. I discarded my wooden pieces into the discard pile, then looked up at Ah Fei, fixating on the solitary opening in his mask. Ah Fei ceased his movements, sitting quietly, his gaze fixed on me. The void of that opening was dark, concealing everything. You will save me, right? I asked him. Huh. Ah Fei scratched his head. I'm not that skilled either, so let us not take risks. We could both end up dead. He twisted anxiously. I don't want to die? I sighed, rising to brush off the dirt from my clothes. You promised to save me. I regarded him with utmost seriousness. I need to prepare for tonight. With that, I departed. Ah Fei watched my retreating figure, ceasing his fidgeting and quietly gazing at me, lost in his thoughts, perhaps pondering what I was thinking. I sought to validate something, hence the risk. It was not solely a matter of performing a good deed or avenging a minor grievance. As evening fell, the sun dipped below the horizon. A faint brightness lingered on the horizon, yet the village nestled within the woods succumbed to darkness. Ah Fei and I stealthily scaled the wall to re-enter the village. The previously extinguished red glow remained dim, likely unnoticed. I waved my hand to enhance our efficiency, and we split up, agreeing to regroup later. Are you serious? Ah Fei asked, his voice laced with concern. I nodded without hesitation. Ah Fei, seeing my resolve, complied with my plan. The patrolling villagers moved mechanically, allowing us to easily discern their patterns and evade detection. The village was not large, and soon we had dismantled all the red lights, which quickly drew the attention of the rock ninja. He burst from the main house, instructing his subordinates to investigate the disturbance. With few capable individuals remaining, the rock ninja took matters into his own hands and departed the premises. This was precisely what I had hoped for. I infiltrated the room, which contained a basement housing a vast, outwardly extending red formation. This was the core. I attempted to destroy it using chakra, but to no avail. It seemed my limited chakra was insufficient for such a task. I regretted not bringing Afe along. Before long, footsteps echoed from the basement entrance, prompting me to conceal myself in a relatively hidden corner. The rock ninja returned in haste, accompanied by a subordinate. Upon seeing the formation still glowing red, he sighed in relief. It must be those two little brats doing. The subordinate gritted his teeth. The rock ninja scoffed. They can do nothing. They will merely serve as our nourishment. After confirming the formation's integrity, they departed. Nourishment? I was perplexed by his words, but it mattered little. I could not dismantle the formation and had to retreat. As I pushed open the door to the upper room, I was met with an ambush from the rock ninja and the villagers. Indeed, I had been discovered and surrounded. The rock ninja stood before me, flanked by the elderly woman, who trembled and dared not meet my gaze. Her arms were empty, her grandson was absent, and I could surmise the reasons. Impressive, young lady. The rock ninja clapped his hands in mock approval. I offered a faint smile, feigning composure. You flatter me. He approached, crouching to meet my gaze. Why do you wish to destroy my possessions? You harmed me. I seek vengeance, I replied flatly. Ah, a child who harbors grudges, he chuckled, extending his hand to grasp my face. But do you believe such trivial tricks can harm me? You have potential. It would be a shame to waste it. He released me, patting my shoulder. In truth, I was terrified. My palms were slick with sweat, my heart raced, and my knees trembled. No, I managed to force out. The rock ninja's expression darkened as he straightened, gazing down at me. Do not be ungrateful. I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath. Grandma. The elderly woman flinched at my call. Why? I looked up at her. Why did you betray me? She kept her head bowed, murmuring apologies repeatedly. The rock ninja laughed heartily. What a child. You're angry over such trivial matters? The world of adults is indeed a place of betrayal and abandonment. Indeed. Betrayal and abandonment. I remarked, fixating my gaze on the old woman. Do you truly believe that these people will not deceive you? The old woman clenched her fists, remaining silent. Yin Ren clicked his tongue, once again reaching out to seize my throat. I would not allow him to succeed a second time. With a great stride backward, I drew out a shuriken, which was affixed with an explosive tag. If you dare to touch me, I shall obliterate this place. No, my son and grandson are here. Only then did the old woman speak. Chapter 23. My plan. The old woman shook her head frantically. My son and grandson have been imprisoned here. Little girl, I implore you, do not destroy this place. I remained unresponsive, my shuriken still aimed at the interior of the dwelling. My threat to Yin Ren had inadvertently become a threat to the old woman. Indeed, Yin Ren harbored sinister intentions. However, I was not one to show leniency, for if I faltered, my life would be forfeit. Everyone retreat. I extended my other hand, also gripping the shuriken. I can refrain from destroying this place. Just let me go. Let her go, pleaded the old woman, turning to Yin Ren. Yin Ren, impassive, kicked the old woman aside. In moments of life and death, one truly disregards human sentiments. Any further hesitation would lead to disaster. I scoffed. Very well, Yin Ren grinned. I shall test you one last time. Kill her, and I shall let you go. Yin Ren pointed at the old woman on the ground. I was quite taken aback, unable to grasp the connection to the old woman for a moment. Eventually, I realized that if I did not kill her, I would not be able to leave. If I could not leave, I would detonate this place, and the old woman's children would perish. The old woman reacted even more swiftly than I did, scrambling to charge directly at my shuriken. The sensation of the blade piercing flesh was an experience I felt with startling clarity for the first time. The shuriken slipped from my grasp as if it were scalding hot. The old woman clutched her bleeding body, trembling as she knelt, and uttered weakly, "Save Xiaoyang." Yin Ren found the scene rather dull, kicking the old woman who was gasping for breath. I stood before the lifeless body of the old woman, one whom I had killed with my own hands, rendered speechless. I had never taken a life before. Regrettably, you have failed the test, Yin Ren sneered. I gasped for breath, my hand clutching the explosive tag, trembling uncontrollably. Detonate it. Do not hesitate. The voice in my mind began its insidious whisper once more. Gritting my teeth, I made my final decision. With a swift turn, I hurled the shuriken into the dwelling. Before Yin Ren could finish his sentence, an explosion erupted outside. In truth, Yin Ren did not care much for the shuriken I had thrown in, as he was confident in his protective measures. However, I had long since placed explosive tags throughout the village, The entire village was a powder keg. The shuriken I had just thrown was merely a trigger. With a series of explosions, Yinren finally panicked. "You're insane. Do you wish to blow yourself up along with this place?" The explosive tags were densely packed, and the detonations unfolded rapidly, flames racing towards us. Even Yinren's earth-style jutsu could not shield him from such violent explosions. "A Fae, save me." As the explosions drew near, I placed my final bet. My voice was swallowed by the sound of the blasts, rendering it inaudible even to myself. A blinding light surged forth, and darkness enveloped my vision. When I opened my eyes once more, I found myself cradled in a Fae's arms. A Fae sat on the ground. Though I could not see his face, I could hear his breath quickening. He covered the single hole in his mask with one hand, and I could faintly hear his pained voice. I hesitated, realizing that perhaps the power of the god of shinobi had not yet reached the level where he could traverse with others. Such a maneuver likely resulted in backlash for him. Yet, I could not speak. To do so would reveal my knowledge of his secret. I stood up from the ground and, with genuine concern, asked a Fae, "Are you all right?" A Fae remained silent. "I'm sorry, the explosion did not injure you, did it?" I was at a loss for words. I ceased speaking and knelt beside him. In truth, I had not expected a Fae to save me. After all, I was not a part of his plan. Yet he had saved me. Perhaps now I was. I turned to gaze at the distant place where flames soared to the heavens. Originally, I had prepared a sanctuary for survival, a place known only to me. But rushing there posed considerable danger. With a Fae, whose success rate was low yet yielded high results, and the underground tunnel, which had a high success rate but low feasibility, I chose the former. The village should now be devoid of life. Yinren must have been reduced to ashes as well. How could this not be considered vengeance? Reflecting on it, I realized I had taken many lives. Yet he deserved it. The innocent villagers did not count among those I had slain, for they had already perished the moment they became puppets. Even if they still appeared to breathe and possess a pulse, it was merely an illusion granted by the formation. They resembled robotic beings, devoid of souls. But the old woman was one I had personally killed. Her spirit I collected into the paradise. I had no desire for Yinren, although the whispering voice continually urged me to take it as well. I could not comprehend its logic. I only wished to gather what I desired. Yet there remained one living soul in the village, that being the old woman's grandson, Xiaoyang. The child, being so young, could not be turned into a puppet. Thus, he was imprisoned as a hostage. I had long since placed him in a location that could withstand the explosion, but without care. I hoped that someone would discover him and take him away. I gazed at the hand that had killed the old woman, my mind racing with chaotic thoughts. What a pity. The nightmare sighed. It was surprising that so many souls had already dissipated from that village. What significance does collecting the souls of strangers hold? I inquired of the nightmare. Only when there are people is there a home. Only with a home is there a village. Only with a village is there a city. Only with a city is there a nation. And only with a nation is there a world. The nightmare rambled on. You are establishing a paradise world. Yet at this rate, when can you complete this paradise with your selective approach? Will I perish? In a certain sense, no. The nightmare pondered for a moment. But yes, you will. The death of humans can be categorized as natural death or unnatural death. The souls of those who die naturally dissipate. They are like wilted flowers, still withered even when plucked. In contrast, the souls of those who die unnaturally resemble vibrant flowers, still radiant and full of energy for a time after being plucked. As long as you capture them within that time frame, you can incorporate them into the paradise. Sorry, I digress. What I mean is, if you die unnaturally, you can be resurrected by finding a new body within the time before the spiritual energy dissipates. If you die naturally, having reached the end of your life, then there is no remedy. Possession? Is it that simple? This is not something everyone can achieve. When ordinary people die, their spiritual energy enters a drifting state, devoid of autonomous consciousness, typically dissipating after 7 days. However, as the master of paradise, your spiritual energy will not drift. You can find a new body within those 7 days after death. How complicated? You will understand once you accumulate sufficient spiritual energy. Let us hope so. Chapter 24. Training after that incident. A Fae and I were summoned back to Xiaonan, who chastised us thoroughly. I had no grounds for rebuttal and accepted the reprimand. Subsequently, a Fae vanished, and Xiaonan mentioned that someone else would accompany me for specialized training until the Chunin exams resumed. I was uncertain who this new instructor would be. Who in the Akatsuki could be as leisurely as a Fae? Could it be Deidara? Just as I was idly sketching circles by the riverbank with a tree branch, I heard the caw of a crow from behind me. I turned around alertly, only to see Itachi standing a short distance behind me, hands tucked into his pockets, observing quietly. I had no idea how long he had been there. I felt rather dull-witted. Itachi finally spoke, then turned and beckoned for me to follow. I sensed a strange compulsion, but nevertheless followed him. Xiaonan found a new training partner. It couldn't be Itachi, could it? Following Itachi deep into the woods, I maintained a certain distance, honestly feeling fearful. Itachi noticed my aloofness but paid it little mind. He remarked that, compared to ninjutsu, I exhibited greater talent in specific techniques. Indeed, I thought to myself, mastering chakra was a first for me in this world, yet I already had a foundation in martial arts. However, I still felt somewhat naive. Itachi retrieved a kunai. Recalling a technique I had previously demonstrated to Sasuke when he was present, I nodded, remembering the shuriken that could curve and the kunai that assisted midair. Yet, I couldn't help but think that only the national table tennis team could achieve such feats in reality. I wondered if he expected me to execute that move. Itachi first threw a kunai, then another, perfectly pinning the first one to the tree trunk. You throw the kunai, and I will pin yours, Itachi instructed. Oh, that seems manageable, easier than curving. Yet, I was still naive. How could I possibly catch it? Itachi's kunai flew too swiftly, before I could react. His kunai was already embedded in the trunk. I could hear Itachi's restrained yet helpless sigh. Sorry, I muttered, pouting, internally grumbling that it was his strength that was to blame. Let's try again. Itachi was quite patient, aware that I had never been fond of such training since childhood and had always resisted violence. Yet, being embroiled in various incidents was now unavoidable. After several attempts, I could block Itachi's kunai, but accurately striking the circular ring at the end remained a challenge. I had to approach from the side. Can you see it clearly? Itachi asked. See what? I replied, a bit confused. The kunai in the air. I shook my head. How could I possibly see it? Itachi seemed puzzled, realizing that the force with which he threw the kunai was considerable, launching it almost instantaneously. He thought I could perceive its trajectory due to its speed. Then, it dawned on him. I lacked the Sharingan. Itachi's dark eyes fixed on me, and as our gazes met for a brief moment, I quickly averted my eyes. Oh, do not make eye contact with this man. However, if you were to ask me how to intercept Itachi's kunai, it would involve calculation, initial force, acceleration, air resistance, and so forth. The rest would be trial and error. Additionally, it required reflexes. I had to release my kunai the moment he did. To some extent, I could consider myself a genius. Itachi said little, repetitively guiding me through the same training method. Yet, to accurately strike the ring was akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a rat. After a morning of training, no significant progress was made. Any slight alteration in Itachi's force would leave me unable to block. In truth, failing to master this could mean that others' kunai might easily take my life in the future. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. I needed to practice diligently. I was unsure how long I had been training on this seemingly simple task. My palms now bleeding and my arms strained, yet I ultimately saw results. Humanity indeed possesses boundless potential, or perhaps the individuals in this world are even more extraordinary. Those things I once deemed impossible were now within my grasp. Itachi looked at me with a sense of accomplishment as I adeptly blocked each of his kunai attacks. Regrettably, precision still eluded me. Perhaps I could improve. When Itachi was not around, I trained independently using the experience gained over the past few days. Gradually, I mastered the technique of the curving kunai, striking key points to induce rebounds that altered its trajectory. Let us duel, I declared, standing before Itachi. He said nothing and turned to venture deeper into the woods. I jogged to catch up. The wind today was slightly southwesterly, around level 2. Let us see the fruits of your training, Itachi remarked, and as he finished speaking, he hurled a kunai at me. I retaliated with a kunai of my own, successfully blocking his. This was merely a simple opening. Since most of my training had focused on defense, with little offense, Itachi took the initiative. Initially, I managed to deflect his straightforward attacks. However, when he unleashed a barrage of kunai, the seriousness of the battle truly commenced. Standing still as a target was not an option. I moved swiftly through the woods, yet Itachi could pinpoint my location with precision and attack. Though he could not hit me. Excellent, perfect defense. I was not solely on the defensive. I too launched attacks, but Itachi, even with his eyes closed, evaded my efforts with remarkable grace. Just as we entered a heated exchange, I blocked a kunai aimed at me while simultaneously releasing several kunai toward Itachi. He effortlessly dodged them, but my kunai collided mid-air, altering their trajectory and targeting him once more. Itachi opened his eyes just in time to execute a swift maneuver, evading the second wave of kunai. He appeared slightly taken aback. However, it did not end there. After dodging the second wave, he realized another kunai was still approaching him. In an instant, he sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a cut to his collar. When he looked up, I noticed he activated his Sharingan. That last kunai had been the one he had thrown at me. Had he not activated the Sharingan, I surely would have injured him. I felt a twinge of pride. I jumped down from the tree and sought Itachi's approval. How did I do? Itachi retracted his Sharingan, looking at me with a blend of exasperation and appreciation. Not bad. I pouted. That was quite the underwhelming compliment. You did exceptionally well, Itachi reconsidered. He then turned to leave. In that moment, he unexpectedly envisioned Sasuke's figure. Chapter 25. The death of the third Hokage. To be honest, training with Itachi proved far more effective than with Akatsuki. However, I cannot say Akatsuki's training was entirely fruitless. He taught me many peculiar, yet useful techniques. After bidding farewell to Xiao Nan, who permitted me to temporarily return to the village, I anticipated the turmoil that would soon engulf it, knowing I would not remain long. Upon returning to the village, it was the day of the Chunin exams, and nearly everyone had gone to the venue. I hurried to the site, hoping not to be late. Unfortunately, I was indeed tardy, very much so. I gazed at the dilapidated Konoha, witnessing the colossal serpent and the third Hokage battling Orochimaru atop a rooftop. Gritting my teeth, I resolved to locate Sasuke and the others. The path was filled with the terrified cries of ordinary villagers. This was war. I arrived at the scene, first spotting Sakura and then Naruto and Shikamaru lying on the ground. Sakura. I rushed over, feigning ignorance of the situation. Sakura, visibly shaken, embraced me, trembling. Yayo, you're back. It's so good to see you safe. I was equally bewildered. What happened? The village. It was attacked. Suddenly, I sensed a murderous intent approaching from behind. Instinctively, I executed a spinning kick, sending an attacking sound ninja flying. Kakashi noticed this side. Yayo? It's me. Our priority was to wake Naruto and Shikamaru, Kakashi instructed. Sakura quickly approached to rouse them, while I dealt with the surrounding foot soldiers. These sound ninjas were not particularly formidable, but they were quite bothersome. Sasuke went after Gaara from the Sand Village. You must hurry to support him, Kakashi said. This will be another important mission for you. Then I'll follow Ino and Choji. If you exceed 4, you'll lose mobility. Did you forget? Kakashi reminded Sakura. Realizing her mistake, she nodded and went to wake Naruto and Shikamaru, giving them a brief explanation. All right, Yayo. Let us go, Sakura urged. I won't be going. I shook my hand and glanced at Kakashi. Ah, Kakashi summoned a dog right there. A puppy? Sakura exclaimed in disbelief. His name is Pakin, and he can track Sasuke's scent, which will aid you in finding him more swiftly, Kakashi explained. Nightshade will remain to assist the village. You should be on your way. Ultimately, Pakin set off with Sakura, Naruto, and the extremely reluctant Shikamaru. Perhaps they were all perplexed as to why I did not join in the pursuit of Sasuke, but that was of little consequence. I did not wish to be embroiled in these conflicts. Orochimaru's plan was conducive to Sasuke's growth, and I understood that I was merely an obstacle on his path to maturation. I raised my gaze to the rooftops where the third Hokage was engaged in battle with Orochimaru, resembling Kakashi. This was dire. Kakashi, they have moved. Should we pursue? Might Guy suddenly inquired. AKA, wait, Kakashi said, looking ahead at the figure cloaked in a hood and mask. The masked individual sneered, indeed. Acting without understanding the situation above may lead to falling into the enemy's ambush. I was well aware of this, yet under such circumstances, the enemy would not escape. This is the way of the Leaf's ninjas, Guy asserted. You have indeed remained. Kabuto, Kakashi glared at the masked figure with his Sharingan. You have discovered my identity even after I removed my mask, but even you, copy ninja Kakashi, may not be able to stop us. Especially since that is the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, which requires a significant amount of chakra, Kabuto replied. He was not mistaken. After enduring a prolonged battle, Kakashi would inevitably exhaust his chakra while utilizing the Sharingan. Just before Kabuto made his exit, he cast a glance in my direction, and I could sense his surprise at my calm demeanor. I felt no anger towards his undercover identity, not even confusion. Anyone would be curious. I averted my gaze. focusing once more on the fierce battle between the third Hokage and Orochimaru. Kabuto brazenly fled, and Kakashi along with Might Guy pursued him. Meanwhile, Orochimaru summoned the first and second Hokages through the reanimation jutsu. What a massive surge of spiritual energy. A sudden buzzing filled my mind, and the voice of the nightmare was exceedingly exhilarated. I silently berated it to behave, knowing full well who those figures were. They were not beings I could contend with. Apologies, but the genius who could devise such a jutsu is truly remarkable, the nightmare chuckled. This means that those who have surpassed the 7-day period of wandering can be summoned again. What a splendid opportunity. As advantageous as the situation might be, I could do nothing. I turned away and punched a random enemy away. Once they departed from this vessel, regardless of their strength, I reiterated that it was not permissible. I adamantly countered the incessant voice. Coward. It retorted. This has nothing to do with cowardice. You wish for me to seek death amidst divine clashes? Hey, girl. The voice in my head started again. Are you really not going to intervene? That old man has summoned something formidable. What? I looked up, seeing the third Hokage employing the corpse sealing technique. If I were to intervene now, wouldn't that be tantamount to seeking my own demise? I observed the intense battle atop the rooftops. What a pity, the voice of the nightmare lamented, including the old man. That is 3 high-tier spiritual energies. If only they could all be absorbed, it would directly unlock your new skills. The third Hokage sacrificed his life once more to seal the first and second Hokages. And as in the original narrative, he only took Orochimaru's arms. What did you just say about new skills? I seized the opportunity to inquire. Well, once the paradise is infused with energy, you will be able to encounter them directly. They will also possess self-awareness, and ultimately, you could even summon them or borrow their power. Divine, I muttered. The weather drizzled incessantly, and the atmosphere was heavy with sorrow. The third Hokage's death deeply grieved everyone. At the funeral, Konohamaru wept particularly sorrowfully. Naruto was both sorrowful and enraged. Sasuke was numb. As for me, my understanding of death began to diverge. Perhaps it was due to the relentless brainwashing by the nightmare, or perhaps the tangible experiences I had in paradise that rendered me less fearful of death. Death was merely a term for energy departing from its vessel. If the nightmare was not deceiving me, if I could manipulate the souls of everyone in paradise, then none of them could truly be considered dead. Chapter 26. First encounter with Tsunade. Although the third Hokage had passed away, the village's order remained relatively stable, and the Chunin exams were consequently concluded. Naruto spent each day learning under Jiraiya, wandering around the village, engrossed in a form of artistry. Meanwhile, Sasuke's condition was far from favorable. Not only was his physical health compromised due to the curse mark, but his psychological state was also affected. Sasuke had been striving tirelessly, yet he found himself increasingly overshadowed by Naruto, who progressed at an inhuman pace after learning of the Nine-Tails' existence. Being the favored child, he felt diminished, and the weight of his vengeful aspirations placed immense pressure on him. Each time I approached him to greet or converse, he would dismiss me curtly, fixated solely on how to train and become stronger. Fearing that my prolonged stay in the village might invoke dissatisfaction from Konan, I once again took my leave under the pretext of training, and Sasuke showed little concern. Shortly after departing the village, I received a letter via a carrier pigeon, or rather, a paper crane. It contained a message from Konan, indicating that the organization had pressing matters to attend to, and that matters concerning paradise would be postponed for now. I was to explore on my own. I exhaled in frustration as I burned the letter. Had I known, I would have lingered in the village a bit longer. But now that I was out, I would wander about, treating it as a journey. Akatsuki had not made a reappearance, and Itachi was likely engaged in a mission in Konoha, which, if my memory served correctly, was around the time he would encounter Sasuke, leading Sasuke to realize the disparity in their strengths. It is often said that criminals are drawn back to the scene of their crimes. At this moment, I could relate to that sentiment. The village that had once stood before me now lay in ruins, suggesting that someone had tended to it, as not a single corpse remained. Perhaps in the minds of those who dealt with the ruins, the villagers were all considered deceased by explosions, even if they had perished before the detonation. I returned to the epicenter of the explosion, which was now desolate. I hoped that the survivor could endure. You are truly cruel, the nightmare remarked within my mind. I did not comprehend. The entire village had perished, that child's relatives were gone, leaving him all alone. What was the difference between this and the actions of Uchiha Itachi? Upon this sudden reflection, I found it to be valid. Yet at that moment, The only lives I could save were the child and the old woman. Who would have thought that the old woman would now regard such matters as inconsequential? Whether that child would remember this event in the future or grasp the truth behind the village's incident was of little importance. Just as I was about to leave the village, I heard a feminine voice exclaim, "Porky, don't run around." Then I felt a solid impact against my leg. Turning in bewilderment, I saw a small pig, dressed in clothing, collide with me and then stumble around in confusion. Familiar. "I'm so sorry." A woman in black hurried over, scooping up the little pig and bowing apologetically. "I'm terribly sorry. I hope you weren't hurt." I glanced at my leg, and fortunately, it was fine. I shook my head. This woman looked familiar, and the pig she held was even more recognizable. "Really?" Then a woman with yellow hair and green attire approached. "Isn't this Tsunade?" Tsunade crossed her arms, clicking her tongue. "This one do, Porky. I hope the little girl isn't hurt." I looked up at her and shook my head. Tsunade squinted, questioning, "Are you from this village?" I shook my head again. Shizen observed Tsunade and quickly realized, "Then how did you end up in this ruin?" "By mere chance," I replied. I maintained my composure as I explained that I had ventured out for training and, upon passing this desolate area, felt a surge of curiosity to take a closer look. Kurenai, unable to suppress a smile, remarked that such curiosity could be troublesome for a young girl. After all, I was out here to gain experience and broaden my horizons. Acknowledging this, Tsunade waved her hand with a sense of generosity. "Tsunade-sama," Kurenai said, a hint of resignation in her tone. "So, what brings you here, big sister?" Kurenai smiled and added, "I am Kurenai, and we are also here for an investigation, primarily to address the casualties caused by the ruins. However, that task has already concluded." "Casualties? I thought this place was merely a relic of ruins," I interjected, fabricating my astonishment. Kurenai gently ruffled my hair, saying, "There's no need for you to know every detail, little one. This area is not particularly safe. Where have you come from?" "Konoha," I replied. Tsunade raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. "Then I shall head to the village in the opposite direction," I said, unfurling a hand-drawn map. "That area is indeed where we plan to go," Kurenai remarked. "Shall we proceed together?" She turned to Tsunade for confirmation, who nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a piglet nearby squealed cheerfully. "Are you big sisters here for a rescue mission?" I began to chat with Kurenai as we walked. Kurenai pondered for a moment. "Not exactly." "Oh," I replied. "What is your purpose in that village? Do you have a mission?" Not really," Kurenai answered awkwardly, her words trailing off. "It's a mission." Tsunade interjected suddenly, a highly urgent one. I expressed my confusion. "It's a gamble," Kurenai sighed. "How can you say that?" Tsunade raised her voice. "This is a study of human psychology, probability, and statistics." Kurenai seemed equally bewildered. Tsunade thought for a moment and then conceded, to put it simply. "It is indeed a gamble. We have arrived." I pointed towards the approaching village gate. "Oh." Tsunade clenched her fist, determined to redeem herself and make a significant impact. "Is that all right?" I observed the gleam in Tsunade's eyes. Kurenai sighed, resigned to the situation. "Well, it's not the first time." Once in the village, Tsunade's first priority was to withdraw money and head to the casino. "Little one, you should go on your own from here. Children are not permitted in casinos," Kurenai explained kindly. "Okay," I nodded. Although I agreed, my curiosity compelled me to sneak inside. The casino was bustling with excitement, filled with shouts and cheers. "Raise the stakes. Place your bets." The noise was overwhelming. The bouncer at the entrance stopped me, and I pleaded, "Uncle, my mother just went in. Please let me in, or I might lose her." I gestured towards Kurenai, who had just entered. The bouncer scrutinized me, and then Kurenai's retreating figure. Black hair, resembles her, go on in." Perhaps this is how recognition works in a world of fantasy. I slipped inside, following Kurenai and Tsunade. Tsunade was instantly popular. Her reputation as a perennial loser at gambling made her a target for those hoping for easy winnings. I personally despised gambling, as I prefer not to engage in uncertain endeavors. However, I relished watching others play, especially if I could expose any cheaters and perhaps help Tsunade win a little. Chapter 27. Transactions. The casino was a cacophony of noise, with people jostling together as I navigated through the various tables. Eventually, I discerned the basic gameplay. It was merely a matter of guessing high or low. In a secluded corner, I discreetly transformed into an adult version of myself, making it easier to join a game. In my school days, my insatiable curiosity led me to dabble in many skills, including magic tricks, which I even showcased during a school celebration. Coupled with my recent advancements in ninjutsu, I was ready to display my talents. After a few rounds, I had amassed quite a fortune, but my aim was to use these chips to engage with Tsunade. I squeezed into her high-stakes game, which was undeniably electrifying. The crowd erupted in cheers as Tsunade furrowed her brow, exclaiming, "You must lose to win. Let us go for another round." It appeared she had lost again. "Stop," I shouted. "I have a more entertaining game. Tsunade-sama, care to give it a try?" The other patrons grew impatient, urging me to leave if I wasn't placing bets. "This is a game where you can seize your own destiny," I proclaimed, before slamming down a pile of chips. "Care to join me?" Tsunade slammed her hand on the table. "Let us do it." It was a simple game, merely rolling dice. I briefly explained the rules and demonstrated a few rounds before engaging Tsunade. After several rounds, it became evident that Tsunade's luck was not turning. The psychological battle of wits was proving to be quite challenging. Ultimately, I gazed at my 5 once, closed my eyes, and decided to stop playing. Tsunade, however, seemed unsatisfied, and Kurenai quickly restrained her. Once outside the casino, I reverted to my original appearance, patting my bulging pockets. I decided it was time for a meal. I had planned to win Tsunade's favor, but to my surprise, I had ended up with a profit, thanks to my transformation technique. Wandering alone through the village was pleasant. I could train in the evenings, and the winnings from the casino would sustain me for quite some time. However, serendipitously, I stumbled into a clandestine transaction. Suddenly, a high wall crumbled, revealing a familiar raspy voice. "I can bring them back to life." I pushed through the smoke and peered in. It was Orochimaru and Tsunade. He sought her help to restore his hands, which had been deprived of their souls. In truth, those hands could not be healed unless the missing soul was returned. Tsunade fell silent upon hearing Orochimaru's offer. "What do you want?" "I won't listen to lies," Tsunade demanded. To destroy Konoha, Orochimaru's chilling goal stunned everyone present. Tsunade tightened her grip on the crystal necklace, as Orochimaru had expertly tapped into her emotional vulnerability, her family. Listening from the shadows, I reflected on the nature of human emotion. It is both beautiful and easily exploited. The pain of life and death is the most devastating, capable of toppling even the strongest individuals. Tsunade did not agree to Orochimaru's proposal, but neither did she reject it outright. She trembled slightly as he departed, perhaps thinking that such a tempting offer could not be ignored. If I could learn the reanimation jutsu, could I bring back those who have long since departed? I asked Nightshade. With apparent delight, Nightshade replied, "Of course." I had a new objective, but for now, it was futile. I stepped out from behind the wall. "Do you dare gamble with Orochimaru?" Tsunade glanced at me. "Do you believe he can truly resurrect them? Will those he revives truly be as they once were?" "Certainly not. But I can make them similar," I replied. Tsunade remained silent, clearly struggling with the concept. Accompanying Tsunade and Kurenai to a tavern, Tsunade drank herself into a stupor. I sipped tea, observing her despondent state with a sigh. Kurenai, equally exasperated, lamented, "Tsunade-sama." By chance, Jiraiya and Naruto were dining at the same tavern. Upon seeing Tsunade, Jiraiya rushed over, seemingly eager to converse, but hesitated upon noticing me. This child. Before I could introduce myself, I heard Naruto's voice, "Yuru, what are you doing here?" "Ah, haha," I laughed, greeting Naruto. "Well, it seems we've all gathered here together." As everyone gathered around the table for introductions, Jiraiya looked at me thoughtfully. "Ah, you must be the younger sister of Uchiha Sasuke." I nodded in acknowledgement. Since we were all from the village, Jiraiya did not hesitate to discuss the matter of appointing Tsunade as the 5th Hokage. It was indeed an opportune time, as Tsunade had just faced defeat at the hands of Orochimaru, making the decision to appoint her as Hokage quite daunting. Naruto, hearing this, was vocally indignant, expressing his displeasure. Ultimately, the negotiations concluded with a sparring match that did not go in our favor. Now, both sides were vying for Tsunade's support. Naruto, aiming to master the Rasengan, made a bet with Tsunade. In truth, this could be seen as an opportunity for learning. I took the chance to assist Naruto in his training under the pretense of exploring the intricacies of the Rasengan. Of course, I was already aware of its principles and the ultimate method for Naruto to master it, but I chose to remain silent. I was also eager to learn how to manipulate chakra. Thus far, I could only perform the Great Fireball technique and Phoenix Fire. If I could better utilize my chakra, I might delve into more ninjutsu. Yet, I knew I could not compare to Naruto. He had the Shadow Clone technique aiding him, which possessed chakra and was more in sync with him. After much effort, I could merely ignite a leaf in my hand. As for chakra affinity, it was undeniably fire. At least, that was my primary element. Asuma had infused his weapons with wind chakra to enhance their sharpness. Why couldn't I do the same with fire? Although I trained alongside Naruto, we mostly practiced our own techniques, occasionally lending a small hand. However, it was evident that his learning pace far surpassed mine. I could merely warm up my kunai while watching Naruto utilize his shadow clones to create his first Rasengan, which pierced through a tree trunk, filling me with a sense of accomplishment. Success! Naruto cheered with joy. His hands were covered in scars, remnants of injuries inflicted by his own chakra. It was a historic moment. As I looked at the kunai in my hand, I wondered if I could learn a skill that would serve me a lifetime. Akin to Naruto's Rasengan or Sasuke's Chidori. Exploding kunai, perhaps? Deidara, you were right. Explosions are indeed art. I chuckled at my absurd thoughts, feeling no rush to train. Chapter 28. The Battle of the Three Ninjas. After Naruto mastered the Rasengan, he sought out Tsunade. A sudden sparring match jolted Tsunade back to reality. She could no longer afford to wallow in despair and chose to place her new hopes in Naruto. I refrained from further involvement in the matter until I followed Tun-Tun's guidance to find Tsunade. I observed Tsunade and Orochimaru on the street. Orochimaru wore a sinister smile, extending his hands, while Tsunade slowly and tremulously did the same, as if preparing for a transaction. At that critical moment, I sensed the presence of other ninjas. A glance around revealed Jiraiya, Naruto, and Shizen had arrived, along with Kabuto. Tsunade threw a punch, startling Orochimaru, whose face contorted in fear as he snarled. "You don't want to resurrect them, do you? How dare you attack me?" Tsunade's demeanor turned serious as she retorted, "I have found the inheritor of their will, Orochimaru. You should awaken to this reality." Orochimaru, enraged by the failed transaction, gnashed his teeth, but with his hands incapacitated, he could only rely on taijutsu. Kabuto shielded Orochimaru, swiftly cutting his wrist, causing blood to splatter, and Tsunade's complexion immediately paled, her body trembling. It was not favorable to have two of the legendary Sannin here. I needed to incapacitate one of them. At that moment, Jiraiya was rendered immobile by the drugs Tsunade had administered to keep him in the dark, leaving him unable to fight. Naruto volunteered to engage. When Naruto saw Kabuto, he blankly exclaimed, "Kabuto-senpai, what are you doing?" Jiraiya quickly explained to Naruto. "He is one of Orochimaru's subordinates. Look at his forehead protector. He is from the Sound Village." Kabuto smugly replied, "Naruto, you are simply too naive. I'm merely a spy in Konoha, and someone like you, lacking any talent as a ninja, should just give up the idea." Naruto clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in defiance. "Naruto, don't listen to him." By the time I arrived at the scene, matters had escalated to a boiling point. Kabuto regarded me in silence. I locked my gaze on Orochimaru, my eyes filled with animosity. I had every reason to despise him. He had harmed Sasuke and killed the third Hokage, and now he was here deceiving us. Although I was aware of the plot's trajectory, confronting him directly was difficult to suppress my emotions. There were hardly any fighters present. I needed to stall them to provide Shizune with the opportunity to assist Jiraiya with the antidote. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Seizing the moment when I was close to Kabuto, I unleashed my ninjutsu, catching him off guard. An explosion erupted, smoke billowing, and when it cleared, Kabuto stood unharmed. Albeit battered. I realized his self-recovery abilities were formidable. Indeed, that minor attack could not harm him. Heh, Kabuto chuckled lightly. Suddenly, I felt a gust of wind at my forehead. Kabuto had already approached me. Before I had a chance to react, I was sent flying, crashing against the wall, feeling as if my insides were about to burst. "Yuyo!" Naruto shouted excitedly. I coughed a couple of times, but was unscathed. After being struck numerous times, I had grown accustomed to it. Kabuto was undeniably strong, and it was imperative to find a way to stall him. But how? Hold him still, the nightmare suggested. It sounded simple, but how could one hold a living person in place? I focused intently on his feet, locking my gaze, listening to the nightmare's instructions. I concentrated on Kabuto's right foot. Slowly, I began to perceive a faint blue, flickering like flames. This was the soul residing within a living being. The nightmare explained. The soul of the living is vibrant, while that of the deceased is still. In the future, if you encounter such a flickering blue figure on the street, remember that they may merely be temporarily out of their body. Kabuto hurled a kunai at me, startling me into a roll to evade it. And then, I questioned the nightmare in my mind. Just keep your focus. Your technique is not yet refined, and requires practice. Normally, you would have mastered it during your time in the land of Earth, the nightmare replied. This is called soul control. Kabuto suddenly found his right foot immobilized, confusion crossing his face, followed by a hint of panic at the inexplicable situation. The souls of the dead can be controlled at will, while the souls of the living can only be temporarily held. With enough skill, you might even extract the soul of a living person. That depends on your fate. The nightmare elucidated. Well, you could have mentioned this skill earlier. Kabuto shot me a glance and realized my dark eyes had turned bright yellow, indicating my influence over his immobility. Unable to move his foot, he threw a kunai, but I quickly immobilized his hand and then targeted another joint, making it increasingly difficult for him to control his body. It was akin to playing a game of red light, green light. I managed to delay long enough for Jiraiya to recover. He bit his finger and performed the summoning technique. A puff of smoke revealed a small toad. Jiraiya gasped, why is it so small? He had intended to summon Gamabunta, yet only a tiny toad appeared. Orochimaru couldn't help but laugh. Jiraiya, you are as pathetic as ever. Naruto, feeling defiant, bit his finger and performed the summoning technique as well. However, he too summoned a small toad, the very same one that had just appeared. The two future Toad brothers were at the center of a farcical scene. After the commotion, we all retreated to Orochimaru's side to assist him with the summoning technique. I could not comprehend why the legendary Sannin needed to resort to summoning during their battle. The Great Serpent, the Slug, and Gamabunta were all called forth. There was no room for my intervention. Before long, Tsunade and Jiraiya succeeded in defeating Orochimaru, while Naruto heroically took down Kabuto. Orochimaru and Kabuto played a pivotal role in unraveling Tsunade's emotional turmoil. Although they were despicable characters, the outcome proved to be rather satisfying. With Tsunade's consent granted, Jiraiya and Naruto's objective for their expedition was also fulfilled, prompting the group to prepare for their return to Konoha. Aren't you coming back? Naruto assumed I would accompany him. I shook my head, indicating that I would linger a while longer. I had come out to train and had yet to achieve any significant progress, so I planned to return later. Naruto nodded, not pressing the matter further. Then, farewell for now. Please convey my regards to Sasuke. I waved goodbye to Naruto. Should I return? I found myself ensnared in deep conflict. I had not spent much time in this village and did not wish to be recognized. Thus, I swiftly departed to another location. The Land of Fire is vast, offering countless destinations. Perhaps, by the time I reached the next village, Akatsuki would have recovered. Or Conan might remember me. I encountered Akatsuki once more on my journey. I refrained from questioning him about his disappearance, and he offered no elaborate explanations either. And so we fell into step together once again. His incessant chatter was, to be frank, far more enjoyable than solitude. Chapter 29. My path having been away for some time, I found my mind often wandering, preoccupied with thoughts of Sasuke. The time had come to return. If I did not check in soon, I might not have the chance to see Sasuke again in the next 5 years. With Akatsuki absent, as he frequently returned for missions, I gathered my belongings and hastened back to Konoha. Timing proved fortuitous, as upon my arrival, I immediately sought out Sakura and Naruto. Naruto was not present, and Sakura appeared troubled. I cut to the chase, inquiring about Naruto and Sasuke. Despite her weary appearance, Sakura managed a forced smile, saying, I don't know where Naruto is. Kakashi-sensei is injured and recuperating in the hospital. We haven't been on a mission for ages. It's dreadfully dull. Should we go visit Kakashi-sensei? Noticing my disbelief, Sakura's voice faltered. What happened, Nightshade? Sakura bit her lip, her brow furrowed, struggling to hold back tears. I couldn't stop Sasuke. I'm sorry, Nightshade. I failed to hold him back. Eventually, she could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. Of course, you couldn't stop him. His hatred consumed nearly all his emotions. Even as his sister, I could not intervene. I stepped forward to embrace Sakura, whispering, It's not your fault. This brief moment of solace steadied the troubled girl, and she recounted recent events, including Sasuke's sparring with Naruto and his subsequent abduction by the Sound Ninjas. Shikamaru had led a small team, including Naruto, to intercept them. Hatred, jealousy, and a profound sense of insecurity had ultimately driven Sasuke to Orochimaru. I must find them, I declared, rising to my feet. Sakura grasped my hand, exclaiming, It's too dangerous. Nightshade, it's all right, I replied with a smile, shaking my head. Thank you. I then swiftly made my way toward the waterfall I remembered. The Land of Fire is vast, Yet locating a nearby waterfall provided a clear objective. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and a light rain began to fall as I observed the signs of battle along the path, confirming I was on the right track. A flash of lightning ahead, accompanied by a sharp screech, indicated Sasuke's Chidori. The rain intensified, soaking my clothes and drenching my hair, the water streaming down my face obscuring my vision. I hastily wiped away the rainwater, eager to reach my destination. With a thunderous crash, the mountainside erupted, sending debris tumbling without raising a speck of dust. The muddy ground surrounded the falling rocks, and my footsteps echoed harshly against the saturated earth. Sasuke turned his head, appearing weak, likely having exhausted his strength in battle. Yet he confirmed his superiority over Naruto. "What are you doing here?" Sasuke questioned me, his tone accusatory and wary, perhaps pondering whether he would prevail in another confrontation. "Were you planning to keep this from me?" I retorted. Since Orochimaru's attack, Sasuke had not confided in me about any of this, intending to keep me in the dark. "You need not know," he replied nonchalantly. "Are you suggesting you wish to sever ties with me?" Sasuke frowned, perhaps realizing I had guessed correctly. Despite his youth, he was astute enough to understand what aligning with Orochimaru entailed. "Konoha is safe," he stated. "You need not involve yourself." Sasuke bore a striking resemblance to Itachi. "I won't hinder you, but neither will I remain in Konoha peacefully," I asserted. "You have found your path. I shall tread my own. I refuse to live solely in the shadow of another." Sasuke did not counter my words, but instead responded with silence. "Let us part ways." I waved my hand. If we lingered any longer, Konoha would surely send someone after us. Sasuke turned to leave, and I followed suit, each of us heading in opposite directions. The Uchiha siblings ultimately chose divergent paths, yet perhaps the destination remained the same. This marked a prolonged farewell. Without sufficient strength or renown, I was unable to pursue Sasuke. Orochimaru's lair was not easily infiltrated. In 5 years, further conflict would arise. During these 5 years, I must dedicate myself to honing my abilities. For this moment marks the true beginning of my story. After departing, I chose not to return to Konoha. Doing so would likely lead to relentless inquiries. Sasuke had undeniably become a rogue ninja, and I glanced at the cloud pattern on my wrist, recognizing that perhaps I no longer belonged to Konoha. Yet I did not belong to Akatsuki either. I belonged nowhere but to myself. The most expedient way to master my unique abilities was to heed the Nightmare's counsel, gathering souls, including those of strangers. This would undoubtedly facilitate my endeavors. A plan began to form in my mind. Since I was wandering, participating in various wars was an option. The Land of Fire was my starting point, but certainly not my destination. Chapter 30. The Undertaker. Since Sasuke's defection from Konoha, I had not returned. Perhaps the village had sent someone to seek me out, but I intentionally evaded them. Akatsuki occasionally found time to accompany me, but most of the time, I operated alone, cautious and meticulous. To facilitate the collection of souls, I adopted the title of Undertaker. In truth, it was merely a guise. I required a reason to approach those who had met unnatural deaths, whether through accidents in the village, casualties of war, or those who succumbed to illness. I could perform a soul requiem ceremony for anyone who had died unnaturally and offer a comprehensive burial service. Initially, I volunteered my services to assist with their burials. Gradually, this evolved into people seeking me out to enlist my help. Unbeknownst to me, this burial ritual became a regular occurrence. Whenever there was a case of unnatural death, I was summoned to conduct the ceremony. It worked to my advantage, as I charged no fees, my sole aim being to collect souls. Occasionally, affluent families would offer me a modest stipend for my efforts. "Thank you, master," an elderly lady with graying hair remarked, wiping tears from her eyes. I waved my hand and wrote a message for her to see. "Rest in peace, my condolences." Indeed, during my work, I don a black cloak and a mask that obscures half of my face, my high-collared attire concealing my lower visage. I remain silent, communicating simply by igniting fire element chakra with my fingertips to scorch paper and convey my messages. In their eyes, I am mute. My recent task involved burying the son of a grieving mother who had been tragically murdered. The reasons behind his demise and the identity of his killer are beyond my concern. The matter has been resolved, and it is time for burial. The boy, a youth in the throes of adolescence, possessed of vibrant soul energy, tragically extinguished too soon. Yet, having witnessed many such incidents in my line of work, I have grown numb to the sorrow, allowing myself only a fleeting moment of reflection. The circumstances surrounding the boy's death were peculiar, and his mother, my client, offered no explanations. However, I am indifferent to such details. What matters is that his death was somewhat brutal, complicating my task of guiding his soul. Fortunately, I successfully ushered him into the afterlife, although it will take some time for his consciousness to be restored. Over the years, I have gathered numerous souls, and the afterlife has begun to resemble a new world, as described in nightmares. They have slowly gained awareness and memories from their lives, allowing for some communication with me. After bidding farewell to my client, I prepared to leave the village under the cover of night. I seldom linger in one place unless my burial duties remain unfinished, as I must maintain an air of mystery, keeping my identity as a mortician concealed. However, once my actions attract attention, I inevitably become a target. 3 shurikens embedded themselves in the earth before me, an unmistakable sign of a ninja's presence. I sensed their approach while still in the village, but feigned ignorance to avoid alarming them. It appears that I have become their objective. But why me? I quickened my pace through the woods, disliking the notion of combat in my current guise, which is devoid of any fighting ability. Years of training have granted me confidence in my speed, and I have honed the swiftness of my mortician persona to its fullest potential. In a matter of moments, the pursuing ninjas found themselves distanced from me. Finding a secure and concealed spot, I shed my disguise, reverting to my true identity as Uchiha Yuyo. At this moment, I am merely an ordinary genin traveling abroad. Over there. Search over there. I heard someone shouting nearby, just as I prepared to enter my tent. I was quite impressed by the tenacity of those ninjas. They truly tracked me down. Just as I was about to step inside, a ninja called out to me. Don't move. I held the tent flap in one hand and my shoes in the other, wearing a perplexed expression. What is it? I inquired. One of the ninjas summoned his leader. There were 3 of them, all from Sunagakure, which was not surprising, as I was currently within the land of wind. Who are you? The leader approached cautiously. Me? I gestured to myself. I am from the land of fire. The ninja frowned. What brings you here? What is the matter? I scratched my head in confusion. Another younger ninja tugged at his leader's sleeve. Boss, I think you scared her. The leader shot him a glare and sent him off. The younger ninja, slightly abashed, stepped back. Sorry, miss, he said with a friendly smile, contrasting his superior's demeanor. We are searching for rogue ninjas in the area due to disturbances, and we'd like to ask you a few questions. I nodded, placing my shoes on the ground to put them back on. You said you're from the land of fire. How did you end up here? You're alone, aren't you? I produced my forehead protector, stating, I'm a genin from Konoha, out here for training. Since Sunagakure and Konoha allied after Orochimaru's schemes, I felt comfortable disclosing my identity. The 3 ninjas exchanged glances, saying nothing further. The amiable ninja asked, What is your name? I hesitated, pondering whether revealing my true name might expose my whereabouts to others in Konoha. Uchiha, I suppose, I muttered. The leader suddenly interjected, Uchiha, huh? I nodded slowly. He pointed to the Uchiha clan emblem on my sleeve. I had inadvertently chosen an outfit adorned with my clan's insignia when selecting garments from the afterlife. Since that's the case, I'll be forthright. My name is Uchiha Yuyo. That sounds familiar, remarked the younger ninja. At least we can rule out that she's not the person we're looking for. The leader sighed, a mix of disappointment and relief. What are you searching for? I seized the opportunity to inquire, and to my surprise, gained their trust. The younger ninjas exchanged glances with their leader, as if seeking permission to divulge. The leader nodded. We're after a rogue ninja, the amiable one explained. However, this rogue used a fake death to escape. Recently, a burial ritual has become popular, and this ninja managed to slip away while masquerading as a master of the ceremony. Such a scandal must not tarnish my reputation, I declared, raising my hand resolutely. The leader cast a scornful glance my way and commanded, Enough of this nonsense. You shouldn't stay here. Gather your things and head to the nearest village to spend the night. I just came from there. I'm not going back. I retorted defiantly. What? Why are you so obstinate? The leader fumed, grabbing me by the collar and lifting me off the ground. Yongliang, take her to the nearby village. Yongliang, the amiable ninja, sighed, attempting to placate his superior. All right, let us just set her down. I crossed my arms defiantly, unwilling to yield. Over the years of my travels, I had grown both in skill and temperament, and I refused to be ordered around. I'm not going back. My destination lies in the opposite direction. The leader, equally stubborn, continued to hold me aloft, glaring fiercely. What a troublesome child. Perhaps she is just in her rebellious phase, commented the quiet, handsome ninja. Yongliang glanced at me and then tugged at his leaderess arm. All right. She does look about 13 or 14. She is clearly in a rebellious stage. Don't argue with her. The leader huffed and released me into the air. I landed gracefully. I briefly reflected on my behavior. Lately, I had indeed been prone to temper and defiance. Was I truly experiencing a rebellious phase? Well, it mattered little now. Little sister, your name is Yuyo, right? Yongliang leaned closer to speak with me. I'm Shutin Yongliang, and this is my brother, Shutin Yongxia. Our teacher is also our leader. Just call him Leader Jing. Oh, Yongliang Onaizen, I replied, then turned to the quiet, handsome ninja, Yongxiao Naizen. Finally, I glanced at Leader Jing in silence. Yongliang chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. For now, you should come with us. We've been searching this area for a long time without leads. We'll look for our target again tomorrow. Following us for a bit should lead you to a safer and more convenient place to rest. Yongliang glanced back at Leader Jing, seeking approval. The leader, now more accommodating, replied, fine. I want to be responsible for this little tag-along. With that, Leader Jing set off, and Yongxiao waved to me as they followed. Yongli cast a glance at me, prompting me to follow him closely behind Yongxia. The three of them, in every aspect, exuded an aura of formidable ninja prowess, distinctly different from ordinary ninjas. The leader, Jing, was utterly unconcerned, striding ahead at a swift pace, while Yongxia trailed closely behind him, maintaining a speed that was considerate of our group. Although I was entirely capable of keeping up, I refrained from exerting myself, fearing they might be testing my limits. While Yongli steadfastly ensured my protection from behind, perhaps luck was on our side, as the trio of ninjas, originally prepared to abandon their pursuit, unexpectedly encountered their target on the way to rest. Yongxia, Jing called out as he spotted the target to his right, urging us to converge on that direction. Yongxia nodded and swiftly made his way towards the right. Jing, glancing back at me as I caught up, wore a serious expression, signaling that there was no time for childish antics, instructing me to remain hidden. Aware that it was not the moment to challenge him, I obediently nodded. Jing then communicated the route to Yongli, and after reaching a consensus, they set off. Yongli's initial speed even surpassed that of Jing. It was utterly impossible for me to simply stay put. Based on the direction taken by Jing and Yongli, I deduced the target's whereabouts. I was eager to uncover who had dared to impersonate me. As fate would have it, I accurately estimated the location and managed to corner the faux undertaker. Apologies, I stated, positioning myself in front of him, blocking his path. The hooded figure, glancing back frequently, was clearly startled to find himself suddenly obstructed, swiftly veering to the right. Have you heard of the shepherd dog principle? No. It matters not, for I devised it myself. The objective was to trap him, luring him into a snare, either to be subdued by me or ensnared in my web. As I obstructed his escape, I circled around, weaving a considerable distance through the trees, crafting intricate threads of silk that left him with no avenue of retreat. His path was enclosed within a 60-degree arc continuing the pursuit. The hooded figure, not foolish, recognized his predicament and ceased his flight. Along with myself, the three sand ninjas formed a quadrilateral, surrounding the hooded figure. You have nowhere left to run, Jing declared, raising his voice in intimidation. If you surrender willingly, perhaps Lord Kazakage will show leniency. The hooded figure let out a derisive laugh, a sound both contemptuous and eerie. Why do you insist it is I? He questioned, his voice low and raspy, infused with an unsettling tone. Yongli responded, urging him to abandon his delusions, asserting that no matter how well he disguised himself, he could not evade our scrutiny. Why? Why must it be me? The hooded figure suddenly screamed, his voice shifting to that of a woman's, shrill and jarring, resonating through the forest and stirring the leaves, obscuring our vision. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged towards me, perhaps perceiving me as the weakest link. I rubbed my eyes, momentarily squinting, and upon reopening them, found Yongli enveloping me in his embrace as he pivoted to the left. The hooded figure, wielding a sharp blade, aimed directly at where I had just stood. Indeed, Yongli proved to be the swiftest among the trio. He had positioned himself at my diagonal, the farthest from me. We are fine. You must pursue. Yongli gestured towards Jing and Yongxia. I wished to reach out and deter them, but it was too late. Explain yourself, Jing demanded, his face adorned with a web of nets. I lowered my gaze. Standing before him, I was merely setting a trap for the villain. Yongli helped Yongxiao remove the nets from him, and together they approached Jing to assist in his liberation. I did not mean for you to stay behind. Why did you follow? Jing's expression was one of exasperation. I just wanted to lend a hand, I replied softly. I could not confess that I had intentionally allowed the perpetrator to escape. However, the nets ensnaring them had indeed been an accident. Chapter 32. The soul switcher Jing was exceedingly angered. Yongxiao remained silent, yet I could sense a hint of his own frustration. Yongli, while comforting Jing not to be angry, also consoled me, urging me not to fear or blame myself. I felt neither fear nor guilt. That individual will not escape, I asserted, noting his clumsy flight. Evident injuries causing him to stumble. If he attempted to flee through the night, it would be a reckless gamble with his life. Thus, he must be nearby. Yongli nodded in agreement, recognizing the clear signs of his distress, though the cause of his injuries remained unknown. If he wished to survive, he would likely seek medical aid in the vicinity. Jing, exhaling in frustration, suggested we head to the nearby village, where the individual would probably seek treatment. And you little rascal, after spending a night in that village, make sure you return to Konoha immediately. I turned away, ignoring his admonition. With Jing and Yongli, one stern and the other gentle, guiding me, we successfully reached the village. It was modest yet bustling with life. The inn was still operating at night, streets illuminated, and food stalls thronged with patrons. There is an inn over there. It is safe to stay the night. Yongli pointed to a prominent sign, then gestured towards the nearby food stalls, suggesting I try the local delicacies from the land of wind, which were quite delightful. I nodded. You go ahead. We will investigate the man's whereabouts. Farewell, Yongli waved. The three of us set off in different directions. I stood still, observing my surroundings. With so many people, it was unlikely that the individual could traverse the crowd clad in a black cloak. He was likely disguised as an ordinary person. Was he injured? Or did he come with an ailment? I recalled glimpsing his soul form as he fled. It appeared peculiar, wavering yet struggling, as if the body was not perfectly attuned to the soul. This was precisely why I chose to let him go. A human body is the most suitable vessel for its corresponding soul, crafted from the template of the soul from conception, a bespoke creation. Should a soul be switched? Barring exceptional conditions like mine, it is exceedingly difficult for a soul to control another body unless external factors intervene. Just as I could allow the souls of my domain to inhabit other vacant vessels to achieve a semblance of revival. The hooded figure was undoubtedly suspicious. He was likely neither injured nor ill, but rather unable to masterfully control that body. Using injury as an excuse was merely a ruse to mislead the three ninjas. Since this matter involved the soul, it was imperative that I resolve it myself. How astute. My analysis is as fierce as a tiger. Perhaps I should first indulge in a meal. I had not eaten since completing the burial duties in the previous village. Although the client typically provides food, I abstained, as I could not guarantee its safety. The role of an undertaker necessitates absolute secrecy. The grilled meatballs from the roadside were rather delightful, and I purchased a cup of fruit and vegetable juice, albeit the prices were exorbitant in the land of wind. Perhaps it was fate that I once more encountered that familiar soul form. It was a man, his stance slightly distorted, trembling hands fumbling coins as he presented them to the owner of a noodle shop. However, it was evidently insufficient, and the shopkeeper, after a moment of consideration, sighed in resignation and prepared him a bowl of the most basic vegetable noodles. Likely, he was perceived as a destitute vagabond. I approached the owner, offering a few coins to add a fish cake to the man's meal. The owner glanced between me and the man, nodded in acknowledgement of the payment, and added the fish cake to the bowl. The man said nothing, accepting my charity with a sense of quiet gratitude. He sat in the corner, struggling to wield chopsticks, almost devouring the bowl of noodles with his hands, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Aren't you going to thank me? I inquired as he prepared to leave, standing beside him, fully pretending not to recognize him. Did he remember me? I was uncertain. I pondered whether an incompatible soul could retain the typical memory functions of a human. He responded in a deep, raspy voice, "Thank you." I was surprised by his sense of reason. "Do you live nearby?" I asked, attempting to engage him. "Are you homeless?" I was truly portraying the role of an ignorant girl to perfection. The man did not respond, his vacant gaze fixed straight ahead. Noticing his indifference, I refrained from pressing him further, lest I reveal my ulterior motives. "Well, I'm off now. Be careful not to eat anything unsavory," I waved as I departed. I did not truly leave. Instead, I concealed my presence in the shadows to observe him. After a moment of dazed stillness, he was shooed away by the proprietor. His gait was distorted, lacking the wide robe that might have concealed his figure, his posture fully exposed. After wandering the streets for a while, he turned into an alley, curling up in a corner lined with cardboard, reminiscent of a vagrant. I was uncertain if this was intentional, but if it were me, adopting the guise of a true homeless person would be the wisest choice. Comparing this man to the previously aggressive beast-like individual, it was difficult to believe they were the same person. Yet, I would not be mistaken. The essence of the soul cannot lie. I could not remain fixated on him all night, but given his current state, it would be quite challenging for him to venture far. After discreetly scattering some convenience items at the alley's entrance, I followed the enticing scent back to a nearby inn for rest. Before sleep, I entered the realm of paradise to discuss the matter with Nightmare. This paradise truly embodied the essence of a blissful world, akin to a hidden utopia. Your analysis holds merit, but I am uncertain who possesses such soul-swapping abilities, Nightmare replied, but it is certainly not another member of the Nightshade clan. Aside from one individual who holds dominion over paradise, the rest of the clan possesses only ordinary soul manipulation and attachment abilities. Thus, such a dissonance would not be the work of a Nightshade. You are even more confident than I remarked with a smile, which implies someone may be imitating. The Nightshade clan was inherently mysterious. Who would be privy to such matters? Orochimaru, I clapped my hands together. Apologies, Uncle Snake. But you are the only one I could think of for such occurrences. My conjecture was not without reason. My existence had given rise to the Nightshade clan and introduced Orochimaru to the concept of soul entities, making it hardly surprising that he would engage in such endeavors. Nightmare did not refute this. However, whether or not Orochimaru was involved, I needed to uncover the secrets surrounding this individual before the three ninjas apprehended him. The next morning, indeed, the man was absent from the alley where he had been the previous night. Following the alluring scent, I discovered he had not departed the village. Based on his movements, he had likely visited a stall for food before heading to an apothecary. To my astonishment, he had actually gone to purchase medicine, despite not being injured. Hello, proprietor, I greeted the shopkeeper at the counter. I would like to inquire if a tall, disheveled man with an odd gait and a raspy voice has passed through here. I gestured as I spoke. The shopkeeper, without hesitation, nodded. Ah, yes. He made quite an impression. Is everything all right, young lady? What is your relation to him? He is my uncle. I fabricated, suffering from a mental illness. And he has wandered away from home. My father and I are searching for him. I asked if he had purchased anything, and if he had paid. Oh, he bought some calming medicine, the shopkeeper recalled, frowning, muttering something about why me, and a jumble of nonsense. Did he pay? I pressed. Yes, dear, he assured me. Very well. Which direction did he go? The shopkeeper pointed westward. He headed that way, though I am not sure what he intended. Thank you, kind sir. I expressed my gratitude and left the shop. The direction indicated by the shopkeeper aligned with the trail of the enticing scent, suggesting that this man possessed some agency. His purchase of calming medicine indicated he might be oblivious to the soul-swapping incident, believing instead that he was simply in a state of mental disarray. I continued to track him, observing as the scent led him into the kitchen of a small eatery. Before I could enter, a cacophony erupted from within, the clattering of pots and pans, alongside shouts of anger. Just as I was about to open the door, it swung open violently. And to my surprise, the man I was searching for was hurled out of the kitchen, accompanied by a bowl of dark, viscous potion that splashed onto my clothing. Gazing at the pungent stains on my attire, and then at the irate chefs within, I exclaimed, "Is this how you conduct business?" As the commotion affected bystanders, one woman stepped forward, apologizing. "I'm so sorry, young lady. This vagrant has caused a disturbance and sullied your clothes. If you follow me, I can provide a change and help you clean up." I did not refuse, yet as I was about to follow her, the man suddenly grasped my arm, pulling at my clothing and attempting to shove the stained fabric into his mouth, murmuring, "It hurts." His deep, raspy voice repeated the words incessantly. I swiftly severed the piece of cloth with a kunai. "What is happening?" I turned to the woman. She appeared to be the proprietress. And seeing my calm demeanor as I produced my ninja tools, she deduced I was an experienced ninja and proceeded to explain. We were overwhelmed with customers. And when the chefs entered the kitchen, they found him sneaking around, using our pots to concoct who knows what. We couldn't risk using that pot again. It disrupted our business significantly. We couldn't chase him away, so we resorted to a more forceful approach. Rubbing her temples, the proprietress sighed, glancing at the man seated on the ground. "It is rather pitiable," I assented. "Perhaps he is a sick relative abandoned by his family." I approached and knelt in front of him. curious if he still remembered me. He was still chewing on my clothing, but upon hearing my voice, he lifted his vacant gaze toward me. Strange. I looked again, confirming my observation. There was indeed a woman's soul within this man. Typically, one could see more details of the soul through the eyes, enough to discern features and the original form of the soul. Upon noticing my gaze, he averted his eyes as if jolted awake. It seemed he remembered, but needed time to process this information. Having crossed paths with him once, our reunion felt fated. I retrieved a pouch of coins, offering compensation for the damages. I will cover the cost of a new pot. The proprietress was taken aback, surprised that a child could produce such a sum. It's not much, I reassured her. I have saved quite a bit over the years, all stored in paradise. She accepted the compensation and even invited us to lunch. Perhaps due to my assistance, the man began to trust me slightly and even agreed to accompany me. What do you intend to do by following me? I asked at the street corner. In truth, I hoped he would choose to walk away on his own, considering I was tracking him. The man remained silent. Perhaps he had thoughts swirling in his mind, yet struggled to articulate them through his current form. Hey, Nightshade. I heard someone call my name, and turning around, I recognized Yongliang. He was accompanied by Yongxia, but there was no sign of Jinglao. Where's Jinglao? I inquired. We have located our target, Yongliang replied. I instinctively glanced at the man beside me after hearing the words. Yongliang continued, mentioning that Boss Jing had escorted her back, referring to the one who attacked us last night. Who on earth is he? I inquired. Gasso, a rogue sand ninja engaged in a mercenary trade of assassination. Quite brutal and with a penchant for cruelty, Yongliang explained. He has been in the area for 3 days, and we've been pursuing him for just as long. Thus, the outside is perilous, but it's safe now. That man has already been escorted back. I pondered for a moment. Do you have a likeness of Gasso? Yongxia nodded and retrieved a wanted poster from her bag, handing it to me. Upon opening it, I found my suspicions confirmed. The real Gasso had not been taken away. He stood right beside us. I held the poster up before the man. He stared blankly at the image. And after about half a minute, he reacted. Why me? Why me? His voice was hoarse, akin to a demon's whisper. The man repeatedly uttered those words, his body beginning to convulse. Yongxia and Yongliang assumed defensive stances. What is happening? What is wrong with him? Yongliang queried, visibly perplexed. I silently observed the tormented soul within that body, twisting and struggling, while I feigned indifference, lying that he must be a victim who had suffered at the hands of Gasso, driven mad and triggered by the sight of him. Why would you go with such a madman? Yongliang questioned, as he and Yongxia deliberated whether to subdue him. Don't worry about him. He'll forget soon enough, I replied. Indeed, cognitive memory is a function of the body. If one cannot fully control the body, one cannot harness its capabilities. This soul was not like those in my realm, where spirits are fully awakened in will. As anticipated, he soon grew quiet again, seemingly contemplating what to do next. Chapter 34. Forced cooperation despite the man's calmness. Yongliang and Yongxia remained vigilant. Yongliang expressed concern that it was unsafe to leave such an unstable individual on the street, suggesting we take him back to the sand-hidden village for observation and to investigate if he had any relatives. What are you trying to do? Take my person? I refused outright. This man is the first I met upon arriving in this village. I even helped him. He trusts me now. We are friends. And I will not allow you to take him away. I can control him and prevent him from harming others. Of course, controlling a soul is simple. Binding a person is far too easy. Yongliang exchanged glances with Yongxia, and then, abandoning her usual kindness, she sternly stated that such idealistic notions were unacceptable. We cannot gamble with safety. This is not the time for recklessness. I did not wish to clash with Yongliang, but since she did not trust me, I had to prove myself. What if I can demonstrate it to you? Yongliang, puzzled, asked how I intended to do so. I smiled, confident that he would heed my words. Yongxia suddenly moved in front of the man, perhaps causing him pain, as he began to stir again. Yongxia, Yongliang called out, frowning. Yet, Yongxia was an executionist. Action was more convenient than discussion. The woman within the man was furious and restless, possibly seeking an outlet after prolonged discomfort. I focused on his legs. The man was immobile, his upper body thrashing in torment while his lower half remained still. I stepped closer, tiptoeing to press my hand on his shoulder. It felt as if, in a dark room, I had finally discovered a ray of light, believing it to be the exit, only to find it was merely a curtain drawn back. Yet, it was sufficient for me to communicate with her. Gasso Gasso gazed back at me in confusion, and I told her that I was the only one who could assist her. Regardless of what transpired, she simply needed to heed my guidance. I was able to communicate directly with the soul, bypassing the physical medium's limitations. For the first time since being trapped in this body, she communicated with clarity and determination. Agreeing to my proposal, I instructed her to do nothing but remain still, for this was the most comfortable state for her in this ill-suited body. Soon, the man fell silent, his gaze vacant as he stood still. Yongxia found it remarkable and wanted to test again. Yongliang restrained Yongxia, cautioning against further recklessness. What did you do? Yongliang regarded me, realizing this was not a matter of ordinary trust. Indeed, this man was astute. Illusion, I began to weave another tale, claiming I was of the Uchiha clan. Yongliang chuckled, acknowledging that being of the Uchiha lineage showcased the power of the Sharingan. Just superficial, I replied casually. Having no Sharingan at all, but my words conveyed authenticity. After all, anything they had not witnessed could be attributed to illusion. It was akin to saying that the specters they beheld were mere figments of their imagination. Yongliang relented, albeit not entirely. Why do you wish to keep him with you? Perhaps she thought this was a capricious whim of an immature girl. However, this query was indeed challenging to answer, and I could only continue fabricating my story without betraying my composure. I want to help him find his family. After all, I am out here to gain experience. Is this not a form of training? The rationale seemed reasonable. Where do we start? What is the next plan? Undertaking any task requires a strategy and logic. Yongliang began to speak to me in an instructive tone. In that case, we also wish to assist in locating his family, and we possess more information. If you are willing, we can collaborate, and the task will become far more efficient. What do you say? All right. With such a proposition laid before me, to refuse would be rather peculiar. Very well, I conceded, ultimately yielding to their suggestion. Yongliang expressed satisfaction with the outcome, stating that the first step was to ascertain his identity. Can he still remember who he is? I glanced at the man, pondering that he likely could not. It wasn't that he had forgotten, but rather that Gasso Gasso might not recognize this man at all. I shook my head, observing his dazed expression. He probably can't. Therefore, we could only rely on his physical characteristics for identification. Yongliang examined him closely from all angles. Eventually, we returned to our lodgings, as it was inconvenient to remain on the street. The man's shirt had been removed, and he bore no belongings to prove his identity. His physique was robust, yet his upper body was marred with numerous scars. Yongxia observed and remarked, "These are whip marks." Was he enslaved? I could only surmise this from the extensive whip scars. Yongxia nodded, then shook her head, unable to ascertain with certainty. The information is still too scarce, Yongliang noted, then squeezed the man's arm, estimating him to be around 35 years old. This man even knows how to assess bone structure. I sat aside, watching as these two men examined another man, their hands roaming over his body. Had I not severed the tenuous connection between Gasso Gasso's soul and the body, it would have likely driven any girl to a state of frenzy. Ultimately, Yongliang sent the clues via letter to the rock-hidden village, seeking assistance in the search. Our next step was to proceed as if he were a former slave, the hard labor, in search of his true identity. There had been a past incident of enslavement in a small village located at the border between nations, where defensive measures were required to avert unnecessary warfare. During that time, some people were sold and traded as laborers. I thought it prudent to give him a name. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to address him. Yongliang and Yongxia had no objections. I crouched before him, patted his shoulder, and re-established that faint connection, allowing Gasso Gasso to receive some external information. Listen closely. From now on I shall call you Swan, your new name Swan. I gazed into his eyes, directly conveying the message to Chiasaw. Chiasaw, I know who you are, but only I can assist you now. You can no longer reclaim your original body. If you wish to survive, follow my instructions. From this moment onward, you shall be Swan, a man. Chiasaw appeared somewhat reluctant to accept this, and I could sense the emotional turmoil emanating from her soul. Yet she ultimately acquiesced to my wishes. Chapter 35. Yongliang. Yongxia. Before proceeding with our next steps, I raised my hand and suggested we have a meal first. Yongliang chuckled helplessly, acknowledging that after all the commotion, it was indeed time to eat. Due to Swan's uniqueness, it was ultimately Yongxia who packed 4 meals to take back to the inn. Yongxia also purchased a dessert for me. Delicious. I do have a fondness for sweets. Yongliang teased Yongxia, remarking on his apparent skill in charming children. Yongxia focused on his meal, remaining silent. I am no longer a child, I retorted proudly. So, are you two brothers? Indeed, Yongliang affirmed. Who do you think is the elder? I glanced at both individuals. Based solely on appearance, Yongliang appeared slightly fairer and shorter, exhibiting a more extroverted, talkative, and gentle demeanor. Yongxia, on the other hand, seemed more battle-hardened, with a deeper skin tone, muscular arms adorned with scars, and a height surpassing Yongliang's, his gaze colder and more reserved, yet possessing remarkable decisiveness. You are the elder, I stated to Yongliang, not merely guessing, but deducing from the essence of their souls. Despite their similar appearances, subtle differences in their spiritual energies indicated a slight age gap. Yongliang smiled. How did you deduce that? Since you phrased it that way, I guessed you must be the elder. If you had asked who the younger was, I would have guessed you were the younger. I replied casually. Quite astute, Yongliang chuckled, confirming my guess that they were 2 years apart. However, I have been under Yongxia's care for quite some time. Typically, we do not concern ourselves with who is the elder. Such a strong bond, I responded nonchalantly. Do you have any siblings? Yongliang inquired as he continued eating. I paused, savored my dessert, and decided to shift the topic. Rather than dwell on that, let me introduce Chiasaw. It appeared that the villagers were still unaware of the Uchiha massacre, indicating that Konoha's security measures were effective. Yongliang sensed the unease and continued my narrative. Chiasaw is, in essence, a rogue ninja who sells her life for money. A killer? I pondered. She was once an exceptionally talented ninja, but dissatisfied with her village's prospects, she ventured out, only to be led astray by unknown forces, Yongliang explained. Her personality is quite arrogant. She possesses great talent, but is excessively proud. Is she from Sunagakure? No, Yongxia interjected. She is from Kumogakure. Oh, I was taken aback. Yongliang nodded. Actually, neither Yongxia nor I are natives of Sunagakure. We both hail from Kumogakure. However, our mother is from Sunagakure, and we followed her here. Oh, so you have known Chiasawa for quite some time. Indeed, Yongliang elaborated, a hint of wistfulness in his smile. It would be more accurate to say we are childhood friends. When we left Kumogakure with our mother, Chiasawa was still there. Later, during our missions, we encountered her and discovered she had become a rogue ninja. I refrained from asking further, my gaze shifting to Swan, who was enjoying his meal heartily. He must be quite happy, surrounded by food. Ultimately, it was Yongliang who helped tidy up the room. Let us stay the night, I exclaimed. I do not wish to complete tasks under such pressure. Yongliang sighed, stating that it was she who treated this matter as a task and had been procrastinating. Let us indulge this child. Yongxia added. We might as well take the opportunity to rest well. Thus, we ended up prolonging our stay for another night. During this time, Chiasawa had calmed considerably, essentially surrendering her will, while I directly controlled Swan's actions, finding the most comfortable approach for her. As a group of 4, I led the way, followed by Swan, with Yongliang and Yongxia walking side by side behind us. How delightful it is to know the route, I mused to myself. After all, I had previously wandered aimlessly without a map, utterly oblivious to the geography of this world, akin to a pioneer in uncharted territory, which could be quite exhausting. Isn't such traveling rather perilous? Does Konoha truly permit it? Yongliang inquired curiously. I am a runaway, I replied. What? Why? Yongliang seemed puzzled. I contemplated my response. To grow stronger, in a rapid manner. This time, I spoke the truth. You are merely 13? Yes, I nodded. What's the matter? Nothing much, he continued. Reminiscing about when Yongxia was 13, having to leave Kumogakure after their father passed away, facing an unfamiliar environment. Yongxia had once run away as well. Yongliang described with a smile. I recall finding him in a tree hollow on the way back to Kumogakure. Perhaps he was simply weary and resting. It was fear. Yongxia interjected. Yongliang seemed taken aback by Yongxia's willingness to share this slightly embarrassing story. Initially, Yongxia appeared bashful, but as the memories surfaced, the reflections seemed to outweigh the embarrassment, and he opened up. At that time, I felt a tinge of regret and fear, for the thunder resembled our father's. Yongliang's expression darkened, and he refrained from continuing the story. Perhaps the fear stemming from the unknown environment paled in comparison to that of familial loss. Yongxia's voice was barely audible, as if speaking to himself. It's been 5 years. It is time to move on. Yongliang seemed to comfort both Yongxia and himself. There was likely a story behind this. After a moment of awkwardness, Yongliang switched back to his cheerful demeanor and addressed me. You ran away from home? Did no one come after you? Not really, I replied casually. Perhaps they did. But once they couldn't find me, they ceased searching. We shared little with one another, merely skimming the surface of our lives. Regarding Yongliang and Yongxia, two characters not present in the original narrative, I knew nothing about them. They might be good people. Should they be, our paths may inevitably cross as adversaries in the future. Chapter 36. The village amidst the sandstorm as we advanced toward our new destination. The journey was filled with laughter and camaraderie, devoid of any extraordinary events, which brought me great joy. For several days, I had been surrounded by Yongliang and Yongxia, making it difficult to engage in my usual endeavors, resulting in an extended period devoid of spiritual income. Even my nightmare had begun to wail in long-forgotten distress. I yearned to give it a slap, for it was always the loudest, as if it had any stake in the matter. Moreover, my nightmare had been eyeing Chasua's soul, yet I had no intention of bringing her in. If possible, I intended to cultivate a sense of trust, allowing her to live on as Swan while working for me. The new village was situated in a harsh environment, and as we approached, the wind and sand became increasingly formidable. Does anyone truly reside in this cursed place? I complained, covering my mouth and nose. Yongli nodded, indicating that this place was prone to natural disasters and also susceptible to attacks by those with ill intentions. Therefore, it was imperative for someone to reside here and guard the tower. As he spoke, Yongli pointed towards a building partially obscured by sandstorms in the distance. Don't tell me that Suan was enslaved for constructing that thing. I scoffed internally, feeling the melodrama of the situation. No, that structure has existed for quite some time. Yongli clarified. Due to the harsh environment, most of the original villagers had abandoned the area in search of better livelihoods. In an attempt to retain them, rewards were offered. Yet they still could not be kept. Ultimately, the decision was made to provide substantial rewards to high-ranking officials, compelling them to find a solution. What a clever tactic. Some greedy officials captured vulnerable individuals to enslave them and oversee this land. I decided to cease my inquiries and instead ventured directly into the village to investigate. Suan, come. Let me introduce you to them. I gestured, and together we leaped from the height, heading straight for the heart of the village. Yongli shook his head helplessly and followed with Yongxia. Upon landing, I was met not with the expected scene of inhumane servitude and brutal labor, but rather an eerie desolation. Where is everyone? I surveyed my surroundings, which appeared bleak as though I had wandered into the wrong place. Yongli glanced at the sun's position and remarked that our timing was unfortunate, as this was likely when the villagers were sheltering indoors from the sandstorm. What a pity. I sighed. What were you expecting? Yongli chuckled, suggesting we find a household to inquire within. We approached the nearest house and knocked for quite some time before someone finally opened a crack to see who was there. Yongli began to introduce himself when I stepped forward and interrupted, saying, "We are travelers passing through. We were wondering if we could find shelter from this fierce sandstorm." The woman who opened the door regarded me thoughtfully before nodding and allowing us entry. Inside, the room was dark, with nearly every opening sealed off, illuminated only by a single oil lamp. After we entered, the woman noticed Sun, who appeared frightened, as he seemed the most formidable among us. "It's all right," I reassured him, patting his shoulder. "He won't harm you. You're making him seem like a large dog," Yongli teased. I proudly raised my chin in response. The woman offered us seats and provided each of us with a cup of water, which was merely ordinary drinking water. It was evident that water resources were extremely scarce, making this gesture a generous one. At that moment, a thought crossed my mind. Nightmare, can I store water in the paradise? What do you intend to do? Just storing it. The more the better. Perhaps one day I could conjure a water-based escape. To some extent, that's feasible, but it's unnecessary. You can directly learn the water technique from soul studies. The progress is too slow. Yongli, noticing my distraction, gently patted my head, asking if I was tired. I shook my head, saying I was merely pondering where these essential supplies came from in such an environment. The woman, hearing my musings, spoke up. "We receive provisions from above. We work without money, receiving only food and water." How primitive the ruling class is, I thought. Since the conversation had drifted this way, Yongli continued, "Is this area managed by the village chief?" The woman paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. "When do you typically begin work?" "Surely. There must be breaks during weather like this." I seized the opportunity to ask about their work, wondering if they mined for gold. The woman opened her mouth, but ultimately chose not to respond. Yongli offered an apologetic smile, saying, "I'm sorry, my child doesn't understand." I pouted in annoyance, thinking. Who is your child? How long does this sandstorm usually last? Yongli inquired, posing a question more suitable for adults. We should not intrude on your home for too long. The woman shook her head, her expression remaining indifferent. It's fine. Such weather usually calms down at night. There's no one else at home, so you aren't bothering anyone. Is it just you living here? What about your family? I asked again. Yongli interrupted, placing a hand on my head to silence me, then handed me over to Yongxia, instructing her to keep me quiet. Yongxia obediently covered my mouth. I protested, but she firmly held me in place. All right, you've got me securely trapped, I thought. Yongli, satisfied, turned back to the woman, apologizing once more. The woman, seemingly unfazed, replied, the girl is not wrong. I do live alone. The men are all working in the tower over there, day and night, leaving me by myself. I found it amusing, sometimes. The innocent words of a child can be more effective. After that, the woman retreated into another room and did not return. She left us outside without fear. As the room was utterly bare, we had no motive to harm her. The tower she mentioned must be the one we had glimpsed upon our arrival. I returned to my seat. Yongli nodded. That's likely it. By the way, were you doing that on purpose? Just tell me if it had any effect. I replied with a smile. Although I feel sorry about it, we aren't pressed for time. We can explore that building soon. Yongli sighed. You seem to be enjoying yourself completely. Chapter 37. The Sand Tower. The sandstorm persisted for an extended period, leaving the four of us in the room aimlessly waiting. I was so bored that I considered suggesting a game of mahjong, but alas, Suan couldn't play. What a pity. I opened the door a crack, allowing some sand to enter, but it felt slightly less intense than before. Let us go, Yongli suggested, stepping closer to look outside. Now's our chance to make a swift move. Before he could finish, I swung open the door, pointing towards the tower. Suan, let us go? Without understanding much, Suan simply followed my lead. What appeared to be a long distance was merely an illusion created by the sandstorm obscuring our view. The actual distance was not far at all. The tower was constructed from sandstones, giving the impression that it might collapse with the slightest misstep. Hello, I called out as I ventured inside, but only my echo responded. It didn't seem to be inhabited. I pressed on, and Yongli and the others followed, reminding me to remain vigilant. The walls of the tower were adorned with torches, providing adequate light, yet no one was in sight. The tower was not particularly tall, and we would soon reach the summit. I wonder if we should actually be going downwards, perhaps to a dungeon? I mused. That's not an unreasonable thought, Yongli nodded. However, since we started ascending, let us first investigate the tower's pinnacle. Upon reaching the top, there was nothing particularly remarkable, just a viewing platform to gaze into the distance. Though much of it was now covered in sand. The storm raged on outside. Just as I suspected, we may need to explore downwards, Yongli remarked. Without hesitation, they turned around, while I remained entranced by the view outside. Have you discovered something? Yongli called out when he noticed I had fallen behind. I shook my head. Catching up. Nothing. I was merely contemplating when this sandstorm might cease. All right, enough daydreaming, Yongli chuckled. We returned to the ground floor, where we indeed found an entrance leading downwards. This was an uncharted territory, and we all proceeded cautiously. As soon as my foot touched the ground of the lower level, a figure emerged, bearing a fierce expression, with a face smeared in dirt and ragged clothing covered in sand. I observed that upon their first glance, he displayed a moment of panic, which swiftly morphed into a fierce demeanor. He then pointed an accusatory finger at Lachlan, exclaiming, "You dare to flee, do you?" After delivering this retort, he charged at Locke and shake him off. I commanded Lachlan. With a swift motion, Lachlan flung his arm, causing the man to fall to the ground. A look of disbelief etched upon his face. "Who are you?" he stammered. Yongliang stepped forward to restrain my slightly impulsive demeanor. "I am a ninja from Sunagakure, and we have been dispatched to investigate the conditions of this village. It has come to our attention that there exists a substantial amount of oppressive labor practices here." Upon seeing Yongliang's forehead protector, the man's hostility dissipated, and he stammered incoherently, ultimately uttering, "I know nothing. It's all the higher-ups who coerced me." With that, he fled. Yongliang made no effort to pursue him, for it was apparent that he had no valuable information and was merely attempting to escape unnoticed. Continuing down this path could potentially alarm the snakes lurking in the grass. I stated, "At this moment, we require a touch of theatricality." Yongliang looked puzzled. I rummaged through my belongings and produced a tattered garment resembling the work attire of the local laborers. I implored my companions, "Brother, a little disguise, if you please." Yongliang and Yongxiao both exhibited a surprising fondness for children. Where do you procure such peculiar props? Yongliang inquired. I have been wandering for quite some time. One never knows when something might prove useful, so I have kept a few items, I replied, observing the three men, including Lachlan, now clad in ragged attire. Feeling quite satisfied. And you? Yongxia asked, regarding me, the only one still dressed normally. Me? I shall hide away. I chuckled, assuring them to proceed boldly, for I was small and less likely to be discovered. Now let us advance. Yongxia was perplexed but accepted my decision, while Yongliang sighed in resignation. The area beneath the tower was rather dim, strewn with stones, making it easy for me to conceal myself as I followed from the shadows, while the other three seamlessly blended into their roles as laborers. As we ventured deeper, the rhythmic sounds of work soon filled the air. Some were mining, others laying bricks, and still others transporting sand, all under the watchful eye of a commanding overseer. The scene was orderly yet suffused with a palpable sense of oppression. The overseer, wielding a long whip, bellowed at the sight of Yongliang and the others. You three, slacking off? Get back to your stations now. Yongliang remained silent, while Yongxia had already begun to search for a spot to chip away at the stone. I signaled Lachlan, and he dutifully followed suit. Seizing the moment while everyone was occupied, I stealthily navigated further into the depths. I found myself perplexed by their actions. Were they constructing or excavating? They seemed to be doing both, perhaps to prevent the deep pit from collapsing. I distanced myself from the bustling workers, arriving at a secluded digging site, seemingly untouched. Yet it felt as though something lay buried beneath the soft earth. With a kunai, I carefully began to unearth the ground, revealing a plethora of corpses buried within the loose sand. How bizarre it was. Though the remains suggested death, I sensed no lingering souls. Some of the bodies appeared as if they had not succumbed for a full week. As I pondered this anomaly, I heard footsteps approaching and quickly kicked the sand back over the bodies, concealing them, and slipped into the shadows to observe. The newcomer was an ordinary laborer, who appeared to be sneaking around for some clandestine purpose. He found a corner, produced a handful of grass-like substance, and began to chew and swallow it. After consuming it, he leaned against the wall, banging his head against the sandy wall twice. Although the wall was not yet fortified with stones, his actions appeared quite peculiar. After finishing, he shook his head and turned to leave. I approached the spot where he had just eaten, discovering a few remnants of grass, which I collected for later. Finding nothing else of value in that area, I promptly returned to the vicinity of my companions, only to discover a chaotic brawl had erupted. With Lachlan at the center of it all, a group of individuals was pummeling him mercilessly, and the gassos within him seemed to reach a breaking point, leading him to thrash wildly, albeit clumsily, tossing people about. Yongliang and Yongxiao were simultaneously trying to calm Lachlan while preventing him from inflicting harm, all the while attempting to fend off the assailants. The scene descended into utter chaos. In the midst of this turmoil, I found myself uncertain whether to intervene and restrain Lachlan or to allow him to retaliate against the onslaught. Ultimately, I resolved that we could not allow Lachlan to be wronged. I exerted my sole control, enabling him to adapt to his body with 80% efficiency. In that moment, Gassos seemed to experience a resurgence of vitality, no longer flailing about aimlessly but instead skillfully repelling his attackers. I moderated my control to ensure he did not inflict serious harm. Yongliang noticed Lachlan's improved state, casting a glance in my direction, realizing my involvement. Despite the multitude of workers present, their lack of combat experience led to their swift defeat, with many either collapsing or feigning death to avoid engagement. Among them was the whip-wielding overseer, who, despite sustaining injuries, remained standing, albeit bruised and battered, with his whip long since commandeered and cast aside. He pointed at Lachlan, shouting, "You dare to resist me? Yinda, do you not value your mother?" Upon hearing this, I sensed a deeper narrative at play and immediately commanded Gassos to speak in Lachlan's stead. "What do you intend to do?" The overseer, sensing Lachlan's trepidation, boasted, "Now you know fear? Why did you not display it earlier? Do as you are commanded." I discreetly approached Yongxia and Yongliang, inquiring about the situation. Yongliang explained in hushed tones that the overseer had urged a worker to labor more efficiently, subsequently striking the man with his whip, which inadvertently struck Lachlan, inciting the uproar. How utterly absurd. Just as I was about to cue Lachlan for a dramatic upheaval in the underground tower, a figure stumbled in, exclaiming, "Someone has died." The crowd gasped in shock, and the overseer, abandoning his confrontation, pushed through the throng and rushed away, with others scattering in various directions, their destinations unknown. Such a significant reaction left me bewildered. With the crowd dispersing, I ceased my concealment, determined to follow Yongliang. He intended to accompany me, but I stopped him, insisting that if we were to act, we must do so thoroughly. You and Yongxiao remain here and care for Locken. I shall quietly ascertain the situation. Without waiting for their protests, I slipped away. The overseer exited the sand tower and entered a humble villager's abode, where a frail woman lay deceased, likely from starvation. Strangely, I detected no trace of spiritual presence around her. I inquired of Nightmare, "Is a death by starvation considered a natural one?" "Not quite," Nightmare replied. "But there is indeed no spirit associated with her." The overseer covered his mouth and nose, casting a cursory glance before hastily vacating the house. He exchanged a few words with the individual who had come to report, and that person hurriedly departed. The overseer's expression was one of disdain as he moved far away from the deceased woman's residence to await further developments. This presented me with an opportunity, and I stealthily entered to examine the scene. The deceased woman appeared to be of a relatively young age, and her cause of death indeed seemed to be starvation. The complete absence of spiritual presence in the house perplexed me. After a thorough search, I found no additional useful information within. The overseer returned with others, pushing the door open, and proclaimed, "Master, please help resolve this matter. Why has it not been dealt with thoroughly yet?" I crouched at the crack of the door, peering inside, where a figure referred to as the master was clad in a black hooded cloak, a garb that felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of my own undertaker's style. The master remained silent, crouching down to pour an unknown liquid into the mouth of a corpse, then offering a small vial to the leader and the guide, who both consumed it, visibly relieved afterward. "Shall we bury it there?" The leader inquired of the cloaked figure, who nodded in response. "Bury?" Was there a specific location in mind? I recalled the pile of corpses discovered beneath the tower. The leader and the guide rolled the body in a straw mat and carried it away, with the cloaked figure following them out of the house. I trailed closely behind. The body was placed onto a cart pushed towards the direction of the tower, while the leader seemed to be arguing with the master. More accurately, he was questioning the master, saying, "Last time you assured us there was nothing to worry about, yet here we are again with another death. What will happen if this continues? Our village is already sparse. If you do not accompany me to explain this to Lord Zhuobu, the next to die will be me." The master remained silent, being half dragged away by the leader. They arrived at a building of prime location, likely the residence of the highest authority, presumably of village chief rank. Within the structure, there were guards patrolling, all ninjas, complicating my pursuit, yet fortunately, my stature made it easier to remain undetected. To glean information, I swiftly exchanged souls with the leader of the tower, hoping he would not abruptly realize that his left ear had gone deaf and raise an alarm. Upon entering, the leader began to accuse the master. Summarizing his grievances, "You claim to have resolved the issue, yet another person has just died. What shall we do if this continues to spread? If everyone here dies, it will be disastrous." Ultimately, the leader was slapped, coincidentally on the left side, causing me pain, fearing that this ear might be damaged, leaving me unable to receive any further information. Luckily, I could still hear. I caught the so-called elder remarking that there would inevitably be loose ends, unless they killed everyone here. That was unacceptable. The village chief sternly interjected, "I can allow for some leniency, but you must remain in the village and keep a close watch over me." The cloaked figure did not respond, leaving me uncertain whether he agreed or opposed. But the chief's tone indicated that the master was to be retained in the village. Subsequently, the chief instructed the tower leader to arrange accommodations for the master and mandated that he accompany them daily for oversight of the tower. Although I did not glean much information, I realized I would need to join the construction team of the tower. After exiting the chief's office, I swiftly returned to the depths of the tower. I found Suan and exchanged souls with him. The newly swapped Gasoso felt uncomfortable, but I immediately revoked any control she had over my body, leading to her spiritual unrest while my body peacefully slumbered. After hiding myself well, I assumed Suan's identity and returned to the construction site to resume work. Chapter 39. Shea. I feigned indifference as I returned to work as Suan, but Yongxia's gaze upon me was somewhat different, leading me to suspect that he might have seen through my disguise, causing me to feel uneasy as I worked. Yongxia was briefly puzzled, but soon returned to his diligent labor. Yongliang and Yongxia were indeed conscientious. Before long, The tower leader entered with the master, commanding everyone to gather. Those who had hidden in fear and those indifferent to the situation congregated once more. The master produced small vials from beneath her robe, handing them out, and I received one as well. Everyone eagerly drank, while I pretended to do so, discreetly storing it in my own realm. Exchanging souls allows one to occupy another's body while still utilizing their own bloodline limit. Borrowing a soul enables the use of a former life's abilities, but only at 75 effectiveness. Directly allowing a disembodied soul to control one's body grants full access to that soul's former capabilities. On the other side, Yong Liang and Yong Xia also concealed their potions. After consuming the concoction, the master merely stood in a corner observing while others resumed their tasks. The leader, having had previous conflicts with Suin, cast a disdainful glance at me as he passed, scoffing, "Consider yourself fortunate." Indeed, it was fortunate that I had no time to indulge in trivial matters with him. I ignored him, my focus remaining on the master. As evening approached, the sandstorm had subsided, and it was customary for everyone to return home to rest at this hour. However, all gathered to have their meals inspected by the master. I was uncertain of what she had added, but it seemed harmless. I abstained from eating it and discreetly shared it among the other workers. After the meal, each person extended their hand for the master to inspect before departing. When it was my turn, I mimicked the previous individuals, extending my hand for her to see. As I prepared to retract my hand and move forward, the master suddenly grasped it. She opened my palm, tracing her fingers across it, then lifted her gaze to meet mine. In our shared glance, I recognized her as a girl. Her eyes were filled with confusion, but she remained silent, pulling me away from the line to stand behind her. I was equally perplexed, as I still had no understanding of what this village was truly engaged in. Yong Liang and Yong Xia passed without issue. Once everyone had departed, only the master, the site leader, and I remained. The leader appeared puzzled as to why she had chosen to keep me. "I will take him," the girl stated, indicating research. Upon hearing this, the leader offered no resistance, saying, "Fine, take him. He has no family. Feel free to experiment." "No family? What happened to my mother?" I grasped his collar, demanding, "What do you mean? Where is my mother? What have you done to her?" The leader struggled against me, shouting, "Let go. Are you rebelling? Your mother has long since passed." Leaving with the last group, I forcefully threw him aside, causing him to fall to the ground. He rubbed his face, rising to retaliate, "You little brat. Previously you seemed oblivious to your mother's death, and now you act like you care." Shouting at me, "Enough." The master interjected, her tone cold. "Do not harm my research subject." The leader, disgruntled but unable to retaliate, spat and departed. Once he was gone, the master glanced at me and instructed, "Follow me." Before proceeding deeper into the work area, I trailed behind her, observing how petite she was. My own body was still that of a mere child. We arrived at a small area with tables and chairs, where she halted and turned to face me. "What is your name?" she inquired. This caught me off guard, and I had to think. "I am called Yenda." Luckily, I recalled that the leader had addressed Suin by her true name earlier. The girl remained silent for a moment before responding, "I am called Shea." You're not Yenda. What is your name?" This time, I was at a loss, puzzled by the master Shea's intentions. Was she trying to deceive me? I maintained my vacant demeanor as Suin, insisting, "I am called Yenda." When Shaga realized I did not trust her, she helplessly shook her head. "I recognized Yenda, but you are not him. What is your name?" I reiterated. "I am called Suan." Well, I still did not fully trust her. Shaga nodded, indicating her indifference to my name. As long as I acknowledged that I was not Yenda, she fixed her gaze upon me with a righteous expression, inquiring whether I had brought the calamity upon the village. Me? I pointed to myself, bewildered. Shaga, observing my utterly confused demeanor, also looked a bit uneasy. "Of course not. How did you come to that conclusion?" "Because you are strange, and you are not Yenda," Shaga replied, frowning. What a straightforward girl. I sighed in resignation, although I was indeed peculiar. I could not claim responsibility for any calamity. "You cannot deceive me," Shaga asserted. "No one can deceive me as long as they converse with me." It was no wonder this girl was so forthright. "Fine, I do not intend to educate you," I said, raising my hands. "What do you mean by calamity?" "I won't tell you." Straightforward yet not foolish," I remarked. "You mentioned you are not afraid of deception. So I swear here that I did not come to destroy anything. I merely seek the truth. I truly was not running amok anymore. This girl was my nemesis." Shaga gazed at me, puzzled. "What truth?" "I will trade you my secret," I proposed. Is that acceptable? All right, you go first. I nodded and confessed. I am here to uncover the mystery of this body's origin. Shaga, seeing my sincerity, replied, You know this body is called Yinda. What more do you seek? He was just an ordinary laborer in this village with only a deceased mother. It seemed Yinda was also gone. That is not what I wish to hear. Chapter 40. Collaboration. Actually, Shaga interjected, I know you want to know about the village. This village not only suffers from a harsh environment, but is also shrouded in calamity. The villagers contract strange illnesses. They overeat, yet remain emaciated, ultimately starving to death. Then what do you give us to eat? It is a potion to prevent curses. Shaga explained. However, for villagers afflicted by strange illnesses, the potion is ineffective, though it can prevent transmission to others. I nodded. Perhaps it would be better if everyone perished. Shaga muttered quietly. Goodness, this girl is in a remarkable state of mind. I cleared my throat, shifting the topic. Thank you for informing me about Yinda, but I actually wanted to inquire about another individual named Gisoso. Do you know of her? Shaga shook her head, then nodded. I know she is a wanted rogue ninja, but I have neither seen her nor know her. Well, that is quite normal. As far as I know, Gisoso has been to this village, and the village chief must know something. I suggested, how about you help me obtain a title to get close to the chief, and in return, I will assist you in resolving the calamity? Even if we cannot eradicate the calamity, I can help you leave this village, freeing you from the obligation to treat them. I extended the olive branch of collaboration to Shaga. Without much hesitation, she nodded in agreement. I accept. Our collaboration was established. Without further delay, I went alone to recover my body and concealed it in a more hidden room. To be honest, this skill was quite useless should my body perish. I would be condemned to live as a middle-aged man forever. Setting aside such ominous thoughts, I secured my hiding spot and implemented defensive measures to ensure I would remain undetected or safe from attack. Upon exiting, I encountered Yongliang and Yongxiao, who regarded me with expressions of skepticism. What is going on? They asked. I feigned ignorance, ignoring them, and continued on my way. Stop pretending, Yongliang said from behind. Your act is all too obvious. I felt a bit awkward, but tried to maintain composure. Now, are you planning to arrest me or kill me? Yongliang sighed. Just tell us your plan. It would make it easier for us to assist you. Am I that obvious? I coughed. Well, I do not have any specific plans. I confess, I have made an acquaintance with the master who provided us with those strange items, and I intend to become his disciple. The serfs will sing once they rise. Yongliang was momentarily at a loss for words and swiftly changed the subject, pointing at me. How did you achieve this? The art of body transformation, I asserted, convinced they were unaware it was a secret technique of the Mountain Clan. I bet wrong. Yongxiao ruthlessly exposed me. Aren't you from the Uchiha clan? How do you know the Mountain Clan's techniques? Because the Sharingan can replicate, I replied nonchalantly. Ever heard of Kakashi, the copy ninja? He gained that title due to his Sharingan. Yongliang and Yongxia exchanged glances. I could not tell if they believed me, but they did not pursue the matter further. Just pretend you do not know me. I'll promote you both at the construction site later. I gave them a thumbs up. Trust me, I'll pull you up. So you were the one who deceived us into the construction site. Yongliang chuckled wryly. With that, we parted ways. The next day, as the subject of study, I followed Shaga closely, mostly assisting her with physical labor, as I was now a burly man. The chief was disgruntled but could do nothing about it. I even occasionally played tricks on him, which was amusing. Eventually, when Shaga was summoned to the chief's office once again, she brought me along. I finally made a proper appearance. Upon seeing me, the chief's expression immediately shifted. He must have sensed something was amiss. Why did you bring him? He questioned. He is my selected research subject, and I now possess a method to resolve the calamity, Shaga replied, her forthright tone delivering a lie, which made it all the more intriguing. What method? The chief inquired, curious. We need to establish a barrier. Shaga presented a hand-drawn diagram. I cannot locate the source of the calamity, but I can set up a barrier to prevent it from entering the village. As for the ailments currently existing in the village, I can eradicate them in one go. Sounds impressive, the chief scoffed. Did you think I had people dig underground for no reason? How will you create a barrier? He, Shaga pointed at me, can assist. What ability does he possess? He has no ability. He is merely an ordinary person. However, he is my research subject, and within him resides a concentrated potion I have developed, awaiting the right moment. Shaga paused and glanced at me. When the time comes, his blood can be spilled at the perimeter to serve as a barrier. After saying this, I widened my eyes in shock at her audacity. Was she truly a straightforward girl? Such outrageous claims. Yet, the chief believed her. He perceived the astonishment in my eyes. Thus he was convinced. Shaga turned to me and said, "If you wish to avoid excessive blood loss and death, go find 2 containers similar to you and bring them for our research." I understood. This was my chance to bring Yongliang and Yongxia to my side. I nodded vigorously. All right. The chief was overjoyed. Excellent. Once this calamity is eradicated, the village will prosper, and you shall not be without reward. Thank you, chief, thank you. I expressed my gratitude with feigned enthusiasm. Shaga, you may return. I have more to discuss with him. The chief dismissed Shaga and kept me behind. To be honest, I was uncertain about his intentions. I had originally planned to find an opportunity to converse with the chief privately. After Shaga left, the chief's gaze toward me changed, filled with suspicion. Have you become proficient in controlling this body? His words sent a chill down my spine. A cold sweat of a mental nature that this body could not produce. The village chief continued, his tone firm and resolute. I am doing you a significant favor. You must assist me with this disaster relief plan. He was aware of the situation regarding Gisoso within Lakan's body. I did not recognize Gisoso and was unaware of her character, but based on the previous descriptions from Yongliang and Yongxia, I had no choice but to proceed with caution. Old man, you know I despise being constrained. The chief chuckled. You have no choice but to assist me. You wouldn't want your secret to be exposed, would you? Old man, do not push me to my limits. I exuded an aura of menace to intimidate him. Calm down, calm down. The old man quickly shifted his tone to one of negotiation. We are in this together. Once our objective is achieved, you will help me eliminate her. I have no need for your blood. And Shaga? The chief nodded. You should be unaware that the potion she mentioned is actually her own blood. Nothing she has researched compares to it. I was initially concerned that killing her would lead to further disaster, but now that I understand her plan, utilizing her blood is far more reliable than yours. What a classic case of killing the donkey after the grinding. Very well, I conceded, to be on the safe side. I must gather 2 more for her research. Do as you wish. The chief laughed heartily, believing we had become allies. Chapter 41. Soul-eating Guyet. I was still oblivious as to who had forced Gisoso's soul into Yinda's body. Where was that person? I gestured silently to the village chief, indicating I needed to hold him accountable. What? The one who pressed me into this brawny, dim-witted body. I was seething with indignation. How so? This body possesses the finest physical attributes. I had endured considerable hardship to tame this body. With a look of helplessness, I felt compelled to seek some advantage from him. Ha ha ha. The old man laughed. I do not know where he has gone. You may use this to locate him. He produced a scroll for me, claiming it would allow me to contact him at any time for a new body, as I was growing old myself. Interesting. Humph. You must be prepared for what lies ahead. I took the scroll and turned to leave, feeling I had grasped the general situation. Upon my return, I briefly recounted the circumstances to Yongliang and Yongxia, explaining the village's calamity, who Shaga was, and the chief's intentions, but I refrained from mentioning Gisoso. The brothers agreed to act in unison, and I discreetly informed Shaga that Yongliang and Yongxia were my friends and would cooperate. Shaga asserted that the village's affliction must be eradicated. Indeed, this was an agreement we had made. However, I had no clear strategy for this disaster, as it was an entirely new concept within my understanding of the Naruto world. On a dark and stormy night, I had no ill intentions. I simply wished to study the scroll. This scroll was not the typical type utilized by ninjas. It appeared rather ordinary, as the chief did not seem adept in using chakra. It depicted a simplistic map, likely indicating the location of the individual responsible for replacing Gisoso's soul. Since a direct and swift resolution was not feasible, I decided to prioritize addressing the peculiar phenomenon afflicting the village. Shaga continued to distribute potions to the villagers at every meal, yet I still refrained from consuming any, as did Yongliang and Yongxia, until, once again, another villager fell ill. It was the previous leader, who had exhibited signs of gluttony long before, but had refrained from speaking out due to fear. Despite frantically procuring potions from Shaga, it proved futile. Shaga had previously stated that the potions served only a preventative purpose. Now, he had transformed from a robust individual into a frail figure, bedridden. I accompanied Shaga to his home, where he lacked the strength to speak, his voice reduced to a whisper. Help me. I gazed at him, observing as his soul gradually dimmed and dissipated, both flesh and spirit facing obliteration. In that moment, I sensed the urgent need for a companion's assistance. Perhaps we required a friend with Byakugan. It doesn't necessarily have to be Byakugan. Nightmare suddenly interjected. You can see for yourself. What am I supposed to see? I could only perceive that his soul was on the verge of extinguishing. You should observe where his spiritual energy is depleting. That made sense. I circled around the leader, and finally, I spotted the most vulnerable point, his nape. I pressed him down, peeling back the collar of his shirt, revealing a small purple bump at his neck, no larger than a fingernail. Yet, I could clearly see the spiritual energy flowing away from this point. Typically, a soul does not easily dissipate while still anchored to its corporeal form. I prodded it with my finger. The bluish-purple mass was alive, scurrying along his neck to his back. What is that? Shaga also noticed the rapidly moving bump. However, since I could discern its pathways of energy absorption, I quickly located its hiding place. After some struggle, Shaga observed the leader, who had been nearly stripped clean, fall into silence. I marked several points on his body, employing soul-binding techniques to obstruct its path. This entity could traverse the realm of souls. Although I could capture it, I could not prevent it from siphoning the leader's essence. What would happen if I contested it? Why not give it a try? I grasped the leader's wrist. There was scarcely any flesh left on him. I had never utilized such soul extraction methods, as they bore a striking resemblance to murder. Yet, at this moment, it was the only option available to me. Truth be told, that bump exhibited no combat prowess. The leader soon breathed his last, his remaining essence drawn into my paradise. Although he could not be restored to his former vigor, at least he would no longer be depleted. He was dead. Shaga appeared unperturbed. Once infected, there was no escape. I did not respond, for during the soul extraction, that bump had greedily latched onto my essence and followed me. It did not struggle or compete. Rather, it merely clung to me, gradually siphoning my energy. It nestled on the back of my hand, acclimating to its new form, eager to sample fresh souls. As Shaga intended to call for someone to remove the leader's corpse, she turned and noticed the purple bump on my hand, exclaiming, "You, is that a sign of infection? Did you not consume the potion?" I did not answer her, as I was absorbed in studying this peculiar entity. The purple bump remained motionless on my hand. Even when I poked it, it did not flee. While it consumes the soul, it also requires the energy of the corporeal form. Your body and soul are mismatched. It malfunctioned, evidently. I disregarded it and helped Shaga carry the leader's body away, finding a place to bury him. Lakan, Shaga was concerned. Is that truly all right? I smiled, no worries. I will examine this matter further later. Shaga sighed. It is likely the soul-eating goo. In truth, I was not well versed in this topic, but my family had sought to eliminate it for generations. Thus, you find yourself here. Indeed, however, in my generation, I am the last child of the clan. Originally, it had been dealt with, yet for reasons unknown, this phenomenon has resurfaced, prompting my arrival to address it. I nodded and extended my hand to her. Here. How do we eliminate it? It seems to have perished. I could not ascertain its vitality, but it indeed ceased its consumption of souls. How do we expel its remains from my hand? Shaga examined me, and then my hand. It is of little consequence. It is merely the corpse of a bug and will inevitably decompose. Disgusting and unsettling. I shook my hand. This thing was truly strange. How had it penetrated my skin? By that logic, you are even stranger. Chapter 42. Incubation, what does that mean? I scratched my head, puzzled. What is so strange? I have never encountered a situation where a single worm invades the bodies of two individuals. Shea had previously touched the bulge on the back of my hand. Ordinarily, a shimmering purple husk of a worm would fall beside a deceased person, which typically perishes after consuming a human or burrows underground after shedding its shell. I pondered the possibility that the soul, along with the worm, had been drawn over by me. The leader's spirit had entered a paradise, leaving the creature stranded outside. What if it had not satisfied its hunger? I dismissively brushed aside the thought and refrained from further discussing the matter with Shea. Upon learning that another villager had died, this time, a capable aide of the village head, the headman was furious. All of us, including Shea, Yongliang, and Yongxia, were summoned to face his wrath. Unable to direct his ire towards Shea or myself, he turned his attention to Yongxia, who instinctively raised a hand to block the slap intended for him. This reaction, however, alerted the headman to a revelation. You are not a villager of my village. He glared at Yongxia, then shifted his gaze to Yongliang. And you are not either. Where did you come from? He then directed a questioning look towards me. I found them outside, I replied nonchalantly. What? Does your village have no room for wanderers? The headman was at a loss for words. The village was sorely in need of inhabitants. Yet you cannot bring just anyone without my consent, he retorted, his frustration palpable. Now that there has been another death, how can you expect me to feel at ease? I scratched the back of my hand, remaining silent. My potion merely served a preventative purpose. If your villagers had failed to properly consume it and consequently fell ill, I could not be held accountable. If you continue to obstruct my investigation into the pathogen, I shall no longer concern myself with it, Shea declared, her noble demeanor surfacing. I regarded her with newfound respect. Despite the headman's lingering irritation, he eventually allowed us to leave. Once outside, I shared my findings with Yongliang and Yongxia, recognizing the strength in numbers. However, they had never heard of the soul-devouring worm. It seemed I would have to investigate further on my own. Yet, Yongliang and Yongxia could observe the workers for signs of similar purple beans on them. As I began to examine the worm I had captured, I realized it was feigning death. It was quietly transmitting an invisible energy underground, undoubtedly mental energy. The vein traced directly downwards. Even as I reached the base of the sand tower, I could feel its proximity. This led me to speculate that the worm's origin lay beneath the surface. What was the headman's true intention in excavating the sand tower? Was it merely to prevent natural disasters? I could not directly inquire of the headman, so I resolved to trace the source first. Since the workers were digging extensively downward, I decided to excavate at a critical point. Following the energy's guidance, I pinpointed a vertical spot and called for Yongliang and Yongxia. I did not divulge my thoughts outright. Instead, I suggested that something lay hidden beneath. After all, we were digging regardless. The depth was not as profound as I had imagined, merely half a meter, when we uncovered a hard shell, faintly imbued with mental energy. This was likely the object of our search. Yet, I could not discern whether it was alive or merely an object, given its potential significance as the source. It was likely alive. Yongxia gazed at me and inquired, should we dig it open? I shook my head in refusal. Let's wait for Shea to examine it first. If we unearth a swarm of worms, we would be doomed. Yongliang nodded in agreement with my caution. Just as I was about to exit the tower in search of Shea, a violent earthquake erupted outside. Was another disaster upon us? Not only a sandstorm, but also an earthquake? The tremors were not severe, and I steadied my footing, continuing onward. However, upon reaching the village, I found the villagers in a state of panic, fleeing in all directions. Shea was among them. What happened? I asked, bewildered. Shea explained. The disaster has arrived earlier than expected. I turned to see where she was looking, and it was indeed in the direction of the sand tower. I briefly recounted the discovery of the source, downplaying my luck in finding it. Shea, visibly anxious, dashed towards the sand tower. I wished to follow, but the villagers had other plans, clinging to me in desperation. Help us. The calamity is here. I pushed and reassured them. All right, I understand. But there's nothing I can do. Yet they clung to me as if I were their only hope. Thankfully, my stature prevented a stampede. Had I been in my original form, chaos would have ensued. While I struggled with the villagers, Yongliang and Yongxia emerged, Yongliang carrying an unconscious Shea in his arms. What transpired? I asked in shock. Yongxia replied, that thing is hatched. Yongliang nodded in agreement, adding, Shea fainted from the sound emitted by it, but we heard nothing. Perhaps it was an ultra-high frequency only perceptible to her. What do you mean by hatched? Yongxia pointed skyward, where, obscured by the sandstorm, a figure resembling a large moth could be discerned. The headman, unable to remain inactive any longer, exclaimed, how could that appear so soon? He sought to confront Shea, but she was already unconscious in Yongliang's arms. The headman chastised us, but I felt there was no need for pretense any longer. This moth was likely the true culprit. Enough of this, old man, I said, maintaining my guise as Gasoso. The headman looked at me in astonishment. That creature, it must be what you seek, correct? I spoke recklessly, attempting to deceive him. Have you sought out that gentleman? As anticipated, I nodded with a smile. Intercepting is much more convenient than starting from scratch. The headman was furious. He produced another scroll, the purpose of which was unclear. Quick as a flash, I knocked it from his grasp and tucked it into my pocket. Do not resist, soon I shall search you thoroughly. Yongxia quietly remarked, we can assist with this, you are just a girl. Yongliang reproached Yongxia, urging him to remain silent. The headman, flustered and humiliated, was powerless to act, his rage boiling over. I truly apologize, venerable headman. Chapter 43. The manifestation of calamity, I temporarily set aside the headman's secrets, deciding to bind him and secure him in a relatively safe location. Yongliang and Yongxia were busy calming and relocating the villagers to safer grounds. As for that large moth, it soared high above, and I could only wonder what could bring it down. Yongxia, my friend, it's your turn to devise a plan. I turned to him with the query. Yongxia regarded me in silence, as if to say me. The moth above began to drop egg-sized larvae, and although the villagers had been safely relocated, the sight of those eggs was repugnant. This land was likely doomed. The larvae on the ground cracked open one by one, burrowing into the earth. It was evident these creatures were not merely discarded by the moth in a fit of glee. They served a far more sinister purpose. Despite my fervent attempts to incinerate the larvae with fire techniques, the sheer volume was overwhelming. I could not eradicate them alone. I made my way to the sand tower, which had partially collapsed due to the earthquake, yet it remained taller than the surrounding structures. Climbing to the top, I found myself still at a distance from the moth. Yongxia provided me with a weapon, a crossbow, revealing a hidden talent. I was unsure if my strike would harm the seemingly robust moth, but at the very least, it could serve to distract it, aiming for a decisive strike amidst the fierce winds and sands. I found solace in the fact that my target lay downstream of the wind, offering me a fortuitous advantage. My crossbow bolt struck the moth's body, only to be deflected, much to my lack of surprise. It is common knowledge that insects fear fire. Under such turbulent conditions, I could not launch a rocket, yet a mere heated projectile would suffice. Infusing chakra into the now glowing red bolt, I aimed once more at the colossal moth. The results were immediate. The creature was enraged. To be frank, my approach has always been spontaneous, without consideration for the consequences of provoking such a beast. As it flapped its wings, its swollen abdomen seemed poised to unleash a devastating barrage. Indeed, a barrage it was, as a repugnant, viscous substance rained down, replete with a potent corrosive quality. On the ground, my companions, Yongliang and Yongxia, were taken aback by this grotesque spectacle. What foul substance is this? Yongliang watched in horror as wooden huts were dissolved from their rooftops, and the meager grass shelters offering refuge to villagers lost their integrity. The villagers screamed in terror, fearing for their lives. Observing a puddle at my feet, I shouted to Yongxia below, assuring him that this substance would not dissolve sand or stone, urging him to lead the villagers to the stone houses for safety. Upon hearing my words, Yongxia swiftly relayed the information to Yongliang and guided the villagers to safety. I continued my battle of wits against the moth. Though wounded and furious, it seemed oblivious to the identity of its assailant, lacking any discernible awareness. A glance at a crushed insect beneath my foot provided clarity. The creature identified threats through the eggs it released. While many insects burrowed into the sand, they did not flee far, merely concealing themselves to serve as the moth's sensory extensions. Suddenly, I realized that these connections extended from the insect eggs to the moth itself. Indeed, I could see innumerable fine threads linking human bodies to the eggs, which in turn connected to the massive creature. A parasitic relationship. Observing the lifeless insect at my feet, I noticed a pale blue thread tethered to me. Although deceased, it continued to serve its purpose, functioning as mere tools for the moth, essentially its siphons. Eliminating the insect only severed its sensory capabilities, failing to hinder the moth's gradual consumption of our energy. I incinerated the insect's carcass to sever the connection. Clearly, my priority was to eliminate these threads. Otherwise, we would be unable to vanquish the moth while depleting our own vitality. Upon leaping from the sand tower, I felt dozens, even hundreds, of threads attached to me, indicating that the entire sandy expanse was infested with these eggs, impossible to eradicate completely. After ensuring the villagers' safety, Yongliang and Yongxia joined me, and I informed them that before confronting the moth, we must first address these bothersome eggs. They did not question my reasoning, recognizing the urgency of the task at hand. Both Yongliang and Yongxia were similarly ensnared by the fine threads. I inquired if they felt any unusual sensations. Yongliang paused, admitting he felt somewhat fatigued, which seemed reasonable. Yongxia added that he was hungry. I too felt the pangs of hunger and fatigue, yet I was inhabiting another's body. Such physiological responses should not affect me. Thus, it became apparent that the threads were the cause of our afflictions. I feared we might perish from exhaustion or starvation before we could rid ourselves of the eggs. I can assist. Shea suddenly emerged from the stone house, her gaze resolute. I was about to caution her not to complicate matters when she interrupted. asking how she could help. Without hesitation, Shea sliced her palm, blood dripping onto my arm. Both Yongliang and Yongxiao were also struck by her sanguine offering. What does this mean? I queried. Shea, clutching her bleeding hand, explained that the insect eggs were siphoning our strength, and her blood could create a protective barrier. Indeed. Upon closer inspection, I noted that none of the threads were connected to Shea. Shea, with her bloodied hand, produced 3 small vials of her blood, suggesting we consume them for enhanced efficacy. I hesitated at the sight of the blood-filled vials, ultimately refusing. I appreciate your offer, but if you are the key to our salvation, Yongliang interjected, urging her to safeguard herself and assist us only in our direst hour. Shea hesitated, then nodded, retracting her blood. As we endeavored to eliminate the insect eggs bolstered by Shea's blood, the village elder managed to free himself from his restraints. He had overheard Shea's words and comprehended that her blood was an effective deterrent against the moth, the very embodiment of the calamity he had long sought to unleash, serving as his coveted medium for soul exchange. Initially, he believed he had merely planted a mundane bait provided by a higher power, never suspecting it bore such catastrophic implications. Unaware that the villagers had perished from having their essence consumed. In that moment, he resolved to ally with the calamity. Brandishing a dagger, he charged at Shea. Though she was merely an ordinary girl and he an average elder, he wielded a formidable weapon. By the time I realized the danger, it was too late. I could not ascertain if my kunai would suffice to disarm him. Yet, I was mistaken, having underestimated Shea's capabilities. She wielded a blade forged from her own blood, and I recognized my error. Despite her clumsiness, the match between the long blade and the small dagger, between youth and age, was overwhelmingly in Shea's favor. The elder, deprived of his weapon, collapsed to the ground. Shea would not kill him, yet he remained unaware that he too was being drained of energy by the moth, his already fragile mental vitality dwindling. After collapsing, he could not rise again. The other villagers, having consumed Shea's blood, retained some resistance, while he, having abstained, was rapidly depleted. Shea attempted to draw blood from him with her blade, but the elder recoiled in terror, refusing to allow her near, until he lay spent and withered in the sand. Observing the elder's pitiful state, I briefly lamented, but my focus returned to the task of confronting the moth. Shea reformed her blood blade into a bow, and perhaps due to some divine influence, this blood bow proved capable of launching arrows. A single blood arrow struck the moth, coating it in crimson. While the damage seemed negligible, the blood likely countered the moth's essence, inciting it into a frenzied rage. No longer merely dispersing corrosive liquid, it flapped its wings to stir up the sand and continued to lay eggs, leading me to suspect that these eggs could perpetuate an infinite cycle of energy absorption. Yongliang appeared fatigued, his hands trembling. Yongxiao, though seemingly unaffected, was breathing heavily, clearly suffering from immense exertion. If this continued, we would undoubtedly perish. Such a demise would leave neither our souls nor bodies intact. I watched their weary forms in silence, a dreadful thought emerging in my mind, to kill them. In chapter 44, titled Blood Butterfly, I grasped my kunai, fixating on the backs of Yongliang and Yongxia. If I were to take their lives, I could usher them into a realm of peace, thus negating their deaths. This thought grew increasingly intense as I prepared to take that fateful step, only to have Shea grasp my hand, halting my advance. My body stiffened as I turned to Shigaya, who looked at me with a puzzled expression, as if silently questioning my actions. Feeling guilty, I averted my gaze and released the kunai in my hand. Shigaya loosened her grip on me and, in a tone that seemed to offer comfort, assured me that there would be a solution. What solution could there possibly be? I gazed up at the frantically swarming moths in the sky, wishing fervently for wings of my own to ascend and vanquish them. If only I could fly. Do you think the same? Shigaya mused aloud, seemingly speaking to herself yet directed at me. Perhaps I could fly. She tugged at the hem of my garment, prompting me to crouch down to meet her gaze. She instructed me to find a way to give her an advantageous height and position for her flight. Instantly, the image of the tower came to mind. She was withholding something from me. I was unaware of her plan, yet she exuded confidence, even hinting at a surprise. I trusted her and took her to the top of the tower. The wind and height here were indeed suitable. What do you intend to do? I inquired. Knowing she was the bane of the moths, perhaps she truly had a way. Shigaya smiled, not high enough, and urged me to lift her. I was now in Soken's sturdy form, and it was no trouble to serve as a stepping stool for the petite Shigaya. I crouched down, allowing her to step onto my shoulder, lifting her up. Shigaya unwrapped the bandage around her wrist, revealing a gash that began to bleed profusely. As if the blood could hardly wait to escape. Suddenly, she leaped off my shoulder. In that instant, her blood coalesced into membranous wings that spiraled from her wrist, enveloping her arms and spreading along her back, resembling a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis as she soared into the sky. The once white, now soiled bandage turned crimson, fluttering in the wind like a vibrant satin ribbon. In that moment, she was breathtaking, yet only the ribbon danced freely in the breeze. I stood transfixed, watching her ascend towards the starkly contrasting grotesque moth. My heart raced. Shigaya, I whispered her name, a sense of foreboding washing over me. I felt as though this leap would cost her return. Her blood wings grew larger, encompassing the moth as she approached it. Indeed, if her blood could create a barrier, it might ensnare the moth. Shigaya was clever yet reckless. The moth struggled in the air, cut off from its source of energy, filled with fury and fear. Perhaps Shigaya's slight form lacked the strength, as the moth managed to break free, exposing a leg that began to draw energy from the larvae below. What should I do? I must sever that exposed leg. I hurled a shuriken at the creature with all my might, yet it inflicted no harm. I needed to eliminate the larvae in the sand first. As I grappled with how to disperse the sand, the yellow grains began to stir of their own accord. A sandstorm unfurled, accompanied by a low, resonant chant. The sand on the ground shifted like flowing water, revealing the hidden larvae. Seizing the opportunity, the three of us unleashed a torrent of fire to incinerate these pests. In that moment, the moth truly lost its source of energy. I watched as Gaara, with his crimson hair and oversized gourd, appeared, his expression calm and composed. How could he be here? I had no time to ponder this. Shigaya was somehow conveying information to us. Soken, pierce us with your sword. Only then can we eradicate this calamity. I hesitated. You can save the dead me, right? Her words were ambiguous, meant for my understanding while remaining opaque to others. Shigaya was aware of my abilities. Did she wish to perish and enter my paradise? I tightened my grip on the kunai. She was right. She wouldn't truly die as long as I ultimately carried her to my paradise. But at this height, as I contemplated how to ascend, the sand beneath me began to shift. Gaara manipulated it into a platform, allowing me to elevate. Once in position, come on, I heard Shigaya's voice encouraging me. At that moment, I resolved to charge forward and, following Shigaya's indicated spot, plunged the blade downward with force. The moth quivered violently. Through the translucent blood wings, I glimpsed Shigaya, her back turned to me. Thank you for ridding me of this calamity. Her voice was gentle. I'm sorry, were her final words. The blood wings lost their strength, reverting to ordinary blood that rained down like a crimson shower. Ultimately, the moth ceased its struggle, and I withdrew the blade, bringing Shigaya's body back to the ground. Gaara ensnared the moth in a layer of sand. I laid Shigaya down gently. She wore a serene smile, yet her spirit had departed. She had lost her soul. Her bloodline limit was the severance of souls. She was my nemesis. Only then did I understand her apology. The forthright girl, in her last moment, had uttered a lie. The night was interrupted as Ayo turned to report to Gaara. I crouched beside Shigaya's lifeless form. Ever since leaving Konoha, I had faced life and death, encountering souls I could not save. Yet now, I felt anguish. Was it due to Shigaya's deception that I felt this resentment, or was I saddened because I had taken her life? Perhaps it was simply that I had come to regard her as a dear friend, and her death pained me. I could not decipher my own feelings. Gaara had just become the Kazekage, and with Kankuro and Temari, had set out to investigate previously overlooked risks. By sheer coincidence, they stumbled upon this battle. And I could imagine Gaara's confusion at the absurdity of the situation. Ayo and Ayo provided a report to Gaara, omitting any mention of me. Gaara recognized Uchiha Yoru, but did not know Soken. I briefly explained that I was a villager of this village, having wandered away previously. As for Shigaya's body, Gaara permitted me to handle it. Shigaya was not from the land of wind. Her origins remained a mystery. Perhaps she belonged to an ancient, enigmatic clan, similar to the Yoru clan. The conclusion was swift, especially with the Kazekage personally overseeing it. The villagers were reassigned elsewhere. This border was fortified by Gaara with a special barrier. I carried them back, restored my form, and took Shigaya's body to a serene forest for burial. I was unaware of her past, yet it was undoubtedly more pleasant than resting in the desert. During the interment, I discovered a personal ornament of hers. And out of selfishness, I decided to take it with me. It was a blood-red, butterfly-shaped earring. Are you going to continue running away from home? Ayo jested. I smiled slightly. Of course, having already left home, I must see it through. Once I've traveled through all the nations, I'll return. Remember to visit Sunagakure. Ayo said, offering rare pleasantries. Ayo chuckled. We one tea informed the Kazakage about your affairs. You must be acquainted, right? Only met once, I replied. But he does report to Konoha. I shrugged. Thank you both. Farewell. I departed with a sense of ease, relieved that I hadn't harmed them at that time. Thank you, Shigaya. Chapter 45. The Tomb Raider with the matter of the nameless village concluded, there remained questions I longed to answer. I unfurled a scroll, examining the hand-drawn map, eager to discover the identity of the soul-swapping practitioner. The map was simplistic and lacked markings. To be honest, it left me utterly perplexed. Gazaso was furious with me for imprisoning her for 3 days, rendering me unable to inquire about clues regarding the soul swapper. Observing the bound Soken, I fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, the thought of directly confronting Gasoso surged within me, yet the nightmarish one's attitude ignited my rebellious spirit. The more it tempted me, the more I resisted. This fellow must undoubtedly harbor some secrets from me. After laboriously familiarizing myself with the surrounding terrain, I finally discerned a clue. The routes depicted on this map appeared to be mere scribbles, with the true significance lying in the seemingly meaningless doodles scattered across it. This area encompassed deserts, forests, and water sources. Although the map's illustrations were utterly divorced from reality, the distances between the regions were proportionately scaled down. The routes marked on the map represented mere intersections between these areas. It was not difficult to deduce, though I had not anticipated that the cartographer could be so trivial. According to my speculations, I located an area that resembled a graveyard. It was desolate, with a chilling breeze. Despite the nearby forest, the graveyard was devoid of any vegetation. How peculiar. Swan, bound and compelled by me, followed along. Upon witnessing the scene, he transitioned from a state of cold detachment to one of agitation, struggling to collide with the gravestones. I held the rope firmly, urging him to maintain his composure. Such behavior was rather presumptuous. Though the spirits here had long departed, faith must linger. Swan, or rather Gasoso, ground her teeth in frustration. Through our telepathic connection, she revealed that the individual responsible for her ghastly appearance lay within one of these graves. Ah, that person should indeed be here. Though it seemed rather absurd to find them interred, I urged her to remain calm, for my purpose here was to address the matter concerning her. What was the rush? Eventually, Gasoso settled down, and I instructed her to stay put while I respectfully explored the graveyard. I searched several graves, their soil densely packed, appearing utterly devoid of any openings. This prompted me to ponder whether there might be alternative means of entry, perhaps through mechanisms or secret passages. Contemplating this, I ventured toward the outskirts of the graveyard. Swan, perceiving my movement, suspected I intended to flee, and once more became restless, struggling fiercely. I had originally tied him to a tree trunk. In his thrashing, the binding rope ultimately succumbed to the strain and snapped, propelling him, due to inertia and his own awkwardness, directly against a moss-covered gravestone, resulting in a cacophony of collapse. I rushed over to investigate, finding Swan sprawled in a hollow, surrounded by branches and moss. Remarkably, by sheer happenstance, it seemed I had discovered an entrance. I leaped down, fixing my gaze on Swan, and explained that my earlier intention was merely to seek clues along the perimeter, advising him to refrain from alarming any lurking dangers. Swan nodded in understanding. I grasped the rope that bound him and proceeded deeper into the tunnel. The subterranean structure was built of stone, clearly not a simple grave, but rather an intentional construction, increasing my suspicions regarding this location. Based on my recollections of the ground above, we had indeed traversed to the periphery of the graveyard. However, the interior grew increasingly dark and frigid. I conjured a torch using fire release, though this might easily reveal my presence. It was preferable to stumbling blindly into an enemy's embrace. At least I could feign ignorance if discovered, avoiding the embarrassment of appearing overly conspicuous. The depths of the grave revealed a scene of chaos, littered with numerous vessels, yet it resembled a site recently ravaged by thieves. After a cursory examination, I found little of use. The only item of potential significance was a massive serpent skin. With a mere glance, I could surmise whose territory this was. One could only remark on the lengths to which that individual had gone in pursuit of immortality. I cast a sympathetic glance at Swan, acknowledging that, for the time being. I was ill-equipped to confront that person, especially with my own vulnerabilities in their possession. Perhaps in the future, when I had acquired sufficient strength, I could reconsider. As I contemplated spinning a web of lies to pacify Swan, individuals approached the entrance of the tunnel. I tugged on Swan's rope and sought refuge in a corner, hastily constructing a makeshift hiding spot with some broken wooden planks. 3 individuals entered, yet they did not seem to belong to this place, as their demeanor mirrored my own. They were presumably grave robbers. Indeed, it appeared I had been preempted. One of them remarked, "Boss, what's worth stealing from a decrepit graveyard?" Another, perplexed, questioned, "What do you know?" "This is a clue from a treasure map." The leader delivered a punch to the questioning subordinate's head. The 3 searched for a considerable time, yielding nothing, not even noticing our presence, highlighting their inexperience. In their disappointment, they departed. Now, it was our turn to follow them. Clearly, there was an individual behind them connected to this affair, and I intended to draw them out for questioning. To facilitate this pursuit, I promptly disabled Swan's ability to act, provoking his discontent, yet I had no other choice. The trio emitted no chakra signatures, making them evidently inept thieves. Following these bumbling thieves led us to an abandoned village, shrouded in darkness and dampness, with many thatched huts in ruin. The sky was overcast, drizzling lightly, and the ground was a muddy quagmire. "You 2 remain here and ensure no outsiders enter," commanded the leader of the thieves before he entered a relatively intact hut. I whistled, tossing a seemingly valuable stone to divert the 2 dim-witted thieves. They were adorably oblivious. I gazed at the large house before me. Although spacious, it was dilapidated, overtaken by moss and wild grasses, evoking an eerie first impression. Slowly, I opened the door, which creaked ominously, releasing a mix of rainwater and muck, prompting me to cover my mouth and nose. What a wretched place. With a resounding crash, the door slammed shut, plunging the interior into darkness, devoid of light. Activating my bloodline limit allowed me to sense any fluctuations of spiritual energy nearby. However, the darkness was oppressive, and lacking night vision, moving was cumbersome. I picked up a wooden stick and ignited it with fire release. Thus, my adventure commenced. Outside the wooden house, a shadow lingered at the entrance, peering inside. Chapter 46. Soul Devourer. The wooden house was vast, its windows sealed with wooden planks. Although a faint glimmer of light managed to seep through, it was negligible. I continued to explore, stumbling upon an underground passage. Driven by curiosity, I descended into its depths. It was damp and cold, yet the unknown piqued my interest. My footfalls echoed in the dark corridor of the basement. At last, I seemed to have reached the end, faintly sensing a ripple of chakra. I concealed my presence and peered into the dim chamber. There stood a woman, slender and strikingly beautiful. She held a person's chin, aligning her lips with theirs. And in that moment, the individual's countenance darkened, as if something vital had been siphoned away, leaving them listless and hollow. The woman released her grip, pursed her lips, and with a smirk remarked, "I trust you've had your fill of the spectacle. Peeking is rather impolite." I was taken aback. She had noticed me. I conceded that my skills in hide-and-seek were lacking. I stepped forward, locking eyes with her. Then casting a glance at the individual she had just drained, none other than the leader of the bumbling thieves. I remained silent, observing her. The woman tilted her head, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Little sister, did you stumble upon this place by chance, or did you come seeking me?" She inhaled deeply, savoring the air. What a delightful aroma of souls. "Little sister, your soul's fragrance is truly delectable." Her sharp voice sent a shiver down my spine. She must be deranged. What could possibly be described as a delicious soul? The woman twisted her body, her smile grotesque, as she beckoned me with the allure of a meal presented on a platter. How could one resist? As soon as her words fell, the woman charged at me, startling me momentarily. Yet, I managed to evade her assault and released 3 shurikens. The woman, seemingly driven mad, wielded her short blade to deflect the shurikens and advanced towards me with ferocity. I performed several acrobatic flips to dodge her, forming hand seals for fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Multiple fireballs surged towards her, but to my astonishment, she disregarded my attack entirely, executing a one-handed seal and conjuring a barrier that nullified my technique. What sorcery is this? Is she employing the gold bell shield and iron cloth? The woman swung her blade at me, and I countered by deflecting her weapon with a kunai before thrusting towards her. I believed victory was within my grasp. But to my surprise, She teleported to the very knife I had sent flying, exhibiting a level of skill that bordered on supernatural. Fire release, great fireball technique. I formed a colossal fireball aimed at her. She indeed possessed the ability to teleport, evading my assault. Seizing the opportunity, I teleported next to her, thrusting my kunai directly against her. This time, I made contact, yet she smirked, indicating that while my strike was painful, she had ensnared me. Alarmed, I realized that despite injuring her hand, she still held my wrist firmly. Once caught, I found myself utterly immobilized. What kind of sorcery is this? The woman chuckled, revealing that she was a soul devourer, one who absorbs the souls of others and consequently wields their jutsu. How do you fare against such a vast array of techniques? Uchiha-yo? You know me. I frowned, perplexed at her mention of a soul devourer, which bore similarities to my bloodline limit. How could I not know you? You shall become my prey, she declared, leaning in for a kiss. You perverse fiend. My mind screamed. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, she was kicked away, rolling several times before regaining her footing. Swan? I observed Swan, whose eyes blazed like a ferocious beast, expressing confusion as he broke free from my control. The woman released me, allowing me to move again. She stood, dabbing at the blood that had inexplicably appeared at the corner of her mouth. You bastard. Swan growled in fury. The woman narrowed her eyes, commenting that the scent of my soul was familiar, as if she had encountered me before. Funai? Swan slowly articulated the woman's name. Funai furrowed her brow, then suddenly erupted into laughter. I remember now. It is you. At that moment, I was the only one left bewildered. You're still alive? How is the man's body? Funai asked provocatively. Do you long for your original form? Gasoso? Funai recognized Gasoso. I turned my gaze towards Swan, who was seething with rage, his veins bulging. He was furious, yet unable to control this body adequately. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly dealt with this insufferable woman by now. I was intrigued by the woman's abilities and examined her soul, finding it remarkably pure, devoid of the chaos I anticipated from someone who consumed in excess of others' souls. Quite peculiar. She hasn't truly consumed souls at all, the nightmare remarked. She likely merely siphons chakra. Look, that incapacitated individual is still alive. I glanced at the foolish bandit leader, who indeed remained alive, revealing he was a ninja. After Funai's provocation, Swan could no longer restrain himself and lunged at her. Funai observed him as if it were a comedy, effortlessly dodging his attack and retaliating with a kick. Swan, already unstable, fell heavily to the ground. Swan, I called out, considering the animosity between them. Let them settle it once and for all. My eyes gleamed as I mended Swan's soul, and within, Gasoso felt his spirit becoming more at ease. Gasoso, I grant you the opportunity to defeat her, but you must ensure my protection. If I perish, I can no longer provide you with energy. I communicated telepathically to Gasoso, requesting his consideration during the battle. A considerable influx of chakra left me vulnerable at present. Understood. Swan's deep voice resonated, now devoid of its raspy strangeness. He moved with agility, seizing Funai as she attempted to strike back. Funai was taken aback by his sudden shift. Swan held her firmly, a look of disdain etched across his face. How shall I express this? They were both equally arrogant. Swan gripped Funai tightly and slammed her into the ground with force, causing the earth to fracture. Though Funai was injured, she managed to evade further contact. Realizing the change in Swan and recognizing my assistance, in an instant, the distance between us diminished, and I sensed that my life was in jeopardy. Yet, a gust of wind swept by, taking a lock of my hair with it. Swan grasped Funai by the ankle, yanking her back and slamming her against the wall. We were within a cavern, and with that impact, it felt as though the very structure would collapse. A man's body can indeed be of great utility, Swan remarked, casually snapping a piece of wood and hurling it towards Funai. Funai glared furiously, forming a one-handed seal to ignite. The flying wood instantly caught fire, disintegrating into ashes before it could reach her. You wish to employ ninjutsu? Swan said coldly, turning to me. I nodded in affirmation. Feel free to use it. I amplified the soul compatibility. Swan was now nearly 90% merged with the body. He was exhilarated, even foregoing hand seals as the ground erupted with dozens of stone spikes. Gasoso, Funai suddenly shrieked. You cannot truly kill me. Huh? Swan scoffed disdainfully. Pay attention. I am utilizing your body. Do you not wish to reclaim your own form? Funai's eyes widened, incredulous as she pointed at herself. Swan halted his final strike that could have ended Fu Nai's life. Listening to their exchange, I sensed the precariousness of the situation. Gasoso indeed desired to reclaim his body. Swan approached her step by step, grasping her face to scrutinize it, as if verifying whether this was indeed his form. Suddenly, Fu Nai ensnared Swan, kissing him deeply as she attempted to siphon his chakra. I swiftly severed the soul bond between Gasoso and Swan, ensuring Fu Nai could not extract chakra from a lifeless vessel. Although I had interrupted their connection, Swan still managed to seize Fu Nai by the throat with considerable force. His strength was immense. Lacking the ability to modulate his power, he could only apply maximum or minimum force. Ultimately, Swan opted for the lethal approach. Gasoso, you've gone mad. Fu Nai gasped in her final struggles, yet she was ultimately suffocated by Swan. Though Fu Nai had perished, Swan did not release his grip. That is sufficient, I said. Fu Nai's soul energy had overflowed, yet I had no intention of claiming it, purely out of disdain for her. Swan loosened his grip, reverting to a dazed expression as he gazed at me. I glanced at the lifeless body sprawled on the ground and sighed. The situation was beyond remedy. I adjusted Gasoso's former body, which appeared to have been thoroughly ravaged by the individual named Fu Nai. Was the soul exchange between you and this Fu Nai orchestrated by someone named Orochimaru? I inquired of Gasoso. I do not know. His voice trembled with suppressed rage. It seemed Fu Nai was a test subject of Orochimaru, while you merely stumbled into this body after being forcibly ejected from your own. Can I ever return to my original body? A body suitable for a soul requires certain physiological conditions, which your form evidently no longer meets, I informed Gasoso candidly. That bastard. Gasoso appeared ready to erupt. You may accompany me, assuming the identity of Swan. I reassured her that even with the return of her identity as Gasoso, she could not act on a whim. Join me. I will continue to cultivate and swiftly mend your soul. Gasoso was, in truth, unwilling, yet at this moment, she had no alternative. I ignited Gasoso's body in accordance with her own wishes. She seemed somewhat disdainful of that form. This woman certainly possessed a unique character. Chapter 47. Returned to Konoha. At the gates of Konoha, I gazed upon the familiar entrance. After years of trials, I had grown significantly, ultimately deciding to return to Konoha. Although my heart no longer resided there, my mastery of my bloodline limit was commendable. I had grasped every skill, albeit I had yet to assist the Akatsuki in uncovering the secret. Our contract remained in effect. Locken gradually began to take control of that body. Marking the end of Gasoso, I traversed every nation, deeply understanding this ninja continent, yet I felt the need to return home first. Upon returning, I met old friends, and only then would I pursue what I truly sought. After enduring so much suffering, it was all for the future. I boldly strode into the village of Konoha. Hey, halt. I turned to see two jonin at the gate. One was Chuin, whom I recognized, but the other was a stranger to me. Chuin-senpai. Did you call for me? I pointed to myself. Chuin, speechless, beckoned. Come here. Oh, I calmly approached and inquired. What is the matter? What brings you here? What mission do you have in Konoha? Chuin questioned me as if I were a suspect. At a loss for words, I thought. I left Konoha. Returning home should not be an issue. Chuin looked me over. You left Konoha? What is your name? Why is it that you can recognize Naruto, who also left the village 3 years ago, but not me? I still remember your name. Uchiha Yu, I declared. Ah, Uchiha Yu, Chuin repeated. Is it truly you? Indeed. I smiled. I had merely grown my hair longer, stood taller, and changed my attire, yet he did not recognize me. You, where have you been all this time? Chuin asked. Feeling a bit embarrassed, I scratched my head. I errantly ventured out for training. Chuin sighed. Let me inform the Hokage. Please wait here. I nodded with a smile, but once he departed, I turned and walked further into the village. Halfway through, I spotted Naruto shouting from a telephone pole. What a coincidence. It seemed my timing was impeccable. Deciding to play a trick on him, I stood atop a rooftop and casually tossed a shuriken. As anticipated, Naruto had indeed improved significantly. He quickly sensed it, dodged the shuriken, and returned fire with 2 of his own, which I skillfully caught. Who goes there? Naruto called out to me. Jiraiya, too, was on high alert. Perhaps I went a bit overboard. My apologies, I said as I revealed myself. Naruto leaped down from the pole, staring at me with a puzzled expression. Who are you? I sighed deeply, remaining silent. Naruto, do you not remember? This is your old companion, you. Jiraiya seemed to sense my disappointment. You? Naruto's mind began to race, suddenly realizing You, you, you are you? Is it that hard to recognize? I lamented, feeling heartbroken. Naruto, is that you? At that moment, Sakura and Konohamaru arrived. Naruto and I both turned to look at Sakura. As she approached, her eyes widened in surprise. Could it be you? I was elated. At that moment, I was thrilled that Sister Sakura had not forgotten me. Yes, yes, yes. It is I. Sakura, after observing my excitement, grew serious. Where have you been all this time? Everyone in the village has been searching for you. I had anticipated such a question and replied. Initially, I sought to find Sasuke. But after failing, I traveled extensively for training. I was foolish not to return and say goodbye. I sincerely apologize for causing you worry. Sakura smiled wryly. It's fine. As long as you are safe, you. Although you seem different now, I truly did not recognize you at first. By the way, Naruto has changed a lot as well. Sakura and I turned to Naruto, with Sakura commenting, Naruto has grown taller, even more so than I. Naruto gestured. Indeed, you was the shortest. Biologically, I was always younger than you. Hey, Naruto, come quickly and see my newly cultivated ninjutsu. Konohamaru excitedly interjected. Then, with a puff, he transformed into a stunning beauty clad only in smoke. How is it? Ample in the front and well-rounded in the back. Konohamaru proudly declared. Sakura nearly lost her composure while Jiraiya seemed entranced. Naruto chuckled, shaking his head. I am no longer a child. I no longer indulge in such childish antics. Sakura, hearing this, smiled softly, realizing Naruto had indeed matured. At this point, I held no expectations for Naruto. I have cultivated techniques far more explosive and impressive. Naruto proclaimed proudly. Indeed, more impressive, Sakura echoed with a laugh. Scoundrel. Sakura suddenly reacted, delivering a punch to Naruto. You have not changed at all. Hey, Konohamaru exclaimed, stepping back several paces in fright. Ha ha, I observed the playful chaos among them, feeling a sense of harmony. After some time, Sakura released Naruto, saying, all right, Tsunade-sama is calling for you. Go now? You should accompany him. Naruto eagerly responded, yes. I silently followed along, asking no further questions. Hokage office, Tsunade Baba. Naruto exclaimed excitedly upon entering. The term Baba seemed to unsettle Tsunade regarding Naruto's address, yet it was the truth. Naruto has returned, and so has that Uchiha girl. Tsunade remarked, her gaze piercing through me. Indeed, I replied with a smile. The office was devoid of others. Tsunade briefly inquired about our experiences and did not delve deeper. Yet, I suspected she had conducted her own investigation behind the scenes, considering my brother was now a threat to Konoha. Despite our friendship, precautions must be taken. Nonetheless, I had lived a clean life over the years, mostly working anonymously while Locken acted as my enforcer. With a new partner, Akatsuki had rarely collaborated with me. Ultimately, I was not a member of the Akatsuki, not even an associate. After a brief reminiscence, Tsunade pondered before stating, that concludes our catch-up. Since you are all here, Naruto, you have a rival. A rival? Who? Naruto queried, puzzled. Tsunade called, come in. The door to the Hokage office swung open. Chapter 48, Team 7. Kakashi. As Tsunade's voice faded, Shikamaru and Temari entered. Shikamaru lazily surveying Tsunade and the others. Hey, isn't that Naruto? Shikamaru suddenly noticed, turning to me, you are back too? I nodded, while Temari observed the unfolding scene with interest. Naruto turned to Temari, hey, who are you? Temari quickly swallowed her surprise. Naruto then realized. Wait, is my rival Shikamaru? Shikamaru frowned in confusion, huh? I merely came to deliver documents. What rival? Tsunade cleared her throat. Your rival is waiting outside the window. Curious. Naruto leaned out, spotting Kakashi peeking in while reading an adult magazine. Kakashi-sensei. Long time no see. Kakashi squinted at Naruto. Oh, Naruto has returned. Naruto leaped out the window, standing on the balcony outside, while Sakura and I followed suit. I heard you has returned too, Kakashi remarked, and upon seeing me, added, indeed. Long time no see. I smiled and greeted him. Indeed, Kakashi-sensei, I have brought you a gift, exclaimed Naruto, pulling a book from his bag with enthusiasm. This is the latest installment of the Intimacy series after a 3-year hiatus. Although I find it somewhat lacking, I believe you might appreciate it. He presented a book adorned with the title Intimacy Strategy. Kakashi, upon seeing the new release, felt a flicker of excitement, yet his expression remained as impassive as ever. He opened the book and began to read. Tsunade cleared her throat, clearly displeased with the atmosphere in the Hokage's office. Suddenly, Naruto seemed to have an epiphany. Wait, could it be that Kakashi-sensei is my rival? Realizing this, Kakashi nodded. Yes, that's right. How about this? You and Sakura join me at Training Ground 7. I shall head there first. With that, he vanished in an instant, leaving Naruto bemused by his apparent eagerness to read. Naruto and Sakura arrived at Training Ground 7, a place filled with nostalgic memories, recalling their near failure during their trials years ago. Kakashi observed them as he put away the newly acquired book. This place must evoke fond memories for you. You were a team of 4, but now you are 3 without Sasuke. The atmosphere grew awkward, dark clouds gathering over Naruto and Sakura's heads. Kakashi quickly changed the subject. Ahem. There are still 2 bells here, even though there are 3 of you. Obtaining both bells will signify your victory. I intend to give it my all. Success cannot be achieved without a mindset free from the desire to kill me. He secured the bells to his waist and unveiled his Sharingan, stating, I must take this seriously. After all, you have all grown. Fueled with determination, Naruto charged forward with a burst of speed, only to be swiftly restrained by Kakashi's counter. However, Naruto had indeed matured. He adeptly utilized shadow clones. While another clone attempted to confront Kakashi, Kakashi sighed. Naruto, your impatience remains unchanged. I haven't even called for the start yet. Naruto chuckled sheepishly. Sorry. All right, begin. At the same moment, Sakura and I leaped to the side. Though Naruto was still in Kakashi's grasp, he soon broke free and retaliated against Kakashi. Sakura seized her chance to strike. In an instant, she delivered a powerful punch, missing Kakashi but causing the ground to tremble. Naruto broke into a cold sweat. Realizing he would never dare to provoke Sakura again, I too felt a sense of unease. The consequences of being struck by her would be dire. Kakashi, startled by Sakura's power, thought to himself how perilous it would be if struck. Taking advantage of the moment, I dashed behind Kakashi, attempting a kick, but regrettably, I missed. His Sharingan was truly formidable. So swift, Kakashi muttered, still shaken. Rejoining Naruto and Sakura, I remarked, Kakashi-sensei, I assure you, I have not been idle during these years away. Kakashi nodded with a smile, though it was unclear whether it was one of approval or something else. Naruto and Sakura launched another assault on Kakashi, while I sought an opportunity to strike. Yet, Kakashi's prowess proved too great, as nearly every attack fell short. Naruto and Sakura lacked long-range jutsu, leaving me as the only one capable of using fire release to hinder Kakashi's movements. Despite our seemingly perfect coordination, we still fell short against Kakashi. My eyes gleamed with a yellow light. No, I must refrain from using my bloodline limit. Kakashi's invitation to engage in battle likely harbored ulterior motives. I could not reveal all my abilities just yet. While I was momentarily distracted, Kakashi delivered a kick that I managed to block. Yet it still sent me flying far back, crashing against a nearby tree. The impact created a cloud of dust, but I remained unscathed. Why, are you alright? Sakura called out, concern evident in her voice. I'm fine, I replied, brushing off the dirt. I was not so fragile as to crumble from a single blow. Dividing your focus is a grave error, Kakashi admonished. Indeed, I replied, humbly accepting his words. Kakashi's chakra was dwindling, and after several exchanges, he began to counterattack. His speed and ferocity were formidable, cornering us despite our initial scattered positions. We formed a triangle, backs to each other. However, Kakashi aimed to eliminate us all at once. Employing an overwhelming assault, a colossal fireball surged toward us. Sakura attempted to raise the ground with her immense strength as a barrier, but to little effect. Ultimately, the only solution was water release. With no alternative, I summoned my chakra, my eyes glowing yellow as I performed the water release, great waterfall technique. Although I did not possess water release as my primary affinity, my chakra being fire and wind, I was able to utilize the techniques recorded in the Land of Waves. Indeed, every jutsu recorded, including bloodline limits, could be employed, though not to their full potential, as the strength still depended on my own chakra capacity. The gigantic water sphere extinguished the fireball, generating a thick mist. Zangetsu. I drew a long blade from my sleeve, a precious treasure I had acquired during my travels. I charged through the mist, aiming for Kakashi's position. With a clang, he intercepted my strike with 2 kunai crossed in front of him. Impressive, he praised. I could only concede that his Sharingan was indeed a nuisance. During this time, Sakura and Naruto conferred on their battle strategy. Why? Sakura called me back. I understood their intentions and, suppressing a laugh, retreated. Ultimately, as I anticipated, Naruto attempted to spoil the plot for Kakashi, who, in order to protect his cherished novel from being revealed, found himself deprived of the bells. It was a delightfully humorous conclusion. Whether Kakashi was holding back or had truly given his all remained a mystery. His strength was difficult to gauge. After completing our match, we returned, and I found myself back in the vacant house that had seen no occupants since Sasuke's departure. Chapter 49. The first mission. Upon returning to Konoha, several days had passed. Early this morning, I gathered with Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi-sensei, ready to undertake a mission. Before Tsunade, she scrutinized us and presented a mission scroll. Upon seeing it, Naruto's discontent was palpable. Why is it such a simple task? Tsunade replied sternly, you are composed of 1 Jonin, 1 Shunin, and 2 Jinin. The weakest team among all squads. Naruto was taken aback. Wait, does that mean Sakura is already a Chunin? Sakura nodded with a smile. Not just me. In our class, only you and Y remain as Jinin. Neji, Temari, and Kankuro have all become Jonin. What? Naruto exclaimed in shock. What about Gaara? I replied. I heard he is now the Kazekage. Naruto felt despondent but quickly regained his resolve. I must work even harder. While we were engrossed in conversation, a ninja rushed in. Panting, this is bad. We've received urgent news from Tsunade. The Kazekage is in trouble. The mention of Gaara startled us. But I was more surprised that Akatsuki had begun to act so swiftly. Tsunade furrowed her brow as she examined the letter. She then withdrew the mission scroll and announced. Kakashi's team, I am assigning you a new mission, potentially of higher rank, to assist in Tsunade. Follow orders. Move out. Yes. And thus, we set forth toward the land of wind. On our way, we encountered Temari, who inquired, why are you heading in this direction? Kakashi replied, Gaara is in trouble. We are going to provide support. I knew something bad would happen. Temari remarked with a frown. Consequently, we journeyed together towards Tsunade. Naruto was filled with rage. I am seething with anger. I understand all too well why Akatsuki wants him. Kakashi glanced back at Naruto. The 9 tails is sealed within me. Just as Gaara has a monster within him. Naruto was filled with indignation. He could empathize with Gaara, but more so, he felt a sense of injustice on Gaara's behalf, believing his own fortune to be somewhat brighter. Upon arriving in Tsunade, news quickly spread that Kankuro had sustained injuries and was now lying unconscious in bed. Their elder sister, Temari, shuddered upon hearing the news, her heart aching for him. We followed Temari into the room, where Kankuro lay drenched in sweat. Beside him stood a diminutive elderly woman, who abruptly turned and charged at Kakashi-sensei. Naruto reacted swiftly, intercepting her attack, and shouted, Why are you attacking Kakashi-sensei? The old woman ignored him entirely, exclaiming, Konoha White Fang. How dare you come here? Kakashi, rendered speechless, weakly replied, I'm not. Stop your excuses. The old woman retorted, attacking once more. Terrified, Kakashi ducked behind Naruto, attempting to defend himself. I'm really not. At that moment, an old man nearby interjected, Sister, look closely. Although he bears a resemblance, he is not White Fang. The elderly woman scrutinized Kakashi once more, her wrinkled face breaking into a smile. Just teasing you all. She truly possessed a sense of humor. I pondered that Konoha White Fang was Kakashi's father, and considering her age, if White Fang were alive, he would surely be quite elderly now. Temari disregarded our banter and rushed to Kankuro's side. Sakura, with a serious demeanor, stated, I will detoxify him. Let me take a look. After examining Kankuro, Sakura channeled her chakra, which glowed a vibrant green, gradually extracting the poison. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she affirmed that the toxin had been removed, and now they just needed to find an antidote. At that moment, a voice echoed in my mind. Glancing at Kakashi and Naruto, who were still assessing the situation, I quietly slipped away. I sought a secluded spot to sit down, forming hand seals, and my chakra shadow appeared in a dimly lit area, where a large statue stood alongside Gaara. Indeed, I had joined the internal communication of the Akatsuki. Scorpion, upon seeing me, remarked, You're in Tsunade? I nodded, refraining from further explanation, and turned to inquire about the purpose of the summons from the individual who bore the same title as Conan. I have stated that I do not wish to participate in your other plans. Indeed, I did not truly consider myself part of the Akatsuki. I was merely an outsourced consultant, assisting them in researching resurrection techniques. I require your chakra, your strength, the individual insisted. I furrowed my brow. My own power was something I struggled to comprehend, let alone lend it to someone else. Thus, I firmly declined. I had yet to grasp why pain sought my strength. What did his extraction of tailed beasts have to do with me? You cannot refuse. It pertains to our contract. I nodded in resignation, acknowledging that he often wielded this matter as leverage against me, an undeniably unequal contract. At that moment, Hoshigaki Kisame announced, I will head to Sunagakure, as there is someone I must confront. Itachi glanced at me and said, then I shall accompany you. I felt helpless. If they all went, what would I do? Merely observe? I was so inconsequential. Must I be forced into action? Reluctantly, I dispelled my chakra shadow and rose to seek out Kakashi and the others. Upon finding them, Sakura queried, where did you go? We couldn't find you a moment ago. I sensed something amiss outside, so I stepped out to investigate. But it turned out I was overthinking it. I lied, maintaining a composed facade. Sakura nodded, not probing further due to time constraints. As we progressed halfway, Itachi indeed appeared, causing Kakashi to tense at the sight of Uchiha Itachi, a notoriously formidable opponent. I observed Itachi hesitantly. It wasn't just him. Everyone in the Akatsuki was aware of my association with this group from Konoha, yet as long as I did not obstruct them, they likely would not interfere. I gradually moved backward, feigning fear. Sakura noticed my unease and recalled that this Itachi was the very person responsible for the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, and also the elder brother of Sasuke. Yuru, are you alright? She asked with concern. I shook my head, assuring her I was fine. Kakashi understood the situation, but, in truth, I was merely creating a fade. I lingered at the back, opting not to engage in their conflict. Itachi cast a glance in my direction, offering no further comment, treating me as a mere stranger. Naruto, filled with rage, fueled by his issues with Sasuke, gritted his teeth, preparing to charge at Itachi. Kakashi intervened, cautioning, Naruto, don't act impulsively. Avoid looking into his eyes. You might fall under a jinjutsu. Naruto nodded. Yet, as fate would have it, he succumbed to the jinjutsu, only to be rescued by Sakura and Kakashi. I wished to remain uninvolved with Itachi, as it could easily expose my identity. Thus, I sought an opportunity to locate the arriving Guy's team. Chapter 50. Yuru Kisame was engaged in combat with Guy's team, comprising Lee, Tintin, Niji, and others. I had initially intended to quietly observe, but Niji's Byakugan quickly detected my presence. Reluctantly, I stepped forward. At that moment, Guy had already opened the third gate. Just as I was about to greet him, Guy executed the morning peacock technique, which was remarkably beautiful and powerful. Had it not been a taijutsu, I would have certainly wished to learn it. Once Guy dispatched Kisame, he noticed me, exclaiming, is that you, Yuru? Weren't you with Kakashi? I got separated from them and stumbled upon this battle. So I came to see what was happening, I explained, inquiring if they were unscathed. Guy boldly declared, we are perfectly fine, though that guy managed to escape. Niji looked at me, asking, when did you return? I smiled, just a couple of days ago. Is that so? It's good to have you back. While Niji was no longer as harsh as before, he still possessed traits reminiscent of Sasuke. I feel a sense of familiarity with you. As you share some similarities with Sasuke, I commented with a smile. Niji turned away, is that so? Indeed. That proud demeanor is quite akin, I replied. Tintin chuckled and noted, Guy-sensei has already taken care of Kisame, but it seems that was not his true form. We should continue towards the Akatsuki's base. Thus, I joined Guy's team. Traveling with Guy's team felt entirely different from being with Team 7. I observed the harmonious banter between Might Guy and Rock Lee, and a sigh escaped my lips involuntarily. Tintin, noticing my discomfort, approached me to strike up a conversation. She was a girl full of national charm, and I found myself harboring more affection for her than for others. Chatting with Tintin was somewhat comforting, even if our conversation remained light, as we were not particularly close. Soon, we arrived at our destination, where we faced a large, intricate gate. Niji utilized his Byakugan to penetrate the mechanism and explained how to disable it, which required simultaneously tearing off the seals above. Originally, Tintin was supposed to remove the seal, but in a moment of impulsivity, I forgot about the traps and, with quick reflexes, joined Guy's team in shattering the seal. A memory flickered in my mind as I gazed at the broken rocks before me. However, at that moment, it was too late. As the smoke cleared, a figure identical to me stood revealed. This was troublesome, I muttered. If it had been Tintin's replica, I might have managed. But facing my own clone was a different matter altogether. Though I harbored doubts, I assumed a combat stance. This was indeed problematic. I needed to reach the battlefield before Scorpion's defeat. Yoru, the clone, stared at me, a hint of shock in its demeanor. Clearly a trap, I remarked. But in a 2-on-1 situation, we should be able to win. No sooner had I spoken than another 10-10 emerged from behind my clone. All right. It's clearly a case of not being able to block. I sighed in resignation, turning to 10-10. Shall we engage in a chaotic battle? Let us create some distance, she suggested. I fear that soon I may struggle to discern which one of us is the true self, though I often find myself apologizing to Tian. Her insights are undeniably profound. The visage and techniques of the replica before me mirror my own with striking fidelity, making it exceedingly challenging for an outsider to differentiate between us. I maintain my distance from Tian, as we both precisely identify our targets in this mirrored confrontation. A battle ready to ignite. Hello? I tentatively greet my doppelganger. Despite harboring no malice, the replica of Yu, evidently on a mission, initiates the first strike against me. The clanging sounds of the skirmish between Tian and her counterpart resonate beside us, indicating a battle that, though not overly complex, is indeed wearisome. Each blow from the replica is a perfect imitation of my own, as my combat style leans towards a modernized form of free fighting, albeit unorthodox. It becomes clear that she is a flawless replication of my techniques. After a prolonged exchange of blows, I remain perplexed by the underlying principles guiding her existence. While she exhibits no signs of fatigue, I, on the other hand, do. My mind races back to the legendary copy ninja Kakashi and the powers of the Sharingan. I summon my blade, Zhanyu, and to my surprise, the replica Yu produces a long sword from her sleeve, identical in appearance to my own. We charge at each other with great speed, the force of our collision generating a significant gust of wind. As I deliver my 138th strike, my eyes illuminate with a vibrant yellow. She has replicated my strength. I wonder, if I were to wield another's energy, would she still be able to imitate it? Drawing upon Zabuza's sword techniques, I retract Zhanyu and instead draw forth a massive sword crafted specifically for me. While it may not rival the legendary swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen, it is nonetheless a formidable weapon. Typically unused due to my lack of proficiency, it now feels right, as Zabuza's techniques flood my mind and limbs. The replica also changes her weapon, leading me to ponder whether this is a programmed behavior or merely her peculiar inclination to mirror me. Yet, it is evident that her use of the great sword pales in comparison to my own. I can confidently assert that I am cheating. No matter how closely she emulates me, she cannot replicate Zabuza's stance. In short order, I topple her weapon and subdue her, sealing her defeat. I stow away the great sword, reflecting on the fact that, in some respects, I cannot surpass Zabuza. What's this? Little girl, do you have time for a spar? I'd like to see how much you've grown. Zabuza's voice interjects from the land of the dead. Definitely next time. Indeed, the land of the dead has evolved to empower its inhabitants significantly, allowing those with robust spiritual energy to awaken self-awareness and communicate with me. The likes of Zabuza and Haku have long since awakened, while ordinary individuals live as regular denizens of this utopian realm, which is no different from reality for them. I tidy the battlefield without glancing towards Tian. Judging by the sounds, she is still engaged in combat, while I must hasten to Sakura. The distance remains considerable, and my uncertainty regarding the exact location delays my arrival. At this moment, Scorpion has been pierced through by his 2 puppets. Sakura lies on the ground, a sword embedded in her body, while Granny Chio administers her healing. The battlefield is a scene of chaos. I refrain from revealing my presence, for even if I did, I would be of little help. Though this battle signifies defeat for Scorpion in the eyes of the Akatsuki, it may also bring him a sense of release. His life has reached its conclusion. I guide his spirit into the land of the dead, but he will require time to awaken. I choose not to linger further and turn away. Chapter 51. Once Granny Chio and Sakura depart, I step onto the battlefield to assess the situation. Turning around, I spot Zetsu and Toby. Toby, upon seeing me, exclaims, "Why, Chan? You're here too, what a coincidence." Zetsu surveys the surroundings and remarks, "Has Scorpion been defeated?" I silently nod in response. Suddenly, Toby dives into the rubble, searching fervently, and then emerges triumphantly, crying out, "Found it! Scorpion Senpai's ring." Now Toby can officially join the Akatsuki. Black Zetsu quips, "You're still just a kid. Finding a ring doesn't guarantee membership." White Zetsu retorts, "What does it matter? Toby is a good boy." Toby, enamored with the ring, turns to me, "Why? Chan, when will you join us? The organization treats us well. I chuckle awkwardly. Next time? For sure. I have other matters to attend to. Toby seems to dismiss my words lightly. Black Zetsu, more acerbic, expresses his dissatisfaction with me. How long do you intend to cause a ruckus outside? It's best you assist the organization in its grand endeavors promptly. I shrug. I'll return once I've had my fun. Zetsu remains silent as I bid farewell to Toby and seek out Sakura and the others. Pain no? Nagato seeks my power solely to resurrect Yahiko or to uncover the secrets of life and death. When I locate Naruto and the others, Granny Chio has already transferred her life force to Gaara. Gaara awakens, but Granny Chio's spirit energy is now feeble, having aged and given most of it to Gaara. The remaining energy is insufficient to sustain her body. She has departed, effectively passing away. This is my interpretation of life and death within my capabilities. Gaara lives, but the One Tail has been lost. This chapter of events draws to a close. In response to the Akatsuki's actions, the major ninja villages implement defensive measures. The Akatsuki's objectives are clear. They seek the tailed beasts. Due to the overuse of his Sharingan in his battle with Itachi, Kakashi-sensei is once again hospitalized. Tsunade convenes a meeting with Shizune and Sakura, relaying the intelligence she possesses regarding the Akatsuki's goals concerning the tailed beasts. From the mission to rescue Gaara, she has discovered the Akatsuki's connection to Orochimaru, leading her to ascertain Sasuke's whereabouts. Tsunade's current plan involves sending Sakura's Team 7 on this mission, but Shizune disagrees. With Kakashi-sensei incapacitated in the hospital, Team 7 is short one member, and Tsunade's intentions are to keep this from me. She remains filled with suspicion and caution towards me. Perhaps it is also for my own good. Sending Naruto and Sakura is meant to appeal to their emotions, while excluding me is to prevent those emotions from overwhelming the mission. Naturally, I cannot allow such an opportunity to slip by. I have no desire for subterfuge that would lead to an awkward situation. Thus, I leap directly in front of Tsunade. She does not explicitly forbid my participation, having intended to keep it from me, but now that I am aware, she cannot fabricate an excuse to bar me. Clearly, she attempts to do so. She claims to have found a new Jonin leader and additional ninjas to complete Team 7, effectively dismissing me from the team. I refuse to accept this. Tsunade resigned. Ultimately succumbs to my persistent pleas, with Naruto and Sakura supporting my case, and acquiesces to my inclusion. The following day, we prepare for our mission. Greeted by our new team leader, Captain Yamato, and the new member, Sai. "Ah, it's that guy?" Naruto exclaims, pointing at Sai. Sai presents a disingenuous smile. Yamato observes our strained dynamic and sighs. "I am Yamato, and I will lead you while Kakashi-senpai is injured. Please introduce yourselves. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Haruno Sakura." The two seem to be in a petty dispute with Sai, displaying their displeasure. I, however, greet with calm cheerfulness. "I am Yiyu. Pleased to make your acquaintance." Sai responds with a smile. "I am Sai." Yamato, witnessing our lack of camaraderie, expresses his exasperation. "Our mission is to capture Scorpion S infiltrator. Gather intelligence on Uchiha Sasuke's location and bring him back." We nod in unison. "Then, let us depart." Yamato led us forth. The four of us, accompanied by our captain, embarked on a journey in search of Sasuke. Along the way, Sakura and Naruto continued to express their dissatisfaction with Sai. I felt compelled to offer some words of consolation, reminding them that he is, after all, one of our comrades. Naruto pouted and ignored me, but Sakura seemed somewhat calmed. She sighed and conceded, "Well, Nightshade does have a point. I do not agree with his taking Sasuke's place." Naruto exclaimed, pointing animatedly at Sai. Sai wore his typical insincere smile, asserting, "I have no intention of replacing him. A traitor who betrayed the village, a fool seeking power from Orochimaru." Upon hearing this, Naruto erupted in anger, charging at Sai. Sakura swiftly intervened, admonishing Naruto, "Calm down." It was evident that Sakura intended to confront Sai herself. In an instant, I appeared behind Sai and kicked him away. He soared through the air and crashed violently to the ground, rolling several times due to inertia. I quickly materialized beside him, pressing my blade against his neck. "If you have nothing to say, you may choose to remain silent." My expression had darkened considerably. I had prepared myself mentally for Sai's lack of decorum and emotional intelligence, yet I could not suppress my rising ire. Sakura, initially ready to act, was taken aback. If it were her, she would only have intended to teach him a lesson, but my demeanor suggested I was far from jesting. I was serious. Yamato, sensing the escalating tension, hurriedly used a technique to separate Sai and me, confining us within a wooden cage. Given your current relationship, we cannot proceed. You will not depart until you have reconciled. I felt displeased, yet recognized the need to remain composed. Observing the wooden cage, I concluded it was a wood release technique, likely impervious to typical fire release attacks. Resigned, I abandoned any thoughts of resistance. Now was not the time to unleash my wrath. Once we had all calmed down, Yamato treated us to a lavish meal and a soak in a hot spring. While relaxing in the water, Sakura leaned over and softly asked, "Nightshade, are you still angry?" I remained silent, half submerged, blowing bubbles. I understood that both Naruto and I shared an inability to accept Sai. Sakura smiled slightly, saying, "But from what I see, Sai is merely awkward. He grew up in the Umbu." "Sakura, don't you think that reason seems a bit forced?" I replied, rising from the water. Sakura awkwardly chuckled. After all, this was not the time for infighting. Our priority was to locate Sasuke and bring him back, and Sai was merely a means to an end. I wrapped myself in a towel and departed. Of course, my earlier anger had dissipated. Youth can be explosive. It is a grave mistake to ignite such sparks. Chapter 52. Reunion with Sasuke on the Rendezvous Bridge. Yamato disguised himself as Scorpion, awaiting the meeting with the undercover agent. Eventually, he was met by Kabuto. After a lengthy exchange, Orochimaru finally made his appearance. Yamato's identity was revealed, and we had no choice but to reveal ourselves. "Nightshade?" Kabuto looked at me, filled with confusion. "Ah, I thought you had forgotten me." I smiled. "Uncle Snake, long time no see." "Indeed, it has been a while, you insufferable little girl," Orochimaru responded with a smirk. What makes my dialogue with Orochimaru so peculiar? During my travels across various lands, I had encountered him once more while seeking answers regarding Lockcan. However, Orochimaru claimed he was merely a researcher of jutsu and bore no responsibility for those affected, which led to a confrontation between us. Fortunately, my training had progressed significantly, and owing to Sasuke's influence, Orochimaru granted me some leeway, refraining from further hostilities. This led to a certain bond between us. I would occasionally annoy him. The adage to be spoiled is to be arrogant held true, as Orochimaru's wariness of Sasuke extended to me, allowing me to intrude upon his domain. Each time, he openly expressed his disdain for me, but could do nothing substantive. He often sent Kabuto to deal with me, yet Kabuto was no match for me now. Neither Orochimaru nor Kabuto anticipated my return to the ranks of Konoha. Returning our focus, Naruto shouted fervently at Orochimaru, "Orochimaru, return Sasuke." With his emotions surging, Naruto was on the verge of transforming into the Nine Tails. Kabuto, with a vexing remark, stated, "Sasuke came to us of his own accord." This comment pushed Naruto over the edge, prompting him to charge at Kabuto, igniting a fierce battle. Yamato and Sai could not merely observe, and Sakura bravely joined the fray. However, the disparity in strength was evident. During the chaos, Sakura inadvertently fell from a cliff, and to my surprise, Sai chose not to rescue her. Amidst the turmoil, Orochimaru fled, and Sai vanished as well. I used my whip to save the plummeting Sakura and then pursued Orochimaru. It appeared that Sai and Orochimaru had reached some form of agreement, but I was indifferent to the details. Sai handed Orochimaru a letter from Danzo, establishing a seemingly natural trust, and they intended to return together. I stealthily followed. Kabuto temporarily obstructed my pursuers with a false corpse, yet I recognized it as a ruse, revealing Orochimaru's lack of concern regarding my tracking. He even awaited my appearance by the riverbank. "You all seem rather leisurely," I could not help but comment. Turning to Sai, I inquired, "Do you have anything to explain?" Sai smiled, unbothered by his exposure. "Aren't you the same?" He replied, "What do you mean, the same? With whom am I the same?" I had no desire to debate with him. Instead, I chose to rest by the riverbank alongside them. Kabuto was busy organizing his ninja tools, having just used a corpse to deceive Yamato and requesting a new one from Orochimaru to replenish his stock. Orochimaru found this quite exasperating, pondering whether Kabuto was obsessive-compulsive, yet he complied. After regrouping, I joined their party and proceeded to Orochimaru's base. While others may have been unaware of Sai's secret mission, I was not concerned about his espionage. My objective was to reunite with Sasuke. In the pitch-black cavern, Sasuke sat on a rocky ledge, displeased that Orochimaru had left without accompanying him for training. Upon seeing Sasuke, Sai politely greeted, "Hello, you must be Uchiha Sasuke." "I am Sai. Get lost," Sasuke coldly retorted. Sai, oblivious to the hostility, remarked, "You seem to dislike me, though I maintain my smile." "Disgusting. Get lost," Sasuke repeated. "Sasuke, don't be excessive." Kabuto, always disapproving of Sasuke's demeanor, interjected. Sasuke ignored him, turning to Orochimaru and demanding, "Now that you're back, accompany me for training." Orochimaru, wearied by Sasuke's attitude, could only choose silence as he departed. I did not join Sasuke nor attempt to rekindle our bond in this moment. Orochimaru was a figure to be wary of. Kabuto took Sai away to conspire over other plans, while I had my own matters to attend to. Naruto, Sakura, and Yamato arrived at Orochimaru's base, but the numerous entrances served primarily to waste time and delay progress. Sai's espionage was intended to assist Sakura and the others in capturing Sasuke. He believed that infiltrating the enemy's ranks to gain their trust would yield the highest success rate. However, Sasuke was ungrateful. It seemed that force was the only option left. Sai intended to use a shadow to capture Sasuke, but I had already arrived, exclaiming, "This isn't a wise course of action. Which side are you truly on?" Upon my arrival, Sai first expressed shock, then heightened his vigilance. "Indeed, you are affiliated with Orochimaru. I was curious as to why your name appeared on my mission list." "Ah, it seems I was already wanted by Danzo from the outset," I remarked calmly. At that moment, Sasuke sat up, exclaiming, "How noisy! Sai, is it? Who permitted your entry?" With his crimson Sharingan coldly fixed on Sai, Sasuke launched a merciless attack, Chidori. A resounding explosion ensued, revealing the sky above us, with Sai at the bottom of the crater while Sasuke and I stood above, observing him. "It's probably coming," I casually remarked. "Sai, what intentions do you harbor?" Naruto swiftly seized Sai by the collar. "Naruto?" Sasuke spoke upon seeing him. Sakura, upon hearing the voice, turned around. Sasuke. Sakura, quicker than Naruto in her thinking, noticed me beside Sasuke and asked, "Yuyo?" "You." I offered an apologetic smile. "Forgive me, I have defected." Sakura was left speechless. They had been deceived all along, and only now did they realize the multitude of discrepancies. In an instant, Sasuke leaped down from the high platform, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "You dare come looking for me? This time, I might just kill you out of momentary joy." Naruto calmly retorted, "So what if you kill me? Those who cannot bring back their friends have no right to be Hokage." Sasuke, without mercy, drew the Kusanagi and lunged at Naruto. In that fleeting moment, he glimpsed the Nine Tails. I could not see, unaware of what Sasuke discussed with Naruto in his mental realm, but he relinquished the chance to confront him. It was then that Orochimaru finally arrived. "Sasuke, there are other matters at hand. Do not waste time with these brats." Sasuke cast a glance at Naruto, then at Orochimaru, saying nothing before vanishing in an instant. I turned, casting a lingering look back at Naruto and the others below. "I'm sorry," I murmured before departing alongside Sasuke. Naruto clenched his teeth, filled with regret. He had not only failed to retrieve Sasuke, but also lost Yuyo in the process. Sakura recalled the list she had seen in Sai's manual and understood that Yuyo had never truly belonged to the village. Although she was uncertain of her purpose in returning, perhaps it was merely to bid farewell. Supporting Naruto, Sakura softly spoke words of comfort. Chapter 53. Confronting Sasuke, I had indeed returned to Konoha without any ulterior motive, at least none that would be detrimental to Konoha. It was simply to reconnect with old friends and, incidentally, to ride the wave of the unfolding narrative. My departure from Konoha allowed me greater freedom to pursue my own ambitions. The development of Paradise was a prolonged and extensive endeavor, one that could not be confined solely within Konoha. After following Sasuke away, we settled at a new base. It was then that he began to focus his attention on me. "How did you manage to follow me?" Sasuke inquired in a flat tone. "Why not?" I retorted. Perhaps from the very beginning, Sasuke wished for me to remain in Konoha. Although he did not consider it particularly favorable, he believed it to be the safest place. Orochimaru and Kabuto observed from a distance, and our conversation was sparse. I feigned ignorance, answering some of Sasuke's questions without reason, and he found himself at a loss. He likely did not wish to become as extreme as Itachi had. At least with me, he remained relatively composed. Orochimaru's bases were plentiful, resembling true serpent dens. I clung to Sasuke like a shadow. "Let us spar," I invited him with curiosity. Sasuke did not even spare me a glance before declining. "Why not? It's been a while since we've seen each other. We've both grown. Let us see how we measure up. Are you not curious about my current strength?" To be honest, Sasuke was not curious at all. He cared little for my abilities, only for his own, with a clear intention to avenge that man. Yet, unable to withstand my persistent pleading, he ultimately acquiesced. Orochimaru's underground base featured a training area, perfect for our minor skirmish. In truth, Orochimaru was the one most intrigued by my abilities. However, the atmosphere had shifted, and Sasuke had developed a slight interest. After all, we were merely cousins, and most of my inheritance did not stem from the Uchiha bloodline. Additionally, Orochimaru often whispered to him about the capabilities of the Yuyo clan, which sparked some curiosity in Sasuke. Yet, he was also quite irritated by Orochimaru's incessant mentions of the Yuyo clan. He was disinclined to indulge in those trivial thoughts. Sasuke stood nonchalantly at the center of the arena. "You should at least take me seriously." I expressed my dissatisfaction. Sasuke did not respond, but adjusted his stance, appearing somewhat more serious. Is he really going to get serious? I wondered. As I pondered, Sasuke suddenly closed the distance with a teleportation technique, launching a close-range attack. Startled, I leaped back, nearly stumbling in the process. "Are you distracted during a spar?" Sasuke chastised with a hint of exasperation. To be fair, my mind was rather active, often prone to wandering, and with Sasuke as my opponent, I had let my guard down. I regained my composure. "I haven't said to begin yet. Now, it officially starts." With that, I tossed a smoke bomb. Once Sasuke exited the smoke's range, he quietly assessed my presence. Noticing his stillness, I drew my sword, Zhanyu, and slashed at him, only to realize it was merely a shadow clone. "How cunning," I muttered. Clearly, I had now assumed the role of the defender. At our level, the shadow clone technique was almost universally employed, yet the challenge lay in its application. Naruto, with his vast chakra reserves, could utilize it in a sea of clones, while we civilians could only summon one or two as sacrificial pawns. My clones were no match for Sasuke. He might not discern my true self, yet he could certainly analyze the situation. I had always believed myself to be quite enigmatic. 2 clones were swiftly dispatched, and as the true me, I prepared to fight back. I swung Zhanyu, deflecting the weapons hurled at me. Shuriken, Kunai, and Sanban fell to the ground. I sensed none were aimed to inflict harm. Just as I was moved by Sasuke's familial bond, a piercing screech interrupted my thoughts. It was Chidori. I retracted my previous sentiments, swiftly turning to strike. But my blade met only air. Sasuke was concealed in the shadows, truly cunning. "Do you dare engage me face to face?" I challenged him. Of course, he dared. The clash of the Kusanagi and Zhanyu reverberated in my ears, the force overwhelming, forcing me to retreat. "You've improved more than I anticipated," Sasuke complimented. I grinned, my eyes gleaming with a yellow light. "Water release, water dragon bullet technique." I unleashed my jutsu upon him. Without hesitation, Sasuke countered with a fireball jutsu to nullify my attack. As he finished casting, I switched to another technique, earth release, earth flow spear. Sasuke's expression shifted slightly, and he swiftly evaded just as the final cry of the bird echoed, shattering all my earth flow spears with Chidori. Truth be told, ambushing an Uchiha is exceedingly challenging. Their Sharingan is notoriously difficult to contend with. Sasuke appeared satisfied. His interest peaked as he began to press the attack. Although my offensive efforts proved ineffective, he found it equally difficult to land a blow on me. My physique was slightly more agile. After years of training, my speed had become my primary method of combat, as I favored escape as a means to conclude a fight. Even with his Sharingan, he could not easily subdue me. Sasuke smiled. "Would you like to try something even more interesting?" Although he did not respond verbally, I could tell from his expression that he was eager. "Let us give this a try." I was conversing with myself, for I had long wished to experiment with the secret technique, 1,000-kill water shuriken. As the words left my lips, the water around me coalesced into countless shuriken-shaped ice needles, hurtling towards Sasuke at high speed. Sasuke appeared momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, brandishing the Kusanagi sword to deflect the incoming icy projectiles. A look of confusion adorned his face. "Secret technique, magic mirror ice crystal. How did you?" Before Sasuke could fully grasp the situation, he found himself encircled by several ice mirrors. In the past, he had suffered greatly at the hands of this very technique wielded by Haku. He had no time to ponder why I was utilizing someone else's bloodline limit, for I had already begun to traverse the mirrors, unleashing 1,000-kill water shuriken upon him. Each mirror reflected my figure. Yet only one of me was the genuine article capable of executing the technique. My rapid movements created the illusion that every version of me within the mirrors was the true self. Sasuke chuckled, excitement gleaming in his eyes. When he lifted his gaze again, his Sharingan was fixed intently on my fleeting form within the mirrors. Indeed, the Sharingan could effectively counter my technique, as my magic mirror ice crystal could only manifest 70% of Haku's original power. Sasuke unleashed his Chidori, surrounding himself in a protective barrier, preventing my advance, and ultimately capturing my already weary self. The moment our eyes met, I felt the presence of Itachi. I stumbled out of the magic mirror and collapsed before Sasuke. I had lost. I was unsure whether my dizziness stemmed from excessive traversal or from locking eyes with the Sharingan, but I felt nauseous, the world spinning around me. Sasuke lifted me to examine my condition, and upon confirming I was uninjured, he set me down on a stone bench to rest. Now tell me, how did you acquire that technique? I divulged everything. Chapter 54. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Sasuke's knowledge of the Y-Ray clan was limited to the occasional ramblings of Orochimaru in his ear. While Sasuke may not have been particularly interested in my abilities, Orochimaru certainly was. Aware of Sasuke's lack of understanding, he often whispered to him about the clan's special abilities. Thus, Sasuke knew that the Y-Ray clan possessed some unique talents. When he inquired, I was not foolish enough to disclose everything. I merely mentioned that I could harness the abilities of the deceased, including bloodline limits. I dared not reveal that I had a paradise, a realm of ultimate bliss, inhabited by countless souls of the departed, including his parents, and nearly the entire Uchiha clan. The thought of Sasuke deeming me insane was daunting, even if he believed me. It would lead to dire consequences. My abilities had rendered me numb to the concepts of life and death, making mortality seem trivial. To me, death was merely a permanent farewell, a gradual forgetting. If Sasuke were to discover my powers and develop a different perspective on death, it would undermine Itachi's heartfelt intentions and potentially unravel the fabric of this world. The mere thought sent chills down my spine. When did you awaken this ability? Sasuke asked. I gazed at him, lost in thought. That was a challenging question. When should I say it began? If I considered the moment I started bringing souls to my paradise, it would have been during my childhood, at the time of the Uchiha massacre. This ability likely emerged even earlier, but it couldn't have been later than that. I could only assert that I truly began to master it during my second encounter with Itachi. Indeed, I answered vaguely, stating it was that night. Sasuke seemed to understand, and he did not press further. Later, as if recalling something, he asked, "Can you learn that?" I tilted my head, questioning which one. The Sharingan. It dawned on me. Yes, I had collected many of the Uchiha clan's members, yet I had never attempted to utilize their techniques. I could certainly employ my uncle Fugaka's ocular techniques. Sasuke, observing my moment of realization, understood that I could indeed wield it. He calmly advised me to conceal my abilities unless absolutely necessary, suggesting that if I found an opponent formidable, I should use the Sharingan, for I was Uchiha Y-Ray. I nodded, feigning comprehension. Sasuke said nothing more. Although Sasuke had not comprehensively grasped my abilities, he could envision the extraordinary potential if they were fully realized. His attitude toward Orochimaru hinted at this. Yet, I pondered why Orochimaru's ambitions did not center on me. Perhaps the notion of replacing a physical body was inherently challenging for me. If he were to first replace Sasuke and acquire the Sharingan, then replacing me would become significantly easier. After all, he had time to spare. Given this, it was inevitable that more individuals would seek to uncover my abilities, including members of the Akatsuki. Sasuke seemed to propose using the Uchiha bloodline limit to conceal my identity. Did he not consider that the Uchiha clan itself was a high-risk group subject to scrutiny? After a wave of my chaotic thoughts, I reluctantly acknowledged that Sasuke's reasoning held merit. However, the Sharingan possesses two forms. With my current strength, I could only aspire to reach that level. I proceeded to attempt to harness Fugaka's power. My eyes flickered with a brilliant yellow before being engulfed by a crimson hue, the three tomos swirling slowly within. Yet, unlike a typical Sharingan, due to my unique abilities, a faint ring of yellow surrounded the red. Of course, this was inconsequential. Who would dare scrutinize the Sharingan to ascertain its authenticity? The activation of the Sharingan caused a slight discomfort in my eyes, and I frantically rubbed them, hoping to alleviate the strain. Nevertheless, it was bearable, akin to the sensation after prolonged screen time. I endeavored to further embrace this power, seeking to attain the kaleidoscope level. What was Fugaku's kaleidoscope ability? I pondered, Perhaps I had failed to control the intensity, as a sudden wave of dizziness washed over me, accompanied by a ringing in my ears. I attempted to cease my efforts, yet found myself unable to regain control. My eyes were indeed the issue. They were voraciously absorbing my chakra, and I was powerless to resist, being unilaterally drained. My eyes throbbed, akin to being immersed in saline. The nerves in my eyes were connected to my brain, and soon, my head began to ache. I rubbed my eyes in a futile attempt to ease the discomfort. I even tried to halt my chakra flow, redirecting it to unleash other techniques, but to no avail. My hands grew damp. It seemed prudent to avoid rubbing my eyes with unclean hands. Tears streamed down my face as I opened my blurry eyes, my vision obscured by a blood-red haze. This is disastrous, I thought, sensing impending calamity. Yet, the discomfort intensified, leaving me with no energy to fret over the consequences. Perhaps I could no longer endure the pain, for I let out a cry. When Sasuke returned at the sound, he was taken aback to see my face smeared with blood. "Have you disfigured yourself in my absence?" he exclaimed upon closer inspection. "Oh, you are awakening the kaleidoscope." He must have thought I had lost my sanity. "Look at me," I shouted, desperate for his attention. After such a long time apart, I finally heard a hint of panic in Sasuke's voice. I managed to force my eyes open to meet his gaze. Upon seeing my kaleidoscope, he recognized it as his father's eyes. Yet, there was no time for nostalgia. After a brief exchange of glances, I succumbed to unconsciousness. Although Sasuke still possessed the ordinary Sharingan, it was more than sufficient compared to my novice state. I awoke once more in a surreal realm, where Sasuke was also present. "Where's this?" I inquired. "In the illusion of the Sharingan," he replied. I collapsed to the ground, unwilling to move. "It hurts so much," I complained to Sasuke. He remained silent. Subsequently, images began to materialize in the space, depicting the Akatsuki's assault on the tailed beasts and their attack on Konohagakure. I was momentarily taken aback. Though the fragments were disjointed, they foretold events yet to come. Sasuke gazed at me, seemingly awaiting my response. What could I possibly say? "What is this?" I found myself asking an obvious question. Although Sasuke recognized my inquiry lacked sincerity, he nonetheless explained the unique power of the Manjiki Sharingan, suggesting it resembled the ability to foresee the future. I scratched my head. I had indeed heard that Uchiha Fugaka's Manjiki abilities encompassed such foresight, which allowed him to completely trust Itachi and devote his life to the plan. Yet, I had not encountered this detail in the original narrative, leaving me uncertain of its authenticity. Perhaps my own limitations rendered these fragments incoherent and repetitious, devoid of greater significance. Thankfully, there was no more. However, Fugaka's Manjiki abilities seemed somewhat irrelevant to me as a time traveler, I mused internally. After a brief moment of contemplation, Sasuke crouched beside me and looked into my eyes. Oh, seated on the ground, I stared into Sasuke's eyes, the world around me blurred and spun, and I fainted again. Chapter 55, Asuma, Kakeu. Hyde and I awoke once more in a pitch-black, desolate room. The pain in my eyes had subsided, and Sasuke informed me that I had slept for 3 days. This technique consumes an immense amount of chakra. Sasuke tapped my head, cautioning me against attempting the Manjiki again, as it was perilous. I was well aware of the risks and had no intention of using it again. It bore no utility for me. We decided to keep this matter secret from Orochimaru, who harbored ill intentions, and the fewer details he possessed, the better. Sasuke dedicated his days to training and studying ninjutsu, while I found myself rather bored in idleness. Ultimately, I resolved to venture outside, as the time had likely come. Sasuke paid me no mind, seemingly indifferent to my actions, for he knew I would not heed his advice. Had I been obedient, I would not have left Konohagakure. I first sought Asuma, but found him absent. Clearly, my 3-day slumber had caused me to miss the crucial moment. I had pondered Asuma's fate. I could save him by leveraging Conan's goodwill. Preserving a life was within my capabilities. But was it necessary? Asuma's sacrifice held significance. Shikamaru's growth, and even the progression of Inoshikacho were intertwined with Asuma's selflessness. His sacrifice was an indispensable step in the future's unfolding. Yet, emotionally, Kurenai, Shikamaru, and others closely related to him would endure prolonged pain from separation. I stood atop a tree not far from the outer wall of Konohagakure, gazing out. Having returned to the village, I sought Asuma's spirit. It had not yet been 7 days. I should still be able to find him. The village appeared unchanged, though the weather was dreary and overcast. I stealthily infiltrated the village, my first destination being the Hokage's office. Though perilous, I deemed it necessary to investigate. I detected no fluctuations in Asuma's spiritual energy and quickly departed, fortunate not to have been discovered. Next, I made my way to Kurenai's home. It was eerily quiet, and through the window, I glimpsed her silhouette, sitting still as if in slumber. I had no intention of disturbing her and was about to turn away when I beheld Asuma. Yes, it was his spirit. He seemed to have come to terms with his sacrifice, quietly entering to embrace Kurenai's shoulders. After a brief moment, he silently spoke. "I'm sorry, Kurenai. I must go now. Please take care of yourself." Asuma placed a final kiss upon her forehead, his gaze filled with reluctance, but he departed nonetheless. I did not interrupt Asuma, choosing to follow him quietly. Asuma visited Konohamaru, who remained blissfully unaware, and Asuma smiled, reassured by his cheerful demeanor. He then went to Shikamaru's home, but upon finding him absent, he shook his head in resignation. He likely had an inkling of what Shikamaru was enduring, a hint of worry crossing his face. Habitually reaching for a cigarette, he recalled he was now a ghost, eliciting a self-deprecating smile before leaving. Asuma proceeded to the cemetery, not to select a resting place for himself, but to see the third Hokage. He said nothing, fully aware that in death, he could not converse with the third. Yet Asuma's concern for Shikamaru lingered. He intended to return to check on that troublesome lad, hoping he wouldn't cause the village any unnecessary trouble. Just as he turned, he spotted me. He recognized me and understood my betrayal of the village, confusion evident on his face as he pondered my presence. Perhaps I, too, had come to pay my respects? Despite his bewilderment, he was now a spirit. What could he possibly do? Just as he brushed past me, I called out to him, "Asuma-sensei." He paused, taken aback, yet did not respond, uncertain whether I truly addressed him. I turned to face him. The sensation of being seen was unmistakable. Asuma was astonished. "You can see me?" I nodded, affirming that I could indeed see and hear him. "It's quite remarkable. There is no need for astonishment. Simply attribute it to my bloodline limit," I explained, simultaneously sharing half of my story with him, including my foresight regarding the preparations to protect Konohagakure. Asuma remained skeptical. Yet the notion of conversing with a ghost was peculiar enough to ease his acceptance. Moreover, the consciousness of a lingering soul was fleeting. He would soon dissipate into a mere wandering spirit. Even if he wished to reject my words, he could not. Finally, Asuma inquired, "Is the future a beautiful one?" Without hesitation, I replied, "Yes, it is indeed beautiful." Asuma nodded, perhaps interpreting my words as a comfort. As his consciousness began to fade, I welcomed him into a realm of peace. The sounds of people bustling nearby prompted me to swiftly depart from the cemetery. Staff members clad in black were preparing Asuma's funeral. Shikamaru had yet to arrive. He was likely grappling with his own emotions. One must confront such moments eventually. I left Konohagakure, but I did not return to Sasuke or the Akatsuki. I awaited Kakazu's spirit. After a few days of waiting, Shikamaru arrived, accompanied by his designated plan. Naturally, I also witnessed Kakuzu and Haiden. They were rather intriguing, particularly Haiden. Kakuzu's spirit resided within his body, bound by numerous seals that anchored his soul. However, with Haiden, I could discern no gap between his spirit and body. Even I could not extract his soul. I inquired with Nightmare, who informed me that his physical and spiritual forms had nearly merged into one. It was a true form of immortality. Perched upon a tree, I observed their battle from a distance, unwilling to risk being caught up in the fray or questioned about my lack of involvement. Assisting either side would be inappropriate. Shikamaru, being astute, coupled with Kakashi's strength, ultimately subdued Haiden and Kakuzu. I directly absorbed Kakuzu's spirit, while Haiden remained elusive, standing atop the ground where Shikamaru buried Haiden. I attempted to communicate with Haiden through spiritual energy, but to no avail. This fellow resembled neither human nor ghost. I was baffled. As I turned, I bumped into Kakashi. He regarded me, and I met his gaze. Despite his injuries, he seemed determined to confront me directly. I just passed by. I broke the silence, which he might find hard to believe, given he had witnessed my ritual for Kakuzu. Perhaps due to his injuries, he refrained from being aggressive. "Have you truly decided not to return to the village?" Kakashi asked, his tone subdued. "I cannot go back," I replied with a smile, as if discussing something trivial. "Disinterested in returning. You have seen Sasuke, haven't you?" I nodded. "Is a confrontation necessary?" Kakashi inquired, not in the spirit of sparring. I chuckled at the technicality of his question, shaking my head. I refused to engage further, as I have little fondness for fighting. After all, I recall you once expressed your wish for world peace. Ah, that seems rather challenging, I nonchalantly remarked, dismissing the past, and prepared to take my leave. Kakashi's weary gaze lingered on my lively form, and only after my departure did he exhale a sigh of disbelief, feeling a nervous tension. He pondered whether, should a confrontation arise, he might meet his end there. Chapter 56. Forming a team. Sasuke forbade me from seeking him out, permitting me to do as I pleased outside, but strictly prohibiting any pursuit of him or Orochimaru. I could easily surmise his intentions, thus I obediently refrained from searching for him, waiting instead for him to conclude his business and invite me to join him. Sasuke did send a message, but upon my return to Orochimaru's base, I discovered that Kabuto had already fled. Brother, have you completed everything? I inquired. Almost, but I still require a few teammates. I know a few individuals. Sasuke replied before striding toward another direction. I followed closely, and he led me to what appeared to be Orochimaru's laboratory. My curiosity piqued. I began to explore the intriguing plants around me. Do not touch anything. Some of it is toxic, Sasuke cautioned. I quickly discarded a flower I had been holding, wiping my hands on my clothing. We've arrived. There he is, Sasuke announced, standing before a glass vessel. With a swift motion, he drew his sword and shattered the container, causing a strange liquid to spill forth. I hastily retreated, bewildered by the nature of this liquid. The fluid seemed to coalesce mysteriously, gradually forming a human figure, revealing a head, then arms, and finally a full body, albeit nude. I stood there, transfixed, until suddenly my vision was obscured by Sasuke's hand covering my eyes. Ahem. Let Suigetsu don some clothing first, he stated calmly, though his grip remained firmly on my face. Just let me see. It won't hurt, I protested. Once the silver-haired figure was clothed, Sasuke finally released his hold. Sasuke, did you truly kill Orochimaru? Suigetsu asked, his excitement evident. Yes, but I have another task to undertake, and I require assistance, Sasuke replied candidly, indicating I was the first. Suigetsu nodded thoughtfully. Oh, fine. I have no plans of my own, so I shall follow you. Rest assured, I am utterly loyal. I remained silent, observing the exchange. Suigetsu glanced at me, mistakenly assuming I was another ally recruited by Sasuke, and ruffled my hair, asking, who is this little sister? I pointed towards Sasuke. Suigetsu turned to Sasuke, who wore an unamused expression. She is my sister. Suigetsu hastily withdrew his hand, exclaiming, ah, I see. No wonder she looks so familiar. I stuck my tongue out at him, finding his singular devotion to Sasuke somewhat irksome. Sasuke sighed, enough of this. Let us seek the next person. Who? I inquired, though I had already guessed. Karen, Sasuke replied. Suigetsu and I followed Sasuke as we set off to find the red-haired girl with the unique eyes. Along the way, Suigetsu struck up a conversation. Little sister. What is your name? I shot him a sidelong glance. Uchiha Yuru, I responded. Yuru, huh? Suigetsu smiled. I'm Suigetsu. Good, I nodded. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Sasuke was not one for idle chatter, while Suigetsu appeared rather distracted. Hey, are you even human? I blurted out, surprising myself with the question. Suigetsu seemed taken aback, stammering. Oh, well, I suppose. You resemble a slime. If the weather turns cold, will you freeze into a block of ice? I mused. I doubt it. Should be fine, he replied, clearly flustered by my barrage of queries. Enough, Yoru. His liquid form is merely a result of his bloodline limit. He is indeed human. Sasuke interjected, unable to endure my inquisitiveness any longer. Oh, I acknowledged, falling silent thereafter. Ahead lay the territory governed by Karen. Sasuke led us to a location that resembled a large prison facility, housing numerous captives. Karen is in there, Sasuke stated. Let us proceed. As we ventured inside, we were met with a sight of cages and imprisoned individuals. Upon spotting us, some seemed to recognize Sasuke and called out, Lord Sasuke, please, save us. Help us. Sasuke ignored them, prompting me to softly ask, why disregard him? If Karen joins us, all these people will be liberated. A moment's delay makes no difference, he replied. I stole a glance back at the pleading figure. It was indeed a tragic sight, but was this not their fate? Upon locating Karen, negotiations commenced. Though Suigetsu was absent from the room. I have already slain Orochimaru, Sasuke stated earnestly. I have a different plan, and I hope to enlist your strength. Karen adjusted her glasses, looking down her nose at Sasuke. Why should I assist you? What benefits could you possibly offer? Sasuke met her gaze. Anything you require. Karen regarded him with incredulity, adjusting her glasses once more. Even so, you cannot easily sway me. I have principles. I stood at the door, observing their exchange with mounting boredom, and decided to seek out Suigetsu. Not long after stepping outside, I spotted Suigetsu returning. Did Sasuke manage to strike a deal? He asked. I shook my head. Not yet, they are still at it. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Karen was a dual-personality individual, and the potential implications of her interaction with Sasuke, a lone male, were rather concerning. Suigetsu and I kicked open the door, only to find Karen sans her glasses, gazing dreamily at Sasuke. I brandished a kunai towards her, and upon donning her glasses, she instantly regained her haughty demeanor, demanding, "What are you doing?" I replied cautiously, "I was about to ask you the same." Sasuke waved his hand dismissively. If she refuses to comply, so be it. We do not lack for her presence. Suigetsu turned to Sasuke, asking, "Where to next?" "We seek Jugo." Upon hearing this, Karen exclaimed, "Are you insane? You want to find that murderous monster?" Sasuke regarded her silently. "I am not concerned for your safety. However, do you know the way? The place where he is held is quite complex." I silently marveled at her stubbornness. "Well, I suppose I could take pity on you and guide you. All here have been liberated, and I have nothing else to do," Karen conceded. "Then let us proceed." Sasuke had clearly anticipated this outcome, including Karen's prideful nature. Karen possessed healing abilities and keen sensory perception. As a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, her skills would be invaluable to our team. Thus, she was effectively recruited, and now we turned our attention to Jugo. Chapter 57. The Northern Base and Jugo. Under Karen's haughty guidance, we set forth towards Jugo's location. The journey was not particularly short, and I found myself complaining less than Suigetsu, who lamented that he felt as though he might evaporate. How can a grown man be so whiny? I scoffed at him. Suigetsu, nearing the brink of petulance, retorted, "I'm not whining. It's just hot." I rolled my eyes and chose not to engage further. Finally arriving at the facility where Jugo was imprisoned. It was far worse than the prison managed by Karen. Here, the captives were not merely desperate to escape, but rather eager to kill, each one displaying a brutal demeanor. "This is where Jugo is held, but Sasuke, are you certain you wish to meet him?" "Jugo is extremely violent," Karen warned once more. "He is a notorious killer." Sasuke chose not to waste words on her and proceeded into the building, but midway through, a swarm of individuals burst forth. "Those people!" Karen gasped in horror. "The guards have been slain, and the prisoners are escaping." I glanced over and estimated the number of people to be around 20. Then, astonishingly, they all transformed in an instant. "Is it a curse mark?" I inquired. Sasuke silently nodded and asked which one was Ergo. Kohinata formed hand seals and replied that there was no Ergo here. Mizuki chuckled, suggesting they should eliminate everyone instead, brandishing a large sword he had acquired from Zabuza. Sasuke interjected, urging against lethal force. I cast a glance at my brother and nodded in agreement. Mizuki, with a resigned smile, remarked that he was indeed from Konoha. Sasuke remained silent. The throng of individuals attacked us frantically. I drew my blade, Tsukuyami, swiftly maneuvering behind them, striking with the flat of my sword. Combined with my chakra and rapid strikes, the force was sufficient to incapacitate those afflicted by the curse marks. Mizuki, wielding his sword with reckless abandon, managed to fell several as well, while Sasuke handled his share with relative ease. Among the crowd, one individual exhibited considerable strength and charged at us. I stepped forward to confront him, but despite my defense with Tsukuyami, he sent me flying with a single punch. Fortunately, my agility allowed me to land safely. "Wairei." Sasuke called for me to handle this foe. I glanced back at him, thinking that if he desired it, I would oblige. I sheathed Tsukuyami and retrieved a large silver hammer from my arsenal, a collection amassed through my training with Tenten. I swung the hammer down, but despite its imposing appearance, he deftly evaded, leaving a sizable crater in the ground. I turned and grinned, saying, "Heh, I shall no longer play with you. It is time for a change in the relay." The hammer flew swiftly, striking him and sending him hurtling towards Sasuke, who looked at the massive figure with exasperation. In mere moments, he was dispatched, crushed beneath rocks. Sasuke exhaled deeply and suggested we seek Ergo. We followed them into the central prison of the northern stronghold. Ergo was a far more terrifying presence. Back in Konoha, Tsunade summoned Sakura and Naruto, stating she had an important announcement. Naruto, still dazed from having mistaken lunch for breakfast, was bewildered. "Cough. I have accurate news," Tsunade declared solemnly. "Orochimaru is dead." A moment of silence enveloped the room. Naruto was the first to react, exclaiming with excitement, Orochimaru is dead. That means Sasuke and Y-Ray will return, right? Tsunade sighed. Unfortunately, that may not be the case, as it was Sasuke who killed Orochimaru. As we navigated the maze-like corridors, Mizuki, growing impatient, urged Kohinata to lead faster. Kohinata shot him a glare, clearly annoyed, insisting they could reach the destination by going straight. At this, Mizuki perked up, eagerly taking the lead. Upon reaching a junction, Kohinata pulled her brother in another direction, prompting Sasuke to question her motives. Kohinata replied that Mizuki was overly talkative, causing irritation. She continued to drag my brother along. Sasuke, losing patience, insisted, let go. I can navigate myself. Reluctantly, Kohinata released him. We arrived at the door of a cell, where Kohinata produced a key, declaring her intent to unlock it. Sasuke stopped her, asserting he would do it instead. Taking the key, he opened the door. Brother, be cautious. The killing intent inside is intense, I cautioned. Sasuke nodded and gently cracked the door open, revealing Argo, who suddenly bellowed, jackpot, and lunged at Sasuke. In an instant, Argo's punch sent Sasuke flying, crashing against the wall with a resounding impact. Sasuke, your chakra! Kohinata exclaimed in disbelief. I remained silent, observing Argo. Sasuke's chakra had indeed transformed. At that moment, a hand-like wing sprouted from Sasuke's back, blocking Argo's punch, while black flame-like patterns emerged on his face. Another copy, Argo roared. But you are the second strongest copy I have encountered, aside from Kimimaro. Sasuke frowned. Argo, I did not come here to fight. Let us converse. Yet, Argo paid him no heed, consumed by a desire to kill, raising his fist to strike again. Before Sasuke could defend, Mizuki lunged from an unseen position, slashing at Argo's fist, both being sent reeling from the recoil. Who is this? Argo wondered. Kohinata, we will settle our scores later. I'll handle Sasuke, Mizuki declared, brandishing his sword at Argo. Sasuke, nearly exasperated by Mizuki's disobedience, shouted, Stop! We did not come here to fight. I wish to talk. Argo regarded Mizuki, recalling, I remember you. You are Mizuki. You won't get him to listen just by talking. Mizuki replied with a grin. Thus began their battle, strikes and counters exchanged. Everyone, cease at once. Sasuke shouted, but to no avail. Brother, no one is listening to you. I suppressed a chuckle. Do you all wish to perish? Sasuke stood between them, serpents coiling around him, his crimson Sharingan reflecting his fury. Both Mizuki and Argo froze, evidently intimidated by Sasuke's murderous intent. As their attacks halted, Argo's curse marks began to fade, and Sasuke withdrew the serpents. Argo appeared to awaken, glancing around in alarm before hastily retreating into the cell. Closing the door tightly, fear etched upon his face. Is he truly such a timid person? Mizuki queried, bewildered. He is terrified of killing. But the curse marks compel him to commit murder, Kohinata explained. What a severe case of dissociative identity disorder, Mizuki remarked. Please, you must leave. I am always on the verge of killing. Argo called from within the cell. Indeed, Sasuke. He is so dangerous that my very steps around him are fraught with anxiety. Mizuki added. Sasuke ignored him, continuing to address Argo. You may view me as your cage. What can you do? Argo replied, distrustful of Sasuke, refusing to emerge. I can restrain your impulses, Sasuke stated earnestly. Argo hesitated but remained hidden, insisting, no one can stop me but Kimimaro. Recalling Kimimaro, I remembered the events of that fateful day. After parting ways with Sasuke, I wandered the battlefield, for the defeated bore exquisite soul energy, and Kimimaro was an opportunity not to be missed. However, abilities akin to Kimimaro's are typically not employed lightly. Kimimaro is dead, perishing for my sake, Sasuke revealed. Argo gasped, peering through the door crack at Sasuke. You are Uchiha Sasuke? Sasuke nodded. Argo seemed to find a semblance of hope, stepping out of the dark prison. Epilogue. Y-Ray Ketsui. Y-Ray originally bore the name Y-Ray Ketsui, an orphan of the Y-Ray clan, yet her consciousness belonged to a girl who had traversed worlds. Before her arrival in the Uchiha household, what events transpired? In a land unclaimed by any nation, a secluded community of the Y-Ray clan resided. Their patriarch had taken a day off from work, for his daughter was about to be born. That child was Ketsui. In a hospital, a woman lay in bed, cradling a newborn, while a man and a boy stood by her side. Mother, our sister is so small and adorable. What shall we name her? The boy remarked, gazing at the slumbering infant. Dear, You should decide on the child's name, the woman suggested, turning to her husband. The man, Y-Ray-H, was the clan leader, while the woman, Y-Ray-Rink, Uchiha Rink, was his wife, and the boy was their son, Y-Ray-Ketsuki. Let us name her Ketsui, Y-Ray-Ketsui, the man declared. With a nod of agreement, Ling Kong accepted the name, while Blood Moon devotedly entertained his newly born sister, entirely oblivious to what their parents were engaged in. The Night Phantom clan's bloodline limit is known as the Demon Eye, capable of perceiving the vitality of living beings. And at its most powerful, it can even manipulate wandering souls. However, the true mastery of paradise is reserved for only one individual. Upon the birth of Shui, when she first opened her eyes, the bright yellow hue revealed to her father, the clan leader, the significance of this moment. Despite the might of paradise, he was unwilling to let his child wield such power, and thus sealed her bloodline limit when she turned 100 days old. As time elapsed, young Shui gradually matured. Her peers began to awaken their demon eyes, yet her own remained dormant, regardless of her relentless training. Unbeknownst to her, her father had sealed her abilities. When she entered the ninja academy, her brother had already become a lower-ranked ninja and a key member of his team, evoking a deep sense of envy in Shui. However, at school, she was labeled as an insignificant failure. If she were merely the child of an ordinary family, it might have been bearable, but her father was the clan leader, and her brother so accomplished, mirroring the childhood of Sasuke. Yet, Shui lacked Sasuke's exceptional prowess. At home, during visits from guests, one could always hear praises for Blood Moon, extolling his excellence as the son of the clan leader. Occasionally, they would remark on Shui Yi's beauty, predicting she would grow into a stunning woman. Yet, once outside the confines of her home and beyond her father's gaze, the sentiments shifted. They would say, "This child must be adopted. Look at how outstanding Blood Moon is. And then there's her, truly a disgrace to our clan." They were nothing more than a pack of opportunists. Shui endured scornful glances but resolved to remain cheerful, not wanting to burden her parents or cause her brother distress. For she loved them dearly. Shui believed that as long as she was with her parents and brother, even living as a perpetual failure would be acceptable. However, tragedy struck. One winter's day, as snowflakes danced from the sky, she walked home alone after school. Upon arriving, she discovered traces of blood on the ground, and her parents and brother were nowhere to be found. Terrified, she cried out, "Mom, Dad, brother, where are you?" The pristine white snow was marred by signs of struggle. Alongside crimson stains, Shui sank to the snow, weeping uncontrollably when she suddenly heard her brother's voice. "Shui, don't cry. I will take you away." Blood Moon said no more and hoisted Shui onto his back, fleeing without regard for direction. As they ran, Shui heard footsteps pursuing them and asked, "Brother, someone is chasing us. What about Mom and Dad?" Blood Moon gritted his teeth, his voice thick with emotion. "They've gone far away." "Where?" Shui did not fully comprehend. "I do not know," he replied, striving to maintain a semblance of calm. "Little brat, you can't escape," shouted the pursuer, unleashing a torrent of fireballs with the incantation. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Blood Moon, burdened with Shui, could not evade the onslaught of flames and fell to the ground in an attempt to protect her. Shui was flung away, tumbling far from her brother. "Brother," she cried, her heart racing with concern. Blood Moon, frowning, roared, "Run. As far away as you can." Completely bewildered, Shui remained frozen in place. The assailants engaged Blood Moon in battle, yet he never ceased urging her to flee. With trembling limbs, she obeyed, though uncertainty clouded her mind as to where to run. When she glanced back at her brother, she was met with a sight of unspeakable horror. Those men had stabbed Blood Moon, blood spraying forth, staining the snow a deep red, and they even gouged out his eyes, grinning wickedly. Shui's heart shattered as she finally understood the meaning behind her brother's words about going far away. The image of him frantically urging her to escape burned in her mind, and instinctively, she took off, tears streaming down her face, yet no sound escaped her lips. Not even a plea for help. One of the pursuers continued to chase her, and the small Shui was no match for him, especially since he was a ninja. She stumbled and fell, fear gripping her as she looked up at him, and in a moment of misfortune, she tumbled into a river, the swift current carrying her away. With her clan annihilated, her parents gone, and her brother lost, she found herself utterly alone in the cold. The scenes of those men murdering her brother replayed in her mind, driving her to the brink of despair. submerged in the water for what felt like an eternity. She lost track of time, unsure if the assailants were still pursuing her, but she could no longer hold on. The Night Phantom clan had perished, and Fugako Uchiha had arrived too late to offer assistance. Knowing his niece was still alive, he sent searchers to find her. When they eventually located her, she had been swept downstream, lying on the riverbank. It was unclear how long she had been there, her body cold to the touch, and according to all logic, she should have perished. Yet, suddenly, she displayed signs of life. Shui summoned all her remaining vitality to sustain her physiological functions. The original Shui was no more. In her final moments, she had harnessed the power of soul anchoring to resurrect herself. No one knew that the being before them was no longer the same as before. Chapter 58. The Serpent Team. Thus, my team was formed. Sasuke declared that his sole purpose was to eliminate Itachi Uchiha of the Akatsuki organization. We all regarded him with solemnity, and Sasuke glanced at Karen, asking, "Don't you have other matters to attend to?" Karen adjusted her glasses, proudly asserting, upon reflection, "It's not that important. Since your issue seems more pressing, I will assist you first." "Humph," Suigetsu scoffed dismissively. "Even now, you're still so prideful." "I know you were once." Before Suigetsu could finish, Karen punched the water construct of his head into oblivion. Sasuke, exasperated by their lack of unity, interjected, "Suigetsu, don't provoke Karen. I've said we should support one another." Suigetsu apologetically responded, "My bad." I glanced at Suigetsu and asked, "What are your plans?" With a smile, he replied, "Before obtaining Itachi's partner Kisame's sword, Samahata, I intend to stick with Sasuke." "Where did you acquire that decapitating sword?" I inquired, eyeing the large blade on his back. In truth, I was quite eager to possess such a weapon. After all, should I wield it alongside my own techniques, my strength would undoubtedly surge. Regrettably, when I realized the significance of that blade, it had already vanished. "I acquired it from Zabuza's grave," Suigetsu boasted. "My goal is to gather all 7 ninja swords." "Collecting swords? How utterly mundane," Karen retorted. Enraged, Suigetsu gritted his teeth. "Suigetsu," Sasuke called to him, signaling him to remain composed. "I know," Suigetsu replied with a hint of exasperation. He then turned to Yugo and inquired, "What about you, Yugo?" Yugo looked at Sasuke and said, "Kimimaro once remarked that you are akin to his reincarnation, so I wish to discover what kind of ninja you truly are." "Then it's settled," Sasuke proclaimed. "Our team shall be named the Serpent, and our singular objective is Itachi Uchiha." Each of us harbored our own thoughts, even I, for I could never assist Sasuke in killing Itachi. Yet, the confrontation between them was inevitable, and Itachi's departure was indispensable. He represented a crucial step in Sasuke's journey of growth. I let out a silent sigh, thinking to myself that I would take things one step at a time. In the Akatsuki, the leader summoned all members, at which point they realized that Haiden and Kakazu were missing. "Where are Haiden and Kakazu?" Kisame inquired. The leader responded, "They have been eliminated." "I genuinely wish I could witness their demise," Kisame chuckled. "Do not speak ill of your comrades." The leader stated that they were eliminated by the squad led by the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Afe remarked, "Wow, such a formidable squad. Even our esteemed Deidara was significantly troubled by them, wasn't he?" "Afe," Deidara exclaimed in exasperation. "Wait, I have not finished speaking," the leader interjected. "Another individual was killed." "Another?" Kisame inquired, puzzled. "Yes, Orochimaru." The leader continued, "It has been over a decade since Orochimaru left Akatsuki. His demise has indeed spared us some effort." Kisame responded, "However, the one who can defeat Orochimaru is not an easy foe." "Who is it?" "Uchiha Sasuke," the leader revealed. Itachi listened silently. "Humph. No wonder he is the brother of Mr. Itachi," Kisame praised, glancing at Itachi. At this juncture, Jeibai interjected, "However, this Sasuke is gathering allies, each one more formidable than the last." "What do you mean?" Kisame questioned Jeibai. "There is one individual you should be wary of, namely, one of the Hozuki brothers from the Mist Village, Hozuki Suigetsu," the leader explained. "Oh, how nostalgic. He was such an adorable child when he smiled," Kisame reminisced. "He is also known as the reincarnation of the demon of the Bloody Mist, a prodigy. Additionally, there is 10-10-CHG, the leader added. And Uchiha Wairei is also with them." "Why, how could she be?" Afe asked. The leader offered no further response. "Speaking of which," Afe remarked, "why is not only the sister of Mr. Itachi but also of Sasuke, isn't she? Ultimately, their intent is likely directed towards Itachi, so we must remain vigilant." The leader cautioned Itachi. Ha ha, what an interesting bunch. Deidara chuckled. Following Sasuke, they arrived at a concealed passageway. I didn't expect there to be a secret base here. Suigetsu noted. These pipes are quite convoluted. One could easily get lost, Sasuke explained. This is my own base, unrelated to Orochimaru, he clarified. By the way, who is that girl talking to CHG, wearing the same Uchiha clan attire as Sasuke? Suigetsu inquired. CHG glanced at the girl ahead and replied. I remember her name is Uchiha Wairei, Sasuke's sister. Sasuke's sister? CHG exclaimed, looking at her. CHG adjusted her glasses and said, Her demeanor seems vastly different from Sasuke's, yet her chakra is quite powerful. CHG observed silently, murmuring about her strength. She possessed red hair like Uzumaki Kushina and an exceptional sense of perception. In later stages, she also mastered sealing techniques, akin to those that manifest chains from within her body. Thus, CHG is indeed a formidable force, though Sasuke may not regard her highly. It is likely a tactic to manage her prideful nature. As they traversed the passage, two cats appeared unexpectedly. Long time no see, Denki and Hina. Sasuke greeted the cats. It has been a while. I approached to embrace Hina. How have you been, Cat Granny? Hina nuzzled against me, responding, I am well. Wow, a talking raccoon cat. Suigetsu exclaimed, intrigued and reaching out to pet the cat. Suddenly, Hina hissed at him, causing Suigetsu to retract his hand in alarm. These are ninja cats, I remarked. They are not to be trifled with. Suigetsu looked at the cats helplessly, refraining from further action. By the way, did you bring the gift? The cat asked. Sasuke produced a bottle of high-quality wood-infused spice. Hina leaped from my arms and said, All right, follow me. Following the two ninja cats, we arrived at Cat Granny's shop, filled with various tools and medicines. Are you truly going to do this? Cat Granny asked Sasuke. He remained silent. I have watched you brothers grow since childhood, she implored. Why must brothers turn against each other? Yet Sasuke remained mute, for in his heart, vengeance had taken deep root. Granny, do you have larger clothes? My sister asked, looking at the tall CHG with exasperation, as none of the garments fit him. Use that curtain over there. This is not a clothing store, Cat Granny replied impatiently. My sister sighed, we did pay for them. However, CHG, in a show of generosity, tore down the curtain and wrapped it around himself, exclaiming, It fits perfectly. Having completed our purchases, we prepared to depart. After bidding farewell to Cat Granny and my sister, Sasuke stepped outside first, and Cat Granny called me back. Wairei, come here. I approached, asking what is it? Cat Granny handed me a scroll, saying, This is a summoning beast for ninja cats, named Suki. I entrust it to you. I know you are sensible. You must prevent your two brothers from slaughtering each other. I promised, I will do my utmost. However, the burden of Cat Granny's request weighed heavily on me. Upon exiting, I found Sasuke and the others waiting for me. Suigetsu asked, Where did you go? You vanished in the blink of an eye. Nothing much, just received a scroll from Cat Granny, I replied, waving the scroll before tucking it into my sleeve. We set off. Our mission focused on Itachi. Initially, we aimed to investigate clues about him, and Sasuke planned to disperse us to search independently. Suigetsu and CHG departed first, while CHG removed her glasses and leaned against Sasuke. Sasuke showed no reaction. He had grown numb to such interactions. I tugged at CHG's sleeve, urging, Stop fooling around. We have a mission to execute. CHG donned her glasses, turning her head away, while Sasuke, though resigned, had become accustomed to this dynamic since childhood. CHG, you should also go, Sasuke suggested. Reluctantly, CHG walked away. Wairei, you head that way. Searching separately will be quicker, Sasuke directed. All right. I had intended to accompany Sasuke, but suddenly recalled that Deidara might appear soon. It would be best to avoid entangling myself with them. Outwardly, I pretended to leave, but merely concealed myself, confident in my ability to evade Sasuke. Indeed, shortly after I departed, Sasuke encountered Deidara and Afe. This Afe had previously insisted on partnering with me. However, it seemed I had prioritized my own interests. Apologies. But upon meeting Sasuke, he had no reason to engage Deidara in conflict. Nevertheless, Deidara was highly sensitive to the so-called Uchiha gaze, and thus, an explosive battle ensued. Chapter 59, Deidara vs. Sasuke. Deidara arrogantly stood before Sasuke, gazing at his Sharingan and scoffing. Humph, the same Sharingan as Itachi. Do they all hail from noble blood? Sasuke remained silent, observing Deidara and Afe, Then in an instant, he teleported right before Deidara. Deidara quickly evaded, leaping onto a tree, but in reality, Sasuke aimed at Afe. One down. Quickly, tell me everything you know about Itachi, Sasuke demanded, addressing Deidara atop the tree. However, at that moment, Afe stood up leisurely, unfazed, claiming, "It doesn't hurt at all. It was not as painful as what Y did." Sasuke was visibly startled. He had clearly landed a hit. "Afe, do not underestimate him just because he is a child," Deidara admonished. His body flicker technique is just too fast," Afe replied, feigning innocence. I will start with the lowest chakra level," Deidara declared, crafting numerous clay insects and launching them at Sasuke. Sasuke swiftly unleashed Chidori, dispersing the insects effortlessly, with some scattering in front of Afe. "Deidara-senpai, do not rush to shout," Afe cried, panicked as he sat on the ground. Deidara wore an expression of impatience. "Senpai, behind you," Afe suddenly shouted. Deidara turned to find Sasuke already at his back. In a reflexive motion, Deidara tossed a clay bomb insect. The explosion engulfed both of them in smoke. "Oh dear, senpai. Though you were a bit strict, you were still a good senpai," Afe lamented, crying. Yet, both Deidara and Sasuke leaped from the smoke. Deidara, looking exasperated, retorted, "You are truly bothersome." They survived," Afe remarked, appearing somewhat disappointed. However, the phrase smoke without harm implies that the situation is far from easily resolved. Deidara glanced at Sasuke, feeling that things were rather complicated. Although he managed to escape thanks to the storm, this young boy was no ordinary opponent. Thus, he resolved to employ his second strategy to eliminate him. With his hands clasped, Deidara conjured a colossal clay dragon, far larger than any human. One of Deidara-senpai's trump cards. "The second dragon," exclaimed Afe excitedly. Sasuke regarded the massive dragon, realizing that it would likely attack from the sky, which posed a significant challenge. As the dragon's tail stirred, it unleashed a barrage of bombs from its mouth. Suddenly, Afe vanished, but Sasuke seemed unfazed by his absence. Sasuke, observing Deidara soaring above, activated Chidori, augmenting it with the power of his Sharingan. However, Deidara, having previously battled Kakashi-sensei, was aware of the reach of that technique, marking it as a miscalculation on Sasuke's part. Deidara began launching explosive projectiles, and Sasuke, knowing the enemy was airborne, decided to ascend. As the curse mark activated, Sasuke underwent a significant transformation, the most notable change being the emergence of wings. Nevertheless, Deidara was not easily subdued. Another explosion struck Sasuke, causing his Kusanagi sword to fly from his grasp, and one of his wings was rendered useless. Even though Sasuke could no longer fly, he understood that bombs were buried beneath him, and his Kusanagi sword had fortuitously landed in a safe spot. Deidara was taken aback, not expecting Sasuke to have devised such a plan. Sasuke retaliated by deflecting the bombs back at Deidara, successfully landing hits. Afe remarked, surprised that it was the senior who ended up getting blown to bits, calling him foolish. Emerging from the smoke, Deidara exclaimed in frustration, I'm still alive." Gazing at Sasuke's Sharingan, he recalled Itachi's eyes and that disdainful expression, which irked him. He utilized his fourth technique, which, despite being named Bird, ultimately materialized as an enormous version of himself. Where were the birds? Yet, that was of little consequence. The oversized Deidara suddenly deflated, and feeling uneasy, I realized I too would be caught in the blast. With both Afe and Deidara in the air, I could only flee. After finding a new hiding spot, I observed Deidara and Sasuke as two immobile figures, possibly due to Sasuke employing Genjutsu. Once Sasuke's illusion faded, he absorbed the fourth technique. But he astutely identified its weakness. Though battered, he ultimately triumphed over Deidara. In a fit of rage, Deidara revealed that he had a mouth on his chest, and it suddenly struck me that he intended to self-destruct. Sasuke would escape using Manda, while Afe could utilize Kimui, but what about me? I decided to disregard my concerns and ran for my life. However, Deidara's technique was indeed grotesque, affecting a vast radius. Suddenly, everything went dark, and I lost consciousness. When I awoke, pain coursed through my body. I sat up to see Afe. "Afe, what happened?" I was about to ask Xiaoyu why she was there, but Afe interjected. While I hesitated, I was just curious to check things out. "But where are we?" Afe refrained from further questioning, stating he was uncertain, explaining that Deidara had ultimately perished in the explosion. He had just escaped and found Xiaoyu lying there. "You just got out?" I scrutinized Afe, suspecting he was lying. The only explanation for my presence here was that a fae had used Kamui to bring me along. I pondered for a moment and decided it was best not to reveal this, saying, "Is that so? I'm not sure how I ended up here." "Well then, does Xiaoyu have any further business?" A fae stated that Deidara had self-destructed and that Sasuke was likely dead too. Both had perished. "Xiaoyu, you should partner with me. The members of the Akatsuki organization would still accept you. I must find brother Sasuke, whether alive or dead. I need closure." I stood up, confident he wouldn't have died without avenging himself. A fae thought to himself that while Itachi was a formidable pawn, his presence prevented an attack on Konoha and hindered the acquisition of the Nine Tails. Thus, he posed a significant obstacle, and perhaps a fae secretly hoped Sasuke would defeat Itachi. When he heard me say this, he simply replied, "Oh." I didn't dwell on it further, bidding farewell to a fae and setting off to find Sasuke. Upon my return, the scene was chaotic. Amidst the ruins, I barely found remnants of Deidara's spirit, which had been utterly obliterated. Yet, I could not locate brother Sasuke. I had no idea where he had fled. Chapter 60. Cat Valley. Sasuke's current objective was to assemble a small team to infiltrate the Akatsuki organization and confront Itachi for his final act of vengeance. In truth, Sasuke was reluctant for me to partake in this revenge plot. Although he permitted me to accompany him, it was merely to keep an eye on me. When the time for the mission arrived, he concocted a flimsy excuse to send me away. I felt helpless, yet I was not particularly eager to be involved. Theoretically, I understood the trajectory of the plot and recognized that Itachi's demise was inevitable. If I were truly present at the scene, I might inadvertently disrupt the narrative with unnecessary emotions. Thus, I naturally acquiesced to Sasuke's plans and departed. He instructed me to seek out Granny Cat. I did not follow through, but it reminded me of the scroll Granny Cat had given me, which contained a summoning contract. Since it didn't have a high threshold, I easily established a pact with the cats. However, summoning. I used the summoning technique to call forth a cat. The cat licked its paw and looked at me, asking, "What do you want, meow?" I flattered, "Well, it's nothing major. I brought you some fine wooden tianlian." "Meow?" The cat joyfully accepted my offering. "You are much more considerate than that Uchiha brat." "Too kind," I replied, glancing at the cat. "At present, I have no pressing matters. I wish to cultivate a good relationship with you all, as I may need your assistance in the future." The cat shot me a glance. "What do you mean, meow?" I feigned nonchalance. "Oh, nothing much. I just plan to visit and get to know you all better. After all, I have quite a bit of wooden tianlian. We have plenty of time." The cat proudly raised its tail. "If you wish to visit, you are welcome to." "Really?" I feigned admiration and anticipation. "Of course, but as an outsider, you must be prepared to offer tributes at all times." The cat twitched its ears and flicked its tail. "All right, follow me. I'm quite fast. If you can't keep up, that's on you." With that, the cat leaped and darted into the depths of the forest. I hurriedly followed. The cat was indeed swift, and several times I nearly lost track of it. The rapid pace left me no time or focus to remember the path we traversed. It would be nearly impossible to navigate back alone. As the scenery whirled before me, a blinding light flashed, and suddenly I fell into water. Splash. Struggling, I pulled myself up from the pool, bewildered. What the heck is this? Where am I? I nearly drowned. Soaking wet, I stood in an empty space with a shallow pool behind me, alongside a statue shaped like a cat. This way, called the cat's voice. Turning my head, I saw a girl with short, grayish-white hair, adorned with white cat ears and a tail that swished back and forth. The cat frowned, swishing its tail. "Why are you looking so dazed? Come, let us meet the elder." "Oh." I followed the cat, taking in my surroundings. This must be the legendary Cat Valley. The elder was a very old cat grandmother, resembling a cat-human hybrid, leaning on a cane, residing in an impressively grand house. "Elder." The nine-spirit cat bowed to the cat grandmother, then stated, "This human is Uchiha Yu, a trusted acquaintance of Granny Cat. What business does the little human have in Cat Valley?" The voice of the elder cat, though stern, exuded a sense of security. "I have come to visit," I admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed as my reason seemed rather trivial. The elder cat, however, seemed unperturbed by my casualness. "The Cat Valley welcomes contractors to explore. Mao, please take her around," he instructed. Thus, the cat led me away from the elder's abode and into the town. This was the heart of their community, where the cats had transformed into humanoid forms for convenience. Yet, upon entering the human world, maintaining such forms required considerable ability, as explained by the cat. "Oh," I responded, my gaze wandering through this enchanting place. I observed cats, akin to ninjas, skillfully darting through the woods, undertaking various tasks, and I couldn't help but marvel at their agility. Humph, we cats are far superior to your ninjas. Our movements are far more nimble, and we tread without a sound, the cat declared confidently. Just as she boasted about her kin, I noticed a young kitten wobbling and tumbling from a tall tree. Swiftly, I caught him mid-fall and gently set him down. A tomcat dressed in work attire approached. A human? He inquired. The cat hurried over. Haru, do not worry, she is my contractor. Haru smiled. Oh, I see. You are quite impressive. You saved this child with speed surpassing mine. The cat glanced at me, beaming with pride. I chuckled bashfully. Oh, you flatter me. After some time of play, I asked the cat how I might return. She shrugged. I do not know. Perhaps consult Inyang. Who is that? I inquired. The Prince of the Cat Valley, she replied, referring to the offspring of the valley's lord. The cat guided me to Inyang's residence and knocked on the door. A boy with black and white tousled hair and amber eyes appeared, exuding an air of aloofness. Upon seeing me, Inyang paused for a few seconds and asked, Who? I pointed to myself. Me? The cat bowed respectfully. Your Highness, this human is one of Granny Cat's trusted individuals and my contractor. The elder asked me to show her the Cat Valley and introduce her to everyone. Inyang scrutinized me before understanding, then abruptly slammed the door shut. I glanced at the cat, still bowing, before she straightened up, shaking her head as her disheveled hair settled. That's just his character. He does not seem eager to meet you. In a sense, you have been introduced, I remarked optimistically. The cat shrugged. You have explored most places the Cat Valley can offer. I won't take you to meet the lords, hey you and by you. As you are not yet at that level. I felt somewhat belittled. Feel free to wander. I do not have much time to entertain you, she said, glancing at the sky. The fish pond over there likely has some uncles and aunts fishing. If you find yourself with nothing to do, you can lend a hand. I nodded. All right, I shall explore on my own. I can partake in the food of the Cat Valley, correct? The cat nodded, as long as you can stomach it. With that, she departed. Chapter 61. An unprecedented affluence upon arriving in a new place. The first desire is often to savor local delicacies. However, what's wrong, little miss? Asked the cat CAF owner, noticing my forlorn expression. What troubled me was the bowl before me filled with slippery loaches. So, the fish noodles are not noodles, but fish. Correct? I gazed at her in despair. She looked puzzled. Of course. Is there a problem? This dish is our best seller. Indeed. The cat boy at the next table was relishing it. With trembling hands, I picked up a loach, closed my eyes, and took a bite. It was raw. How could it be raw? At that moment, my taste buds and mind exploded in bewilderment, akin to the fish I had just bitten in half. Eventually, the movement in my mouth jolted me back to reality. This wretched creature was still alive. It squirmed and wriggled in my mouth, pleading for stillness. I opened my mouth and spat it out. This would haunt me for a lifetime. The cat owner merely viewed me as wasteful, forming a poor impression of me. But I could only bow in apology. I truly could not relish it. I paid and fled. After several dining experiences, I concluded that only the meat dishes that the cats did not favor were somewhat acceptable to me. For instance, cooked meat, which the cats themselves did not particularly enjoy. They could consume a variety of meats, but some were simply not to their liking, aligning with what humans could eat. After enduring trials of courage and curiosity, my culinary escapade came to an end, and the next phase of my journey in the Cat Valley was play. I discovered numerous gaming venues, which truly delighted me. The cats had an abundance of games, most of which tested reflexes and speed, but the most enjoyable was catching mice, a game akin to whack-a-mole. The cats treated me with a sense of freedom. Accommodations were prepared for rest, and expenses for outings were covered, leaving me to explore as I pleased. I found this hospitality quite appealing, as it embodied a sense of liberty. After several days of play, I began to feel like a local, having become familiar with the inhabitants of the Cat Valley, except for the prince, Inyang, whom I had yet to formally meet. Until one day, he unexpectedly came to find me. At that moment, Inyang sat on my floor, observing me with an air of authority, as though he were the master of the abode. I had no intention of engaging with you, this outsider, but the current task is one only I can undertake. He sat cross-legged, arms crossed, head tilted back, exuding arrogance. What task? I inquired. Inyang shot me a disdainful glance. You are not here on a vacation, are you? What else? I replied, genuinely confused. Inyang, clearly exasperated, tossed me a small scroll, a letter from Granny Cat addressed to the Cat Valley. It instructed me to learn within the Cat Valley, hoping I could grasp its mystical powers and become a cat immortal. A cat immortal? Can the Cat Valley truly cultivate such beings? I was astonished internally but dared not express it, fearing Yin Yang's ire. It was not a matter of doubting the Cat Valley's prowess, but rather my incredulity at why such extraordinary fortune had befallen me. Yin Yang offered no explanation, simply stating that he would serve as my training partner to guide me toward achieving the immortal state. The joyous days of play I had experienced gave way to the impending reality of grueling training, leaving me with a sense of disparity. A peaceful night's sleep was Yin Yang's final gift to me. At dawn, he demanded I run 800 meters. Although I despised running, it had become one of the least daunting activities in this world. However, I must admit he understood the importance of gradual progression. After the basic running, we progressed to obstacle courses, then moving obstacle runs, followed by a triathlon, and finally, running deliveries. My morning's training culminated in delivering takeout for Yin Yang. We only have 3 days for training. The first day focuses on building basic stamina, so you must push your limits, he stated while sipping on catnip water. I dared not voice my thoughts. In the afternoon, besides delivering takeout, I was tasked with catching it as well. Yin Yang insisted on fresh, live, and freshly caught food. I scrambled up trees, traversed mountains, and crossed rivers to gather a bounty of delicacies for this prince. That night, Yin Yang summarized, "You may have noticed, or perhaps not, that today's stamina training is designed to teach you feline hunting techniques. The closer you align with felines, the quicker you will comprehend the associated power. I am quite satisfied with today's results. You possess great potential. Now go rest." With that, Yin Yang departed, leaving me to ponder my newfound path. I found myself utterly fatigued, my mind too weary to ponder the words spoken by Yin and Yang moments ago. With a muddled brain and disjointed thoughts, I instinctively slipped beneath the covers and drifted into slumber. Suddenly, I was jolted awake. It was Yin and Yang, unceremoniously hauling me from my dreams. As I opened my eyes, I realized the dawn had yet to break, and it felt as though I had scarcely closed my eyes before being yanked from sleep. "What is it?" I inquired, only to be met with Yin and Yang's silent gaze, conveying that it was time for training. I remained silent, enveloped in fatigue and weariness, my heart heavy with unspoken emotions. Yin and Yang perceptibly sensed my discontent, recognizing that this time I was genuinely irate. He softened his tone slightly, explaining that felines naturally rest during the day and hunt at night, making nocturnal training considerably more effective. After a moment of contemplation, he added that I could return to rest once dawn broke. Reluctantly, I acquiesced. Yin and Yang led me to a tranquil forest, where the nocturnal scenery was vibrantly alive. Indeed, the lives of these felines were rich and full. They toiled during the day only to venture out for hunting at night. I was puzzled, yet it no longer seemed important. In the serene woodland, Yin and Yang instructed me to sit upon a fallen log and immerse myself in nature, cautioning me not to fall asleep. Having observed Naruto's intensive training, I understood that the essence of sage mode lies in merging with the forces of nature. Meditation ensued. Initially, I felt little but a heavy drowsiness. However, as I listened to the rustle of leaves in the wind intertwined with the gentle babble of a nearby brook, I began to discern the soft movements of fish in the water and even the sound of moles burrowing in the earth. I questioned whether I was imagining things or had truly drifted into a dream. Yet Yin and Yang urged me not to doubt, reassuring me of my innate talent and encouraging me to continue. Clearly, I had begun to comprehend. Chapter 62, The Feline Sage. I sat there, honing my auditory senses to the forest, perceiving its intricacies with increasing clarity, as if I could dissect the entire woodland merely through sound. I knew Yin and Yang referred to the hurriedly relocating mole by the stream. There was no need for inquiry. I understood the location and the timing of my approach. However, the night was dark and visibility was poor. Relying solely on my hearing, I could only approximate its position, lacking the precision to pinpoint it. Under the scant moonlight, I endeavored to observe my surroundings. Yes, perhaps with the moonlight as my ally, I had discovered a method. Gradually, the scene before me became clearer. I moved slowly, softening my steps and relaxing my body as I approached my quarry. Holding my breath, I awaited the opportune moment. While I cannot claim it was a complete failure, my success was moderate. I did catch the mole, yet I tumbled into the brook in the process. Yin and Yang arrived shortly thereafter, offering his assessment. "You grasp concepts swiftly, nearly achieving proficiency. yet you still lack a degree of flexibility and balance. Surely, this was unrelated to nature itself. Perhaps my previous training had not been thorough enough. Yin and Yang assumed a combative stance, proposing a sparring session with the stipulation that I must not fall from the tree. It did not seem overly difficult. The forest's trees were densely packed, providing ample branches for landing, yet obstructing the moonlight, rendering visibility a challenge. Nonetheless, I was able to navigate as if it were second nature. Of course, such maneuvering was not without its challenges. Observing my adeptness in leaping between branches, Yin and Yang decided to throw a fishbone dart at me. Had I not reacted quickly, I would have been struck. He permitted me to retaliate, yet my priority remained self-preservation. Yin and Yang's attacks were serious, imparting an impression that he genuinely aimed to take my life. Perhaps he had long harbored grievances against me, being inexplicably assigned to train this human while imparting the mystical arts of Cat Valley. If I were in his position, I too would be vexed. As the pursued, I felt utterly wronged. The forest's intricate trees made navigation anything but simple. Without a defined pattern, each step required careful calculation of distance. Should I move too swiftly while my mind lagged behind my body, disaster awaited. After several rounds of evasion and pursuit, I found myself resembling a clumsy monkey. Ultimately, I was met with Yin and Yang's derision, mocking my disheveled escape attempts. Frustration welled within me. I could not swallow my indignation. A sudden counterattack caught Yin and Yang off guard, though it failed to inflict any harm. Nonetheless, it caused a brief pause in his movements, granting me a moment to distance myself. Yin and Yang merely snorted in disdain, unimpressed by my small victory. With a few swift strides, he quickly caught up to me. I dared not resort to fire techniques in our duel, fearing the repercussions of igniting a forest fire and being trapped in Cat Valley for eternity, laboring in servitude. The prolonged chase drained my stamina, and Yin and Yang's traps grew increasingly frequent. As I leaped over a tree trunk, I lost my footing and nearly fell, only managing to grasp the trunk of another tree just in time. I felt increasingly like a monkey. From above, Yin and Yang pointed and laughed, clearly relishing my defeat. Though disheartened, I remained undeterred, insisting that I would rest and challenge him again. However, Yin and Yang's interest had waned. He simply gestured toward my head, stating, "You have already begun to grasp the fundamentals." Perplexed, I wondered what basis he had for this assertion until I touched the cat ears atop my head, startled into an upright position. What was this? It is obvious, Yin and Yang replied impatiently. Your cat ears enhance your hearing. You may not perceive it, but your pupils have transformed into feline slits, and you possess a tail devoid of spirit. I patted my head and then my rear, confirming the changes in my physiology with fervor. Yin and Yang seemed unfazed, stating, with feline abilities come feline traits. As a fellow mammal, you must understand this physiological distinction. I certainly did comprehend, though I murmured my surprise at how this sage art straddled the realms of the scientific and the fantastical. Yin and Yang, uninterested in my musings, merely remarked, "Practice more," before departing. I understood well the necessity of practice. From that day forth, Yin and Yang ceased to visit me, and I could not locate him. I was uncertain how to conceal my cat ears and tail, yet it did not impede my ability to coexist with the others in Cat Valley. As they too possessed similar traits, I began to engage in voluntary labor, assisting with farming and fishing by day, delivering food and hunting by night, and patrolling for thieves. Unbeknownst to me, I was solidifying my feline characteristics. My body became incredibly supple, my steps light, and my reflexes sharp. Your mother wishes to see you, Yin and Yang announced one fateful morning, appearing at my window. I was still nestled in my covers, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation. After delivering a pillow strike as retaliation, I finally dressed and emerged at the door as though nothing had happened. "What is it?" I asked the Prince of Felines, who had a feather from a duck perched atop his head. Yin and Yang's expression remained impatient as he instructed me to come along without further ado. I reluctantly followed, perhaps resigned to the nature of leadership. The mother of Prince Yin and Yang was none other than the feline queen. I was greeted by two kittens, one black and one white. Without hesitation, Yin and Yang approached and announced, "Mother, father, I have brought a human." A voice, ethereal in quality, responded, "Very well. There is no matter at hand. You may return." Yin and Yang nodded and departed. What was this? I stood in bewilderment, taking in the interior of the building and the two kittens in attendance. "There is no need to be formal or afraid," the ethereal voice reassured. its tone far gentler, yet retaining a childlike innocence. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Xiaobai, and beside me is my husband, Xiao Wei. While our names may seem rather plain, they hold little significance in our feline realm, perhaps merely because humans place great importance on such labels. Indeed, we are the leaders of Cat Valley, the earliest practitioners of mystical arts, and the founders of this sanctuary for cats. It is rare for humans to enter our domain, but when they do, it is a sign of great trust. Our names were given to us by a human long ago, and thus we extend our benevolence to friendly humans. You bear a striking resemblance to her. Who? The literary figure? That was a century ago. She is likely no longer among the living. The black cat finally spoke. After a brief pause, the white cat continued, in truth, we summoned you to teach you mystical arts, but we also have a request. Of course, you are free to refuse. Please, do share what you require. I am more than willing to assist. We hope to locate a human. It is not necessary for you to find her personally, as she has likely passed on. We seek her descendants, or any information related to her. Who is she? We do not know her name, only her appearance. Upon saying this, the white cat conjured a scroll, revealing an ink-wash painting of a woman, an artistic representation, lacking in distinct facial features. We have no other clues. The black cat added that this request had been made to other humans who visited Cat Valley, yet none yielded any leads. We impose no requirements or restrictions. Any information you acquire regarding her would suffice. Our intention in teaching you mystical arts is to facilitate your search for her. I understood the situation. The two cats sought to uncover the whereabouts of a departed acquaintance, offering me a favor in return for my assistance in this endeavor. It was not an insurmountable task, and I graciously accepted, promising to report any findings promptly. Thank you, human, the white cat expressed. I introduced myself as Uchiha Yu, to ensure that should I go missing, my name would not be forgotten. Chapter 63. A profound change, reorganizing Team Hawk, due to the favor bestowed upon me by the two elders from Cat Valley. Yin and Yang, who had previously been exceedingly impatient with me, now adopted a more courteous demeanor. They could not help but voice their skepticism, remarking that every human who visits Cat Valley is met with high expectations, only to ultimately face disappointment. While I cannot guarantee success, I shall endeavor to fulfill their request. In the final days spent in Cat Valley, I continued to practice mystical arts with Yin and Yang, the mystical abilities of cats. While not as formidable as those from Mayaboka Mountain, primarily offered enhancements to physical capabilities. For me, that was more than sufficient. As I departed Cat Valley, I lost track of time. If memory serves, Naruto should still be studying at Mayaboka Mountain, while Sasuke. I glanced up at the full moon. Memories of Sasuke's confrontation with Itachi flashing through my mind. Images reminiscent of black and white manga panels. Though I had not witnessed it firsthand, it felt as vivid as if I had. Setting aside these unsettling thoughts, I refrained from participating in the ongoing conflict for my own reasons. My priority was to return to Konoha and ascertain its state. Konoha remained well, as I had anticipated, not yet having transitioned to a more tumultuous phase. I was still in a state akin to running away from home, and thus I could only sneak back in. Konoha bustled with activity, just as it always had, yet an unsettling atmosphere lingered. What could be the cause? Hey, little brat. Do you have any idea what you've missed? That familiar voice echoed in my mind. Long time no see. Why have you been so infrequent in your interruptions? Huh. It's because you've become increasingly dull. Is it that I have become dull, or is it that I have grown wise enough not to be easily deceived? Hence the lack of our conversations? Enough with the banter. Do you know about Jiraiya? I am aware, I interrupted. I was cognizant of Jiraiya's situation. I had anticipated the timing. Then why aren't you preparing? Jiraiya, what a rein in your ambitions, I retorted, growing weary of his incessant aspirations. This boy's ambitions had been unabashed since my childhood. Did he truly think I was oblivious now? However, my refusal to gather Jiraiya's soul was not due to a lack of desire to aid him. Rather, I believed that Jiraiya, a spirit so free, should not be confined to my will. There existed no emotional foundation between us that warranted such an act. What significance would it hold? During my time in Cat Valley, I had pondered this extensively. I was reluctant to part with Jiraiya and could not bear to see Naruto in sorrow. Yet, weighing all factors, I, ever conflicted, ultimately chose to relinquish the notion. Thus, I departed Cat Valley and returned to Konoha at this juncture. According to Nightmare, my sentimental nature disqualified me from being his collector. Upon returning to Konoha, I made a brief visit to the Uchiha clan's old residence, which remained as oppressive as ever. To my surprise, I encountered Sasuke. Initially, I intended to seek him out later, but this unexpected meeting proved fortuitous, saving me considerable effort. "What brings you back here?" Sasuke inquired upon seeing me. I surmised he was aware of the cat matriarch's summoning of me, so I recounted the events of the past few days. Acquiring additional skills is beneficial, after all. Sasuke acknowledged my pursuit of new abilities, albeit hesitantly. He seemed to have something on his mind, but was reluctant to voice it. I presumed it was related to Itachi. What else could it be? I followed Sasuke as we left Konoha, traversing in silence until we arrived at a secret base where he intended to hold a meeting. Mizuki, CHG, and Karen gathered promptly. The Snake team was officially rebranded as Hawk, entering into a cooperative relationship with Akatsuki. Obito divulged the secrets of the Uchiha clan to Sasuke, rallying them together to oppose Konoha. Thus, the immediate goal was to collect the tailed beasts. The 8 tails would be entrusted to Hawk, while the 9 tails would be the responsibility of Akatsuki. Sasuke convened this meeting to outline the plan, which was communicated, and various tasks were assigned, concluding the assembly. "You 3 should commence preparations accordingly. We depart tomorrow," Sasuke instructed. After the trio left, Sasuke called out to me, "Wait a moment." I turned to glance at him, suspecting he intended to keep something from me. Sasuke was not that type, though he had his reasons for concealing. He ultimately could not bear to deceive me. "Are you not at all curious why I am pursuing the tailed beasts?" I shook my head. "You must have your reasons. Many times, you have disagreed with me joining you in action. This time you agreed to include me, which assures me that you have meticulously planned this." Sasuke's unwavering trust in me made it difficult for him to conceal the matter, yet regarding Itachi. "What has happened to him?" I feigned ignorance, fully aware. "He is dead," Sasuke replied softly, as if discussing something entirely detached from himself. "This has been your long-standing vengeance. Why assist Akatsuki now?" I offered little in response, uncertain of how to react authentically. Thus, I posed my question. Sasuke paused. "This is what I need to share with you." He recounted the story of the Uchiha clan, along with the fate of Itachi and our uncle Fugaku. I feigned shock and expressed my confusion, unsure of how to proceed. Sasuke sought nothing from me. He understood my lack of ambition and aversion to conflict. He hoped I would assist him, but would not compel me to act against my will. I acquiesced. For from this moment forth, I could no longer afford to remain idle. With only the 8 tails and 9 tails remaining, should Obito succeed, preparations would become futile. "Are we finally going to get serious?" Nightmare exclaimed, equally thrilled. "Certainly, the first task planned is directly related to you." The Hawk Squad, clad in Akatsuki uniforms, arrives in the Land of Thunder at the village of Kumogakure to locate the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails, Killer Bee. Capture the 8 tails? I merely wish to avoid a severe beating. I sigh inwardly, yet this step is imperative. Why does Y seem so anxious? Suigetsu draws near, jesting that you must have slacked off for too long if you can't even face a battle. I choose to ignore him. He chuckles cheerfully, hands behind his back. "Sasuke, don't provoke her." Before the words leave his lips, I retaliate with a swift strike, landing a punch that splashes water from Suigetsu's shoulder. He had been smug, thinking physical damage was inconsequential to him, but as I form a hand seal, a spark of lightning erupts, and Suigetsu feels as though he has glimpsed paradise. I retract my hand, merely imparting a brief lesson. Sasuke sighs in resignation, contemplating why he should provoke her. Karen remains silent, while the most joyful among us, Jugo, fervently attempts to mediate. Starting an internal conflict before our mission would be unwise. In truth, a minor distraction along the way has alleviated some pressure. Chapter 64. Hawk Squad vs. Killer Bee in the Land of Thunder. Sasuke uses Jin Jutsu to ascertain Killer Bee's location, and we proceed towards Kumogakure. Each member of our Hawk Squad harbors their own thoughts. At the summit of Kumogakure, Killer Bee appears without reservation, confronting us directly. "You are the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails?" Sasuke addresses the imposing man, who bears 8 swords and a formidable build, with a deep complexion. He responds in a peculiar accent. "No, you should inquire. Are you Lord 8 Tails? Or are you Lord Jinchuriki?" Sasuke, unfazed by the palpable tension, bluntly states, "I intend to capture you." A fierce battle is inevitable, yet I ponder if there is a way to avoid this confrontation. Just as I contemplate a dubious idea, Suigetsu charges forward and delivers a blow to Killer Bee. The Akatsuki had instructed not to kill the Jinchuriki, and Suigetsu should certainly remember that. Jugo expresses concern. Karen adjusts her glasses, asserting she can still sense that peculiar chakra. I feel a sense of helplessness regarding their reckless bravado, but fleeing is certainly not my style. Thus, I advance. Mooncutter. I summon my weapon and join the fray with utmost speed, augmenting Suigetsu's combat capabilities. Sasuke seizes the opportunity to activate his Sharingan and joins the fray. Amidst a flurry of blades and sparks, our weapons collide. Yet we fail to inflict any damage upon Killer Bee. Jugo, witnessing this, also joins the fight, and we engage in a coordinated assault. Although Killer Bee remains on the defensive, each of his counterattacks inflicts a degree of harm upon us. Silver Hammer. I exchange my Demon Blade for a Silver Hammer, striking fiercely downward. As dust and debris settle, Killer Bee has vanished from his previous position, his speed astonishing. I lunge forward, but am met with a counterattack from Killer Bee, who elbows me away, nearly fracturing my ribs. Thankfully, my chakra provides some protection against serious injury. I am caught by Karen, who extends her arm for me to bite, but upon seeing her scarred forearm, my heart aches, and I shake my head, indicating I'm fine. Suigetsu, Sasuke, and Jugo temporarily distance themselves from Killer Bee. Despite each sustaining some injuries, our combat effectiveness remains intact. However, this strange individual is indeed odd. Who are you? Why do you seek to capture me? Killer Bee inquires rhythmically. There is no need for explanation, Sasuke replies coldly. Suigetsu mutters nearby, expressing his desire to send this peculiar fellow flying. Sasuke, furrowing his brow, muses that he must swiftly secure the Jinchuriki. Eager to confirm the veracity of the verbal agreement regarding the tailed beast, I stand beside Sasuke, wishing to shake my head at his words. Sasuke then addresses us, asserting that it matters not which side we are on. We, too, are utilizing the Akatsuki, a fact we must remember. With that, Sasuke is the first to launch another attack, swiftly appearing before Killer Bee. Despite his imposing stature, Killer Bee evades Sasuke's assault with ease, wielding his massive blade in response. The blade, though heavy, is soon disarmed by Sasuke's skill. Killer Bee grins, positioning the remaining 7 swords at various joints on his body, adopting a peculiar, yet not entirely awkward stance as he grips them all. Like a rolling hedgehog, he launches a rapid offensive. Killer Bee is now serious. The Kusanagi sword finds no opportunity for attack as Sasuke electrifies it with Chidori, a skill capable of breaching all defenses. I abandon my Silver Hammer and form a hand seal for Earth Release, Earth-style wall. Sasuke and Killer Bee raise a wall of earth, blocking both Sasuke's attack and Killer Bee's onslaught. Sasuke does not mind missing his target. He knows that without the wall, he would have been the one to suffer. Seizing the moment, Suigetsu and Jugo rush in to deliver a combination attack, which Killer Bee deftly counters. This inarticulate fellow should not expect to be captured alive. Let us take him down together, Suigetsu declares, somewhat irritated. Sasuke remains silent, but seems to acquiesce. The intent to kill may very well lead to retaliation. Suigetsu charges forward first, only for Killer Bee to punch through Suigetsu's body, clearly caught off guard. Now, Suigetsu shouts. Sasuke strikes with Chidori, hitting Killer Bee. At that moment, Jugo follows up with a powerful blow, yet when the smoke clears, Killer Bee has vanished. Karen, I know, she responds, forming seals to sense the chakra, pointing towards a distant mountain. Killer Bee, evidently vexed by Karen, mutters about the trouble she poses. Let us activate the transformation, 8 Tails mode, lightning release, lightning cutter. Killer Bee charges towards Sasuke. Sasuke evades with a swift turn, only for Killer Bee to suddenly head towards us. I grasp Karen and swiftly seek a suitable angle to dodge the incoming strike. Though the mountainside crumbles, we thankfully avoid direct impact. Are you all right? Sasuke inquires with concern. We're fine, Karen replies. Karen, keep a constant watch on his chakra flow and report back, Sasuke instructs. As Killer Bee continues his assault. Timing is crucial. Sasuke, Karen cries out anxiously. Sasuke activates his Manjiki Sharingan, ensnaring Killer Bee in Jinjutsu and momentarily immobilizing him. The use of Manjiki has drained significant chakra, leading Sasuke to believe Killer Bee would be unable to fight back for a while. However, this is precisely when danger strikes. My instincts propel me towards Sasuke, pulling him away from the impending explosion. Yet, I am still too late. Perhaps Killer Bee is simply too swift. He suddenly unleashes lightning release, lightning cutter, striking me in the back as I shield Sasuke, sending us both flying. Yeah, Killer Bee exclaims triumphantly, reminiscent of a celebratory rapper. My entire body feels numb. my vision darkening as waves of heat surge forth. Though I cushion the blow for Sasuke, he too suffers a degree of injury, albeit less severe than it could have been. This scenario starkly echoes the events at the Land of Waves, and I cannot help but observe coldly from the sidelines. Karen and the others rush over to assess our condition. Comparatively, Sasuke fares better, while my injuries are quite severe. Karen, you treat Nightshade first. I'll tend to Sasuke. Jugo states, possessing a cursed mark that allows him to connect chakra. Karen rolls up her sleeves, preparing to force chakra into me, yet it proves ineffective. Why? Karen panics. Unable to transfer chakra. This situation can only arise if someone is already deceased. Do not speak carelessly. Shueiwa has already transformed into a pool of water on the ground. Yayo should still be alive. At this moment, Karabi has completely summoned the Eight Tails. The colossal creature with a bull's head and octopus-like limbs stands towering amidst the mountains. Regardless, we should retreat, Shueiwa suggested. At that moment, Sasuke regained consciousness. Sasuke, Xianglin's voice echoed with a hint of helplessness. Sasuke glanced at me, gravely injured and on the verge of death, then at the monstrous entity before us, and suddenly recalled our former team from the Land of Waves and the camaraderie we once shared. Amaterasu. Chapter 65. Pain and Yayo. Sasuke's awakening and the use of his Manjiki Sharingan had reached its zenith. Ultimately, he subdued the Eight Tails and returned to Akatsuki to report the mission. However, throughout this ordeal, I remained unconscious, unaware of what had transpired or how we had escaped. The first moment I became aware was not upon waking. I distinctly realized that the scene before me was that of the Utopia. Sitting cross-legged, I did not activate the sharing, as this would render me a deity to the inhabitants of Utopia, unseen by them. I attempted to leave Utopia, but to no avail. It was indeed peculiar. Do you realize you are on the brink of death? The voice of the nightmare echoed, tinged with both joy and regret. What a pity. Utopia is still insufficient to support my arrival. I stood, dismissing the ramblings. As the nightmare had previously mentioned, when I am on the verge of death, my consciousness would indeed enter Utopia for restoration. If my physical form remained intact, I would have a chance at resurrection. Could Karabi's strike possess such formidable power? If I were to truly perish, the Yayo clan would have no descendants, and this bloodline limit would be lost forever, rendering your ambitions unattainable. I endeavored to communicate with the nightmare, who ignored me, yet I believed he had heard. In truth, I once believed the nightmare to be a so-called system entity. Now, I fully comprehend that this creature is merely a parasite waiting to be nourished by me. It dwells within Utopia. The richer Utopia becomes, the stronger it grows. Upon reaching a certain threshold, it could break free from its constraints and occupy my body, or perhaps separate from Utopia to enjoy the fruits of its labor. In any case, its intentions are far from benign. Initially, the nightmare feigned ignorance, but soon enough, it ceased its pretense. Can you ensure that you will no longer absorb souls? I cannot guarantee that, I replied nonchalantly. Well, then, as long as you have needs, you cannot obstruct my plans, unless you wish to forego this immense power. It was indeed a valid point. I possessed no inherent talent, and, being an outsider, could only strive to survive on my own. This power was indispensable, at least until the conclusion of my journey. Of course, I understood what the nightmare feared. Although it seemed indifferent to my fate, it dreaded my demise before I had fully realized my potential. In essence, this would equate to its own demise. Hence I had embedded a bomb within my body. This was a perfect opportunity to converse with you. I approached the matter directly. I am aware of your ambitions, and you are cognizant of my dreams. Our interests do not conflict. I only ask that you refrain from causing disturbances until I have completed my narrative. Yes. Until I have achieved what you desire, you must bide your time. Otherwise, should you make any untoward move, I would self-destruct, and without the Yayo bloodline, your strength would merely be that of a wandering soul. Once I have accomplished my objectives, you may pursue your own. My agreement was entirely coercive, laced with threats. I relished this dynamic. The nightmare, left with no choice, conceded. Could you at least consider the present situation? The present? I knew little of the circumstances outside. Yet it was likely that Pain was preparing to assault Konoha to capture Naruto. However, I was uncertain when I would recover. It appeared that during the closure of my soul, my physical body struggled to absorb external chakra, making healing exceedingly difficult. Outside, Sasuke had captured the Eight Tails and handed it over to Akatsuki, while my grievous condition had come to the attention of Konan. Ultimately, Even my body was taken by Akatsuki's members. Sasuke was unwilling, but was restrained by Tobi, who informed him of my prior collaboration with Akatsuki and assured him that they needed my power, claiming they had taken me to save me. Sasuke, though skeptical, found himself powerless. He threatened Tobi's life, insisting he would kill him if he did not return his sister. Tobi, naturally, relented and provided assurances, even though Sasuke would never be able to harm him. Konan brought me to meet Nagato, whose Rinnegan could, to some extent, connect with my abilities. While I was meditating and solidifying my soul in Utopia, I sensed an external connection, one perhaps undetectable by the nightmare. Nagato's voice was intermittent and faint, yet I recognized it, along with Konan's perceptive presence. Nagato had a rough understanding of my condition and prioritized addressing my physical injuries. A body devoid of soul energy is akin to a corpse, difficult to heal even if I were not dead. He could only employ a method similar to that used in creating the pains, using chakra rods to stabilize the areas requiring chakra support. His only option was to transform me into the seventh pain. When my body ceased to be mine and became Nagato's pain, it could begin to accept external chakra. The recovery would be effective, albeit slow. Due to Nagato's intervention, Utopia underwent some changes, causing the nightmare to become agitated. "What are you doing? What have you done?" I shook my head, calmly asserting that I had done nothing. The nightmare could sense that the body it believed to be rightfully its was now occupied by another. "Do you realize the consequences of your actions?" I did not. This was not my intention. What choice did I have? I shrugged off the blame, stating that I was on the brink of death and had little concern for the outcome. Meanwhile, Nagato, having gained control over my body, began to probe into my powers. I had reported most of the events concerning Utopia to them, but it was evident that their objectives could not be met with the current information. Seizing this opportunity, Nagato sought to examine my abilities thoroughly. The moon of Utopia transformed into the shape of the Rinnegan, and Utopia ceased to be a beautiful Utopia. It had fallen under another's dominion. I remained unfazed, while others were in a state of panic. Perhaps my growth was sluggish, or perhaps the power of the Yayo clan was not as formidable as Nagato had imagined. I could sense his disappointment. I informed Nagato that my powers required a substantial amount of soul energy. To my surprise, he took my words to heart and brought me into the plan to capture the Nine Tails, heading towards Konoha. I never anticipated being taken to capture Naruto. Upon realizing he could fully control me, Nagato no longer concealed his ulterior motives, aiming to claim my powers for himself. He believed that his Rinnegan could completely suppress my soul energy, rendering it impossible for me to reclaim my body for eternity. Logically speaking, this was indeed a plausible outcome. Thus, he aimed to take me to Konoha, participate in this war, absorb more soul energy, enrich Utopia, and achieve his objectives. I remained untroubled because I knew this battle would not significantly impact the outcome. As long as Naruto performed steadily, in the end, he would persuade Nagato to resurrect everyone, including returning my body to me. Therefore, I simply needed to focus on my training within Utopia. Chapter 66. Naruto's Path to the Underworld. I shall make them experience the world's profound pain, declared Pain's Deva Path. The 6 paths of pain were now prepared to march towards Konoha: Deva Path, Asura Path, Human Path, Animal Path, Preta Path, and Naraka Path. All 6 of Pain's entities set out to execute the plan to capture the Nine Tails, dispersing to investigate the whereabouts of the Jinchuriki. However, this confidential matter remained unknown to the ordinary citizens of Konoha. Captured those patrolling ninjas for questioning, each one obstinately unyielding, rendering the inquiry futile. Pain's Deva Path apprehended Irika, coercing him for information regarding the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Although Irika lacked formidable strength, he was a principled ninja and a commendable teacher to Naruto. Not even under duress would he divulge anything. Thus, the Deva Path resolved to eliminate him. Fortunately, Kakashi arrived just in time to rescue Irika. Confronting a single Pain was manageable for Kakashi, but facing 2, one of whom was the Deva Path, proved to be quite the challenge. The Deva Path was the strongest among the 6 paths, placing Kakashi in a precarious position. Even with his Sharingan activated and employing Raikiri, he could not inflict harm on the Deva Path. After several exchanges, Kakashi discerned the Deva Path's abilities and recognized a 5-second vulnerability following each defensive maneuver. Just as Kakashi prepared to capitalize on this opening, another Pain appeared, thwarting his assault. Taken aback by this unexpected interruption, Kakashi was astonished to find that this new Pain was a woman with long black hair, distinct from the others. Kakashi widened his eyes, uttering Yayu. Yet at that moment, she was no longer herself. She was pain. The Deva path clarified that she was not Yayu, but rather the seventh path, the realm of hell. Kakashi was perplexed as to why Yayu would align herself with Akatsuki and join in the assault on Konoha. He attempted to awaken the consciousness of the realm of hell, exclaiming, Yayu, why do you assist pain in destroying the village? However, the realm of hell remained expressionless, gazing at Kakashi. Stepping closer, he grasped her wrist, demanding, did you hear me? Why do you wish to raise the village? Still, she displayed no emotion, and then suddenly her eyes widened, shifting from black to a vivid crimson, reminiscent of the Sharingan. This shocked Kakashi, prompting him to retreat hastily. He dared not confirm whether it was indeed the Sharingan. But what other ocular jutsu could the Uchiha possess? Yet, what astonished Kakashi the most was that both eyes bore the patterns of the Rinnegan. Had the realm of hell Sharingan not been a mere imitation, devoid of any Uchiha lineage, it might have fused into something terrifying. Let him witness the abilities of the realm of hell, the Deva path commanded. In truth, the realm of hell possessed no extraordinary powers. Nagato had not bestowed upon her any abilities of the seventh path, rendering her powers merely her own. The true self of the realm of hell sat in the land of bliss, observing the Rinnegan like moon above and sighing softly as the souls within the land of bliss were summoned forth. Zabuza and Haku reappeared before Kakashi, who understood that a forbidden technique existed to summon the deceased, a technique previously employed by Orochimaru to slay the third Hokage. However, the technique used by the realm of hell appeared somewhat different, yet fundamentally similar. Zabuza was genuine, as was Haku, and Haku's bloodline limit was real too. But like Yayu, they lacked self-awareness. Puppets under control? In that moment, Kakashi comprehended the essence of pain. It was the orchestrator behind the 7 pains that truly needed to be eliminated. These puppets were endless. However, even with this realization, it was too late to report. All was lost. Exhausting vast amounts of chakra in his skirmishes with the puppets drained Kakashi's stamina completely, and facing 2 opponents left him at a significant disadvantage. He never anticipated such a sudden demise. The Deva path departed, and the realm of hell retracted Zabuza and Haku, casting a silent glance at Kakashi as she too vanished. At this moment, Naruto remained in Maiboku Mountain, entirely unaware of the village's plight, while Danzu had slain the very messenger frog meant to alert him. Pain wreaked havoc in Konoha, finally gleaning from Shizune that Naruto was in Maiboku Mountain. The Deva path utilized the almighty push to obliterate Konoha, transforming it into a colossal sphere suspended in the sky. Without the messenger frog's reverse summoning, reaching Maiboku Mountain was impossible. Thus Pain resolved to detonate the village and depart. Just then, Naruto emerged, adorned with an orange mask and a red cloak, bearing an enormous scroll, the 9 Tails. The Deva path regarded Naruto, declaring, how fortuitous that you have arrived. With the powers of nature at his disposal, Naruto was significantly stronger than before, quickly dispatching several pains in mere moments. However, Pain possessed the ability to resurrect his companions. For all pains were but puppets, long since deceased. Upon realizing that one pain could revive others, Naruto prioritized eliminating the main threat before addressing the remaining pains, and everything progressed smoothly. Only the Deva path remained, the one with the peculiar ability to repel attacks. But before that realm of hell, the Deva path intoned deeply. Yayu! Naruto exclaimed, startled. Naruto, beware, she is an enemy, warned the slug on Naruto's shoulder, explaining that she had conspired with the Deva path to destroy the village. Naruto's pupils contracted. He could not fathom why Yayu would commit such an act. It was inconceivable. Why would Yayu do this? The slug stated that according to Ino's intel, the Yayu he spoke of should be dead, as all pains were constructed from the deceased, and the true enemy lurked in the shadows, controlling them. What do you mean? Naruto refused to believe that Yayu had perished and been turned into a puppet to annihilate the village. What of Sasuke? Is he still alive? If he is, why would Yayu be dead? Eliminate him. Leave the living, commanded the Deva path. Fire style. Grand fireball technique. The realm of hell unleashed a ninjutsu attack. Sage art. Rasen Shuriken. Naruto countered the fireball with his Rasen Shuriken, which then surged toward the realm of hell. After a thunderous explosion, the realm of hell remained unscathed. Observing Yayu's visage, Naruto noted dark lightning-like streaks extending from the corners of her eyes, similar markings adorning her neck. This state was not a result of Nagato's powers. Even in the land of bliss, I sensed something amiss. Chapter 67. Resurrection from Death Nightmare. Are you the one orchestrating this? I attempted to communicate with Nightmare within the land of bliss, but he did not respond. Meanwhile, the realm of hell was enveloped in black chakra, coalescing into a shadowy figure resembling a soul-devouring deity. What is this? Naruto marveled. What on earth is happening? I too questioned, for the knowledge surrounding this was shrouded in ambiguity. The realm of hell waved her hand, and the shadow followed suit, its large claw seizing Naruto. Struggling, Naruto found himself powerless as the shadow enveloped him. The realm of hell held a black staff capable of sealing chakra, a relic from the Sage of the Six Paths. Just as she was about to pierce Naruto's heart, she halted, her expression contorted as she suddenly knelt, coughing blood. For one who was already dead, such a reaction was unfathomable. Clearly, it was I intervening. Nagato had utilized my collected soul energy to participate in this battle, a fact I did not deny, as I had indeed amassed considerable power, facilitating Nightmare's ascendance. He then sought to wrest control of my body, coveting Naruto's potent soul energy, eagerly intent on slaying him. How could I remain passive in the face of this? Witnessing this scene left not only Naruto astonished, but also pain, specifically Nagato. He seemed to struggle more to control this body and grapple with that elusive power. Gritting his teeth, Naruto discerned the urgency of the situation. He must act swiftly. With a Rasen Shuriken in hand, he charged towards me, who was still grappling for control of my own body. Tragically, I was struck down a second time, this blow severing my connection to chakra. The control has been lost on Nagato's side, leaving only myself and the Nightmare in a fierce struggle. He is fixated on killing Naruto, while I am determined to protect him, forming a twisted contradiction. Naruto, caught in the middle, is at a loss, observing my battered form twisting in the shadows, unsure whether to intervene again. If you keep this up, I will show you death, I shout with all my strength, attempting to threaten the Nightmare. Pain, or Nagato, has realized that my rebellion has spiraled out of control and harbors murderous intent. Since I have uttered such words, he may as well kill me and take me back for study. A black rod from the Deva path pierces through my chest, catching me completely off guard. My already fragile body, scarcely able to grasp the soul, shatters completely. My spirit cannot return to the pure land, and instead drifts aimlessly. The Nightmare, lacking power, cannot control this fragmented form. In a sense, this is true death. I see a wisp of black emerge from my body, resembling smoke, fire, or an illusion. Perhaps this is the essence of the Nightmare. I attempt to communicate with it, but find myself gradually losing control of my own soul. I can do nothing but float. I drift through Konoha, now in ruins, the villagers suffering greatly. War is indeed terrifying. I try to comfort a crying child, alone amidst the rubble. His parents nowhere to be found, weeping pitifully. Later, I realize he too is dead, his spirit lost, which is why his parents are absent. A sudden wave of loneliness washes over me. I wander aimlessly, guiding those helpless souls. I am unaware of how long I have walked or how many souls I have comforted until an invisible power surges within me, clearing my mind. I hazily open my eyes to a desolate landscape, yet I can hear cheers echoing around me. What is happening? I murmur to myself, glancing at my body, restored to its former state. Am I alive again? I touch my face, feeling the absence of the black rods. The conclusion is clear. Naruto has triumphed, and Nagato has revived all who perished in this battle, including me. Just as I ponder this, I hear Konan's voice. I look up to see her handing a bouquet of origami flowers to Naruto, urging him to bloom into a flower of hope that never withers. After conversing with Naruto, she turns her gaze toward me, her tone tinged with gravity. Naruto, hearing this, looks over, and I awkwardly smile and wave. Long time no see. What is going on? Naruto appears somewhat bewildered. He is not unaware that Nagato has resurrected everyone, but he is confused about my condition, whether I am dead or alive. Logically, I should not have been revived like the other pains. I was never truly dead. Konan provides an explanation, approaching me to help me up from the ground. Gently grasping my wrist, apologizing, Nagato no longer requires that power. I will lift your bindings as well. I withdraw my wrist, saying, no need for that. I find this useful. I shall retain control myself. I smile softly at the red cloud pattern on my wrist. Konan does not understand, but refrains from questioning further. Nagato has exhausted all his chakra and perished. His soul is faint as a wisp, yet I still usher him into the pure land. My principle is not about power but sentiment. The nightmare remains quiet for the time being. Perhaps he is frightened or injured by this upheaval, retreating into himself. Although I do not know how to eliminate him without causing harm to myself, I am determined he shall not dominate. Yueyu? Another voice calls my name. And I turn to see Naruto looking at Kakashi-sensei. Ah, this is bad, I mutter to myself. Initially, I could have slipped away with Naruto's distraction. But now Kakashi has arrived, making escape considerably more difficult. Moreover, Konan has left without concern for our feelings. Yueyu? Kakashi regards me with a puzzled, wary expression. I will clarify everything. I respond helplessly, then ask, can I escape now? Kakashi, speechless, inquires, what do you think? Well, I reply, a hint of despondency creeping in. I'll return with you, but at least let me change into different clothes. Otherwise, the villagers will drown me and spit upon seeing me like this. At that moment, remarkably, Kakashi produces a black cloak from seemingly nowhere. I am left speechless. Since you have it, I might as well wear it. I change out of the Akatsuki attire, don the cloak, and pull up the hood, following Kakashi back to the village. Upon returning to the crowd, no one notices me. As Naruto is the true hero in their eyes, they all cheer and lift him high. Naruto has truly accomplished it. Becoming Hokage does not guarantee universal acknowledgement, but earning the respect of all ensures he will be a great Hokage. Sakura also beams with pride for Naruto, laughing and chatting. Suddenly, she spots me, and instinctively, I pull down my hood. Sakura glances at Kakashi-sensei's smiling eyes and thinks nothing more of it. Chapter 68. The executed Sasuke and Yueyu Konoha has begun its reconstruction. Poor Yamato has been turned into a human wood-producing machine. After all, you do possess wood-release techniques. Sakura and Naruto sit together, discussing Tsunade's condition. Tazuna and his grandson Inari have also come to assist in Konoha, gathering together to share laughter, significantly lifting the atmosphere. Subsequently, I join Kakashi. Upon seeing Kakashi, Tazuna exclaims, "Ah, Kakashi has arrived. By the way, where are Sasuke and Yueyu? Are those siblings all right?" Suddenly, the mood shifts awkwardly. Naruto quickly reassures, they are fine. A couple of days ago, I fought with Sasuke, and he temporarily left the village but will return soon. Ah, then we shall greet them properly upon their return. Tazuna seems to sense the shift, and adds, we must get to work. See you soon. Naruto replies. Once Tazuna departs, Sakura turns her attention to me. Kakashi-sensei. Who is he? He returned with you just now. Ah well. Kakashi adopts his usual nonchalant demeanor. Sakura suddenly leans closer, startling me into retreating a few steps. Fearing she might strike me like Naruto. Her temper is far more volatile, and a blow could very well be my end. Sakura's expression turns serious. Are you Yueyu? I am taken aback by how she knows. Did she see? That shouldn't be possible. Resigned, I remove my hat. You guessed correctly, but please, don't hit me. Kakashi chuckles, squinting with a smile. Well then, it's time for you to explain everything. He pats my shoulder. Oh, I clear my throat. First, I did indeed die. Sort of. Sakura's serious demeanor intensifies. How could that be? What happened? Where's Sasuke? Sasuke. I reflect meticulously on the timeline. I left the village to search for him, and when I found Orochimaru's lair, Sasuke had already killed him and departed. I then sought him elsewhere, wandering through several countries without success, only to be targeted by the Akatsuki. Unable to suppress a laugh at the serious expressions of my audience, I cough. Then there was that purple-haired sister, the one Naruto met, who planted a bomb in my body and coerced me into capturing tailed beasts. I was nearly killed by the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, and although I did not wish to comply, I faced death otherwise. I sought the Akatsuki for rescue, which led me to become an uncontrollable pain, and then, as everyone knows, the rest transpired. In truth, I did not lie. I merely concealed the fact that I was acting alongside Sasuke. Just as others were about to inquire further, I suddenly sensed another chakra approaching and hastily pulled my hat down. Kiba, riding on Akamaru, rushed over in a flurry, exclaiming that Lady Tsunade had been removed from her position as Hokage, and that the new Hokage was Danzo. Danzo? Sakura questioned, puzzled. But that was not the only shocking news. Kiba continued, stating that under the authority of the 6th Hokage, Danzo had issued an execution order for the rogue ninja Sasuke, Uchiha, and Yuru. Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi all cast sidelong glances at me. At that moment, I remained remarkably calm, for I felt it was of no consequence. However, I was in Konoha and had revealed my identity. I had to firmly assert that I had not betrayed the village. This newly appointed Hokage was no fool. Kakashi shared my concerns about Danzo, a cunning and devious man. Upon hearing Danzo's decree, Naruto and Sakura could no longer contain themselves, vowing to confront Danzo. Yet, Kakashi restrained them, reminding them that Danzo was now Hokage. Regardless of who trusted him, at least the daimyo did. Frustrated, Naruto and Sakura decided to seek out Sai for answers, and as fate would have it, they soon encountered him. Sai, just in time. We need to talk about Danzo. Sakura maintained her composure. Sai, with a reluctant demeanor, replied that he could not help. Why not? Are you siding with Danzo? No, it's because of this, he said, extending his tongue. Upon seeing this, Naruto and Sakura immediately understood. Huh, how cunning, Sakura remarked. Her headache worsening as she recalled how Danzo had arbitrarily altered Tsunade's verdict regarding Sasuke, even planning to execute both Sasuke and Yuru. What? Sai exclaimed, clearly unaware of such developments. That's because he has already begun to suspect you. Sai, I interjected softly. Yuru? How do you know? Sakura was astonished that I was willing to speak directly. I just overheard the conversation regarding Sasuke. It seems you are his friends. Do enlighten me. At that moment, a dark-skinned woman brandishing the Kusanagi sword confronted us, causing discomfort. However, Naruto was quicker, swiftly disarming Sai and attacking the dark-skinned woman. There were two of them. And upon seeing Naruto's attack, the other joined the fray, prompting Sai and Sakura to engage in battle as well. Suddenly, chaos erupted around us. I stood in the middle, reluctant to take action, yet unable to avoid the incoming attacks. When the dark-skinned ninja lunged at me with her blade, I sidestepped, grasped her wrist, and activated my Sharingan to forcibly halt her movements, ensnaring her in a Jinjutsu. What do you Cloud Ninjas intend to do? Sakura demanded angrily. The male ninja retorted. What do you mean? I want to know what you were discussing about Sasuke. Sasuke? What does he have to do with this? Naruto asked, bewildered. The rogue ninja from your village, Sasuke Uchiha, has kidnapped my master, and his fate remains uncertain. What does this have to do with you? The female ninja responded angrily. Breaking free from my Jinjutsu, I felt a surge of guilt. Why would Sasuke abduct your master? Sakura and Naruto were still unaware that their master was the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Killer Bee. How would I know what that Akatsuki group is up to? The Cloud Ninja woman replied helplessly. Why are we even discussing Akatsuki now? Naruto echoed, confused. What are you pretending for? Isn't Sasuke a member of Akatsuki? The female ninja accused, brandishing her sword. At this point, everyone except me seemed bewildered. This grievance must be avenged, the male ninja declared. By the way, the woman turned to me. Are you also an Uchiha? I was taken aback, feeling guilt wash over me. With my hood obscuring my face, I wondered if they recognized my actions. Yes, I am, I admitted. Uchiha are also prideful. She scoffed. Hearing this, I felt a surge of indignation. It was your Cloud Ninja who provoked us first. What do you mean by provocation? I call it light. And he calls it heavy. She pointed at the male ninja. What a cold pun, I thought. Chapter 69. Onward to the 5 Kage Summit. This is insignificant. The female ninja declared. Since you are also an Uchiha, you must know about Uchiha Sasuke. Hurry and tell us. I coldly refused, asserting, is this how you beseech someone for assistance? You clearly lack common courtesy. Why not? Uchiha Sasuke is now a member of Akatsuki, and he has captured Lord Killer Bee. We are justified in demanding his return. She was not wrong, for I had indeed been involved, but given the current misunderstanding, no one knew the actual circumstances. Thus, I decided to maintain my facade of authority. I cast a disdainful glance at them. Oh, is that so? What of it? Konoha and Akatsuki have no connection. Can Sasuke alone represent Konoha? Huh. The female ninja regarded my defiant expression, her frustration mounting as she readied her blade again. I swiftly dodged behind Naruto. After a prolonged silence, Naruto finally spoke. Your master is a Jinchuriki, right? What does that have to do with you? She retorted. It matters because I am also a Jinchuriki, and I am a target of Akatsuki. They only capture living Jinchuriki, so your master should still be alive. Upon hearing this, the female ninja's mood lifted, but I felt compelled to correct her. However, the Eight Tails has not been captured. He severely injured me and deceived us. I will accompany you to find your master. Will that suffice? Naruto offered with sincerity. I am not so magnanimous, I countered. You, the blonde one, are a good person. What is your name? Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, he replied, introducing himself. Thus, the misunderstanding was resolved. though it seemed the two cloud ninjas still held disdain for me. Despite the destruction of their village, Sakura had a small base filled with beautiful flowers, which she explained she had cultivated in her childhood. She presented me with a black garment resembling a cloak, which caught my attention due to the Uchiha clan emblem on the back. Sakura awkwardly explained that in her youth, she had fantasized about marrying my brother, and had asked her mother to make a cloak bearing the Uchiha crest for her to wear when she grew up. Thus it fit me perfectly now. I donned the garment, and Sakura handed me her forehead protector, saying, "Wear this." Though to everyone else you and Sasuke are seen as rogue ninjas, to Naruto and me, you will always be our comrades. I took the protector and placed it in my bag, smiling as I said, "Thank you. Yoru, you will stay one to you?" Sakura's eyes brimmed with hope as she awaited my response. I hesitated, smiling weakly. "I cannot remain. Danzo seeks to execute me. Moreover, I must find my brother. I left the village to search for him, and now that Danzo has declared me a traitor, there is no reason for me to stay." "Oh," Sakura replied, somewhat dejected. "Farewell," I said with a smile as I departed. I needed to locate Sasuke to continue the unfolding narrative. I rushed along the path, pondering where to find them, when suddenly it struck me. Since Danzo had become Hokage and Kizashi and Koyuki had arrived in Konoha, it was highly likely that the Five Kage Summit would soon convene, and Sasuke would undoubtedly attempt to assassinate Danzo. Indeed, if I attended the Five Kage Summit in the Land of Iron, I would surely encounter Sasuke. I felt quite astute. However, while I knew the location of the Land of Iron, I was uncertain about the meeting's precise venue. After some consideration, I realized that searching alone would be inefficient. Summoning Jutsu. With a puff, a cat appeared, shivering as it exclaimed, "Why is it so cold?" "Meow." "Because we are in the Land of Iron," I replied, poking the cat. "Help me find the location of the Five Kage Summit." "How would I know where the Five Kage are meeting, Meow?" it responded. I too was unsure, feeling embarrassed. "Just look for a place bustling with people and guards. The Land of Iron isn't large. Please, I implore you." "All right." As the feline dashed forward, it split into 9 entities, transforming into the 9-spirit cat, possessing 9 lives, each endowed with distinct abilities. I stood still, gazing at the snow falling from the sky as the battle was about to commence. After relentless efforts, I finally located the scene, but it was evidently too late. In the distance, I spotted Xianglin hiding in a corner, which meant Sasuke was nearby. I swiftly teleported to Xianglin and inquired, "Where's Sasuke?" She looked at me in astonishment, her voice trembling as she replied, "Yayo, have you completely recovered?" I nodded, intending to elaborate later. "Don't you need reinforcements?" Xianglin adjusted her glasses, indicating that Sasuke was engaged in combat over there. I dashed toward the direction she pointed out, finding Sasuke, Yugo, and Suigetsu in battle against 3 cloud shinobi, one of whom was the Raikage. At that moment, the Raikage's muscular arm crackled with lightning as he swung it towards Sasuke. According to my memory, Suigetsu would intervene to shield Sasuke. However, the decapitating sword could not be trifled with. I leaped from the tree, unleashing my million-ton hammer. Summoning a silver hammer, I struck down upon the Raikage. Yet this brute was astonishingly strong. The heavy hammer descending from above was effortlessly blocked by one of his arms, creating a substantial dent in the ground beneath him due to the impact. I felt a twinge of annoyance. My attack had proven futile. "Who are you?" the Raikage bellowed. As I landed, I placed the hammer on the ground, speaking politely, "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you." Sasuke, Suigetsu, and Yugo looked on in bewilderment. "Yayo?" Sasuke questioned, perplexed. "It's me. I'm fully recovered." I insisted, but we needed to focus on the task at hand. I glanced at the Raikage, who appeared to have a rather volatile temperament. "You little brat. No matter who you are, anyone who obstructs me shall perish." The Raikage roared, launching another punch. Yugo, transformed into a jet-like form with several cannons on his back, charged forward, exclaiming, "I'm going to kill you." "Huh, us." I gasped in horror. While Sasuke wore a resigned expression, a brawl ensued between Yugo and the Raikage, but the latter maintained the upper hand, his impressive size belied by remarkable speed. The Raikage landed a punishing blow on Yugo's weak spot. Humph, that's one down. However, the ensuing embarrassment was palpable as Yugo's demise was merely an illusion. A Jinjutsu from the Sharingan. How could I fall for a Sharingan Jinjutsu? The Raikage pondered in disbelief. "Because you've seen my eyes. You?" The Uchiha clan was annihilated. The Raikage asserted in confusion. One of his subordinates, named Shirzue, suddenly recalled, "I remember now. The full name of that girl is Uchiha Yayo, Sasuke's sister. But wasn't she reported dead? You're the one who's dead, I retorted, reverting to my previous demeanor and sticking my tongue out at Shirzue, whose attention was solely on me, neglecting the other Sharingan wielder, Sasuke. As Shirzue fell victim to the Genjutsu, Xianglin would be able to sense Danzo's location. However, defeating the Raikage was essential to progress. Sasuke drew the Kusanagi sword, infusing it with lightning to strike at the Raikage. True to his title, the Raikage was swift, powerful, and exceptionally defensive. Even Sasuke's Chidori barely grazed his skin. Yet, at such close quarters, the Raikage seized Sasuke, bellowing, lightning release, exploding bomb. Sasuke was thrown to the ground, enveloped in the Raikage's lightning. Sasuke, I cried, but my worries proved unfounded as a faint purple aura and skeletal features enveloped him. Susanoo. I was astonished but relieved to see it. Sasuke's Manjiki Sharingan fixated on the Raikage. Amaterasu. A sphere of black flames ignited. But the Raikage's incredible speed allowed him to evade the flames, appearing behind Sasuke to initiate another assault with lightning release. Annihilation. Sasuke reacted swiftly, using Amaterasu as a shield. If the Raikage touched him, it would be detrimental. To my astonishment, the Raikage boldly attacked Sasuke despite the flames before him. Lightning release, Thunder Axe. The Raikage unleashed a flurry of assaults upon Sasuke. The names of these techniques left me bewildered. Stalemating was not an option. If I couldn't overpower him, I would charge in nonetheless. Chapter 70. Pursuing Danzo. Seizing the chaos, I dashed forward. The Raikage intended to pursue, but his assault was thwarted. I halted as sand began to emerge in the icy expanse, obstructing our path. Gaara. I noticed Gaara alongside Temari and Kankuro. Why are you stopping me? The Raikage shouted at Gaara. Calmly, Gaara replied. Your reckless attacks could harm you with the black flames, and I have matters to discuss with Uchiha Sasuke. The battle ceased, and I rushed back to Sasuke's side, silent as Gaara glanced at me and then at Sasuke, saying, You're still the same as before. Sasuke remained silent. Gazing at Gaara. I was once a seeker of vengeance, I understand, but relentless revenge is futile. Your world will be shrouded in darkness. Hold on to even the faintest glimmer of light. I helped Sasuke to his feet, administering treatment. Although I lacked Sakura's finesse, I could manage basic healing. Sasuke smiled, saying, My world is perfectly dark. Gaara, as the Kazekage, you cannot let emotions cloud your judgment. And Sasuke is already internationally wanted, Kankuro remarked. Even if he were to turn back, it would be quite troublesome. I noticed sand emanating from Gaara's gourd, preparing for an attack, indicating another grueling battle was imminent. Not only Gaara but everyone else launched their attacks, with Sasuke shielding me with his arm, asserting, This is no jest. All the attacks converged upon us, resulting in an enormous explosion. However, neither Sasuke nor I sustained any injuries as Sasuke had fully summoned Susanoo. Encased within Susanoo, I observed Sasuke's smile, which was terrifyingly cold, even more so than before. Susanoo initiated its assault, not targeting the attackers but instead demolishing the surrounding structures, inevitably leading to the collapse of the venue. When the chaos subsided, the area lay in ruins. Faced with such a colossal entity, Gaara, devoid of tailed beasts, found himself stymied in the debris. Sasuke coldly asked Xianglin, Have you located Danzo? Xianglin nodded. Yes, but my chakra, along with Suigetsu and Yugo's, remains. Should we not save them? Forget them for now. Take me to find Danzo, Sasuke insisted, dismissing the notion of rescuing Suigetsu and Yugo. Fine, Xianglin acquiesced reluctantly. Her concern for Sasuke evident despite complying with his request. Xianglin tugged at my sleeve. Yayo, you must. I glanced at Xianglin's helpless expression, shaking my head. Susanoo had consumed Sasuke's emotions. Even if I spoke, he wouldn't heed me. Suigetsu and Yugo will be fine. We must move. Reluctantly, Xianglin took the lead. Upon entering a building, Sasuke stood atop the roof, his crimson Sharingan filled with hatred. The leader of the Iron Country's samurai spotted him and drew his sword. But Sasuke effortlessly evaded the strike. My focus remained on Danzo's movements, but in the blink of an eye, Danzo fled through a large hole in the wall. I prepared to follow, but just as I leaped, the Mizukage used her liquid technique to seal the exit. I watched her warily. Both she and Shirzue were aiding Danzo's escape. Don't underestimate the fourth Mizukage. The Mizukage flirtatiously remarked, gazing at me and Sasuke. And don't disregard me. I waved at her. Xianglin, clearly agitated, exclaimed, "Hey, who gave you permission to flirt with Sasuke?" I gently tapped Xiang Lin on the shoulder and said, "Stay calm." She merely blinked. "You are being overly anxious." Xiang Lin cast an awkward glance in my direction. "Shueying doesn't care about our chaotic antics. Dissolution technique." With that, she expelled a viscous white liquid from her mouth. I recoiled, grimacing at the sight of Shui Ying's dissolution, feeling utterly repulsed. Beside Shui Ying, a small child wielding a large sword proclaimed, "I will protect Master Shui Ying too." Shui Ying called, "Ch Jur." "Yes, S10 release." Ch Jur's sword suddenly emitted a blinding light, and a massive orb of radiance soared towards us. I dodged to the left, while Sasuke veered to the right. Alas, when I gradually opened my eyes from the overwhelming brightness, Sasuke had vanished. Xiang Lin's face was etched with concern. "This is bad. Sasuke's chakra is diminishing. He has truly overexerted himself." I glanced back at Tsuchikage, a smirk curling at the corner of my mouth. "No need to fret. It seems our adversary has shifted to the old man. What say you, Grandpa? It appears that it is just you and I now. Do you intend to sit back and watch the fight unfold?" The Tsuchikage chuckled. "At my age, such battles are beyond my endurance. However, dealing with a mere girl is certainly within my capabilities." He leapt down from the ceiling with a resounding thud. Earth release. Heavy rock technique. As soon as he landed, he unleashed his ninjutsu upon me. A barrage of rocky walls surged toward me, and I silently shook my head, thinking, how underestimated I am. My eyes glimmered with a hint of yellow. I concentrated chakra into my fist and struck the ground, causing it to collapse, sending earth and rocks soaring. Countering the Tsuchikage's heavy rock technique, I gazed at my hand, realizing this was the sensation Sakura must feel when using her immense strength, and I smiled with satisfaction. The Tsuchikage appeared somewhat astonished. What extraordinary power! Just as he prepared to launch another assault, both he and the red earth became covered in white lumps. "What is that?" I wondered, gazing at the bun-like formations. "It is the spore technique," White Zetsu said languidly. I glanced at him, surprised. "You're not dead?" White Zetsu turned to me, retorting, "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that?" I was left speechless and turned my face away from him. However, thanks to White Zetsu's spores, Sasuke managed to escape from the hidden chamber. Otherwise, he would have been corroded by Shui Ying's powers. Upon seeing Sasuke emerge, the Tsuchikage had no choice but to unleash his ultimate technique, Dust Release, Outer World Stripping Technique. A glowing, gray, semi-transparent rectangular prism began to expand, ultimately targeting Sasuke. Xiang Lin cried out, "Sasuke! His chakra! It has vanished. How can this be?" "It will be fine, absolutely." Just then, Raikage and Gaara returned, with Raikage bellowing that he would handle Sasuke. "Don't rush. There will be other opportunities," a familiar voice chimed in. I looked up to see Obito carrying Sasuke before the crowd. I was about to greet Obito when I noticed he paid me no mind, instead addressing the others. "I am Uchiha Madara, here to clarify certain matters and share my perspective on the Eye of the Moon plan." I observed as Obito spoke solemnly to the crowd and thought to myself, he is no longer merely Obito. Chapter 71, Confrontation with Danzo. Obito used Kimui to transport Sasuke into another dimension, subsequently bringing Xiang Lin in to heal him, and then began his lengthy discourse. The so-called Eye of the Moon plan involves gathering all-tailed beasts to combine into the 10 tails, transforming the moon into a colossal Sharingan, ensnaring the entire world in an illusion. Although Obito claimed this was a union of heaven and humanity, I felt compelled to assert that it was merely a delusional fantasy. Were it to succeed, humanity would cease to exist. After all, I have seen the conclusion. The colossal chakra tree would envelop all humans, trapping them in an illusion until their lifespans expired, leading to human extinction. Of course, this conclusion is merely my own speculation. Once Obito concluded, he audaciously declared the commencement of the Fourth Great Ninja War. He leapt down from the platform, seized my collar, and used Kimui, whisking us away from the scene. Leaving the Kage in heated discussion, before me lay an endless expanse of square pillars, the realm of Obito's Kimui. Xiang Lin tended to Sasuke. Upon seeing me, Obito expressed his confusion and posed the familiar question, "Are you still alive?" I smiled and replied, "Of course I am, thanks to Nagato." However, Nagato was unable to capture the Nine Tails and resurrect all the villagers of Konoha, which should disrupt your plans. Obito regarded me through his mask with one Sharingan eye. Observing my composure and calmness, a sense of unease stirring within him, though he could not articulate why. Noticing Obito's silence, I shook my head. There's nothing more to discuss. Don't dwell on it. After leaving the Kamui realm, Sasuke asked, "Are you familiar with Madara?" I shook my head, not initially. I didn't know he was Madara. He was known as Obito, a substitute member of Akatsuki. Madara. Sasuke muttered to himself. Sometime later, Obito returned, and Sasuke was restored. "I will now release you," Obito stated, "and I have prepared a gift for you outside." Sasuke regarded him coldly, while I remained on high alert. Fully aware of the nature of the gift, we emerged from the Kamui realm, and before us stood Danzo, exactly as I had anticipated. Danzo, upon seeing us, remained composed. "So it is Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Yayo?" We both stared at him in silence. "Perfect. I shall collect your Sharingan," he proclaimed, unwrapping the bandages and seals from his arms, revealing them adorned with Sharingan. "What is the meaning of those eyes?" Sasuke's expression shifted, tinged with anger. "Well, explaining that would be complicated," Danzo replied evasively. Sasuke scoffed. "Forget it. Your explanation will only fuel my rage. I simply wish to eliminate you." I felt a wave of discomfort at the sight of Danzo's arm brimming with eyes. 2 eyes per person is ample. Why would one need an entire arm? Before that, Sasuke continued, "Is it true that you and the higher-ups of Konoha decided to annihilate the Uchiha clan?" Before Sasuke could finish his sentence, Danzo released his seals. Instinctively, Sasuke moved to shield me, and the hand of Susanoo grasped Danzo. "So this is the technique called Susanoo?" Danzo remarked calmly. Sasuke gritted his teeth. "I ask you, is it true?" With a forceful grip, Susanoo's arm squeezed Danzo, causing him to spit blood. Danzo chuckled. "Ah, Itachi, I originally thought he wouldn't disclose anything. So, you hold him in special regard?" Itachi was indeed such a ninja. Many exist in the shadows. Danzo continued. "However, Itachi leaked the secret of betrayal." Pooh! With a mighty force, Susanoo crushed Danzo, blood splattering everywhere. I observed as Danzo did not perish. Instead, he reappeared behind Sasuke to strike. Boom! A colossal fist struck Danzo, creating a crater in the ground. Once again, blood flew, and this time, it was my doing. Knowing the full extent of the events, I was disinclined to engage in pointless banter and simply attacked. No matter how severely Sasuke and I punished him, he would not die. Ultimately, Sasuke utilized an illusion, perfectly approaching Danzo's vital point. However, suddenly, he halted, his body covered in stripes, cursed marks. "Brother!" I dashed forward, but unexpectedly found myself unable to move as well. When had he placed the curse mark? Danzo immobilized both of us, evading Sasuke's Kusanagi sword, and taunted, "Itachi sacrificed his life for the village's peace, while you, his only brother, seek to destroy it all." He turned to me, pointing, "And you, who are not even a true Uchiha, have imitated the Uchiha for what purpose?" I clenched my teeth, bewildered by his implications. How did he know I was not of pure Uchiha blood? Sasuke would not tolerate any further chatter. The complete form of Susanoo emerged, with a bow and arrow in hand, surrounded by a swirling violet chakra. Danzo wielded the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, Izanagi. Together, Sasuke and I unleashed a fierce assault, the arrows of Susanoo striking swiftly and accurately, complemented by my relentless pursuit. However, our efforts proved entirely futile against Danzo. Summoning technique. Danzo called forth a summoning beast, a creature resembling a cross between an elephant and a hippo, said to devour nightmares. It began to draw in air, creating a tempest. Sasuke and I exchanged glances and unleashed fire style, great fireball technique. The flames were consumed by the beast, which would surely suffer from the taste of such a fiery orb, causing it to cease its windstorm. "Sasuke, Nightshade, listen to me. I have uncovered the secret of Danzo's technique." Kaguya communicated through her sensing ability. "When the 10 eyes on your arm are closed, your technique is undone, right?" Sasuke addressed Danzo with a piercing gaze that conveyed his understanding. "You are aware of Izanagi." Danzo's eyes fixed on Sasuke, realizing the truth. Sasuke smirked and launched an intense offensive. Kaguya, perplexed, questioned why we were attacking so fiercely during a prolonged battle. "Because if we do not press hard, Danzo will not resort to Izanagi, and those eyes will remain closed. It ultimately comes down to who can endure until the end." Yet it was evident that I, the weakest in this showdown, was foolishly trying to intervene. With a thunderous crash, Danzo remained unscathed, while I, overexerted and drained of chakra, found myself at a disadvantage. I knelt, blood spilling from my lips, the world darkening before my eyes, My mind clouded with dizziness akin to low blood sugar, and I collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 72. The Power of the Underworld. I could hear Sasuke's concerned call and Danzo's triumphant laughter amidst the sounds of battle, yet my body felt as heavy as lead, rendering me immobile. A wave of guilt washed over me, feeling as though my diligent participation in each battle had failed to alter the course of events, possibly even hindering our efforts. Was it truly the case that my forced integration into this world, driven by selfish desires, would lead to such outcomes? What is the matter? Crushed by your own weakness? The voice of Nightmare echoed in my mind. You should have heeded my advice. You've let so many souls slip away. And now look where it has led. I am indifferent. If you perish, I shall merely await the next heir. There will be no next heir. The Nightshade clan is extinct. I lamented to Nightmare in silence. He did not respond for a long moment. Grant me some power. I recalled the overwhelming strength that had surged during Nightmare's bid for my body, a formidable force. Oh, on what grounds? Because you, too, do not wish for my demise, and after defeating Danzo, I shall collect him as sustenance for you. Very well. Nightmare agreed without hesitation, knowing exactly what he wanted. How would you like to borrow it? Should I lend it to you, or do you wish to lend your flesh to me? I will come forth myself. Almost immediately, I felt a warmth enveloping me, my head clearing, and in an instant, I was revitalized. When I released my chakra again, it was no longer blue, but a black, indescribable force swirling around me. Kaguya, observing from the shadows, took note of my transformation. Nightshade, I rose from the ground, my eyes gleaming with a golden light. My clenched fists radiated black mist, which spread rapidly, enveloping me and forming a vague silhouette of the Grim Reaper above me, cloaked in darkness and wielding a scythe. Coincidentally, Sasuke's Susanoo also dissipated due to insufficient chakra, and he gazed at me, breathless. This power is indeed effective. I felt my strength surge, my body becoming noticeably lighter. Is this the power of the Nightshade clan? Danzo's avaricious visage twisted, and I sensed his desire to seize my eyes and claim paradise for himself. Yet, ironically, this was not a visual technique. The change in eye color was merely a manifestation of chakra transformation. Gouging out my eyes would yield no benefit. Without further ado, I approached Danzo with no reservations. The black mist, akin to Susanoo, could be manipulated as a colossal chakra weapon. The dark figure swung its scythe at Danzo, who futilely attempted to retaliate with shurikens that found no mark. The Grim Reaper proved as elusive as gas, impervious to attack. Under the cover of the black mist, I launched my assault on Danzo, my blade imbued with black and white flames. Nightmare informed me that this was the fire of hell, akin in nature to Amaterasu's flames. Underworld technique, Great Fireball. The ordinary fireball morphed into a hellfire projectile hurtling towards Danzo, who, in desperation, resorted to Izanagi. In a haze, it was as if nothing had transpired, save for the loss of yet another eye from his collection. Though this power was formidable, it exacted a significant toll on me. With Danzo at a disadvantage, yet prolonging the battle with Izanagi, I could not afford to exhaust myself further, lest I surrender my life to Nightmare. I knelt, relinquishing the power, deeming it sufficient. Danzo, brimming with confidence, taunted, "What is the matter? Have you lost your strength?" I smirked slightly indeed. Blood splattered across Danzo's hands. But it was neither mine nor Sasuke's. "You shall meet Itachi now." Danzo prepared for his final strike. "It is you who is destined to meet Itachi." Sasuke interjected coldly as he surged from behind me. Danzo, in disbelief, realized he was under attack. In that fleeting moment, Sasuke had enacted Tsukuyomi. And though Danzo had believed he still possessed one eye, he had lost count of how many he had used. As he faced imminent death, Danzo struggled to control the cells of the first Hokage, ultimately severing his own arm. He staggered to his feet, unwrapping the bandage from his right eye, revealing the eye of Uchiha Shursui, the eye of instant movement. Meanwhile, Kaguya was tending to Sasuke and me, yet she was seized by Danzo and taken hostage. "You, who speak of sacrifice, dare to take a hostage." Sasuke mocked Danzo. Danzo feigned a troubled expression. "I am not selfish with my life. For Konoha, for the world. I cannot die here. Is that so?" Sasuke scrutinized Danzo. Suddenly, Danzo's expression contorted with malice, while Kaguya's lips bled, her eyes filled with despair. Sasuke, undeterred by Kaguya's fate, pierced Danzo's vital points along with her. "Kaguya, once you become a hostage, you become a burden." His words were chilling. Witnessing this, I felt a twinge of fear, though I had anticipated such an outcome. Danzo collapsed, stripping off his clothing. Stay away from that. It is the four-symbol seal. A technique that seals enemies within one's own body upon death. Obito emerged from the Kemui space, warning us. We retreated far away, only to witness a vast area around Danzo vanish. Kaguya was not dead, merely cast aside in a hidden corner. Sasuke glanced back at Danzo's former position before turning away. Let us return to Konoha. At that moment, a certain high-ranking member of the Paradise, known as Nightmare, realized I must have deceived him, for I had not collected Danzo's soul. I was not intentionally breaking my promise. Firstly, Danzo's soul was in disarray. His excessive integration into other organizations had polluted his essence over time. Secondly, with his use of the four-symbol seal upon death, it was too late to reclaim his soul. Such misfortune was beyond my control. And now, having borrowed his power, I felt as though I were being drained of vitality, exhausted and weary. However, my greatest concern remains Sasuke. His spirit appears tainted. Although previously blinded by hatred, his soul was still pure. Now, he seems to have lost his ability to think independently, consumed by the bloodlust of slaughter. I secretly summoned Suigetsu to excavate the remains of Jugo and Suigetsu from the ruins. Under my persuasion, I spared Karui's life. At this moment, I cannot offer Sasuke any further counsel. He is seemingly possessed, leaving me to await the next opportunity for Itachi's reappearance. Chapter 73. Confusion. Sasuke. A familiar voice called from a distance. Turning to look, I saw Sakura. Haruno Sakura? Sasuke gazed at her. Sasuke-kun, she said, I wish to accompany you. What are your intentions? Sasuke dismissed her with indifference. Sakura hesitated. I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to act as you desire. What I desire? Sasuke's tone grew cold and laced with malice. To destroy Konoha, that is what I desire. Sakura, resolute, replied, no matter the cost, even if it means betraying Konoha. I will do it. Sasuke pondered for a moment, then coldly declared, then let us kill her first. He pointed at Karui, whom I had just implored him not to kill. Who is she? A member of our team. She is of no further use, Sasuke stated with indifference. What's wrong? Are you unable to do it? No, her identity is irrelevant to me. Sakura advanced towards Karui, kunai in hand. Sasuke stood behind her, his hand crackling with electricity. I grasped Sasuke's arm, pulling him back just as Kakashi appeared and positioned himself before Sasuke, creating an awkward standoff. Sasuke, you have fallen, Kakashi observed. Casting a glance at me, Sasuke regarded Kakashi, clearly exasperated. He glanced at me, uncertain whether to blame me for intervening or to thank me for preventing Kakashi's attack. Do not let hatred blind you, Kakashi urged, attempting to dissuade Sasuke from pursuing vengeance. Sasuke erupted into laughter. Huh? Return Itachi, our father, our mother. The Uchiha clan to me. If you can do that, I will cease. Kakashi, feeling helpless, replied, Sasuke, I do not wish to kill you. That is precisely what I wanted to hear, Sasuke smirked. Were you not my teacher, I would have relished the chance to strike you. I sensed Kakashi's disappointment, understanding the gravity of his feelings akin to that of the third Hokage. Then I shall ensure the tragedy of the third Hokage is repeated. Sasuke unleashed his malice, summoning Susanoo. Brother, do not do this, I implored, aware that his eyes could not endure such power. But it was too late. Sasuke's vision had already begun to blur. I turned to see Sakura preparing to ambush Sasuke. Sakura. I positioned myself behind Sasuke, blocking her path. Sakura, I urged, this conflict does not need to escalate. She gritted her teeth. Yoru, I am left with no choice. You all seem to have no choice in this matter. Is it truly enjoyable to harm one another? A wave of frustration surged within me. Sakura fell silent. I drew my sword, taking a stand against Sakura. I did not desire this, but if I must choose sides, I shall stand with my brother. Sakura, flustered, had no option but to engage. She struck, and I narrowly evaded. Her strength was no jest. Yet, confronted with a sharp weapon, Sakura had no means to defend herself. Just as she began to falter, an orange shadow swooped in to rescue her. Sasuke, Yoru. The orange light revealed itself to be Naruto. This is troublesome, I thought, observing Naruto's indignant demeanor. Let us talk, just the two of us, Naruto suggested to Sakura. She nodded, though concern flickered in her eyes. You wish to speak with me? I pointed at myself. She affirmed, and we distanced ourselves from the crowd, seeking a secluded spot. A sense of confusion lingered in my heart. I could perceive Naruto's growth while witnessing Sasuke drift further away, leaving me stagnant. I listened patiently to her, remaining cautious against any potential ambush. In the days leading up to the Chunin exams, I too felt lost. But these thoughts seemed only to find expression with Yoru. Although Sakura spoke tentatively, there was a probing quality to her tone. She was unsure whether I would heed her heartfelt words. "Speak," I urged, allowing her to continue. Sakura stood facing me, her hands clasped. "I do not genuinely wish to harm Sasuke. However, I feel he is no longer the Sasuke I once knew. He may look the same, sound the same, but his actions..." She met my gaze, and as I remained impassive, she took a deep breath, regaining her composure. "I am a Konoha ninja. Konoha is my home. In the grand scheme, I cannot save Sasuke. This is my last resort." "I understand," I finally responded, indicating I was listening. Sakura smiled faintly. "You. What you said not long ago in the village was a lie, wasn't it?" I nodded in acknowledgement. "But it is strange. I know you are lying. Yet I still wish to believe you," she remarked with a self-deprecating smile. "Perhaps it is not belief, but a hope, a faint desire. You have done nothing wrong," I assured her. "Whether loving Sasuke or having to consider killing him now, from your perspective, you are blameless." Sakura, taken aback by my endorsement, fell silent. Yet, from Sasuke's viewpoint, he wishes to kill Itachi and subsequently destroy Konoha. He has his reasons as well. As I spoke, the environment around us transformed into a pure white reminiscent of paradise. Yet this was not paradise. It was an illusion crafted by the Uchiha. I recounted the events of the Uchiha massacre, the circumstances surrounding Itachi, the machinations of Konoha's higher-ups, and Danzo's schemes. It was evident that Sakura could not bear the weight of this revelation. "What is this?" she gasped, overwhelmed and perspiring. "This is everything Sasuke has endured." I narrated as if I were merely a storyteller, detached from the tragedies, explaining why he had succumbed to despair and hatred. Sakura fell silent. "I am not defending him. I merely wish to convey the reasons for his transformation." I dismissed the images. "Indeed, he appears to be mad with rage now. But fear not. Everything will be all right." "Yoru and you?" Sakura's eyes glistened with tears. Whether from her physical discomfort or empathy for Sasuke, I could not tell. She had caught me off guard. "Me? What role do I play in these events?" I questioned, uncertain. My foreknowledge of the future dulled my emotional response to the present turmoil, rendering me a drifting soul devoid of purpose, seeking solace. My only task was to gather the souls of the departed. And then what? Was it merely for my psychological comfort? "You are merely indulging in self-pity." The voice of my nightmares pierced my heart like a dagger. "Paradise is not a utopia for your spiritual solace. It is merely a vessel of power." "Enough, be silent. What do you know of utopia? Have you ever truly contemplated it? The very matters that have caused you turmoil and confusion. You are aware of your contradictions, are you not?" "I do not know," I replied to Sakura, while also addressing myself. "It matters not. Everything will be fine." Having reached this juncture, further discourse would yield no benefit. With a swift motion, I rendered Sakura unconscious and extracted her memories concerning the Uchiha secrets. I carried her back to Sasuke, where his battle with Naruto had concluded, leaving the battlefield in disarray. I entrusted Sakura to Kakashi and departed alongside Sasuke. Chapter 74. Protecting the ocean environment. Upon returning to the base, Sasuke spoke first. "Obito, give me Itachi's eyes." "Oh, have you finally come to a decision?" Obito replied, retrieving the eyes. Susanoo had been invoked too frequently, and I felt the urgent need to utterly vanquish Naruto's power. Sasuke, covering his eyes, expressed his dissent towards everything. Afei appeared satisfied with Sasuke's reaction and proceeded to prepare in the studio. "Why, Sasuke?" I called softly. "What is it?" He stood silently behind me. "Do you hate me?" Sasuke inquired, his head bowed, his bangs obscuring his eyes, rendering his expression invisible. Taken aback, I wondered where that question had surfaced from. Unbeknownst to me, I had slain Itachi. "He was our elder brother," Sasuke murmured. "My recklessness has led you to this dismal fate." "It's all right," I replied, shaking my head. "What is done is done. But brother, change is preferable to destruction." Sasuke said nothing further, merely nodding silently. A face soon emerged from the studio, beckoning Sasuke to enter. I understood the protocol of family members being halted at the surgical room. If I recall correctly, during this time frame, Naruto should be consulting Killer Bee on how to control the tailed beasts. Thus, I resolved to investigate as well. Reflecting on the narrative, it had progressed significantly. Once Naruto mastered the 9 tails, the 4th Great Ninja War would soon commence. Summoning technique. With a puff of white smoke, a cat appeared before me. Please help me find a location, I requested. I seek a place with a vast ocean, small islands, and most importantly, the eight-tails jinchuriki. Eight-tails jinchuriki? The feline, Q inquired. Are you still aiding Akatsuki in locating jinchuriki? I shook my head. No, I'm merely seeking them for amusement. Meow? Haven't you become enemies with them? So what? I urged Q to hurry along, not wanting to waste time. Reluctantly, Q divided itself to begin the search. It was relatively easy to locate. A few inquiries among other animals or birds would yield results. Right here, Meow. Q settled down, indicating a vast expanse of water ahead. It's on an island. Indeed, Meow. I cannot swim, so you'll have to proceed on your own. With that, Q vanished into a puff of smoke. Can't ninja cats traverse the water's surface like ninjas? I stepped onto the water, observing the ripples beneath my feet. Crouching down, I peered into the depths, which appeared quite profound, seemingly within the realm of the deep sea. I withdrew a kunai, gripping it firmly. As I released it, it plunged into the water with a splash. Rising again, I continued my advance, contemplating how Naruto would conquer his inner demons at a waterfall, earning the Nine-Tails' trust. Then a Fae would initiate another round of the ninja war. As I walked, I felt a subtle current beneath my feet. What was happening? Suddenly, a cacophony of crashing waves echoed nearby. Turning, I was taken aback. What in the world was that? A colossal creature, towering 3 stories high and adorned with tentacles, surged towards me with alarming speed. I fled, bewildered as to why a monster was in pursuit of me. However, despite my frantic escape, the creature grew ever closer. Fire release. Grand fireball technique. I formed hand seals and launched a sizable fireball at the creature, attempting to obscure its vision. Yet, the monster slammed its tentacles onto the water's surface, creating a wall of water that extinguished my fireball. Enraged, the beast retaliated with a formidable wave directed at me. Water release. Water barrier. I countered with my own wall of water, blocking part of the wave, preventing me from being submerged. Nevertheless, the water's instability made it difficult to maintain my footing. I pondered my predicament. Although I could wield various elemental jutsu, facing a water-based creature would require lightning techniques. However, glancing at the water below, I realized that employing lightning could very well electrocute me as well. After a couple of exchanges, it became evident that I was outmatched. Completely overwhelmed by this beast, the creature, incensed, showed no signs of retreat. "Oh, great octopus! Hear me!" I shouted at the water monstrosity, attempting to communicate. Before I could finish, it swung its massive tentacle at me. I leapt to evade it, narrowly escaping the blow, only to be caught by the resulting wave, which sent me tumbling into the water. Bubbles escaped my lips as I floundered in the depths, disoriented by the turbulent currents. The enormous creature ensnared me with its tentacles, hoisting me from the water. Coughing and gasping for air, I realized I had become a captive of this colossal octopus. Struggling proved futile. I couldn't possibly succumb to the grasp of a mere octopus. The remaining tentacles thrashed against the water's surface, sending splashes around me. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted 3 kunai embedded in one of its tentacles. Enlightenment struck. Its appendages had been injured by the kunai I had thrown. "You're in pain, aren't you?" I offered. "Let me help you remove those kunai." Whether the beast did not trust me or simply could not comprehend my words, it continued to thrash. "This is my fault. I must rectify it," I sighed. In the midst of its wild flailing, I finally managed to cast an illusion using my Sharingan. As the octopus relaxed its grip, I seized the opportunity to escape, leaping onto its injured tentacle to withdraw the kunai and administer rudimentary first aid. It soon regained consciousness, and I awkwardly held the kunai, uttering an apology. The octopus regarded me with a sidelong glance, wrapping its tentacles around me once more. "Hey, it was my mistake, but I acknowledged it, removed the kunai, and even tended to your wounds. You can't treat me like this," I protested, exclaiming about the fundamental trust between beings. "Wait, you're not even human." As I shouted in confusion, I noticed the creature gently placed me atop its head and began swimming in the direction I had initially been heading. "Are you taking me to that island?" I marveled, feeling warmth spread within me. The great beast continued swimming, offering no response. It had forgiven me. All was well. Chapter 75. The training island perched atop my newfound steed. I felt an exhilarating joy as we advanced towards the distant island. Soon, the island's silhouette emerged on the horizon. "Full speed ahead," I declared, pointing towards our destination. "It's right there." However, the octopus paid me no heed, maintaining a steady pace. Resigned, I stood in silence, gazing at our imminent arrival. Just as we were about to land, my beloved steed became ensnared by an inexplicable force, inciting the octopus fury. I furrowed my brow, questioning what it could be. Would fire release? Phoenix fire technique. I unleashed my fire jutsu upon the obstruction. The effect was immediate. The wood retreated. It's all right. I'll handle this, I reassured the octopus. Climbing onto one of its tentacles for a better view, I finally discerned the situation. It was Naruto, accompanied by Captain Yamato. Why? Naruto shouted, pointing at me. Why are you standing on Uncle Octopus? Uncle? I glanced at the octopus. That's clearly a squid. Yamato interjected. Enlightenment dawned upon me. So it was a giant squid, not an octopus. The squid seemed utterly nonplussed. Let me handle this with the 8 tails, Kairabi declared as he made his entrance. No sooner had he spoken, the 8 tails attacked, catching me off guard. Wait. I barely managed to block a blow from the 8 tails to shield the giant squid from harm. Kairabi scrutinized me. I remember you. You're with Sasuke, an enemy. I'm not. I didn't mean to. It's all a misunderstanding. I waved my hands frantically. Why? Naruto began to speak. But he was abruptly interrupted by the 8 tails Jinchuriki, Kairabi. Hey, you. What's your relationship with Uchiha Sasuke? Why are you attacking me? He is my brother. I am Uchiha. Why? Are you here to capture the tailed beasts like him? If so, I want to hold back. As Kairabi finished speaking, he swiftly brandished his blade, striking at me in the blink of an eye. The sound of metal clashing echoed as I stood firm, wielding the demon blade, Zhanyu, to parry his assault. Please. Let me explain. I felt a tearless despair. The relentless clang of metal reverberated as Kairabi continued his rapid onslaught. While his speed was formidable, his strength still fell short. It was evident that a head-on confrontation was futile. I timed my evasion, realizing this opponent was even more troublesome than Naruto. Allow me to showcase a technique of my own, Kairabi proclaimed, drawing an array of knives, each nestled within the joints of his limbs. He then launched himself at me like a spinning top. Exhaustion washed over me as I steadied Zhanyu, activating my Sharingan. His movements were chaotic and defied logic. Yet his tone indicated he was seeking a rhythm. Indeed, there was a pattern to his erratic pace. The blades clashed, sparks flying as they met. Following the rhythm I sensed, I managed to grasp his timing. Kairabi ceased his assault, exclaiming, "Impressive. You've managed to counter my signature move. Those who can comprehend my rhythm are not bad people. Your method of distinguishing good from evil is rather arbitrary, old man. You are quite amusing." I retorted. I am the octopus, and you are the squid. Good buddy. I could only chuckle in silence. At this moment, Naruto and Yamato, watching from the sidelines, appeared utterly astonished, their eyes wide in disbelief at this unexpected turn of events. I glanced back at Naruto and smiled. Oh, long time no see. What do you mean long time no see? We just met not long ago. Naruto shouted, confused. Oh, right. I exclaimed, patting the giant squid. Thank you so much. You may leave now. The giant squid flicked its tentacles and swam away. Naruto looked at me in bewilderment, his brow furrowed in suspicion, making me feel uneasy under his gaze. I ignored him and addressed Kairabi. Old man, though I am unaware of your intentions, please continue with your business while I explore. Oh, Kairabi exclaimed, giving me a thumbs up with fervor. I wish to investigate this wondrous place. I recall there being a ruin and a grand waterfall. Yes, the ruins are within the waterfall. I must search thoroughly. Suddenly, I heard a faint voice calling. Come here. Quickly. What? Who? I cautiously sensed my surroundings, but found nothing amiss. Here, to your left, the voice directed. Turning to my left, I slowly approached and soon encountered a waterfall, its waters cascading down with a mighty roar. Here, you will find what you seek, the voice echoed again. I frowned, uncertain of what I desired. I was unaware of what I truly wanted. As I approached the waterfall, a voice called from behind. Do not go closer. Ordinary people will encounter dreadful occurrences. It was Kairabi. Regardless, you have arrived. I gazed in astonishment at the waterfall, from which emerged a figure, myself. She looked identical to me, with the same voice, save for her eyes, which bore black sclera and red pupils. You are quite surprised, aren't you? I am you, she declared. However, you may call me Hades. Hades? A thought struck me. Hades? Are you a manifestation of nightmares? Hades stepped closer, resting her hand on my shoulder. Only in this manner can we meet. The surroundings transformed, and the Kairabi who had just warned me vanished. I seemed to be pulled into a new realm by Hades. What do you wish to discuss? I inquired, glancing at this other self, feeling surprisingly calm. I wish to converse regarding the essence of power, Hades replied with a smile. Power. Indeed. She circled behind me. Extending her arms, she unleashed a potent surge of spiritual energy, summoning the specters of Zabuza and Haku, albeit appearing dark and murky. What are you doing? I questioned, perplexed by Hades' intentions. She seemed capable of wielding the same techniques as I, though typically, I would not summon spirits for battle, as their injuries could lead to irrevocable death. Hades wore a smug expression. Let us engage in a contest. So you may understand that your indecision is the most inappropriate emotion when wielding the power of the Lord of the Underworld. To truly harness this power, one must disregard their fragile flesh and sever all ties to the soul. She had gone mad. I observed the murky specters of Zabuza and Haku and drew Zhanyu. Preparing for combat. Are you still unwilling to fight with all your might? Hades taunted. I am indeed giving it my all. I assumed my stance. If Hades' philosophy were to prevail, it would mean the demise of all, with souls at her disposal, which fundamentally contradicted my original intent. I sought to mend the emotional rift caused by death. Chapter 76. The confrontation before me, Zabuza and Haku appeared devoid of thought, akin to puppets. Haku initiated the assault, unleashing a torrent of sunbon that pierced the ground like phantoms, vanishing in an instant. Zabuza's executioner's blade was equally illusory, seemingly formed from mist. These weapons lacked souls. Their effectiveness stemmed from the profound synchronicity between the wielder and the weapon, rendering them extensions of their bodies. Thus, Zabuza's swordsmanship was formidable, and facing two opponents was already taxing, especially with Hades persistently harassing me using familiar techniques. What's the matter? Are you planning to endure this alone? Hades mocked with a cold laugh. Certainly not. I am not so obstinate. Though I held reservations toward Hades, I was not averse to leveraging the powers of the Land of Bliss. I harnessed Zabuza's spiritual energy. The Zabuza within the Land of Bliss had attained self-awareness, becoming a free spirit. He hoped I would summon him to fight alongside me as Hades did with her dark doppelgangers. However, I declined, knowing that should he be harmed, his spiritual power would wane, potentially leading to his demise. Zabuza relented, ultimately sharing his strength with me. Though I could inherit only 70% of his power, I deemed it sufficient. Coupled with Haku's bloodline limit, I was now capable of seamlessly switching between the two forms of power, even without the executioner's blade in hand. My experience with Zabuza's swordsmanship allowed me to wield Zhanyu with grace. Taking a deep breath, I felt Zabuza's strength surging within me. His combat experience flooded my mind like a tide, and the weight of Zhanyu transformed into something as light as a feather, as if it were forged for me alone. Ah, borrowing power, are we? Hades scoffed, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. Do you believe this will alter anything? I offered no reply, merely tightening my grip on Zhanyu, my gaze fixed upon the two puppets before me. Their movements were mechanical, yet their speed and strength remained undiminished, particularly Haku, whose sunbon rained down with chilling intent. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. I swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a massive water dragon that surged upward, aiming directly for Haku. Haku's figure appeared diminutive before the water dragon, yet he remained unfazed. With a flick of his hands, the sunbon coiled around the water dragon like ethereal serpents, instantly shredding it into countless droplets. Indeed, Haku was as challenging as ever. I inwardly sighed, but did not falter in my actions. Utilizing the cover of the mist, I swiftly closed the distance to Zabuza, Zhanyu slicing through the air toward his neck. Clang! The executioner's blade collided with Zhanyu, sparks erupting. Zabuza's formidable strength sent a jolt through my arm. Yet I did not retreat. Instead, I capitalized on the recoil, pivoting my body to unleash another sweeping strike with Zhanyu. Ice mirror. Haku's voice rang out suddenly beside me, and I felt a chill run down my spine as I swiftly withdrew. In an instant, countless ice mirrors crystallized around me, encasing me within a shimmering prison. Each mirror reflected Haku's image, creating the illusion of numerous foes launching an attack. This is troublesome, I muttered, my brow furrowing. Within the ice mirrors, Haku was nearly indistinguishable from the real, and his sunbon were omnipresent. I swiftly formed the hand seals, attempting to counter the ice mirror with my fire release, but at that moment, Hades' voice echoed, "Do not waste your efforts. Your fire release is mere child's play before me." Suddenly, Hades appeared outside the ice mirror, waving his hands, and a surge of black flames instantly engulfed my fire release, even rebounding towards me. Damn! I quickly retreated. But the white figure within the ice mirror seized the opportunity to launch an attack. Countless kunai rained down upon me. I barely managed to deflect a few with my blade, yet several pierced my shoulder and thigh. It seems you are still lacking in strength, Hades taunted. Have you considered my proposal? Accept my power, and this battle will conclude immediately. Silence. I growled through clenched teeth. A faint sheen of water glimmered on the blade of my sword, and with a fierce swing, I unleashed a massive water blade that shattered the surrounding ice mirrors. Now that's more like it, Hades chuckled lightly, his figure vanishing once more. I disregarded him and charged at the white figure. While his bloodline limit was formidable, close combat was his weakness. Drawing upon Zabuz's battle experience, I swiftly closed the distance, my blade dancing like a tempest, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Suddenly, Zabuz's silhouette appeared behind me, his decapitating blade descending toward me. I sidestepped, raising my sword to meet his strike, and the clash of metal rang out deafeningly. Using the recoil, I pivoted and thrust my blade straight toward the white figure's chest. Though he quickly withdrew, a black mark still marred his body, emanating a dark mist. I had indeed wounded him. Not bad, Hades remarked, his tone laced with mockery. But the game must come to an end. My heart tightened, and I swiftly retreated. But Hades' figure emerged before me like a specter. He wielded a pitch-black blade, shrouded in an oppressive aura of darkness. The blade swung down violently. I barely managed to block it with my sword, yet the dark force surged into my body like a tidal wave, threatening to tear my soul apart. Ugh, I grunted, involuntarily stumbling back, a trickle of blood escaping my lips. He swung again, the dark power sweeping toward me like a tempest. Gritting my teeth, I shouted, "Water release, water dragon slash." I unleashed my sword, and a colossal water dragon surged forth, hurtling toward Hades. Trivial skills, Hades scoffed, his dark blade slicing downward once more, causing the water dragon to shatter under the weight of his darkness. However, in that fleeting moment, I appeared behind him like a wraith, my sword thrusting toward his back. What? Hades clearly did not anticipate my sudden appearance, barely managing to sidestep my attack. It seems I underestimated you. I replied with silence, gripping my sword tightly, my gaze unwavering. Although I had landed a blow, I understood that the battle was far from over. Ice release, 1,000 kill water soaring. I swiftly formed hand seals, summoning countless ice needles from the ground, launching them at Hades. He sneered, swinging his dark blade, and the ice needles were instantly devoured. Such an attack barely tickles. Ignoring his taunts, I utilized the cover of the ice needles to reposition myself. Simultaneously, I secretly infused a portion of my chakra into the ground, preparing to unleash another technique. Water release, water prison technique. I called out, as a massive wall of water rose from the ground, temporarily trapping Hades within. He clearly had not anticipated my use of a defensive technique to restrict his movement, his brow furrowing slightly. Do you think this can contain me? Hades sneered, the dark force erupting once more, tearing the water wall apart. Yet, in that moment, my plan had already come to fruition. I swiftly formed hand seals, whispering, "Ice release, mirror reflection." The surrounding ice mirrors reformed, but this time, they were not meant to ensnare Hades. Rather, they were intended to reflect his dark power. Hades' attack ricocheted between the ice mirrors, ultimately turning back upon himself. What? Hades clearly did not expect his own attack to be rebounded. He could only hastily evade. But a portion of the dark power still struck him, causing him to stagger slightly. An opportunity. A glimmer of determination flashed in my eyes as I charged toward Hades. Though he had been wounded by his own attack, his reflexes remained sharp. He swiftly swung his blade to block my strike, scoffing, "Do you really think this will lead to your victory?" I did not respond, quickly retreating. Simultaneously, I formed hand seals with haste, murmuring, "Water release, water prison technique." A water prison rose from the ground, temporarily ensnaring Hades. Though powerful, he could not break free from its grasp in such a short time. "It is over," I declared softly, once again forming hand seals. Ice release, ice sealing 1,000 miles. A frigid frost spread rapidly from the ground, completely encasing Hades in ice. His figure became frozen within the layer, resembling a statue of ice. I exhaled deeply, gripping my sword firmly as I approached Hades. Though he was encased in ice, I understood this was merely a temporary victory. Hades' power far exceeded my expectations. I needed to find a way to defeat him utterly, and soon. Do you think this will end it? Hades' voice suddenly resonated from within the ice, laced with mockery. My heart sank, and I quickly retreated. Cracks began to appear in the ice, and Hades' form morphed into a black mist, seeping through the fissures. As expected, it is not that simple, I muttered to myself. My chakra reserves were nearly depleted, and if I did not devise a plan soon, I would truly be unable to defeat him. At that moment, a thought flashed through my mind. Zabuza, bye. I need your assistance, I stated quietly, intertwining Zabuza's power within me with Bai's bloodline limit once more. Understood. Zabuza's voice resonated in my mind. Together, we will create an illusion. I nodded, swiftly forming hand seals, murmuring, illusion technique. Mirror flower, water moon. The surrounding ice mirrors reformed. But this time, they did not reflect my image. Instead, they mirrored Hades' own reflection. Every one of his movements was captured by the ice mirrors, as if countless versions of him were acting simultaneously. Hades was evidently confused by this sudden illusion, his movements faltering slightly. If he transforms into me to confront me, then I shall transform into him. Mirror within a mirror, moon within a moon. How do you defeat yourself? This riddle is now yours to solve. Chapter 77. A Fae, a Beto. Kakashi Hades had not anticipated that I would devise such a strategy against him, and he erupted into laughter before dissipating. Ha! Child, I must acknowledge your ability. His form transformed into a wisp of black mist, yet his voice lingered in my mind. But that does not mean I concede. If we meet again, strengthen your abilities and try to suppress me once more. Another time, then. I felt exhausted and my head throbbed. My body weakened, and I collapsed to the ground. When I awoke again, I found myself in a room, beside Uncle Karabi. Upon seeing me awake, he rhythmically exclaimed, "Oh, you're awake. Are you feeling unwell? Do tell." I shook my groggy head. "I'm fine, just a headache as if I've overslept." "That's good to hear. Why did you faint?" Karabi continued to inquire. I could never disclose the matters concerning Hades, but he was surely aware of the waterfall incident. A casual excuse might not suffice. "I don't know, it's strange. I was just wandering around, and it felt as if a ghost was calling me. I couldn't identify who it was. Then suddenly, whoosh, and again, whoosh." I gazed into Karabi's eyes, recounting in a tone of tension and fear. I saw something terrifying. It was me, my own self. But there were no mirrors. It was too odd. There must be a ghost. Karabi scratched his head. Do not fear. Do not panic. It was an illusion. Pay it no mind. There is a barrier, so be cautious." "You mean there was an illusion barrier, so that is why?" Karabi nodded. I sighed in relief. "You scared me. I thought I encountered a ghost. Fainting from fright is truly embarrassing. As long as you're fine." Naruto remained in wait as Kirabai gestured a rap sign before departing. He surely went to check on Naruto, though I was uncertain how long I had been unconscious. At this moment, however, an urgent matter required my attention. I hastened my steps, glancing at the crimson cloud mark on the inner side of my wrist. It was still there, indicating I was not too late. The exact location of that sea was unclear to me, but I could trace its approximate direction through the mark. A deafening roar erupted from the nearby waters, prompting me to lift my gaze and witness a colossal wall of water surging towards the sky, as if to rend the heavens asunder. Had it begun? I murmured, a sense of urgency swelling within me. I quickened my pace, running for nearly 20 minutes until I finally caught sight of two figures locked in fierce battle. I halted, my heart tightening at the sight before me. Akatsuki's mask lay shattered, revealing half of his face, while Konan was battered and bruised, her neck firmly gripped in Akatsuki's hold. "Akatsuki?" I whispered, my voice trembling. He turned to me, his crimson Sharingan coldly fixed upon me, as if I had glimpsed something forbidden or obstructed his plans. Indeed, my timing was ill-fated. Konan was already gone. I felt the energy from the mark on my wrist fading, gradually dissipating. "What are you doing here?" Akatsuki asked icily. "Konan?" I cautiously approached, striving to discern the lifeless form in his grasp. "She betrayed me," he stated with a frigid gaze, releasing his hold and allowing her body to sink into the depths. "Betrayed you?" I stared at him. "You are the true leader of Akatsuki?" I feigned ignorance, feigning shock. Yet, secretly, I had already secured Konan's soul in the Pure Land. I had not wished for her demise, for her life and death bore little consequence for the world's trajectory. She was merely thwarting Akatsuki's attempt to seize Nagato's eyes. Saving her was hardly a challenge. Alas, I had arrived too late and could only guide her soul to the Pure Land. How about it? Knowing such a secret, are you still willing to ally with me? Akatsuki scrutinized me, and I understood that refusal could lead to my own demise. I cooperate with Akatsuki, not with Conan. As long as your objectives remain unchanged, I shall not breach our agreement, I replied resolutely. I recognized that Conan and Nagato sought to utilize my abilities to resurrect Yahiko, while Akatsuki yearned to revive his beloved Rin. A commendable realization, Akatsuki chuckled, though I still found it perplexing. After I fully claimed Conan's soul, I decided to test Akatsuki. You are not Akatsuki now, are you? He stood upon the water's surface, ripples emanating beneath him, yet he remained silent. Your demeanor differs notably from Akatsuki's, I remarked expressionlessly. Moreover, he had always worn a mask. It is difficult to believe that merely donning the same mask makes you the same person. Did you kill him as well? After a brief silence, he suddenly laughed. You are correct. He died long ago. I detested such riddles. Yet I understood he referred to the moment he witnessed Rin's death at Kakashi's hands. That version of him had perished. I shook my head in resignation. A hint of regret in my tone. I rather liked him. Umph, he scoffed, now self-identifying as Madara, whether in disdain or self-mockery. And I equally detest you. I did not conceal my aversion. It matters not. This world always requires villains, always necessitates someone to be despised, and some matters go uncomprehended, Madara stated coolly. It is impossible for everything to proceed smoothly. One must strive for what they desire. To gain something, one must lose something in return. It is only fair. Is it not? I dared not agree, yet I offered no rebuttal. His words bore a semblance of truth, but seemed to serve as mere justification for his actions. Perspectives vary. Thus, conceptions of good and evil diverge. Individuals like Obito, whose childhood was ravaged by war, who lost loved ones to conflict, twisted their ideals, igniting new wars to achieve their ends. For outsiders, persuading him to turn back is indeed a formidable task. The one who ties the knot must also untie it. The time had not yet come. Noticing my silence, he ceased speaking and turned to depart towards Nagato's location. Yet I truly loathe war. I sighed. Although I could collect souls and seemed to have lost my fear of death, what I feared was the sorrow and despair brought about by war. War entails not only death, but also endless suffering and hopelessness. Despite the tumult of rejection and reflection within me, I could not immediately halt Obito nor the impending ninja world war. I could only silently observe it all, awaiting the relentless march of fate's gears. Chapter 78. The Blood Moon of Nightshade. The fourth great ninja war was on the verge of eruption, the ninja army preparing to launch their assault. Orochimaru planned to utilize the reanimation jutsu to summon numerous deceased powerful ninjas to thwart the allied shinobi forces. However, as a portion of their souls had already been claimed by me in the Pure Land, without relinquishing my power, their resurrection would fail. To prevent Orochimaru from detecting my abilities and to ensure the successful resurrection of the remaining ninjas, I had no choice but to relinquish control. As I anticipated, the souls of Zabuza, Haku, Sasori, Deidara, Asuma, and others were forcibly extracted from the Pure Land. However, this was of little concern. They would ultimately be defeated or sealed, and their souls would return to the Pure Land. In simpler terms, their souls had already taken root in the Pure Land. They would merely lack the memories from their time there after being reanimated. Before this, Obito had not clearly communicated to me the purpose of my abilities. Although I could not directly resurrect Rin, Obito was well aware of this fact. Therefore, until he made explicit demands, I resolved to participate in the Allied Shinobi Forces operations to achieve my own goal of collecting those characters yet to be gathered. First, I followed the auras of Zabuza and Haku to locate Kakashi's team. The battlefield lay shrouded in dense mist, with Kakashi and Zabuza poised for battle, tensions mounting. At that moment, I sensed the presence of three souls I had not previously encountered. I emerged from the mist, positioning myself opposite Kakashi and Zabuza. Simultaneously, three individuals stepped forth from the opposing side. Our four factions stood at the corners, creating a standoff. Nightshade? Sakura was the first to notice me. Kakashi cast a sidelong glance in my direction. They were uncertain whether I was friend or foe, hesitant to act. Among the three opposing figures stood a man, a woman, and a boy of about 12. Intriguingly, the boy appeared to be their leader, striding forward, with jet black hair and clad in a ninja combat uniform. He wore a forehead protector adorned with a symbol I had never seen before. That is the explosive release ninja, Kari, who was part of the same demolition team as Deidara, Kakashi murmured. The other is Pakura, a scorching release ninja from Sunagakure. But who is that boy? Zabuza scrutinized the child, furrowing his brow. This brat gives me a sense of familiarity akin to that girl over there. Just as Zabuza finished speaking, the boy smiled and said, "Apologies, though I do not understand why I am here or why I must be your enemy." Zabuza raised an eyebrow. "Kid, who are you?" "Me?" The boy continued to smile. "I am a member of the Nightshade clan, which may no longer exist, known as Blood Moon." "Lord Zabuza," Haku began, hesitating before looking at me. "Shoo." Zabuza gestured for Haku to remain silent. Kakashi also refrained from further comment. "You must be aware that you have been reanimated, correct? Though we are not acquainted, we must become adversaries." Blood Moon shook his head. "I do not wish to be your enemy. Rather, I am quite intrigued by her." With that, he turned his gaze towards me. His name sounded somewhat familiar, yet I couldn't recall it at that moment. If he truly belonged to the Nightshade clan, there might be some connection between us. However, whether to reveal my identity remained a dilemma, especially considering the current unwelcoming circumstances. "Greetings. I am a member of the Uchiha clan. A pleasure to meet you." I intentionally concealed my identity, though others could likely deduce it. "I am familiar with the Uchiha clan," Blood Moon remarked, "but you must possess abilities that do not belong to the Uchiha, correct?" How did he know? Was he testing me? Blood Moon pondered. "The annihilation of the Nightshade clan was instigated by those who sought to acquire our power. The Blood Eye, a hereditary limit, is not formidable, far inferior to the Byakugan and Sharingan of Konoha. Yet, there exists a 1 in 10,000 chance for the Blood Eye to evolve into the formidable Underworld Eye." "What do you mean?" I inquired. "Some malevolent individuals slaughtered my kin, extracting their eyes solely to discover that singular pair capable of transforming into the Underworld Eye." Blood Moon's tone grew increasingly furious. That power was unique, irreplicable, or learnable. I wished to know who it was that obliterated my entire clan for this power. I understood. Due to the aura surrounding me, Blood Moon mistakenly believed I was one of those vile individuals responsible for the destruction of his kin. Blood Moon lowered his gaze, letting out a sigh. "I apologize." With that, he led the other two in an assault. He hurled several shurikens at me, and I swiftly leaped to evade. Simultaneously, Zabuza and Haku had already engaged in a fierce battle with Kakashi, plunging the entire battlefield into chaos. "Your strength is commendable," I remarked with a smile. Blood Moon tightened his grip on a few kunai, a slight smile gracing his lips. "You flatter me." I effortlessly dodged the kunai, then launched my counterattack, ninjutsu. 5,000-ton hammer. I summoned a colossal silver hammer, striking down towards Blood Moon. However, upon impact, the ground trembled violently. Yet I sensed that the blow had not landed. I swiftly swapped the silver hammer for a demon blade. The lighter weapon allowed me to nimbly evade, accurately predicting Blood Moon's next move. "I did not anticipate your spatial ninjutsu to be so exceptional," Blood Moon complimented. I humbly replied, "Oh, I merely summoned a few ninja tools." "Humph, then I shall not hold back." Blood Moon quickly formed hand seals, secret technique, abyss of the deep sea. Instantly, the surrounding mist dissipated, revealing a deep blue underwater realm. It felt as though I was submerged in an endless ocean, surrounded by profound silence. This is an illusionary space. But do not think you can unravel it with the Sharingan. The illusions of the demon eye intertwine reality and fantasy. Any harm you suffer here will manifest in reality. This is the pinnacle of the demon eye, Blood Moon declared with confident laughter. I surveyed the surroundings with my Sharingan, discovering no flaws. It appeared that my only escape was to defeat him. However, as I refocused on Blood Moon, his figure began to multiply, 10, 20, 40, within moments. The entire space was filled with his shadow clones. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone. I executed the technique I had learned from the third Hokage. Shurikens rained down, striking numerous shadow clones of Blood Moon, yet they seemed endless. In this illusionary space, Blood Moon could endlessly replicate his shadow clones. Even if I were stronger, I would eventually be worn down. The shadow clones began to unleash various ninjutsu, causing earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions to unfold incessantly. I had no choice but to erect a barrier to temporarily withstand these onslaughts. This seemingly teenage boy possessed an incredible strength that was hard to fathom. His existence was not present in the original narrative. He appeared to be a member of the Nightshade clan born from the crossing of worlds. A wave of confusion washed over me as I yearned to uncover more about him. Chapter 79. Farewell, Brother Hay. Who exactly are you? I shouted, conceding, I admit. You are indeed formidable. As I mentioned, my name is Blood Moon of the Nightshade clan, the son of the clan leader, and arguably the strongest among them. He replied with a wry smile. Son of the clan leader, I whispered, repeating those key words. Suddenly, a memory surged forth. Father, why are you the leader of the Nightshade clan? Why is my brother so powerful? If you were not the leader, and my brother were not so strong, you could spend more time with me. I would not be regarded as the most useless one in the family. I froze. Memories from before my crossing becoming increasingly vivid. The longer I stayed in this world, the clearer the original owner's memories became. Based on the recent recollection, Blood Moon seemed to be Blood Run. Do not look back. Leave this place. The farther the better. A shiver coursed through me as bloody images flooded my mind. The scene was more harrowing than the night of the Uchiha clan's destruction. Seeing me in distress, Blood Moon observed my trembling form, puzzled, as if awaiting my next move. I seemed to recall that it was a snowy day, snow mingling with blood, tears cascading uncontrollably. Blood Moon was taken aback. What did you say? My true name is Blood of the Nightshade clan. Brother, I tentatively spoke. I lifted my gaze to Blood Moon, memories flashing in my mind of the heinous individuals who murdered him before my eyes, extracting his eyes. I sank helplessly to the ground, and Blood Moon approached, gently placing his hand upon my head. I remember as well. It was precisely because you were our rare hope that we went to great lengths to send you away, entrusting you to the Uchiha family's uncle. I never imagined you would grow up so much. Tears streamed down my face, the original owner's memories resonating intensely with my emotions, filling my heart with sorrow. How wonderful. No wonder you took on the Uchiha surname. It is truly a blessing that you are alive, Blood Moon remarked. Is the uncle treating you well? You haven't caused them any trouble, have you? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I recounted my experiences within the Uchiha household and my current circumstances. After listening, Blood Moon sighed, casting his gaze towards the distant battlefield shrouded in smoke. When will this war come to an end? Soon. I am working hard, I replied with a smile. Blood Moon gently ruffled my hair. Despite appearing younger than me, resembling a younger brother, his spirit remained strong, still embodying the role of an elder. Shortly after, a white light began to emanate from Blood Moon. To see you again, alive and well, I have no more worries in my heart. It seemed that the Edo Tensei had been lifted. We were destined to part ways. It was then that I remembered, swiftly performing the technique to gather Blood Moon's soul energy into paradise. With him present, perhaps I could negotiate with Hades properly, preventing him from attempting to control me again. After exiting the illusion, I quickly distanced myself from the battlefield where Kakashi was located, sensing the surrounding environment and discovering the presence of another ninja squad nearby. I immediately rushed in that direction, soon encountering the joint ninja army led by the lazy figure from the land of lightning, Cloud Village. The laziness was indeed as rumored, but his eyes betrayed a hint of vigilance. However, before I could settle in, several prominent figures from the enemy side appeared, brothers Kin and Jin. Their arrival instantly heightened the tension on the battlefield. Meanwhile, within the headquarters of the joint ninja army, a ninja operating the chakra sensing device suddenly changed countenance, urgently reporting. Not good. The enemy has manifested a powerful chakra response, reminiscent of the Nine Tails chakra. Upon hearing this, the Raikage slammed his fist down, his voice booming. What? That must be those two, Kin and Jin. This is unacceptable. They are far too dangerous. I must take to the field myself. The sensing ninja nearby quickly advised against it. Raikage-sama, please remain calm. You are the strategist of the headquarters. If you personally engage, the command system will fall into disarray. The Raikage gritted his teeth. Though reluctant, he could only suppress his impulses and continue to oversee the headquarters. On the battlefield, the brothers Kin and Jin stood resolutely at the forefront, wielding large gourds, banana leaves, and golden ropes, exuding an intimidating aura. Though Lazy still appeared languid, an unmistakable tension flickered in his brows. I quickened my pace and soon reached his side, whispering. I finally caught up. Lazy cast a sidelong glance at me and lethargically inquired, "Who are you?" I chuckled awkwardly and replied, Think of me as reinforcements." The brothers Jinjiao and Injiao evidently recognized the lightning tattoo on Lazy's arm, knowing he was a ninja from Yunin village. Upon seeing my forehead protector, they realized I bore no insignia of the Ninja United Forces and instantly recognized me as a leaf ninja. Undaunted, I shouted at them, "Hey, you two horned rascals." Lazy frowned and quietly cautioned, "Are you out of your mind? Speaking to them like that could provoke them, and I have no idea how to handle the aftermath." I glanced at Lazy and teased, "Oh, from your tone, it seems you think you're quite formidable." Lazy looked at me in silence, as if observing a foolish child unaware of the world's dangers. I stretched, savoring the battlefield's atmosphere. Here, among unfamiliar faces, I could finally stretch my limbs. Moreover, Jinjiao and Yinjiao's strength was not to be underestimated, their soul power exceptionally formidable. I flashed a confident smile at Lazy and declared, "Just watch." With that, I warmed up and strode directly toward Jinjiao and Yinjiao. Jinjiao scratched his ear and impatiently remarked, "Enough with the chatter. Finally, someone has come to meet their demise." I let out a cold laugh and retorted, "Heh, it's not my death you're witnessing. Rather, I'm here to deliver your funeral." Before the words fully left my lips, I summoned my silver hammer, bringing it down with a forceful crash that created a massive crater. "Since you enjoy playing with ninja tools, I shall indulge you in your game." Yinjiao bellowed, "You little brat. How arrogant," and hurled the golden rope towards me. If they relished their little toys from Journey to the West, I would let them experience the taste of Sun Wukong battling monsters. Chapter 80. The Night's Shadows of Gold and Silver Horns. I sneered, spinning the silver hammer in my hand before striking out. The hammer's wind howling as it shattered the golden rope. Yinjiao's expression shifted, clearly taken aback by my immense strength. Jinjiao snorted, swinging his banana fan to summon a ferocious wind that whipped up clouds of dust and rushed towards me. "Wind release?" I smirked, swiftly forming hand seals. "Earth release, earth flow wall." A formidable earthen wall erupted from the ground, blocking the raging winds. In the same instant, I propelled myself forward, my form darting like lightning, bypassing the wall directly at Jinjiao. Jinjiao, caught off guard by my rapid speed, hastily raised a large gourd to shield himself. With no mercy, I brought the silver hammer crashing down, producing a thunderous sound as the gourd shook violently, forcing Jinjiao back several steps, his visage darkening. "You little brat. You have some skill," Yinjiao roared, once again launching the golden rope, this time with greater speed and cunning angles. I swiftly dodged the entanglement of the golden rope, countering with a hammer strike aimed at Yinjiao's side. Yinjiao hastily retreated, yet my assault followed closely, the silver hammer pursuing with relentless vigor. Observing this, Jinjiao quickly brandished his banana fan for support, summoning the raging winds anew. I scoffed, swiftly forming hand seals with my left hand. Fire release. Great fireball. A blazing sphere of flames erupted from my mouth, colliding with the wind, creating an explosive burst of energy that cracked the surrounding earth. This fellow can utilize two elemental jutsu simultaneously. Lazy watched in awe, his former languor replaced by shock and seriousness. Both Jinjiao and Yinjiao were momentarily daunted by my prowess. Yet their battle-hardened instincts quickly regained composure. Jinjiao wrapped the golden rope around his arm, initiating a close-range assault against me. I furrowed my brow and retreated swiftly, as I understood the peril of being ensnared by the golden rope which would extract my true words, potentially leading to my being captured in the gourd. Seizing the moment, Jinjiao lunged forward, swinging his banana fan toward my head. I swiftly evaded, creating distance between us, while the golden rope pursued me like a venomous serpent. And Yinjiao waited for an opportunity, the true words measuring tool gleaming ominously in his grip. I could not afford a direct confrontation. I needed to devise a counter-strategy. My mind raced, scanning the weapons of Jinjiao and Yinjiao, when suddenly, an idea sparked. I deliberately slowed my pace, feigning exhaustion. Jinjiao's eyes gleamed with arrogance upon witnessing my act, and he abruptly swung the golden rope, aiming for my arm. I pretended to evade, and the golden rope swiftly coiled around my wrist. "Haha, got you," Jinjiao cackled, pulling forcefully as the rope began to work its magic, compelling my true words to surface. "Darn it," I muttered under my breath, my true words manifesting in the air. Observing this, Yinjiao immediately swung the measuring tool to sever my true words. However, just as the measuring tool was about to cut through, I smirked, swiftly forming hand seals, shadow clone technique. With a puff of white smoke, my shadow clone appeared before the measuring tool, meeting its strike head-on. The measuring tool severed the true words of the shadow clone, yet the clone remained unfazed. Seizing the measuring tool instead. "What?" Yinjiao gasped, attempting to retract the measuring tool, but the clone's strength overwhelmed his expectations, gripping it tightly. Simultaneously, I sprang into action, swinging the silver hammer down upon Jin Jiao's golden rope. Caught off guard, Jin Jiao lost his grip, and I seized the golden rope, swiftly throwing it toward Yin Jiao. As Yin Jiao wrestled with the shadow clone, the golden rope ensnared his arm unexpectedly. Instantly, Yin Jiao's true words were forced to emerge, hovering in the air. Now it's your turn. The shadow clone firmly held onto the measuring tool, employing the strategy of numbers to seize it back and sever Yin Jiao's true words. No, Yin Jiao cried out in terror, Jin Jiao, save me. But it was too late. The purple gold gourd sensed Yin Jiao's true words, which were Jin Jiao's, and suddenly unleashed a powerful suction, drawing Yin Jiao inside. Yin Jiao, Jin Jiao bellowed, his fury erupting as he unleashed an extraordinary surge of chakra, specifically the chakra of the nine tails. Although Jin Jiao was consumed by rage, he refrained from uttering those two words. Struggling, the power of the nine tails enabled him to gradually extricate himself from the mire, splattering mud everywhere as the ground cracked under his might. You little brat, do you think this can defeat me? Jin Jiao's voice was low and hoarse, his eyes bloodshot, fangs bared, as the chakra tails behind him whipped violently, threatening to obliterate everything in their path. I tightened my grip on the silver hammer, my expression grave, though the true words had been severed. Jin Jiao had not yet spoken Yin Jiao's name. The seal of the purple gold gourd was not yet fully activated. I needed him to utter the true words. Laziness, once more. I called out to Lazy. Lazy nodded, swiftly forming hand seals. Though his demeanor remained relaxed, his movements were swift and precise. Lightning release, lightning strike, he exclaimed, unleashing several bolts of lightning that snaked towards Jin Jiao with the fluidity of water. Jin Jiao roared in defiance, his nine tails chakra tail sweeping to dissipate some of the lightning. Yet the agility of the lightning release far surpassed his expectations. The lightning bolts encircled him from all directions, while they could not inflict mortal wounds. They effectively restricted his movements. Yin Jiao awaits you, I shouted, attempting to provoke Jin Jiao into uttering the true words. Upon hearing Yin Jiao's name, a flicker of anguish and fury crossed Jin Jiao's eyes. He bellowed, shut up. Do not speak his name. I smirked, continuing my taunts. What? Afraid to mention his name? Yin Jiao was slain by your hand. You lie. Jin Jiao's voice grew increasingly ferocious, the fluctuations of the nine tails chakra intensifying. His rationality began to crumble under the weight of his rage, the power of his tailed beast making it increasingly difficult for him to control his emotions. Sensing this, Lazy seized the opportunity to amplify the output of his lightning release, ensnaring Jin Jiao's body with bolts of lightning like chains. He languidly remarked, Hey Jin Jiao, your brother was sealed because of you. Don't you want to save him? Shut up, shut up. Jin Jiao struggled frantically, the tails of the nine tails chakra thrashing wildly, causing the ground to tremble and crack. His emotions had spiraled completely out of control, with rage and anguish nearly robbing him of his ability to think. Seizing the moment, I called out once more, Jin Jiao, don't you wish to see him? Yin Jiao. At last, Jin Jiao broke down, his voice laced with boundless pain. Under the influence of the nine tails chakra, he had lost much of his sanity, but through provocation, I finally coaxed him to utter those two words. The instant he cried out Yin Jiao, the purple gold gourd erupted with a powerful suction. No, Jin Jiao's voice was abruptly cut off, his body firmly ensnared by the gourd's force. The minuscule trace of nine tails chakra appeared utterly insignificant before the purple gold gourd. Ultimately, Jin Jiao was entirely consumed by the gourd, its mouth snapping shut with a dull thud. The turbulent waves of nine tails chakra on the battlefield dissipated, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. I exhaled deeply, gripping the purple gold gourd and feeling a faint tremor emanating from within. The lazy figure approached, still bearing that nonchalant demeanor, yet his eyes gleamed with a hint of approval. Well done, he said lazily. I never anticipated you would vanquish him in such a manner. I smiled, securing the purple gold gourd. Thanks to your cooperation, I wouldn't have managed it so easily otherwise. He shrugged, offering no further comment. In the distance, a sensory ninja from the allied shinobi forces excitedly reported, Reikage-sama, Jin Jiao's chakra has completely vanished. He has been thoroughly sealed. Upon hearing this, Reikage sprang to his feet, a glimmer of astonishment and relief crossing his face. Excellent. Well done. Chapter 81. Confronting Itachi and Nagato, Part 1. Having just defeated Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji hurriedly arrived after successfully repelling their foes. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. I turned to see Akatsuki's Zetsu, now donning a new mask, coldly gazing at me. A shiver ran through me, an unsettling feeling creeping in. Zetsu bellowed, summoning technique. The earth heaved, and a humanoid statue, towering 6 or 7 stories high, slowly emerged. I thought to myself, is this the legendary Outer Path statue? The statue pulled the purple gold gourd from my grasp and devoured it. Zetsu shot me a sidelong glance, stating coldly, "Follow me." I opened my mouth to speak, but faltered. Explanations would only complicate matters, so I chose silence. Although Zetsu's mask concealed his expression, I could feel his disdain and impatience. He said nothing further and vanished in an instant. I took a deep breath, joined my index and middle fingers, and vanished from my spot. Heading toward the rendezvous with Zetsu, would I finally be informed of what I needed to do? I inquired, gazing at Zetsu's retreating figure. He turned to face me, fixing his gaze upon me. "Did you collect the souls of Jinjiao and Yinjiao?" I nodded, yes, but I did not collect their nine-tails chakra. Soul energy and chakra are distinct. The nine-tails chakra never belonged to Jinjiao and Yinjiao. Their souls do not encompass the power of the nine tails. Therefore, even if I collected their souls, I would not be able to wield the nine tails power. Zetsu sneered, "Are you aware of my plan?" I paused, realizing my words were somewhat imprudent. Zetsu was gathering the powers of the nine-tailed beasts, with only the nine-tails chakra remaining. Mistaking his approach as a reprimand for not collecting Jinjiao and Yinjiao, I instinctively explained, inadvertently revealing my knowledge of his scheme. I could guess a bit. "You need the chakra of the tailed beasts." I continued along the thread of conversation, but I was uncertain about the specific purpose of that chakra. Zetsu remained silent. After a long moment, he left me with a parting remark. "Soon, you will meet someone you wish to see. Once your business is concluded, find me to the north." With that, he vanished. I pondered who Zetsu referred to, and soon, a familiar voice reached my ears. It appeared the time had nearly come. Yes, who could it be? I leaped to a branch and spotted Naruto and Killer Bee approaching from a distance. Naruto suddenly shouted, "Nagato! Uchiha Itachi!" I understood. The one I saw was indeed Uchiha Itachi. For me, it hadn't been too long since we last met. Nagato awkwardly addressed Naruto. Itachi noticed the changes in Naruto, saying, "Naruto, you seem different from before." Naruto looked down at himself and chuckled. "Ah, this is the Nine Tails chakra mode. I can now control the chakra of the Nine Tails." Nagato and Itachi appeared somewhat astonished, not expecting such significant progress from Naruto. Itachi remarked, "I never imagined you would grow to this extent." Hearing Itachi commend Naruto brought a smile to my face. Naruto had indeed matured considerably. Then, I descended from the branch, calling out, "Itachi." Both Itachi and Nagato looked surprised upon hearing my voice. "What? Have I not progressed at all?" I teased. Itachi seemed taken aback by my presence. I nodded. After a moment of silence, Itachi finally asked, "Is Sasuke doing well?" "Everything is fine, just a bit rebellious," I replied with a shrug. Itachi chuckled, turning his gaze to Naruto. "Speaking of Sasuke, Naruto, I have something to ask you." Naruto responded with a smile. "Perfect, I have something to ask you too. However," after a brief pause, Itachi suddenly unleashed a fireball without warning. I swiftly summoned my demon blade, and, in perfect synchrony with Killer Bee, cleaved the fireball in two. Naruto shouted, "What was that for?" Itachi frowned. "Something is wrong. My body is out of control. You all need to be careful." We exchanged glances, silently agreeing that we were ready to respond. "Itachi, let me show you how much I've improved." I gripped the demon blade confidently. Itachi smiled but offered no response. "Fire style. Phoenix fire technique." I quickly formed hand seals, unleashing flames that blossomed like phoenix flowers, soaring toward the enemy. Yet, against a master like Itachi, such an attack was evidently insufficient. He effortlessly sidestepped the flames. In the midst of battle, Itachi suddenly spoke. "What is Sasuke doing now?" I pressed my lips together, remaining silent. Naruto shot me a glance and took over. "Sasuke has joined Akatsuki and is seeking revenge against the village." Itachi fell silent for a moment, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. "Why hasn't he returned to the village?" Naruto candidly replied, "He learned about the secret mission you were burdened with, which is why he decided to seek revenge." "Who told him? Was it Madara?" Itachi's tone turned icy, and in an instant, he lunged toward Naruto. Naruto nimbly dodged, continuing, "It was Madara who informed him. Madara said the Uchiha clan planned to betray." "Enough, Naruto," Itachi interrupted, his expression devoid of emotion, weariness flickering in his eyes. Who else knows about this? Naruto jumped back several steps, responding. When Madara mentioned it, Kakashi-sensei and Captain Yamato were also present. But Madara's words aren't necessarily credible, so we didn't let many others know. Itachi nodded gravely. Naruto, please, this matter must not be disclosed to more people. The reputation of the Uchiha must not suffer. As I battled Nagato, I couldn't help but feel a weight in my heart while listening to their conversation. Itachi, you extinguished your entire clan for the sake of the village, yet deep down, you still love them. Faced with such a harrowing dilemma, you chose to sacrifice the small for the greater good, including yourself. Itachi paused, then spoke again. Naruto, there's one more thing regarding Sasuke and Yuru. I entrust that to you. Naruto nodded without hesitation, of course. At that moment, Nagato suddenly launched an attack. Shinra Tensei. A powerful gravitational force pulled Naruto towards him. But Naruto was no longer the rookie he once was. He quickly summoned the Nine Tails chakra, breaking free from the pull and dodging the strike. Nagato couldn't help but commend. Well dodged, Naruto. Naruto smiled confidently, ready to respond, when Pain suddenly interjected, Naruto, I can barely move. Please keep your distance. As soon as he finished speaking, Pain swiftly formed hand seals, summoning technique. Naruto couldn't help but retort, are you kidding me? Chapter 82. The Battle Against Itachi and Pain, Part 2. At that moment, Itachi's figure abruptly appeared beside me, forming hand seals, fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Flames intertwined with shuriken surged towards me. I quickly dodged, silently cursing my own carelessness. Itachi coldly warned, Yorihi, do not let your guard down. We are merely puppets and will show no mercy. I scoffed, I know. Just then, Killer Bee ensnared Itachi with the tail of the 8 tails, exclaiming, Ha, gotcha. Itachi calmly cautioned, do not look into my eyes. However, Killer Bee had already fallen victim. The Itachi before him transformed into a swarm of crows and vanished. The 8 tails awakened something within Killer Bee, and Itachi's voice echoed from afar, be cautious. Do not underestimate. Meanwhile, Naruto and I were embroiled in a fierce battle against the summoned creatures of Pain. Naruto grumbled while fighting, why are there so many? When will it end? Pain replied helplessly, you must defeat me first, otherwise, the summoned beasts will continue to come. Suddenly, Itachi teleported in front of Naruto, his Sharingan locking onto him. A crow burst forth from Naruto's mouth, prompting Itachi to close his eyes with a slight frown. Pain warned, be careful, it's Amaterasu. Yet, Itachi did not unleash Amaterasu. The crow met Itachi's gaze, revealing a Sharingan that belonged to Uchiha Shursui. Itachi turned to Pain and enacted Amaterasu, black flames instantly consuming Pain. As Pain fell, Itachi remarked, no need to be anxious. I have freed myself from control. I cast an illusion on the enemy's technique, nullifying the Edo Tensei. I approached Itachi, intrigued by the crow. What about that eye? Itachi explained calmly, that is Shursui's eye, possessing the strongest Jinjutsu, Kodoame Tsukumi. This technique allowed me to break free from control. Shursui's time stop? I was taken aback. Itachi nodded, a hint of reverence in his tone. Shursui taught me that a true ninja is one who preserves peace in the shadows, even at the cost of their own life. I smirked inwardly, pondering what ideology Shursui had instilled in Itachi. Itachi looked at Naruto solemnly. Naruto, Sasuke considers you a brother. Only you can stop him. After that, Itachi's gaze swept over me, a trace of helplessness in his eyes. Yorihi, Sasuke. I nodded, resolutely stating, I understand. I will do my best to persuade him. Itachi seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, though he may not have realized that I, too, was in a precarious position. I remained uncertain about the true nature of the task given to me by Tobi. Naruto thumped his chest confidently. Itachi, rest assured, Sasuke will always be my brother. And even if you don't say it, I will stop him. You have done too much for the village. Leave the rest to me. Just as we were engrossed in conversation, Pain's voice suddenly rang out. Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force deflected the black flames of Amaterasu, and Pain's figure instantly vanished. Naruto and Killer Bee searched frantically for his whereabouts. Suddenly, Killer Bee was yanked away by a tremendous force. It was Pain's Shinra Tensei. Utilizing the momentum, Killer Bee retaliated with a lightning release, lariat, striking at Pain. However, Pain seized the opportunity to capture Killer Bee. Human path, Pain murmured, his hair shifting from white to red, his wrinkles fading away to restore his original appearance. Killer Bee clutched his abdomen, his face pale, My chakra is being drained. Seeing this, Naruto rushed forward. Pain coldly smirked, murmuring, Azura path. In an instant, mechanical appendages sprouted from Pain's body, capable of firing lasers. Killer Bee was forced back. And with no other choice, he shouted to Naruto, remember how you felt when fighting the Nine Tails. Indeed, this was a contest of souls. However, this time, the struggle was not over chakra, but over the very essence of our beings. Yet, Pain clearly intended to give Naruto no chance. He raised his mechanical arm, aiming the laser cannon at Naruto. In such circumstances, no amount of soul pulling could withstand a single blast. I could not remain a mere spectator any longer. After all, I was not here just to watch. The contest of souls was my forte. I swiftly placed my hand on Naruto's shoulder, whispering, focus. Simultaneously, Itachi's Susanoo unfurled, enveloping us in a protective barrier. With my assistance, Naruto's soul was quickly drawn back into his body. Pain's mechanical arm was also destroyed in our counterattack. However, Pain's recovery ability was astonishing. His arm swiftly regenerated. He clasped his hands together and shouted, Shinra Tensei. A black sphere was hurled into the sky, instantly unleashing immense gravitational pull. Trees and rocks from the ground were drawn upwards. Even we were not spared. Thankfully, Itachi Susanoo helped us barely avoid being pulled away. Naruto anxiously asked, last time we escaped thanks to the Nine Tails. What do we do now? Itachi calmly glanced at the black sphere in the sky, stating, that black sphere is the core. As long as we destroy it, the gravity will dissipate. Use your strongest attacks, even if you miss. The gravitational properties will ensure they hit. Yasaka Magatama. Itachi's Susanoo initiated the attack first. Wind Style, Raisin Shuriken. Naruto followed closely. Tailed Beast Bomb. Killer Bee also unleashed his full power. Hellfire. I murmured, releasing a rarely used technique. For powerful forces converged, striking the black sphere. With a deafening explosion, the gravitational force abruptly vanished, and the sky returned to tranquility. Pain stood dazed, his expression gradually regaining clarity. He looked at us with a bitter smile, softly saying, I'm sorry, Itachi, it has finally come to an end. His gaze shifted to Naruto, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Naruto, I hope you can bring a perfect conclusion to this tale. Before he could finish, Pain's figure transformed into countless specks of light, dissipating into the air. Chapter 83. With Itachi after defeating Pain, the battle was not yet over. Itachi spoke solemnly. There are still many more of these Edo Tensei. I'm skilled at dealing with them, so let me seal those resurrected. No way. Naruto firmly refused. I said to leave it to me. How can you do this? Itachi sighed, a tone of resignation in his voice. Naruto, you must understand that trusting you does not mean I want you to act recklessly. The matter of Edo Tensei shall be entrusted to me. I glanced at Naruto, interjecting, Naruto, I can use the underworld technique to seal souls. I am perfectly suited to handle Edo Tensei. Let Itachi and me go. Trust me. I patted my chest to assure him. Naruto pouted stubbornly, but ultimately relented. Thus, we split up our tasks, with Itachi taking me to a mysterious location. As we traveled through the lightly drizzling rain, weaving through the trees, Itachi suddenly remarked, Yurahi, you truly have grown. His voice was low and gentle, revealing the emotional toll the Uchiha family's tragedy must have taken on me. When I learned of your family's fate, I felt great sorrow and regret. Who would have thought that merely a few years later, I too would have to choose such a path? I remained silent, offering no response. Indeed, you are an unexpected presence, yet it is precisely because of you that I feel a greater sense of reassurance regarding Sasuke. I have been of no assistance whatsoever. Even in my absence, Sasuke's life path would not alter. My assertions hold true. In the world devoid of my existence, Sasuke's actions remain unchanged, and the narrative unfolds as it originally was. The so-called butterfly effect may not have occurred. Perhaps it is due to the fact that I have not truly engaged in anything of significance. Itachi is unaware of my thoughts, perceiving only my despondent words. He reached out, placing his hand atop my head, gently ruffling my hair. In truth, I owe you an apology and my gratitude. I have never treated you as a true sister, leaning instead towards Sasuke, placing my hopes in you, wishing you would take better care of him. This is profoundly unfair to you, yet you harbor no resentment, genuinely caring for Sasuke. Thanks to your presence, Sasuke's state of mind is far better than I anticipated. Perhaps you are unaware of this, for he is not one to express himself easily. I pressed my lips together, Itachi's hand resting on my head. devoid of warmth yet imbued with an inexplicable sense of security. Every existence holds significance, playing a crucial role in realms unseen by others. Itachi withdrew his hand, speaking softly. His words were barely audible, as if directed towards me, yet also a soliloquy. We continued on our journey, the drizzle lightly falling, the forest enveloped in a damp atmosphere. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind. Itachi? It turned out that after restoring his vision, Sasuke had departed from the base and had learned of the ongoing ninja war. Having just dealt with a wave of white Zetsu, he encountered Itachi, who was hastily making his way. Sasuke called out to Itachi, but he ignored him. Frustrated, Sasuke summoned his Susanoo in an attempt to block Itachi. Itachi, too, summoned his Susanoo, thwarting Sasuke's actions. I have pressing matters to attend to. We can discuss this later. Itachi stated coldly. Indeed, it is Itachi. Sasuke gritted his teeth. You are deliberately avoiding me. Itachi offered no reply, continuing his swift pace. I was left ignored behind, feeling quite lost. Just moments ago, Itachi had spoken tenderly to Sasuke. Yet here were two brothers who struggled with expression. That said, it was evident that Sasuke harbored some regret over having killed Itachi. However, the hatred within him was overwhelming, leaving him with no choice but vengeance. Sasuke repeatedly inquired about Itachi's actions, sharing his thoughts with him. Although he was aware that Itachi would not concur, he still wished to convey his desire to destroy Konoha. Itachi wished to have a proper discussion with him, but now was not the time. With Uchiha Madara resurrected, failing to dispel the impure world reincarnation would leave the Ninja Alliance with no chance of victory. Sasuke remained oblivious to this, still believing that Itachi was evading the truth. It was only when he followed Itachi near Orochimaru's lair that he was halted by Itachi's summoning technique. I lagged behind, arriving breathless and exhausted. Seeing Sasuke entangled with a flock of crows, I couldn't help but find it amusing. I hurried forward, assisting Sasuke in dispersing the crows and greeted him. Hello. Sasuke frowned. Looking at me, what are you doing here? I sighed in resignation, thinking to myself, it seems you have never noticed my presence. I tugged at Sasuke's arm, leading him directly to Orochimaru's lair. Upon entering the dark cave, we spotted Itachi's figure alongside another person. This individual wore a hood, obscuring their face, but emanated an unsettling aura that was quite discomforting. Sasuke's first reaction was to assume they were Orochimaru, exclaiming, Orochimaru? The figure chuckled ominously. Heh, guess again. I rolled my eyes. Orochimaru? The figure smiled sinisterly. Sasuke inquired, why are you and Itachi here? The figure shrugged. Well, that's a rather complex matter. Would you like me to explain it slowly? Itachi interjected coldly. During your explanation, I could prevent your impure world reincarnation. The figure shook his head, sighing, oh. Do you really think Sasuke would patiently listen to me? You ought to speak your piece, I chimed in. The figure fell silent, turning to Sasuke. Sasuke, Itachi has been reincarnated into this world by me. As adversaries of this Uchiha, we share a common master in Orochimaru. We should join forces to eliminate him. Whose side are you on? I facepalmed, sighing helplessly. Oh dear. Sasuke, without hesitation, hurled a shuriken at the figure, but Itachi swiftly intercepted it. Sasuke frowned. What are you doing? This guy is my enemy, just like Orochimaru. Itachi sighed in exasperation. We'll discuss this properly later, but right now, our priority is to defeat this figure, not kill him. If the caster dies, the impure world reincarnation cannot be undone. Sasuke pouted, sighed, and shot me a glance. I smiled at him, raising an eyebrow. Only then did Sasuke speak. You always tell me to wait for next time, but you must keep your promise this time. I'm not a child anymore. At this moment, I looked at my older brother and second brother with a sense of solace, secretly wishing for their continued harmony. Yet, thinking of Itachi's fate, I couldn't help but feel a heaviness in my heart. We are entering the dark realm, Sasuke murmured. Indeed, I responded with a smile. Chapter 84. Confrontation with Orochimaru. Orochimaru donned his hood, concealing his face, clearly to evade Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Sasuke swiftly unleashed a barrage of shurikens, yet Orochimaru, empowered by sage techniques, had become exceedingly formidable. Mere shurikens could not faze him. Orochimaru effortlessly dodged the projectiles, simultaneously vanishing from sight. Despite our Sharingan, the ground was teeming with small snakes infused with Orochimaru's chakra, making it difficult to discern his true form. Suddenly, Orochimaru lunged from the shadows, attacking us. Fortunately, Itachi and Sasuke promptly summoned their Susanoo, defending against his onslaught. Orochimaru laughed arrogantly. I am no longer merely a serpent. Besides Orochimaru, I have encountered it. I have ventured to the Jizo cave and acquired the power of a sage. The serpent has transformed into a dragon. As he spoke, he swiftly formed hand seals, sage art, white serpent technique. The technique emitted a blinding light and ultrasound, while Orochimaru's unique cornea rendered him unaffected by the bright light. We struggled against the piercing sound and blinding white radiance. Seizing the opportunity, Orochimaru launched an attack, but I scoffed. Do not presume this will succeed. Realm of Darkness. I swiftly erected a barrier, enveloping the surroundings in darkness. The effects of the white serpent technique were nullified, and we easily evaded Orochimaru's assault. Sasuke drew the Kusanagi sword and swung it, only to sever the horn that had sprouted from Orochimaru due to his sage transformation. Orochimaru touched the horn on his head. Smirking, I forgot, there were no horns here before. Clearly, Orochimaru was exceedingly confident. Even after sustaining an injury, he merely considered it a careless oversight. Nightshade. That technique was executed beautifully. Itachi calmly proclaimed, Sasuke, let us proceed. Itachi summoned his Susanoo, while Sasuke did the same, his Susanoo wielding a bow, while Itachi shot forth spinning tomo. This scene evoked memories of our childhood when we hunted wild boars together. Reminiscent of Itachi throwing shurikens and Sasuke shooting arrows, how similar it was to now. Sasuke and Itachi exhibited a remarkable synergy, launching a fierce offensive. Yet Orochimaru's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. Orochimaru began to taunt us. Sasuke, your bond with your brother seems quite strong now. Weren't you once filled with hatred towards him? Sasuke remained silent. Orochimaru continued his jibes. It seems you have many questions for him. He is already dead. He can no longer deceive you, can he? His tone dripped with sarcasm. Yet, but you already know, don't you? Sasuke remained mute. All right. You sought to destroy Konoha because you uncovered the truth about your brother's suffering at its hands. Your brother fought desperately to protect Konoha, yet you seek to destroy it because of him. Doesn't that seem rather peculiar? The words of Deku instilled a profound discomfort within me. Even Sasuke and Itachi furrowed their brows. Yet it was I who harbored the true intent to obliterate Konoha, which is precisely why we were allied. Deku spread his arms wide, evidently attempting to entice Sasuke. Sasuke's frown deepened as memories flooded back to when he first uncovered Itachi's secret and returned to Konoha, only to overhear the villagers' disparaging remarks. They expressed no gratitude towards Itachi, instead hurling insults and deriding his sacrifices, igniting a fire of fury within Sasuke. This was not merely about Itachi. Konoha had a litany of such injustices, exemplified by the tragic fate of Kakashi's father, the White Fang. Finally, unable to restrain himself, Sasuke declared, my destruction of Konoha is entirely unrelated to my brother. Deku fell silent for a moment before sneering. I can truly empathize with Itachi. Like him, I was raised by Konoha, becoming a medical ninja and an intelligence operative. But what did Konoha ultimately offer me? His voice brimmed with ire. Death, I interjected coldly, shattering the silence. Deku blinked, his eyes widening in disbelief. It is precisely because you are an intelligence officer, privy to the most secrets, that Konoha seeks to eliminate you. Am I correct? I met Deku's gaze with calmness laced with a hint of frost. A flicker of astonishment passed through Deku's eyes, clearly unprepared for my insight. Deku's past was fraught with hardship. An orphan from a young age, he was exploited by various factions, repeatedly cast aside like a pawn. He had long sought a place to belong, yet his aspirations remained unfulfilled. In the end, he believed he had found value in existence under Orochimaru, yet he achieved neither the completion of Orochimaru's grand designs nor earned his esteem, leaving him filled with resentment. Thus, he resolved to seize the opportunity of Orochimaru's demise to completely usurp him, even if it meant becoming a villain, to ensure his name would echo through time. A figure not to be ignored. His narrative was not the result of any deliberate investigation on my part. It was indelibly etched in my mind from my readings of the original work. I resonated with him, for in my previous existence, I too was an orphan, devoid of family or friends, unnoticed even in death at home. I had perpetually yearned for my own worth, volunteering numerous times. Yet my background hindered me from maintaining stable employment, constantly shifting environments, where my inconsequential role was forgotten by all. Deku gazed at me in confusion. I know your story. It's not that I sought it out, but it illustrates that you are not without recognition. There will always be someone who remembers you. Perhaps even your kindness. I spoke softly, recalling the CH9 exams when, despite your insincerity, you had aided me when I was lost. That act of kindness has lingered in my memory. Some truths may be uncomfortable to voice, yet that does not imply indifference. However, your malicious deeds render it impossible for me to harbor any fondness for you. This contradiction often brings you to mind. Deku found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps you truly do not care for the views of a mere pawn like me. I mocked my own insignificance in his presence, feeling a twinge of embarrassment in discussing him with my friends. Just like Naruto, he might still remember that kind Deku. Deku choked back a response, managing to utter, "Indeed, who would care about you?" A smirk tugged at my lips as I suddenly lunged forward, swinging my blade towards Deku. In a flurry, he clumsily deflected my assault. "Why, let me handle this," Itachi suddenly called out. I swiftly stepped aside as Itachi commanded. Izanami. Izanami is a genjutsu that corresponds with Izanagi, and its execution also costs one eye. During my dialogue with Deku, Itachi had gathered sufficient time to invoke this technique. Deku believed he had evaded Itachi's gaze, yet in truth, he had fallen victim to the genjutsu, ensnared in an endless cycle. It was a loop of the recent attack and evasion, retaliation, and the severing of a horn, no matter how Deku struggled. He could not escape this repetition. Ultimately, he could no longer bear it. Regardless of his strength, he could not shatter this cycle, just as he could never find the meaning of his existence. Tears streamed down Deku's face as his glasses were knocked away, falling to the ground. Without his glasses, the world before him became a blur, mirroring his inability to see his own future, confused, helpless, and frightened. I approached, retrieving his fallen glasses and resting them upon my own nose. How long had it been since I had worn glasses? Ever since my arrival in this realm, I had not donned them. In my previous life, I too was a severely myopic recluse. "Director Deku," he weakly called out. It seemed that his poor vision led him to mistake me for the director. I raised my hand to wipe away his tears, drawing forth a mass of viscous black substance. Deku's visage gradually reverted to its true form. As the black matter, tainted blood he had infused within himself, was extracted through the wounds on his face with my chakra. I had not anticipated the ability to expel this foul blood. I merely sensed the anomaly at the edges of my vision and instinctively reached out, not expecting such a result. I wondered if Deku's abilities had been diminished. At the very least, his appearance no longer bore that grotesque aspect. "Cease the Edo Tensei," I declared, removing the glasses and placing them back upon Deku's face. His gaze remained bewildered, hollow as he released the seal. Edo Tensei release. With Deku's final word, Itachi's body began to emanate a faint white light, the scraps of paper clinging to him gradually dissipating. Sasuke was filled with unsaid words. Yet he was at a loss for where to begin. Time seemed to halt at that moment. I paid no heed to their exchange, instead remaining quietly seated on the ground, my hands swiftly forming seals. Just as Itachi's figure was on the verge of complete dissolution, his disappearance abruptly halted. His body suspended in midair, immobile. Sasuke gazed at Itachi in confusion, only to hear Itachi's urgent call, "Stop." "Why?" I remained silent. The overwhelming pressure surrounding us rendered even Sasuke unable to move or speak. I was locked in a struggle against the laws of nature, striving to gather the soul energy that had surpassed 7 days. Typically, soul energy beyond this time frame would have dissipated, making it impossible to collect. Yet Edo Tensei intriguingly compensated for this flaw. However, the soul energy after 7 days had become solidified, no longer free. Forcibly collecting such energy was exceedingly arduous. Previously, I had successfully gathered parts of souls, such as those of Kin and my elder brother, but Itachi's case was different. 2/3 of his soul had been lost to illness, most of it due to natural death. Theoretically, souls lost to natural causes cannot be collected. I maintained the serpent hand seal, enduring the backlash of nature. I was determined to complete this technique. During the process, I felt my vitality waning, blood seeping from the corner of my mouth. I sensed Itachi's fragmented soul gradually reshaping in the air, slowly returning to wholeness. Yet, my vision began to blur, my chakra spiraled into chaos, and my body fluctuated between cold and hot. "Have you gone mad?" A vexing voice echoed in my mind. "Hades, be quiet," I retorted inwardly. "You must be insane," Hades scolded. "Or have you finally decided to relinquish your body to me?" "Not a chance, if I die from this technique." You will remain forever sealed within my body. You cannot control me, as you well know. Hades, agitated, responded, then you are merely harming yourself and others. How can that be? I have prepared extensively for this technique. You dare to attempt something unprecedented? Hades questioned. You refused to collect souls of equal strength before, yet now you are risking your life for this broken soul. What is your motive? Because he is Itachi. Hades chuckled. I truly did not expect this young girl to possess such audacity. Moreover, you have even ensnared me in your plans. How did you manage to isolate me from your body? I must express my gratitude to Shaga. I remember that girl. Hades pondered. Her power inherently counters mine. Did you scheme to exploit her all along? Not at all. I only discovered her abilities upon her death. Initially, I took the blood butterfly to commemorate her. And later I accidentally found that the butterfly ornament possessed some of her power, possibly because it was made from her blood. Her sincere and straightforward smile surfaced in my mind, along with the invisible eyes she had when she lied to me for the last time. I couldn't tell if it was the guilt of lying for the first time or the unwavering determination she had already resolved to show. I could no longer hear the sounds from the outside world. Gradually, even Hades's curses faded away. I felt the world spinning around me, unsure how much longer I could endure. Eventually, I lost consciousness, yet a sliver of awareness remained. I knew I had succeeded. Sasuke might still be unaware of what had transpired, but Itachi surely understood. The moment he arrived in paradise, he comprehended all that I had done. Simultaneously, I faintly heard commotion from outside. Sasuke was threatening Kabuto, demanding that he heal me at all costs. Kabuto had regained his consciousness and no longer resisted. Instead, he assumed the role of a medical ninja. However, he helplessly informed Sasuke, Yuyo's injuries are beyond my capacity to handle. Her condition is exceedingly unique. They did not understand. And neither did Kabuto know why his medical ninjutsu was ineffective against me. The truth was, I had consumed my own soul power to compensate for Itachi's natural soul depletion. Now, my soul power was gravely weakened, temporarily unable to animate my body, yet I retained a fragment of consciousness to listen to the happenings outside. Just as Kabuto and Sasuke found themselves at a loss, Mizuki and CHG shattered into the cave and discovered us. They reported the situation outside to Sasuke, then laid eyes on my unconscious form. What happened to your sister? Mizuki crouched down, scrutinizing me closely. Unclear, Sasuke replied, struggling to explain the recent events. But the immediate priority was to transport Yuyo to a safe location before deciding on the next steps. However, we have crucial information to impart, Mizuki stated solemnly, gesturing for CHG to set down the red bean he had been carrying. Mizuki continued, we discovered outside that although the Edo Tensei has been lifted, the one known as Uchiha Obito has not vanished. Sasuke pondered for a moment, glancing at the red bean. We now need someone to assist us. Who? Orochimaru. What? Mizuki gasped. Did you not kill him? That fellow is not so easily dispatched, Sasuke replied coolly. I require his help. With that, he turned to Kabuto, who felt increasingly uneasy under Sasuke's gaze and silently presented the remaining Orochimaru serum. Sasuke said nothing further, took the serum, and performed a technique on the red bean. From the cursed mark on the red bean, a snake slowly emerged, landing on the ground and gradually growing, shedding its skin layer by layer until it transformed into Orochimaru. Kabuto instinctively trembled, while Mizuki exaggeratedly hid behind him. Kabuto brushed off Mizuki's hand resting on his shoulder in disdain. I never expected it would be you who revived me. Orochimaru remarked with a hint of self-mockery. He cast a sidelong glance at Kabuto, choosing not to elaborate, then turned his attention to Sasuke. You actually revived me. It seems you have something to request. However, I have little interest in this war. Sasuke presented a scroll, stating directly, I wish to know more. Why did you not ask Itachi while he was still here? Orochimaru noted without needing to see the scroll's contents. He has been deceiving me. Sasuke's voice was low and tinged with complex emotions. Orochimaru regarded Sasuke with a knowing look, sensing that he was no longer the same. Whether under his control or manipulated by Akatsuki, he was not as composed as he was now. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, approached me, and asked Kabuto, what should we do with this girl? Kabuto could not meet Orochimaru's gaze, as he had no authority over my fate. Sasuke insisted on keeping me by his side. Orochimaru smiled. Why not let Kabuto take care of her? We will return shortly. I trust him, do you? He then cast a significant glance at Sasuke. Orochimaru-sama? Kabuto found it hard to believe that Orochimaru would still place his trust in him. In truth, Kabuto had always been concerned about his standing in Orochimaru's eyes. He resented merely being a tool and yearned to be his ally and partner. Even when he absorbed Orochimaru's powers, he still addressed him as Orochimaru-sama. Sasuke had no better options. Thus he instructed CHG and Mizuki to stay as well and help look after my unconscious form. Chapter 86. Obito's plan after Sasuke departed. I succumbed to slumber due to my weakness and lost all awareness of the outside world. I do not know how much time passed before a violent upheaval jolted me awake, as if it were occurring right beside me. I cannot allow you to take her. Kabuto's voice rang in my ears, accompanied by the sounds of his medical ninjutsu. You think you can? Responded a familiar voice that I could not immediately place. My perception flickered in and out, and when I regained my senses, I only heard a faint "I'm sorry." I felt myself being lifted, forcing my eyes open to see a landscape of devastation from battle. Mizuki, CHG, and Kabuto, who had once again entered sage mode, lay on the ground. The figure before me, clad in a dark robe, was none other than Obito, who referred to himself as Madara. Why is he here? What does he intend to do? When I regained consciousness once more, I found myself in an unfamiliar location. Struggling to open my eyes, I saw Obito, battered and bruised, with only one eye visible beneath his mask. He seemed to notice I was awake and spoke. I do not know how you ended up like this, but fortunately, you are not dead. His words perplexed me, yet I could not voice my questions. Seeing my silence, Obito continued, you need not ask me anything. Now it is your turn to assist me, the last scion of the Yuyo clan. He enveloped me in a power akin to that of the White Zetsu, leaving only my face exposed, and added, I have prepared for both scenarios. If you refuse to help me, I can still revive the Ten Tails to achieve my goals. But fortunately, you currently lack the ability to resist me. The tendrils of the White Zetsu spread across my face, sealing my final line of sight. I only heard Obito utter, complete your mission as the nourishment for the Ten Tails. From the very beginning, Obito never intended for me to survive to assist him, for the dead are the most obedient. The Yuyo clan's power can control souls, yet Rin's soul had long since dissipated. He was unaware that Edo Tensei could remedy the Yuyo clan's power deficiency. Thus, he devised an elaborate plan to resurrect the Ten Tails, initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi, and exploit the Yuyo clan's power to control the souls of all. Thus, even within the Tsukuyomi world, everyone, including Rin, would heed his commands, creating a peaceful world devoid of war, where Rin could exist. I remained oblivious to the outside world, uncertain if I were even still alive. Yet at least my soul had not vanished. My final hope lay in severing my connection to my body, using my soul's perception to locate the lock I had secretly arranged. Gasoso scoffed at my predicament, but I had no time to argue with her. By now, the Ten Tails should have been resurrected, and the main characters were engaged in a fierce battle with Uchiha Obito. I prayed that the Ten Tails did not possess normal digestion capabilities that would erode my body. If everything could be resolved within 7 days, I could return to my own body. Gasoso appeared somewhat displeased, as my control over Locken limited her ability to act. I could only promise to relinquish full control of Locken's body to her once my goals were achieved. I hurriedly made my way to the rear command center, close to the Inoshikacho team, led by Shikamaru's father. On the battlefield ahead, the ninjas united in their assault against the Ten Tails. Suddenly, the Ten Tails shifted forms, beginning to unleash tailed beast bombs with a ferocity far surpassing that of the Nine Tails and Eight Tails. Just then, Shikamaru's father's voice echoed in my mind, instructing us on how to seal the Ten Tails. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a tremendous explosion silenced his voice. I swiftly found shelter, fortunate enough to escape unscathed. Once the situation stabilized slightly, I ventured forth once more to gather their spiritual energy. However, I sensed my own strength rapidly waning. What was once a trivial endeavor had now transformed into an arduous task. After completing my mission here, I was compelled to return to the battlefield. Combat invariably accompanies death, and I must attend to every departed soul as best as I can. Obito remarked coldly, now their minds have been extinguished. Madara remained silent. The two began to deliberate on who would become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. The Ten Tails morphed again, this time able to unleash countless wooden spikes. Witnessing this assault, I realized another life awaited my salvation. As I approached the front line, I looked up to see Naruto sprawled on the ground. Hinata rushed forward to shield Naruto from an attack, and immediately afterward, Neji intercepted a fatal blow meant for her. This scene evoked memories of Naruto's parents sacrificing themselves to protect their newborn son. The difference lay in the love and protection of parents, contrasted with the bonds of brotherhood and friendship displayed here. Yet both instances entrusted their hopes for the future to Naruto. I could not reach Neji in time to save him and could only collect his soul. Neji's demise shocked many present, especially Naruto, who fell into a deep confusion, losing his fighting spirit and resolve. A sharp clap echoed as Hinata struck Naruto's face. "Naruto, do you realize? You have more than one life." Her voice was resolute and powerful. Naruto suddenly awakened, standing tall as he grasped Hinata's hand tightly. "Yes, I am fighting alongside everyone." "Still struggling?" Madara sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. Naruto found his direction once more, learning how to share the chakra of the nine tails with others. Hinata was the first to receive this newfound power. A gentle orange chakra gradually enveloped everyone, myself included. Unbeknownst to them, this robust man was I, merely perceived as an ordinary ninja among the allied forces. "Locken," I heard a familiar voice behind me. Turning around, I was taken aback to see Waika. "What are you doing here? Is Y also present?" Waika inquired. I was momentarily speechless, afraid of revealing my identity. Waika sighed, still unable to speak. "Very well." He did not press further, but redirected his attention to the battlefield. I silently thanked him for not being overly persistent. Suddenly, Madara unleashed a frenzied assault, muttering, "I can feel it. It is him." I narrowed my eyes, realizing Madara had sensed Hashirama approaching. Turning back, I noticed Obito and Kakashi were nowhere to be found. They must have entered the Kimui dimension. The knot in Obito's heart remained untied. He knew that Rin had perished due to his reckless collision with Kakashi's Raikiri. Yet in his despair, he yearned to exist in a world devoid of war, filled only with what he cherished. When I regained my focus, the 10 tails transformed again, resembling a colossal carnivorous flower. It condensed an immense tailed beast bomb, while Naruto, utterly exhausted, could no longer summon the chakra of the 9 tails. Shikamaru rapidly devised a brilliant plan for all the ninja in the allied forces to employ the simplest earth release technique for defense. This was a desperate gambit. I joined in, assisting in the summoning of earthen barriers. Thousands of earthen walls stacked upon each other, striving to withstand the massive tailed beast bomb. Naruto was shielded at the back, and all hope rested upon him. Chapter 87. The Rescue Before Naruto. A shuriken suddenly embedded itself into the ground, followed by a golden figure darting like lightning, coming to a steady halt beside him. The newcomer bore a gentle smile, his gaze imbued with concern. "I hope I'm not too late." "Just in time, Dad," Naruto replied with a grin, his eyes brimming with joy and pride. The arrival was none other than his father, Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, renowned as the Yellow Flash. "Minato, your speed remains unmatched." The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, arrived shortly after, a look of pride etched on his aged face. The 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju, crossed his arms, feigning dissatisfaction with a huff. "I never imagined the 4th's body flicker technique would surpass mine. The younger generation is truly formidable." "You flatter me, Lord Second," Minato humbly responded. Yet his gaze never strayed from Naruto. Sakura, astonished to witness all the Hokage gathered around her as she treated Naruto's wounds, widened her eyes at their distinctive reanimation eyes. "Rest assured, we are on your side," Minato gently reassured them, his tone infused with a comforting strength. Sakura, keenly sensing the crux of the matter, queried, "Who summoned you?" "It was Naruto's good friend," Minato succinctly replied. The Hokage swiftly dispersed into action. The 3rd, 2nd, and 4th combined their efforts to perform the Foryong flame sealing technique, while the 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju, unleashed his ultimate technique, Sage Art, Divine Gate, seal the 10 tails. As his voice echoed, the 10 tails were thoroughly sealed, its massive form bound tightly. "You're quite late, Sasuke," Naruto chuckled, turning to face Sasuke, who had just appeared behind them. "Sasuke?" Sakura exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "It's me," Sasuke replied coolly, a hint of inscrutable emotion in his gaze. Not only Sakura, but everyone else was equally astonished. Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, and the others cried out in alarm. "This guy is an enemy. Be careful." Sakura inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure. "Sasuke, I have resolved to protect Konoha," Sasuke stated firmly, "but I will become Hokage." "What?" The crowd erupted in astonishment, all taken aback by Sasuke's declaration. You, a rogue ninja for so long, wish to become Hokage? You must be joking. Kiba pointed at Sasuke, unable to restrain his sarcasm. Naruto's lips curled into a confident smile, his eyes sparkling with determination. But Sasuke, it should be me who becomes Hokage. Not far away, Hashirama spoke, his voice imbued with the authority and warmth of an elder. I am pleased by your admiration for the Hokage, but now is not the time for debates. All right, let us go, Sasuke, Naruto declared, fists clenched. His eyes ignited with the spirit of battle. Wait, I'll join too. Sakura stood up, her hands also forming fists, her gaze resolute. Naruto glanced at Sakura, a flicker of gratitude passing through his eyes. Indeed, Team 7 has reunited. Let us face this together. Sasuke and Sakura nodded in unison, their gazes meeting, as though they had returned to a bygone era. The 10 tails, now sealed by Hashirama, roared in fury, its colossal form beginning to fracture. Countless small creatures surging forth from its body. Though weak in strength, their sheer number overwhelmed like a tide. Sasuke drew his Kusanagi sword, its blade glinting ominously. Naruto formed a Rasengan with both hands, chakra swirling in his palms. Sakura clenched her fists, chakra coalescing, ready to strike at any moment. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, sending a monster hurtling away, crashing violently into the horde ahead. With a resounding boom, the battlefield was reduced to ruins, dust swirling around. I, spectating from the sidelines, swallowed hard, my hands trembling. Naruto, too, was taken aback by this sudden surge of power, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Sasuke, however, smiled with relief, his gaze resting on Sakura. Wind release, Rasen Shuriken, Naruto shouted, transforming the Rasengan in his hands into an enormous shuriken, propelled by a howling wind toward the throng of monsters. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Flames ignited on Sasuke's Kusanagi blade, incinerating the creatures in its path. Leave the healing to me, Sakura declared, forming hand seals. Green chakra gathering in her palms to swiftly tend to the injured comrades. These are mere trifles, Sasuke remarked coldly, surging toward the main body. Jumping over is far more efficient. Naruto responded with a smile, his eyes brimming with a fierce determination. The three of them bit their fingers and swiftly formed the necessary seals, summoning technique. As a cloud of white smoke billowed, 3 colossal beings materialized on the battlefield. Naruto summoned the toad Gamabunta, Sasuke summoned the serpent Manda, and Sakura conjured a slug. With all forces present, the atmosphere on the battlefield grew increasingly tense. Meanwhile, Sasuke harbored another concern, one he kept unspoken as his companions were focused on the fight and failed to notice. His gaze fell upon the massive form of the 10 tails, and he thought to himself, I must rescue Yuru from within it. After summoning past Hokages with the impure world reincarnation, a small snake was summoned by Kabuto, who had communicated with Orochimaru. Kabuto, Suigetsu, and Karen were attacked by the masked man who referred to himself as Madara. Sasuke was unclear about the masked man's intentions in abducting Yuru, but Kabuto felt immense guilt for failing to complete the task assigned by Orochimaru. Though filled with anger, Sasuke understood it was not the time to blame Kabuto. The fact that the masked man did not kill them indicated his urgency, likely related to the 10 tails. After the third Hokage briefly explained the history of the Yuru clan, the other Hokages surmised that the masked man's motive for abducting Yuru might be to resurrect someone, possibly Madara himself. Sasuke and the Hokages rushed to the battlefield, while Orochimaru returned to his lair to restore Kabuto and the others. Orochimaru was not surprised by Kabuto's failure, facing the enigmatic masked man. It was only natural for him to be defeated. However, it was unexpected that Yuru would become a part of the masked man's plans. Returning to the battlefield, those with strength surged forward to capture the king, while ordinary soldiers like myself had the task of clearing the debris. I was exhausted, Gasoso. I entrust the fight to you. Thank you, I said to Gasoso. She was at a loss for words, but with her body forced into action, she had no choice but to comply, lest she face certain death. I was not merely idling. I aimed to gather strength and absorb more souls, ensuring they did not perish in vain. The situation on the battlefield shifted rapidly. In truth, Obito did not wish for mass carnage, but sought merely to fulfill his grand design of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Yet, there were always those who stood in his way, compelling him to retaliate. Meanwhile, Madara attempted to leverage Obito's plan to resurrect himself. Obito knew he was losing against Kakashi, but at that moment, the black Zetsu that was attached to him began to take control as Obito resisted, murmuring something, on the verge of becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Chapter 88. The Ten Tails Jinchuriki. I gazed at the unfolding scene with unease. If Obito absorbed the Ten Tails and became its Jinchuriki, how could I rescue my body? Would I be condemned to live forever as Locke? Sasuke, equally troubled, shared my concerns. Although he was unaware that Obito was on the verge of becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he worried about how such a massive entity could be expelled from his body to locate his sister. Yet, amidst the chaos and peril of the battlefield, I found myself unable to save my own body in time, forced to watch as the Ten Tails was absorbed and Obito transformed into its Jinchuriki. Logically, the target of our attacks should shift to Obito, a sentiment Sasuke echoed. The newly transformed Obito had lost most of his bodily control. He looked down upon everyone with disdain, unleashing devastating truth-seeking balls with every movement. The first Hokage's sealing technique proved ineffective against him. As with a mere wave of his hand, Hashirama and Tobirama were obliterated, the first and second Hokage instantly perishing, though they were of the impure world reincarnation. I stood at a distance, observing, as the first Hokage was soon controlled by Uchiha Madara, unable to join the fight against the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto and Sasuke advanced to assist, with Naruto unleashing the full power of the Nine Tails and Sasuke activating his complete Susanoo, bolstered by the support of the past Hokages. Yet, Obito proved superior, almost instantaneously dispatching the previous Hokages. Just as Naruto and Sasuke were about to be struck by Obito, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Obito failed to hit them, instead injuring himself due to a lapse in control. The Hokages seized the opportunity to attack, hoping to bring an end to Obito. The fallen Obito let out a roar, calling out Rin's name. His memories were being gradually stripped away by the Ten Tails, and he was unwilling to forget the one he loved or the bonds he shared with his comrades. He held back, ultimately undergoing another transformation amid a flurry of white petals, now surrounded by dark spheres, wielding a staff. At this moment, he became an unparalleled force. Sasuke, Naruto, and the second and fourth Hokages confronted Obito, but they soon realized that all ninjutsu was ineffective against him, just when they were at a loss. The toad Gamabunta from Mayaboku appeared, unleashing a torrent of syrupy liquid upon Obito. The black shield formed by the dark spheres failed to absorb the toad's technique. Naruto perceived the opportunity. Utilizing the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique, they successfully struck Obito, rediscovering a breakthrough. With the knowledge of Obito's weakness, Naruto's confidence soared, and he and Tobirama launched a more vigorous assault, landing a Sage Art-enhanced Rasengan directly on Obito. However, Obito remained unscathed. He supported himself on the ground and summoned a towering flower tree, its branches adorned with 4 massive buds, preparing to launch 4 gigantic tailed beast balls. He also erected a barrier around them, trapping everyone within. Despair engulfed the gathered shinobi. Unwilling to surrender, Naruto devised a plan. Envelop everyone in the chakra of the Nine Tails, and then use the Flying Thunder God to teleport out of the barrier. Naruto and Minato clashed fists, unleashing a surge of potent chakra. It turned out that the Nine Tails within Naruto had fused with the one within Minato, significantly amplifying their chakra. In a moment of triumph, Naruto succeeded. Minato's eyes were filled with emotion, and a confident smile graced Naruto's lips. Yet, the enormous vine suddenly surged forth, culminating in the largest bud. I understood the implications of the bud's bloom, and others began to sense the impending danger. The Ten Tails simultaneously ensnared numerous ninjas, absorbing their chakra. Confronted with such a colossal entity, the shinobi forces fell into fear and retreat. The first Hokage suggested severing the massive tendrils to fend off the attack, but the shinobi, paralyzed by fear, only desired to flee. Naruto attempted to rally their spirits, but to no avail. Witnessing the fallen comrades left him disheartened and briefly low-spirited. Without hesitation, Sasuke charged forward, slashing at the Ten Tails tendrils, hoping to sever the great tree and rescue his sister. I, too, shared this sentiment. Perhaps there was a chance to reclaim my body here. Obito was absorbing the Ten Tails chakra. It was possible that my body resided within the essence of the Ten Tails. I actively joined in the effort to sever the Ten Tails' gigantic tree, repeatedly calling out to Hades in search of a glimmer of hope. Ultimately, inspired by Naruto, the shinobi forces regained their resolve, attacking the giant tree in unison. While their assaults on the tree seemed futile, I sensed that my body was gradually drawing closer. Underworld technique, soul severing. That familiar yet repugnant voice resonated in my mind. I beheld a massive wound opening on the thickest trunk of the giant tree, and a dark figure flashed past, wielding a scythe larger than a person, severing the tendrils one by one. Upon closer inspection, I realized the figure was my original body, albeit in a disheveled state, hair unkempt and clothes tattered. Yet, when she spoke, it was Hades' voice. "Aren't you going to thank me? Had you waited any longer, you would have become fertilizer for this flower. Flowers don't excrete waste. That's not the point. What matters is how you managed to do this." I was curious how Hades had taken control of my body. Hades opened her palm, revealing the shattered remnants of the blood butterfly. "Logically, you should have been decomposed into nutrients by this colossal entity, but fortunately, this thing saved you. The Six Paths Golem was unable to absorb your chakra, so it transformed into the 10 Tails, using your body as a medium to siphon your soul energy. Did you not feel it?" I nodded. I did indeed sense my power waning, initially believing it was due to leaving my body and caring for the souls of the fallen on the battlefield, not realizing it was the 10 Tails draining my soul energy. Hades continued, "Fortunately, this blood butterfly can prevent the leakage of spiritual energy. But the power of the 10 Tails is overwhelming, and this small pendant cannot withstand it. Yet, it is precisely this that has granted me the opportunity to seize your body. After much study, I can finally exert complete control and unleash my utmost strength." As he spoke, Hades manipulated my body to lift a massive scythe, pointing it at the 10 Tails. "I must cleave this grotesquely ugly flower." I couldn't help but remark on his obsession with appearances, but at that moment, all I could do was lament, for I was in a state far inferior to that of a mere roadside ninja dog. At this juncture, Hades seemed devoid of any malicious intent towards my body, and thus, I temporarily refrained from attempting to reclaim control. I dared not imagine the perilous situation I would find myself in if I were to assist in confronting the 10 Tails and Obito, let alone Kaguya Otsutsuki thereafter. Soon, the flamboyant Hades drew the attention of Sasuke, who gazed at him with concern. I was about to initiate a secure communication to inform Hades to impersonate me for a while, but before I could speak, Hades chimed in, "The Uchiha heir has arrived. Do not be deceived. I am not that willful, nonsense-spouting girl. But rest assured, once this battle is concluded, I shall return her to you." Sasuke's gaze fell upon Hades, his striking yellow eyes exuding a wildness he had never encountered before. He understood that the one speaking was not truly me, yet from Hades' words, he gleaned that I should be safe. I stood aside, speechless yet unable to voice my thoughts, pretending to be an ordinary ninja as I resumed attacking the vines of the colossal trees. Chapter 89. The Resurrection of Madara. With renewed confidence, Naruto, alongside Hades and Sasuke, launched a joint assault on Obito. Hades wielded a colossal scythe, mercilessly striking at Obito, the unexpected reinforcements catching him off guard. The underworld arts, targeting the soul, were beyond Obito's defenses, even though he was immune to chakra. Despite Naruto's efforts to safeguard the ninja forces, the sheer number of participants led to casualties exceeding the norm. I continuously absorbed souls on the battlefield, augmenting Hades' strength. Hades moved with remarkable speed, skillfully maneuvering my body, single-handedly engaging in a fierce battle with Obito. The crowd, including Obito, was taken aback. "Yo?" After being kicked away by Hades, Obito steadied himself and was astonished to see me, even in his diminished state of awareness. He had expected me to have become mere sustenance for the 10 Tails. His surprise soon morphed into a flicker of relief and gratitude. However, his waning consciousness was swiftly overtaken by the 10 Tails, which resumed its relentless assault. Upon spotting Hades, Naruto mistook him for me and exclaimed excitedly, "Yo, you've come too." Hades shot him a glance, offering no response, only a dismissive smile. As he continued his confrontation with Obito, seeing my intensity, Naruto refused to be outdone and unleashed his full power. Sasuke silently supported him. Underworld arts, Yin-Yang flames. Hades, seizing the moment while Naruto and Sasuke led the charge, instantaneously appeared behind Obito to launch an attack. The second Hokage, Tobirama, noticed Hades' instantaneous technique, unable to perceive her presence, marveling at how her skill surpassed his own. Obito, unwilling to yield, transformed the truth-seeking orb into a spiraled longsword for retaliation. Hades parried with her scythe, The orb could not sever it, leading Obito to realize that the scythe was no ordinary weapon. It shared a material essence with Hades, essentially being a part of her being. Subsequently, Hades' scythe bifurcated into twin blades, simultaneously defending against Obito's attacks while countering. Obito was forced to retreat in search of an opening, but Naruto and Sasuke's pursuit caused him to lose his balance, crashing heavily to the ground. At that moment, it was an opportune chance. Naruto advanced, utilizing the beast's power to extract the 10 tails from Obito. Naruto's 9 tails fused with Sasuke's Susanoo, drawing out the beast's chakra, causing the 10 tails to lose its strength and ending the battle. As the 10 tails was extracted, Obito shared his thoughts with Naruto, revealing that deep down, he despised war, yet found himself ensnared by Madara's manipulations. Weakened after the extraction, Obito collapsed, and Sasuke readied the Kusanagi sword for a finishing blow. Kakashi intervened, but was halted by Minato. Minato's eyes were filled with compassion. Kakashi, realizing that Obito had once been his ally, found it difficult to strike him down due to their profound bond. At that moment, Obito clasped his hands together, preparing to perform the rebirth of the world technique to amend his past mistakes. However, Black Zetsu possessed Obito, seizing control of the technique's direction. Hades, stop him from casting the technique. I shouted urgently, but it was too late. Obito lay weakly on the ground, despair etched upon his face. Madara has fully revived. Indeed, Madara had come back to life, having absorbed Hashirama's sage chakra, emanating an overwhelming aura. I should have warned Hades earlier, but I failed to act in time, resulting in Madara's resurrection. The sacrifices made in the Shinobi War had merely facilitated the resurrection of one man, Madara. Sasuke lunged at Madara with the Kusanagi sword, drawing blood. Madara had indeed returned and attained a corporeal form. As Black Zetsu possessed Obito, though he would perish after using the rebirth of the world technique. Hades forcefully compelled his soul back into his body. Madara's gaze turned towards the tailed beasts, his intentions clear. In an instant, he teleported beside the beasts. Gaara and Shikaku joined forces to unleash a sandstorm attack, but Madara remained unfazed, his eyes ignited with the flames of battle. Gaara and Shikaku endeavored to seal Madara, yet he summoned his Susanoo, effortlessly breaking through their seal. Naruto, now in his 9 tails form, arrived to join the fray, and the 9-tailed beasts combined their might in a formidable assault, but Madara emerged unscathed. White Zetsu emerged from beneath Madara's feet, presenting him with a Rinnegan. Black Zetsu sneered. White Zetsu has located the right eye. Once we obtain your left eye, Lord Madara will be fully revived. Obito struggled against Black Zetsu's control, attempting to thwart the extraction of his eye. With the Rinnegan, Madara grew even more powerful and arrogant, clasping his hands together to summon the Outer Path Golem, preparing to absorb the tailed beasts. Kakashi initially attempted to utilize Kimui to draw the golem into a different space, but his efforts were in vain. Madara unleashed his technique, and the Outer Path Golem shot out 9 chains, ensnaring each of the tailed beasts. Even the 9 tails, Kurama, could not evade its grasp. Naruto strained against the chains, desperate to reclaim the 9 tails, yet the golem's strength proved insurmountable, resulting in a stalemate reminiscent of a tug-of-war. The Outer Path Golem summoned by Madara was far more formidable than the one Obito had summoned. Even the combined efforts of Naruto, Gaara, and Killer Bee could not stand against it. Ultimately, Naruto lost the 9 tails, signifying imminent death for him as a Jinchuriki. Once separated from the tailed beast, he would perish. Gaara had once faced a similar fate, only to be saved by Chiyo's sacrifice. Gaara, using floating sand, caught the unconscious Naruto and swiftly flew towards Sakura's location. No matter what, Naruto must not die. I knew he had not truly perished, nor would he, yet an unsettling premonition lingered within me, as though an even greater calamity was about to descend. I stood at the rear of the battlefield, seeking a vantage point from which to observe. Just then, I witnessed Madara grasping Sasuke's Kusanagi sword, driving the blade through Sasuke's body. Sasuke, I regretted looking upon this scene. Having just witnessed Naruto's near demise due to the extraction of the tailed beast, now I saw Sasuke, pierced by Madara's blade. Even though this body was not mine, a chilling wave of dread surged through me. Pull yourself together. Hades' voice resonated in my mind. The fates of these 2 children are not yet concluded. Their lives shall not end here. Hades was correct. I took a deep breath, steeling my resolve, and conveyed all that I knew about Madara to Hades. hoping to aid her in vanquishing Uchiha Madara. Without hesitation, Hades launched her assault. Madara had long since taken note of her presence, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he pondered, "You are certainly no ordinary girl." Hades, disinterested in engaging him further, transformed her weapon into a spear, intensifying her onslaught directed at Uchiha Madara. Madara, unwilling to be outdone, swiftly absorbed the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts, obtaining the power of the six paths and transforming into the Sage of Six Paths. Sensing this formidable strength, Kakashi rushed over with the weakened Obito. Madara smiled arrogantly and addressed Obito, saying, "Obito, you once yearned for immense power, aspiring to become a savior. But you must understand one thing. As a member of the Uchiha clan, you are destined to be ensnared in hell. For the Uchiha clan will ultimately be stripped of their emotions. Come back as one of the Uchiha. Meanwhile, I have already become the Sage of Six Paths." After a moment of silence, Obito resolutely approached Madara, declaring, "I do not wish to be a savior. I am merely Obito Uchiha, who aspires to be Hokage." Chapter 90. The blooming of the giant tree. Seeing that Obito was no longer of use, Madara did not hesitate to launch an attack. Obito swiftly employed Kimui, skillfully evading Madara's assault. Unyielding, Madara launched another fierce onslaught. At this moment, Kakashi stepped forward, fighting alongside Obito, asserting, "It has been a long time since I felt this camaraderie in battle. We must not fail this time." Madara let out a cold laugh and hurled a tailed beast ball. Kakashi and Obito once again utilized Kimui to evade it. Just then, Might Guy descended from the sky, striking Madara with his renowned taijutsu. However, Madara effortlessly dodged Guy's attack. "Seventh gate, open!" Guy shouted, unlocking the seventh gate, the gate of shock. Yet, even with the seventh gate open, his strikes failed to inflict substantial damage upon Madara. Kakashi silently lamented, "Madara is truly formidable." Eighth gate. Guy summoned all his strength, preparing to open the eighth gate, the gate of death. Hades, observing from the side, communicated with me. "Has this fellow's taijutsu reached the level where he can harness the power of his own soul? Who exactly is he?" I replied, "He is Guy. If he opens the gate of death, it will consume part of his soul power, potentially leading to life-threatening consequences or the loss of limbs. Is there any hope for recovery afterward?" Hades calmly explained, "No hope. Soul power is not something an ordinary person can wield. This strike could leave him crippled at best, or dead at worst. It is a double blow to both body and soul." I fell into silence. "Shall I stop him?" Hades, noticing my hesitation, suggested, "He is strong, but he likely cannot defeat the current Madara in one blow." I indeed hesitated whether to intervene with Guy. Looking up, the aura and brilliance of Guy opening the eight gates were dazzling and overwhelming. No need, I finally decided. Heroism is a lifetime commitment. I believed that Guy would not regret sacrificing his life to stop Madara. Though Madara was not slain by Guy's strike, it was a worthy, honorable, and necessary blow that would forever be remembered in the ninja world, revered as the god of taijutsu. As I reflected, Guy was already poised to deliver that fatal blow to Madara. Madara's confidence and arrogance led him to confront it head-on. Yet he never anticipated that this strike would almost cost him his life. Coughing, Madara weakly rose from the rubble, spitting out blood, yet suddenly erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "You! Ha ha ha! Very well, in the realm of taijutsu, I shall deem you the strongest." Madara had always admired the strong and did not hesitate to praise Guy's skills. Had it not been for the power of the Sage of Six Paths, he would have surely met his demise. Upon hearing Madara's words, Guy finally collapsed from exhaustion. Seizing the opportunity, Hades launched an attack on Madara, while Kakashi swiftly carried Guy away from the battlefield to medical ninjas. Clearly exhausted, Madara was steadily being pushed back by Hades. "Nightmare!" Naruto's voice suddenly rang out. Naruto rushed in, not only revived, but also radiating the chakra of the tailed beasts, evidently having encountered the Sage of Six Paths. Thus, Sasuke should also. Clad in orange, Naruto was joined by Sasuke, who had returned with a Rinnegan. This would be their final form. Madara was cornered, seemingly on the brink of losing control. The third Rinnegan opened on his forehead. Not far away, the divine tree began to grow wildly, enormous vines spreading everywhere, ensnaring the ninja one by one. As the nutrients were absorbed, the flower buds atop the giant tree bloomed, reflecting the moon in the sky into a massive Rinnegan, completing the infinite Tsukuyomi. As the vines attacked the ninja army furiously, I found myself in danger and needed to find refuge quickly to avoid being illuminated by the moonlight. One by one, the ninja fell, bound by the giant tree's grasp. Hades, the giant tree has bloomed. I communicated with Hades in my mind. I fear I may not escape this calamity. You may not be affected. Please remember the information I shared with you. I leave the rest to you. Hades did not respond. Realizing that the current Madara Uchiha had transformed dramatically and was exceedingly difficult to contend with, I exerted all my strength to sever the wildly spreading vines until I was utterly exhausted, my vision fading as I sought a corner to rest. When I opened my eyes again, I heard a mocking voice. You are quite pathetic. Looking up, I saw a tall woman with golden hair braided in slender twists standing before me. She wore revealing attire, her expression one of disdain and derision. Who are you? I inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing my question, her expression soured further. Huh? My name is Gasoso. You mean you don't recognize me? Gasoso? I was taken aback. If she claimed to be Gasoso, then who was I? I glanced down at myself, still appearing as Law Can, and breathed a sigh of relief. Realizing I had not fallen into the illusion of Tsukuyomi, I stood up and asked her, how did you emerge from Locken's body? Gasoso shook her head. I don't know. It was indeed strange, but perhaps she had seized the body of a recently deceased ninja on the battlefield. After all, Gasoso's soul had grown accustomed to traversing different bodies. Gasoso's independence did not bring her joy, as it meant she had to join the fight against the giant tree. This battle seemed endless, with the sole purpose of survival. In a lull between skirmishes, I glanced back at the front lines, only to find them eerily empty. Had they been transported elsewhere by Kagaya? I wondered, feeling a complete absence of energy. Seeing me in a daze, Gasoso approached and punched me. Still daydreaming? Wanna die? Why are you hitting me so hard? Is this revenge? I complained, covering my face. Gasoso did not respond, leaving only a punchable grin. She seemed entirely unaffected by the giant tree's illusions, as if she possessed a natural immunity to Tsukuyomi. I, however, dared not be careless. Curling up in the shelter of shadows, cautiously severing the vines that attempted to ensnare me. Yet, the air was thick with an unsettling dissonance, like a discordant chord that stirred unease. I attempted to gaze toward the distant battlefield, but my vision was shrouded in chaotic mist. Logically, someone should have emerged from Kagaya's dimensional space by now unless the timeline had not yet progressed to that juncture. Strangely, concerning Gasoso, I observed her weaving through the periphery without a care, and those once ferocious vines appeared to be weakening, their assault noticeably faltering. This defied logic, as they should have grown stronger by absorbing chakra. Countless questions swirled in my mind until I finally summoned the courage to step out of the shadows. Chapter 91. The illusion of Tsukuyomi. As I emerged from the shadows, the instant my vision cleared, an ominous premonition gripped my heart. The scene before me resembled an absurd dream. Beyond the earthen mound ahead, two figures, one black and one white, stood back to back, confronting the towering giant tree. The man in black, wielding twin swords, had his dark coat billowing in the gusts. The woman in white, with her flaxen hair cascading like a waterfall, wielded a fine sword that glimmered coldly in the air. To the left of the battlefield, a blond knight wielded a broadsword that shone with a sacred light, while the red-clad man beside her launched his flying knives like fire, their coordination seamless. What is truly astonishing is the scene to my right. A girl with deep brown hair skillfully maneuvers her broom amidst the vines, her skirt unfurling like the petals of a flower. On the ground, another girl clutches a camera, entirely overlooked by the adversaries. Gasoso, come back. I call, my voice strained. Scanning the surroundings, the only familiar presence is this irritable companion. What are you doing? Gasoso reluctantly returns to my side, her fingertips still crackling with residual lightning. We are undoubtedly trapped in an infinite illusion. I fixate on her eyes, questioning even the reality of her existence. Nonsense. She crushes a sphere of lightning in her palm, the sharp sting eliciting a grimace. Such tactile sensation is undeniably real. I gesture towards the battlefield. Look at these people. Do they resemble ninjas in any way? Gasoso's gaze sweeps across the area, suddenly falling silent as if choked. In the sky, a wand-wielding girl chants an obscure incantation, and with a flourish of her wand, the towering ten-tailed tree is wholly absorbed into a shimmering card. Below her, a girl with black hair points what appears to be a camera at her victorious companions. A suffocating silence envelopes us. In the distance, the victors begin to cheer. A man in red converses with a female knight about the origins of ancient monsters. The duo in black and white examines non-existent spoils, while the wand-wielding girl excitedly showcases her newly acquired rare card to the camera. Where are the other ninjas? Gasoso's voice is hoarse. Surely, it cannot be just these oddities? Ultimately, I resolve to seek out a character who appears least vigilant or most capable of interpreting the current anomaly. Scanning my surroundings, I pinpoint my target. Excuse me. Ah. The girl with deep brown hair jumps at my sudden appearance, nearly dropping her wand and card. The black-haired girl beside her discreetly conceals her camera, her orange mascot stiffening in response. It dawns on me that I still bear the imposing form of Lacana, and I quickly apologize. I'm sorry to have startled you. Do you need assistance? The black-haired girl inquires calmly, her eyes glimmering with caution and curiosity. Just as I hesitate on how to respond, Gasoso impatiently throws out a barrage of questions. Who are you? Why are you here? How could the 10 tails be sealed so easily? I shoot Gasoso a terrified glance, awkwardly turning to the two girls, silently hoping they remain unconvinced. As I suspected, the round-eared mascot perched on the black-haired girl's shoulder suddenly speaks, its accent distinct. Gasoso raises an eyebrow. What kind of spirit beast is this? You are gravely mistaken. The mascot flits into the air. It seems you, like us, are lost travelers in the fabric of time and space. What kind of riddle is it trying to convey? Gasoso turns to me. Seeing that the mascot seems willing to communicate, I decide to lay bare our predicament. The two girls listen, bewildered, casting simultaneous glances at the talking mascot. According to your description, this should be a phenomenon caused by time-space magic. The mascot analyzes, resting its chin on its hand. However, we should have been ensnared in an illusion. It's impossible we are truly traversing other realms. I voice my skepticism, recalling the genuine pain I experienced within Itachi's Genjutsu, making it difficult to discern between illusion and reality. The mascot shakes its round head. Yet your perceptions now feel quite real, do they not? The discussion reaches an impasse, and I follow their line of thought, refraining from questioning the nature of our senses. So how do we break this? Sealing the giant tree evidently yields no results. The mascot ponders, suddenly brightening. Why not try summoning that card again? The brown-haired girl hesitantly rubs the peculiar pattern on the back of the grayish-white card. This card neither belongs to me nor to you. The mascot's ears droop. That complicates matters. The risk of losing control is considerable. I offer the girl an encouraging glance. In this chaotic space, what does it matter if we mix things up? Give it a try. With the mascot's approval, the girl raises her key-shaped wand and softly chants. The grayish-white card transforms into white vines, intricately weaving into a giant tree. However, unlike before, this tree now stands serene and peaceful, devoid of the terrifying Sharingan. No Sharingan. How can this realm possibly endure? I ponder, perplexed. Do not fret, the mascot reassures. The ability to maintain control is a good omen. Perhaps making the tree blossom will unravel this. The girl continues her incantation, but the giant tree merely sprouts more grayish-white branches and leaves, flowers remaining elusive. You've missed the crux, an ethereal voice suddenly interjects. Perched atop the giant tree's branches is a girl clad in white, with long white hair, her swaying feet causing the bells on her anklets to chime sweetly. She points to the sky. The key lies not in the tree, but in the moon. The appearance of this enigmatic girl sends a shiver down my spine. Unlike the others, she exudes an aura that does not belong to any known world. Who are you? I blurt out. The girl pauses for a moment before gracefully leaping down from the branch. Standing before the towering figure of Lacana, she must slightly tilt her head upward. Her emerald eyes shimmer in the moonlight. Consider me a messenger of the divine tree. She turns towards the giant tree, halting abruptly. I am called Lanying. Before her words fully dissipate, the girl and the giant tree dissolve into the moonlight. Is there a magic card related to the moon? I urgently inquire of the mascot. The mascot exchanges glances with the brown-haired girl. While there may not be a directly corresponding card, perhaps he can assist. The girl comprehends, takes a deep breath, and begins to chant an elaborate incantation. A vast magic circle unfurls beneath her, far more intricate than when summoning the card earlier. As the final syllable of the spell leaves her lips, a man clad in white with flowing white hair materializes in the moonlight, magnificent wings unfurling behind him. We did it, the girl exclaims joyfully. Even in this distorted space, we can summon. The mascot excitedly waves its tiny hands. Please. dispel this anomalous realm born of the moon. The winged man remains silent, but unhesitatingly proceeds with his actions. Under the influence of his formidable magic, cracks begin to appear in the moon hanging in the sky. It's working. The mascot strikes a heroic pose. Then, we bid farewell. The two girls clasp hands and bow to us in farewell. I wave back, watching their figures gradually fade in the moonlight. It seems we shall not meet again. I cannot ascertain whether they are real or mere fabrications of my imagination, yet this remarkably vivid experience is undeniably rare. As the last vestiges of magic surge forth, the moon at the center of the sky shatters like a mirror, reverting to the form of the Sharingan. The illusionary realm collapses entirely, and upon reopening my eyes, I find myself once again in familiar surroundings, the battlefield populated by ninjas, everything returning to its original state. Chapter 92. I slowly open my eyes. The morning breeze gently stirring the curtains, sunlight streaming through the gaps, casting mottled shadows on the floor. A dull ache lingers at the back of my head, likely the result of having forgotten to close the window last night, leaving me exposed to the night wind. As I rise to close the window, an inexplicable sense of loss washes over me. I stand frozen, feeling as if I have forgotten something of great importance. Yet no matter how I try to recall, my mind remains blank. Forget it. I shake my head, adhering to my usual routine as I head to the kitchen, casually reheating last night's leftovers for breakfast. The early summer sun should evoke feelings of joy, especially on this rare day off. Yet, I find myself inexplicably unenthused, mechanically chewing the bland food. Returning to my bedroom, I open my notebook to tackle the tedious task of copying assignments, only to discover a piece of iron with a spiral pattern tucked between the pages. What is this? I picked up the unfamiliar piece of iron, feeling perplexed, yet I could not recall its origin. Perhaps it was inconsequential, as such trivial objects would hardly improve my grades. I tossed it onto the bookshelf and began to mechanically transcribe the contents of my textbook, my handwriting flowing across the paper while my thoughts drifted far away. Before I knew it, my hand ached with fatigue. Raising my gaze to the window, I noticed the sun was high in the sky, nearing noon. I closed my homework notebook and pulled out a sketchbook resembling an art album. Upon opening it, a rough sketch of a girl with long hair caught my eye. Despite its crude execution, it inexplicably captivated me. The space beside the portrait, where a description ought to have been, appeared as if charred by flames, rendering it utterly unclear. When had I used fire in my room? Just as I pondered this mystery, a familiar voice called out from outside. "Hey, Shuei, come out and play." A grinning face pressed against the window, startling me into nearly jumping. I retorted, "Can't you just use the door like a normal person? That would be too much trouble," replied the boy with a hedgehog hairstyle, clutching a basketball, his orange shirt tied around his waist. Zuozhu and Yiying are already waiting on the court. Who? I was taken aback, for those names were both strange and familiar, as if emerging from distant memories. "Your cousins Zuozhu and Yiying," Mingren said with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong with you today? What is your full name?" I couldn't help but ask. Mingren frowned. "Xian Mingren." "Are you feeling feverish, Shuei?" "Should I tell Zuozhu?" "It's fine." I waved my hand dismissively. "I might just be a bit dazed from doing homework." "You should have said so earlier." Mingren immediately perked up. "I told you, there's no need to do homework. Just copy Yiying's later." I smiled wryly and said, "Let me change into something else." As I stepped outside in my sports attire, I spotted a commotion on the basketball court from a distance. Zuozhu stood in the center, flanked by Yiying and another girl with a high ponytail, the three seemingly embroiled in a heated discussion. "Sai, here we go again. Why is Yiying arguing with Zhu Jingyi again?" Mingren scratched his head. "It can't be about Zuozhu again, can it? If only Yiying liked me." I couldn't help but chuckle at his inner monologue. Such logic was indeed a quintessential reflection of youthful whims. When Zuozhu noticed us, he hurried over as if granted a reprieve. "You guys are so slow, Mingren." "Hey, you have the nerve to say that." Mingren instantly shifted into combat mode. Just as I anticipated the usual exchange of banter, I sighed and stepped in to mediate. Why did I even agree to play basketball? Once everyone had grown tired of arguing, I quietly handed out the water bottles I had prepared. The sun continued to shine brightly, yet an inexplicable sense of dissonance lingered in my heart. Despite the various antics during the gathering, the outdoor event concluded amidst laughter and cheer. As the sun dipped below the horizon, my friends bid farewell, departing in small groups on their way home. I watched the last classmate's figure vanish around the corner before turning to head home myself. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a long shadow, leaving a solitary silhouette on the cobblestone path. "Shui," a voice called from behind, pulling me from my thoughts. Turning back, I saw Zhuizhu standing beneath a sycamore tree, dappled shadows dancing across his face. "What's wrong?" I paused, the crunch of fallen leaves beneath my feet breaking the silence. He took a deep breath, his gaze drifting into the distance. "I've decided to leave this school." The statement was jarring, and I blinked, struggling to comprehend its implications. However, the tension in Zhuizhu's jaw and the clench of his fists indicated that this decision was far from trivial for him. "Why?" The evening breeze tousled my hair, bringing a chill. "The current pace of education is far too slow," he replied, his voice low and resolute. "I need a faster means of growth. I have already decided to join the Shiwan training camp." I stood frozen in place. Shiwan, the camp rumored to employ extreme teaching methods? It was said to have been founded by a mad scientist ostracized by the academic community. What? I was bewildered. "I must do this," Zhuizhu interrupted. "That person destroyed my family and caused my parents' deaths. To seek vengeance, conventional education is far too slow." In the twilight, his profile appeared sharply defined. I opened my mouth, yet no sound emerged. Ultimately, I could only mechanically nod, watching as he turned away, his figure gradually blending into the encroaching dusk. That night, I slept uneasily, haunted by a formless shadow pursuing me in my dreams. The holiday passed swiftly. On the first day of school, Zhuizhu's seat was conspicuously empty. Initially, only a few close friends whispered among themselves, but gradually, the entire school buzzed with various speculations. Faced with incessant inquiries, I could only shake my head, expressing my ignorance. Teacher Biancaxi was as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof, darting between the office and the principal's room daily. Until one fateful morning, the principal announced at the morning assembly that Zhuizhu had sought refuge with that disgraced scientist. It was said that the scientist had once been the principal's prized pupil, only to fall from grace due to his insistence on researching forbidden technologies. This news exploded across campus, eliciting shock, anger, and deep concern. The principal and teachers worked tirelessly to reassure students, but the undercurrents of unease continued to swirl. Strangely, amidst all this, I felt an eerie sense of familiarity, as if I had foreseen the unfolding events. This inexplicable certainty bewildered me. In the stillness of the night, I sat at my desk, my homework sprawled before me. Yet not a single word could I write. The moonlight outside was pallid, casting an icy glow that enveloped the room. For reasons unknown, I retrieved that mysterious piece of iron once more. My fingertips traced the spiral patterns on its surface, sensing that something was missing from the design. I picked up a carving knife and added a sharp angle in the lower left corner, then a diagonal line at the opening in the upper right. The word Moku inexplicably surfaced in my mind. In an instant, I was horrified to discover that the room had filled with flickering candles. The dancing flames cast a crimson glow on the walls, and the heat washed over me, searing my skin. I frantically attempted to extinguish the flames. But as soon as I snuffed out one candle, another blazed even brighter. The fire spread as if it had a life of its own, resisting all attempts to be quelled. "This isn't right. This isn't right." My voice trembled, losing its steadiness. Suddenly, the sketchbook on the table began to flutter without any wind, the pages scattering chaotically. The drawing of the black-haired girl drifted through the air, turning to ash the moment it touched the flames. No, I reached out desperately, but all I grasped was a handful of scorching air. The thought that the girl in the drawing was immensely important to me surged clearly in my mind. The fire surged violently, encircling me. The heat licked at my skin, and the thick smoke stung my eyes. In my fading vision, the last thing I saw was a pair of blood-red eyes flickering in the flames. Chapter 93. The final battle with Kagaya Heim. A pair of crimson eyes stared at me, nightmarish, blurring the line between reality and illusion. When I opened my eyes again, I saw Aunt Meichin's worried face and Itachi casting Tsukuyami on me. I feel disoriented, and I can't quite grasp what has transpired. "Shui, are you all right?" Aunt Meichin inquired. "I'm fine," I replied, sitting up and surveying my surroundings. "Is this paradise?" Itachi nodded. "Yes. I didn't expect to arrive here after the Edo Tensei was released, and all the discomfort I once felt has vanished. My parents are here as well, and they explained everything to me. It is all thanks to you." I smiled softly. "It's nothing, really. It was simply my duty." Itachi did not argue further, but asked, "You were deeply ensnared in Tsukuyami. What exactly happened?" I think I remember now." I carefully recalled the resurrection of Uchiha Madara, as the Ten Tails unleashed the infinite Tsukuyami. plunging all ninja forces into its dreamlike realm. I found myself ensnared as well, struggling to escape the illusion, yet it seemed I was sinking deeper. Now, it appeared that I was safe. Mikoto remarked that I had been in a coma since my arrival, and that she, Itachi, and his father had finally managed to extract me from the illusion using the Sharingan. I could rest easy now. I nodded in acknowledgement. Sasuke and the others, however, wore expressions of concern. They are fine, I reassured them. Sasuke and Naruto have grown exceedingly powerful. They will soon bring the battle to a victorious conclusion. Itachi nodded with relief, placing his trust in my words. However, given the current circumstances, I had triggered a self-preservation mechanism that led me into a paradise. While it was likely that the others were still trapped within the infinite Tsukuyomi. Hades, can you hear me? I attempted to summon him. You finally have something to say, he replied. My heart soared with joy, for this indicated that I had indeed escaped the clutches of the illusion. I had recovered enough to reach out to my companions. After sharing my situation with my uncle, aunt, and Itachi, I sat down to communicate directly with Hades. What stage are we at? I inquired. Hades replied curtly, still battling an old hag. Kaguya, I deduced, relaying all of her abilities to Hades so he could share vital intelligence with Sasuke and Naruto, ensuring a swifter resolution to the conflict. No need for you to elaborate on her, Hades responded, seemingly enjoying his fight, as if he had some prior acquaintance with Kaguya. On the battlefield, Kaguya squinted at Hades, declaring, I thought you were dead. Who would have imagined you were so resilient? Oh, I am inherently immortal. You should know that well. What do you mean by resilience? Hades retorted, his tone laced with provocation and arrogance. Humph. Kaguya scoffed, waving her hands. Jump up, little ones. I shall alter the fabric of time and space into a lava realm. Hades warned the others. Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke were momentarily taken aback, but thankfully, Kurama explained. Follow his lead. Heeding Hades' advice, Naruto and the others leapt into the air, just managing to control their descent and avoid plummeting into the molten rock below. Of course, Obito was spared the gruesome fate of being impaled upon the cliffside. I remarked, Old hag, after all these years, why are you still unable to let go? Hades wore a resigned expression. Kaguya frowned. You remain infuriating. I have debts to settle. Oh dear, Hades exclaimed, dodging her ire. You seem to take offense at the truth. Are you embarrassed? Kaguya, however, did not engage in banter with Hades, focusing instead on unleashing her lethal assaults. Hades waved his hand. Hey there, blonde kid. And this silly girl's brother, listen up. You have gained the power of the Sage of Six Paths, but make sure to wield it wisely. As for me, even if I am formidable, I am still utilizing this girl's body. If any harm befalls her, you won't be pleased, so don't put all the pressure on me. Sasuke remained silent, while Naruto shouted, You, the creepy uncle hiding in the shadows. Your words lack courtesy. TSK, noisy little brats. Hades grumbled, preparing himself. So lock. Black chains shot towards Kaguya. She summoned her long hair to resist the chains, entangling them tightly. In this lava-laden environment, Naruto, empowered by the sage's abilities, soared into the air. Taking advantage of Kaguya's distraction, Naruto and Sasuke launched a coordinated assault. Infernal flames. Hades unleashed another barrage against Kaguya, perhaps due to our numerical advantage. Just as Naruto and Sasuke were about to seal Kaguya, the scene around us shifted once more. A biting cold enveloped us, revealing an icy landscape, and to our surprise, Kaguya had encased Naruto and Sasuke within a frozen mountain. Kaguya, do you think this will prevent them from fighting? Hades chuckled. Kaguya, furrowing her brow, retorted. How could I miscalculate? Suddenly, cracking sounds echoed, and Naruto and Sasuke burst forth from the ice. Huh, you truly have underestimated us, Hades taunted. Kaguya's expression darkened. Once you unite, it poses my greatest disadvantage. No sooner had she spoken than Kaguya opened another dimension, drawing Sasuke inside while separating him from Naruto. She was no fool. She understood that Naruto and Sasuke together posed a significant threat to her. Alone, Naruto could not seal Kaguya, but he was also difficult to eliminate. Meanwhile, Sakura and Obito worked diligently to locate the missing Sasuke, while Hades and Naruto faced Kaguya alone. Kaguya, unconcerned with Hades, aimed to eliminate one of the two, thereby alleviating her predicament. Although Naruto could not seal Kaguya alone, he was hard to kill, and soon enough, Sakura and Obito found Sasuke and returned him to the main space. Hades also managed to break free from Kaguya's realm, reuniting with Naruto and the others. Kagaya, growing anxious, shifted the battlefield to a gravity domain. In this realm, everyone, including herself, was subjected to immense gravitational force, rendering them immobile against the ground. With this overwhelming pressure, Kagaya unleashed her merciless attack on Naruto and Sasuke. Destructive Bone. She struck at them, while Kakashi and Obito's Kamui assisted in evading one blow. However, the other was unavoidable. Even Hades felt the weight of gravity pressing down on him, and despite his valiant efforts to unleash the chains, he could not intercept Kagaya's attack. Ultimately, at an unforeseen moment, Obito appeared, sacrificing himself to block the blow. His body crumbled to dust, akin to lime. I had wrestled with the decision to intervene and save Obito directly, but considering his wishes, I ultimately chose to refrain from immediate rescue. As his soul departed from his body, a powerful yearning manifested, taking the form of Rin. She gazed tenderly at Obito, smiling as she reached out to him, clearly cherishing him, and delighted to be so deeply loved by him. Indeed, as long as one is not forgotten, they do not truly perish. Even if the soul has dissipated, the profound longing can manifest as a spirit, reappearing beside those who hold them dear. Chapter 94, The End? A New Beginning. Obito's sacrifice became the turning point of this monumental battle. In the final moments before his soul faded, he entrusted his ocular power to Kakashi. In an instant, Kakashi's eyes erupted with the swirling patterns of Kamui, the power of space swirling within his gaze. Now, Sasuke sees Kagaya's moment of vulnerability caused by the spatial disruption. And with the chakra of Susanoo, he cleaved through the air, severing one of Kagaya's arms. The violent injury caused the energy within Kagaya to surge uncontrollably, and the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts erupted like a dam breaking, coalescing into a monstrous form in midair. Yet, despondency loomed as this creature, having absorbed a vast amount of chakra, reverted back to the unscathed Kagaya. In her domain of origin, the infinite Tsukuyomi continually replenished her strength. Raising her pale arm, she unleashed a torrential barrage of her lethal attack, Destructive Bone. Kakashi's Manjiki Sharingan spun rapidly, and the complete form of Susanoo rose from the ground, shielding against all the onslaught of ash and bone. The colossal blue chakra figure transformed into a flash of lightning. The Kamui rake aimed directly at Kagaya's vital point, delivering yet another devastating blow to the immortal being. Amidst the cries of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, the two prophesied children seized the fleeting opportunity. Naruto's power of the 6 paths of light intertwined with Sasuke's 6 paths of darkness in the air, forming a perfect pincer attack. Meanwhile, Hades' chains coiled upward like ethereal serpents, as Sakura gathered all her chakra into a powerful punch aimed squarely at Kagaya's face. With the completion of the sealing technique, the entire space began to collapse, and the nine-tailed beasts along with Uchiha Obito's body separated from Kagaya. Quick-witted, Naruto swiftly threw Black Zetsu into the seal, thereby concluding a conspiracy that had been woven over millennia. Obito and Kakashi were finally able to converse in peace, reminiscing about their youthful days and expressing the sentiments and regrets accumulated over the years. "Thank you, Kakashi," Obito said with a relieved smile. "I will go find Rin now." As his figure gradually faded away, Kakashi felt his Sharingan also beginning to vanish. From that moment on, the ninja world would no longer have a copy ninja. On another front, Madara encountered Hashirama. The battle-hardened leader of the Uchiha clan finally attained enlightenment, openly acknowledging that Hashirama's ideals represented the correct path. The first Hokage chuckled heartily. "We should have been comrades, sharing a drink together." After a moment of silence, a rare smile graced Madara's lips. Comrades indeed. At the battlefield's edge, Naruto approached his father. Minato spoke, "Happy birthday, Naruto." "Thank you, Dad." Naruto gazed at his father's figure, unable to contain his emotions any longer. He began to speak. "Dad, please tell Mom." He choked. "I've been eating well, bathing every day, and even though my grades aren't great, I've been practicing hard. I've never touched alcohol." Minato replied gently, "I will tell Kushina." "Naruto, we have always loved you." In the radiant light, Minato and the previous Hokages gradually faded away. The freed-tailed beasts prepared to return to their respective homes. Eight Tails decided to continue accompanying Killer Bee, while the proud Nine Tails reluctantly agreed to stay within Naruto. Under the persuasion of the Sage of 6 Paths, just when everyone thought the dust had settled, Sasuke suddenly struck. He declared his intention to ignite a ninja revolution, employing extreme measures to reshape the world. To everyone's shock, he sealed all 9-tailed beasts within the planetary devastation technique using his Rinnegan, Naruto, to achieve true peace. I must kill you. Sasuke's Sharingan shimmered with resolute determination. Hades watched this farce with a cold gaze, having long lost interest in the rivalry of these young men. His consciousness returned to the realm of bliss, communicating with me. Hades' deep voice echoed in my mind. I need you to assist me with one final task. His tone carried an air of irresistible compulsion. Should I fail, he would seize my body and gain complete control over the realm of bliss. I clenched my fists, maintaining silence. I understood that this was no idle threat. Hades possessed the means to execute his intentions. You fear this, do you not? His voice resonated with a sense of certainty. Your plans remain unfinished. You cannot afford to lose the realm of bliss. Thus you will assist me. I had to concede that he was astutely correct. The unfulfilled desires and promises compelled me to acquiesce. Drawing a deep breath, I asked in a low voice, "What do you need me to do?" "Locate the ruins of the Nightfall clan and retrieve what belongs to me." Hades' voice faded gradually, like the retreating tide. As my consciousness returned, control of my body reverted to me. I flexed my somewhat stiff fingers, thoughts swirling in my mind. Exploring the secrets of the Nightfall clan had already been part of my plan. I had not anticipated that significant artifacts lay hidden there. Upon reaching the Valley of the End, the smoke of battle had dissipated. The rushing waterfall continued its relentless flow, as if narrating the conclusion of this fated confrontation. Naruto and Sasuke lay between the fractured stone pillars, their chakra completely exhausted, yet both bore relieved smiles. Sasuke's Sharingan gradually lost its crimson hue, as he finally relinquished the obsessions that had consumed him for years. Deep down, he had already acknowledged that Naruto was the one destined to change the ninja world. Regardless of the battle's outcome, he would allow Naruto to become Hokage. His so-called revolution was merely the last excuse he crafted for himself. "You two fools," Sakura cried, tears in her eyes as she tended to both of them, her healing chakra glowing with a gentle green light. Though she scolded them, her eyes brimmed with gratitude. In that moment, the bonds of Team 7 were finally reconnected, stronger than ever before. The blood at the severed arm gradually ceased, akin to their once fractured friendship finally mending. With the infinite Tsukuyomi lifted, the ninja world welcomed a long-awaited dawn. This war, which had swept across the globe, ultimately concluded with unprecedented unity among the major ninja villages. After the smoke cleared, representatives from the 5 great nations gathered to sign a permanent peace treaty. This life-and-death struggle allowed the once suspicious ninjas to genuinely comprehend the value of peace. After recovering in Konoha Hospital for several days, Sasuke's injuries had significantly healed. On a morning when the dew had yet to dry, he chose a solitary path to travel as a penitent, eliminating potential threats to peace in the shadows. Before he departed, he and Naruto shared a silent fist bump, an action that encapsulated all their unspoken promises. In a way, it hinted to Sakura that he accepted her love and assured her he would return. It is time for me to set off. On the 3rd day after Sasuke's departure, I submitted my application to leave the village at the Hokage's office. The ginkgo leaves outside rustled, as if trying to hold me back. My investigation into the Nightfall clan had already been delayed for far too long. Kakashi looked up from the pile of documents, his visible eye reflecting understanding. "Do you need assistance from the Umbu?" "No need." I shook my head, gently placing my forehead protector on the desk. This time, I wished to explore as an individual. As I exited the Hokage building, the autumn wind swirled fallen leaves around my feet. The season's farewells seemed particularly poignant. Yet I knew that all partings were in anticipation of better reunions. With a simple pack slung over my shoulder, I took one last glance at Konoha's gates before turning to embark on my quest for the truth. Chapter 95. The Nightfall Clan. My understanding of the Nightfall Clan was nearly non-existent, even as I strived to search the remnants of the original owner's memories. The limited perception of a 7- or 8-year-old girl could hardly piece together a comprehensive picture of the clan. Fortunately, within the realm of bliss, I had my elder brother Blood Moon to consult. Through his explanations, the veil of this enigmatic clan slowly began to lift before me. The Nightfall clan dwelled deep in the dense forests near the Land of Iron, an autonomous village beyond the jurisdiction of any nation. Regarding their bloodline limit, I gathered that the clan members universally possessed the talent to communicate with souls. Yet only the ruler of the realm of bliss possessed the unique ability to collect and manipulate souls. Within this isolated clan, Each successor of the realm of bliss was revered as the high priest, enjoying the utmost status and reverence. The high priest bore a dual responsibility: to preside over summoning rituals to enhance the clan members' bloodline powers, and to lead the entire clan in offering tributes to Hades, the lord of the underworld. This deity residing in the realm of bliss was the root of all stories. The legacy of the realm of bliss adhered to a brutal principle: a new successor would only awaken upon the death of the current high priest. Even more harshly, the hierarchical structure of the realm of bliss and the collected souls painstakingly built by previous high priests would vanish upon their demise, forcing the successor to start anew. What is most terrifying is that every high priest may become a vessel for Hades to descend upon the mortal realm. Consequently, while the high priest revels in the reverence of their kin, they simultaneously bear the most profound fear. Successors throughout the ages have made different choices in the face of this power. Some, out of dread of being usurped, dare not wield the strength of the paradise, becoming conservatives. Others, in pursuit of immortality, obsessively gather souls, degenerating into radicals. Tragically, most high priests who actively nurture the paradise meet their demise just as Hades prepares to seize them. This grim termination is a duty passed down through generations to the clan leader. The position of clan leader is typically hereditary, in addition to managing village affairs. Their paramount mission is to oversee the high priests. Upon detecting signs of Hades' encroachment upon a priest, the clan leader must personally execute the rite of sending to the underworld, a euphemistic yet brutal term used by the kin for the execution ritual. When a high priest passes away or is sent to the underworld, the clan leader is tasked with presiding over the monthly summoning of the dead ritual. Every member of the clan, young and old, must undergo testing, for the paradise may manifest in any clan member. These rituals are invariably accompanied by a tapestry of hope and despair, until one fateful day, my father, the clan leader Yeohao, welcomed my birth after a ritual that yielded no results. Fate played a cruel trick. My father discovered, during a private investigation, that I was the new inheritor of the paradise. For him, this revelation was akin to a bolt from the blue. He understood better than anyone that inheriting the paradise was not a mark of honor, but a curse. Should the day come when he would have to send his daughter to the underworld, what a ghastly choice that would be. Thus, my father chose to conceal the truth, casting a sealing technique over me to obscure the essence of the paradise. As long as I was not deliberately scrutinized, this illusion could be maintained. To prevent me from discovering my abilities, he forbade me any contact with ninjutsu training. Even the most basic bloodline limits were off limits. In the eyes of the entire clan, I became an unequivocal waste. The clan leader's legacy is sufficient with your brother. My father would often comfort me. You only need to live joyfully. Thus, this secret was meticulously guarded for 6 years, until the tragic massacre of our clan transpired. Those mysterious assailants were evidently after the power of the paradise. At that time, I could not even utilize chakra, let alone control the paradise. Yet my father would rather lead the entire clan into battle than surrender his daughter. After 3 days and nights of bloody struggle, on the second night, my mother sent my brother to escort me to the land of fire for assistance. Unfortunately, we underestimated the enemy's encirclement. When my uncle's reinforcements arrived, they could only rescue me, barely clinging to life, from the rushing river. The once thriving Yiyu village was now but a memory stained with blood flowing downstream. However, the hidden truth of the Yiyu clan goes far beyond this. Who are the fiends that slaughtered the entire clan? Why are they so fixated on seizing the power of the paradise? What are the relics mentioned by Hades? Are they the sacred objects spoken of by my brother, or is there another secret? Chapter 96. The ruins of Yiyu. A blanket of pristine white snow covers the desolate land known as the ruins of the Yiyu clan. The cold wind whips through, carrying fine ice crystals that seem to recount the stories of yore. I tread cautiously through the soft snow, the soles of my boots emitting a dull crunching sound. As I gaze around, apart from a few remnants of walls eroded by wind and snow, and several ancient wells long dried up, now filled with snow, there are scarcely any signs of life. I crouch down and brush away the snow from a stone tablet, my fingertips brushing against the faint engravings. Time has worn the inscriptions to the point of near illegibility, yet I can still vaguely sense a residue of ancient chakra. Could it truly be that nothing remains to be found? I murmur to myself, my brow furrowing. Just then, a faint cry for help drifts through the wind. Is anyone there? Help me. The voice is intermittent, seemingly emanating from the depths of the snow nearby. I immediately become alert and hasten towards the source. Soon, I discover a girl, deeply ensnared in the snow, her long black hair strewn disorderly across the ground, her cheeks flushed with cold, and her lips slightly purple, clearly having struggled for quite some time. Upon seeing me, hope ignites in her eyes. Thank goodness. Please, pull me up. I bend down, grasping her icy wrist. And with a firm tug, I pull her up. She collapses in the snow, gasping for breath, her chest heaving violently before she finally catches her breath. Then, to my surprise, she breaks into a silly grin, brushing the snow off her clothes. Haha, I thought I was going to die here. Thank you so much. I silently appraise her. She appears to be around 16 or 17, dressed in a thick cotton coat, carrying an empty bamboo basket, with a few snowflakes adorning her cheeks. Her smile almost naive to the world. But the question is, what is she doing in such a desolate place? I'm Lin, she exclaimed, patting her empty bamboo basket. My grandpa sent me to gather herbs, but I didn't find any and ended up falling into a pit. She tilted her head, curiously observing me. And you? In a place like this, where even a rabbit wouldn't be seen, how did you end up here? Uchiha-yi, a leaf ninja, just passing through, I replied tersely, deliberately concealing my true purpose. This girl, who calls herself Lin, appeared far too coincidental. I could not dismiss the possibility of her being connected to the Yu clan. Wow, a ninja, she exclaimed, suddenly jumping up with excitement, her hands gesturing exaggeratedly. I've seen ninjas fight. They can breathe fire, spit water, and even summon lightning. In a flash, the entire forest would be split apart. Her animated gestures left me somewhat speechless, and I turned to leave. Wait, she tugged at my sleeve. You saved me. You can't just leave. I frowned. What do you mean? No, that's not it. She flusteredly waved her hands, her face slightly reddening. I mean, I have to repay you. Please come to my house for a visit. It's just nearby. I pondered for a moment. Perhaps I could glean some clues from her. So, I nodded. All right. Lin's home was nestled deep within a grove of snow-covered pines, a low wooden house with smoke curling from its chimney, appearing especially warm against the cold wind. She excitedly flung open the door, calling inside. Grandpa, I'm back, and I brought a friend. A hoarse voice interrupted her. The interior was dimly lit, the flames in the fireplace flickering, revealing an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow. He slowly rose from his rocking chair, his murky eyes emanating a sharp light, locking onto me. How many times have I told you? No outsiders in our home. I merely wish to rest for a moment. I replied calmly. The old man scoffed. There's nothing to offer here. Rest and leave. Lin stamped her feet in frustration. Grandpa, she saved me. How can you be like this? That's because you're utterly useless. The old man reprimanded sharply, then waved his hand at me dismissively, his tone leaving no room for argument. Rest well, and then please leave. I nodded, choosing not to say more. Lin, with a downcast expression, silently followed me out of the wooden house. I'll walk you out, I offered as we stepped outside into the snow. Lin kicked at the snow, quietly saying, I'm sorry about my grandpa. He is always like this. I've never met my parents. He raised me, but he never allows me to interact with outsiders. Just as I was about to respond, a chilling voice drifted from behind us. Found you, little prey. I turned sharply, seeing a grim-faced man standing not far away, a sinister smile playing on his lips. His right hand was entwined with a strange blue-green chakra, forming a sharp, blade-like shape that glimmered ominously in the snow. Who are you? I narrowed my eyes, instinctively shielding Lin behind me. How rare to encounter a living being. The man licked his lips. But this has nothing to do with you. Hand over that girl, and we'll part ways peacefully. I let out a light laugh. What's in it for me if I hand her over? The man's expression darkened abruptly. Stop wasting words. You're asking for death. His arms suddenly swelled and contorted, veins protruding, nails elongating into vicious claws, rendering the entire limb grotesque and fearsome. Lin trembled behind me, her voice laced with terror. Be careful. That is the bloodline limit of the Ghost Hand clan. A confrontation was imminent. I swiftly formed hand seals, and multiple shadow clones encircled the enemy in an instant. Each clone wielded a different weapon, engaging the advancing members of the Ghost Hand clan. Unlike my usual shadow clones, these were infused with spiritual energy, rendering them resilient to minor attacks and preventing their immediate dissolution. However, the pain they endured would ultimately be transferred back to my original body upon their dispelling. Lin, The old man's startled cry reached us from afar. "Seize that old fool. He is the guardian." More foes emerged from the snowy landscape, and I had no desire to linger in battle. Under the cover of my shadow clones, I hastily retreated with the grandfather and granddaughter. When we finally evaded our pursuers and took refuge in a hidden cave, the old man suddenly collapsed to the ground, trembling as he exclaimed, "Lord Hades, you have returned at last." Both Lin and I were momentarily stunned. "Me?" I said incredulously, pointing at myself. The old man lifted his head, tears glimmering in his murky eyes. "I can sense it. The power is identical." Lin's eyes widened as she stammered, "Grandfather, what are you saying?" "She belongs to the Uchiha clan." The old man shook his head, his voice hoarse yet resolute. "No, she is the last bloodline of the Yeo clan and the only one capable of awakening the power of Hades." Outside the cave, the wind and snow continued to howl. Yet a greater confusion stirred within my heart. Chapter 97. Uchiha Liang. The old man's respectful address of Lord Hades left me momentarily speechless. Before I could gather my thoughts, he bowed deeply. "I beg your pardon for any offense caused. Please have mercy, Lord Hades. Now, you must come with me. I have something of great importance to deliver to you." A jolt of realization coursed through me. Since this elder was aware of Hades' existence, he likely possessed intricate knowledge about the Yeo clan's affairs. Perhaps what he intended to bestow upon me was the very clue that Hades had instructed me to seek. With that thought, I hesitated no longer and followed him back to the humble wooden hut. The old man approached a yellowed painting, swiftly forming hand seals. As a faint light flickered, a concealed door slowly revealed itself within the wall behind the painting. "Please, my lord," he respectfully gestured aside. I hurriedly stepped forward to support his bent frame. "Grandfather, you need not be so formal. Though you address me as Lord, I am ultimately your junior. Just call me I." He raised his head, a flicker of surprise crossing his clouded eyes, before he gradually nodded in agreement. The passage within the dim chamber was deep and winding, ultimately opening into a spacious stone room. The old man began to chant softly towards the bare stone wall, which rippled like water, gradually unveiling an ancient tome. "Please accept this book." He solemnly presented it to me. I opened the yellowed pages, dense with obscure text and peculiar illustrations. Just as I furrowed my brow in confusion, Hades' voice echoed in my mind. "This is my journal, containing secrets of ancient relics and special powers. The seals I placed upon it can only be unraveled by me." But I just flipped it open with ease. I replied nonchalantly. Hades seemed to sigh. "You are utilizing my power." "Oh," I said dismissively, closing the book and turning to the old man. "Grandfather, may I ask if you are a descendant of the Yeo clan?" The old man nodded slowly, a nostalgic glimmer in his murky eyes. This revelation warmed my heart. It meant that besides myself, there were still clan members surviving in the world. "Could you tell me?" My voice unconsciously tightened. "Who was responsible for the massacre of the Yeo clan over a decade ago?" The old man sighed deeply, sinking into a stone chair. "That tale is long and complex." "What do you mean?" The Yeo clan had endured 2 near extinctions. Pain flickered across the old man's wrinkled face. Twice, I clenched my fists, my nails digging into my palms. "Please, tell me everything." I nearly gritted my teeth as I uttered this. "The first incident dates back to a distant past, before my very birth." The old man's voice was hoarse and ancient. "According to ancestral accounts, the Ninja World War was extraordinarily brutal. Our Yeo clan, averse to conflict, sought refuge in a secluded area. Little did we know, this war awakened the greed within certain individuals." His voice grew somber. As though lost in distant memories, they coveted the power of Hades and began ruthlessly hunting down Yeo clan members. Fortunately, some clan members had awakened the power of Hades, and with a portion of our kin hiding in time, we avoided complete annihilation. "And the perpetrators at that time?" I inquired, desperate for clarity. "Difficult to ascertain." He shook his head. "It was a chaotic era, with various nations' forces intermingling. But a decade ago," his voice trembled suddenly, those crimson eyes, "I will never mistake them for anything other than the Uchiha clan." "What?" The revelation struck me like a thunderbolt, leaving my ears ringing. "Absolutely certain." The old man clenched his fists in agitation. I forced myself to remain calm, half-truthfully explaining, "My mother is from the Uchiha clan. I was fortunate to escape by staying with my grandmother. To survive, I took my mother's surname." After a pause, I pressed on. "Are you sure you weren't mistaken?" "As far as I know, the Uchiha clan should. That Sharingan from that night, I will never mistake it." the old man asserted resolutely. I took a deep breath. Suppressing the tumultuous thoughts, I understand. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. As I turned to leave, something struck me. By the way, what is the origin of the Ghost Hand clan? Humph, merely a band of grave robbers coveting the power of Hades, the old man scoffed. They somehow learned of the Yayo ruins and incessantly clamored for some treasure. Each bloody conflict arises from this desire for power. I nodded solemnly, carefully securing the ancient text. The immediate priority was to investigate the Ghost Hand clan. Since they dared to brazenly seek out the extinct Yayo clan, they must possess some critical clues. Following the unique chakra fluctuations, I quickly pinpointed their stronghold. Upon stealthily infiltrating, I was taken aback by the eerie silence within the base. With only a few guards lazily patrolling, this lax vigilance heightened my alertness. If that Ghost Hand ninja was not the leader, then the true mastermind must be lurking deeper within. Holding my breath, I moved through the shadows. The deeper I ventured, the more peculiar it felt. The vast base was eerily quiet, as if waiting for something or someone. Hey, which unit are you from? Suddenly, a hand clapped heavily on my shoulder, causing me to shudder as I slowly turned my head. It's you. The other party stumbled back, eyes wide with shock. I squinted, recognizing him as the Ghost Hand ninja I had encountered earlier. A cold smile crept across my lips. What a coincidence. I was just looking for you. I was looking for you too. He quickly reached for his weapon, but I had no intention of engaging in a drawn-out confrontation. Spare yourself. I locked eyes with him and commanded, Sharingan. His body froze instantly, his gaze turning vacant. The Jinjutsu took effect. He would now answer my questions truthfully. What is the purpose of your Ghost Hand clan in seeking the power of Hades? The leader craves strength, he replied in a mechanical, hollow tone. Who is the leader? Where is he? Uchiha Liang, 3,000 meters to the north. Uchiha. The name pierced my heart like a dagger. Was the annihilation of the Yayo clan truly connected to the Uchiha? I suppressed the tumultuous emotions roiling within me, raising my hand to put him into a deep slumber. When he awoke, he would remember nothing. Now, I had to find this Uchiha Liang. Racing northward, after about an hour, a concealed underground entrance came into view. I abandoned the notion of stealth and boldly charged inside, deliberately creating a cacophony. If I sought the truth, it would be more advantageous to act like an oblivious intruder. Indeed, it wasn't long before a chilling voice emerged from the shadows. Who are you to dare wreak havoc on my territory? A man stepped forth, his features delicate, skin as pale as snow, long hair cascading like a waterfall, yet his eyes glinted with a sharpness akin to blades. Who are you? I feigned arrogance. Your territory? Uchiha Ryo, he coldly declared. What brings you to trespass here? A jolt surged through me at the name, though I masked it. What a coincidence. I am Uchiha Yi. Pausing, I deliberately probed. Is it true that there are still living members of the Uchiha clan? He remained silent. In the next instant, swish. His figure vanished, and a potent killing intent surged toward me from behind. I instantly drew my cursed blade, clashing with his assault in a resounding clang. Sparks flew as I coldly regarded him. What do you mean by this? I sidestepped his fierce blade, the icy metal grazing my hair. Aren't you also a member of the Uchiha clan? That statement seemed to trigger something within him. His movements froze, and his hand trembled slightly around the weapon. Indeed, his voice was barely audible, tinged with bitterness. I resent my lineage, cursed to be born under this surname. Before he could finish, his attack transformed into a frenzy, the dagger slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Spirit-binding chains. Ethereal blue chains materialized from the void, binding him tightly. He struggled, rage burning in his eyes. You are not merely Uchiha Yi, are you? I sighed softly, releasing my hand from the seals. Now, can we converse calmly? I wish to uncover the truth rather than engage in pointless violence. His expression flickered between hatred and anguish. Years ago, the Uchiha slaughtered the Nightshade clan for the power of the Underworld King. My father killed my mother. His voice was hoarse. So, you are the one who awakened the power of the Underworld King? I nodded in affirmation. His gaze suddenly ignited with fervor. If I acquire the power of the Underworld King, I can resurrect the Nightshade clan. His laughter was laced with madness. In that instant, another cold blade pressed against my throat from behind. Boss, Ryo suddenly shouted, let me kill her. Unnecessary. A hoarse voice whispered in my ear, little girl, release the spell. I shall not kill you. The moment I dispelled the spirit-binding chains, a pair of veined hands seized my shoulders, dragging me into a cell. As I was pushed inside, that voice ominously warned, Don't waste your effort. The barrier adjusts its strength according to the prisoner's power. When did you become so obedient? Hades' voice echoed in my mind, tinged with confusion. I flexed my wrists, a cold smirk gracing my lips. Plans have changed. Rio is merely a pawn. The true player has finally revealed themselves. My fingertips brushed against the frigid wall, spiritual energy coalescing in my palm. The so-called sensing barrier only targets chakra. The specter of a silver hammer flickered in the darkness, accompanied by the metallic groans of distortion. As the final barrier crumbled, a pungent odor wafted from the corridor. Indeed, a laboratory lay hidden within. The cultivation pods glowed, illuminating countless suspended bodies. The nearest experiment's eyelids fluttered, revealing scarlet Sharingan. Following my hypothesis, I let a drop of my blood fall onto the monitoring device, prompting the screen to illuminate with a genetic map, forced fusion of Uchiha and Nightshade. Theoretically, Hades pondered, hybrids dilute the purity of the Nightshade bloodline. Unless my fingertips halted on a continuously replicating gene fragment, their interest lay not in the bloodline, but in the Sharingan's replication ability. In the reflection of the cultivation pods, countless identical Sharingan slowly opened. I gazed at the rows of cages and cultivation dishes, filled with people. Strangely, these captives neither screamed nor struggled, nor did they express a hint of anguish. They existed like soulless husks, mechanically eating at intervals, sleeping at intervals, their vacant stares suggesting they had lost their very essence. Even as I approached their confinement, they showed no reaction to my presence. How dull. These living corpses require no guards. Why waste manpower? A voice of complaint arose from deep within. I halted, listening intently. What does the boss intend to do with these faux Uchihas? Just to use them as tools for murder? Ugh, still need someone to oversee them. How boring. The individual continued grumbling, inadvertently revealing crucial information. I stealthily approached him, my crimson Sharingan glinting in the darkness. What did you mean by tools for murder? Just that, the boss's puppets for killing. The man was taken aback by my sudden appearance, falling into the illusion of my Sharingan. How long have these people been imprisoned? Several years, I suppose. I'm not quite sure. I remained silent for a moment, formulating a hypothesis, then turned to leave. Reaching the core of the base, as expected, I found no trace of the Grim Hand leader nor Rio. It seemed my escape had been detected, and they awaited my ambush. Suddenly, a rush of cool air drew my attention. Now's my chance. I activated the body flicker technique, my cursed blade thrusting into the shadows. Good speed, but your strength is lacking. The Grim Hand leader grinned maliciously, using his crimson claw to firmly grasp my blade. The veins beneath his dark red skin pulsating, sharp nails glinting ominously. I swiftly withdrew my blade, creating distance. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to escape. Surprise tinged his hoarse voice. I snorted, lacking time for idle chatter. Rio, subdue her. At his command, realizing the danger, I leaped, only to be ensnared by countless chains that struck from every direction like venomous snakes. These chains, evidently treated with some special material, began voraciously consuming my chakra the moment they coiled around me. You've noticed, haven't you? His hoarse voice brimmed with pride. These chakra-absorbing chains were crafted specifically for you. They will drain you dry. I gritted my teeth, attempting to break free, but the more I struggled, the faster my chakra dissipated. Let me handle this. Hades volunteered within my consciousness. Useless. Under the chain suppression, I cannot unlock the seal of the Underworld King. I responded internally, aware that while my spiritual techniques and the Nightshade clan's bloodline abilities mainly relied on spiritual power, the seal of the Underworld King fell within the realm of chakra-based sealing techniques. TSK, Hades clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. This seal was meant to bind us, yet now it hinders us. Turning to Rio, I resolved to take a gamble. Since I've been captured, how about answering a few questions? The Grim Hand leader laughed arrogantly. Sure, let's clarify your demise. Was the massacre of the Nightshade clan decades ago orchestrated by your Grim Hand? He remained noncommittal. At that time, you failed to locate the Underworld King, so you intentionally left survivors to allow the Nightshade clan to propagate, awaiting the king's emergence? Continue. The massacre 10 years ago was ostensibly the work of the Uchiha, but in truth, it was carried out by your faux Uchihas to frame the Uchiha. The Grim Hand leader's expression shifted dramatically. How do you know? I've explored your secret base thoroughly, I sneered. Now do you admit it? The Nightshade clan was annihilated, while you, the mastermind, remain unscathed. Ha ha. He burst into laughter, taunting. What does it matter if you know the truth? The The Nightshade clan has perished, and the Uchiha lineage has been extinguished. Henceforth, the Uchiha name shall be mine to wield, and you, the king of the underworld, will ultimately become my puppet." A slight smirk graced my lips as I declared, "Did you hear that? The true perpetrator behind the massacre of Nightshade stands before you, Uchiha Ryo." Ryo trembled violently. "So my father was your puppet from the very beginning?" It was too late for him to comprehend. The leader of the Phantom Hands sneered menacingly. Suddenly, Ryo's furious roar echoed through the dungeon, his Sharingan spinning wildly, culminating in a brand new kaleidoscopic pattern. In an instant, a series of violent explosions erupted in the confined space. I watched in astonishment. Was this the extent of Ryo's kaleidoscopic abilities? Could he detonate anything within his line of sight? However, the leader of the Phantom Hands exceeded expectations. Even against Ryo's newly awakened power, exhaustion from chakra depleted Ryo's strength, leaving him incapacitated. With the last ally gone, resignation loomed. The leader of the Phantom Hands approached with a sense of assured victory. Yet, a sudden smile broke across my face. My objectives had been achieved. In that moment of chaos, I managed to free one hand from its chains, forming a seal and lightly touching the crimson curse mark on my forehead. "It's time to teach this arrogant fool a lesson." Hades' excited voice reverberated in my mind. For him, this was a long-awaited battle. As Hades seized control of my body, an astonishing speed erupted from within, tearing through the air as I materialized before the leader of the Phantom Hands in the blink of an eye. Infernal flames. Hades' fingers clamped like iron pincers around the leader's throat, as black and white flames surged forth from the gaps between his fingers. This was no ordinary fire. It was the hellfire from the underworld, scorching not only flesh but the very soul. The leader's skin quickly carbonized, emitting a chilling hissing sound. He instinctively swiped at me, but only managed to tear through an afterimage. Hades had already appeared behind him, wielding a massive scythe entwined with dark mist. The blade traced a deadly arc, aimed directly at his head. In a moment of desperation, the leader twisted his grotesque arms at an unnatural angle to block. Clang! Sparks flew from the metallic clash. His head remained intact, but the price paid was the severing of both arms. A blood-curdling scream reverberated throughout the underground chamber, reminiscent of a beast being flayed alive. What is happening to him? I furrowed my brow in the mental realm. Hades, with the scythe in hand, wore a cruel smile. It's akin to the sensation Orochimaru experienced when he lost his hands. Yet, this fellow is worse off. He has lost both his soul and flesh. Striding towards the kneeling, wailing adversary, Hades stepped on the blood-soaked stumps, relishing the even more heart-wrenching screams. "Do you understand now?" My voice resonated with the echoes of the underworld. The power of the king of the underworld is not something mere ants can touch. The leader's bloodshot eyes flickered with a pathological fervor. "Huh? So this is true power. My research has not been in vain. Is this man insane?" I couldn't help but comment in the realm of bliss. Suddenly, Hades halted. He forcefully grasped the leader's chin, compelling him to meet his gaze. "Wait, I recognize you. Or rather, I recognize your ancestor." "What?" I nearly stumbled in the mental realm. Before I could process this revelation, Hades brutally tore open the leader's clothing. "Hey, what are you doing with my body?" I protested in embarrassment. Yet my eyes remained fixated on the gradually revealing, writhing crimson totem, a grotesque hand clutching a heart. "Ah, I see." Hades' tone turned frigid. "A millennium has passed. Yet your clan remains unrepentant." The scythe gleamed with a deadly light. The head fell. "Hades." I was rendered speechless by the sudden execution. Back in the realm of bliss, Hades unusually took the initiative to explain. "Investigate the strongholds of the Phantom Hands. The items I seek may lie there." "Huh. I thought the old man's autobiography was. That was merely a diary I penned out of boredom a millennium ago," Hades admitted sheepishly. "Who would have thought it would be revered as a sacred relic?" Uffed, I couldn't help but chuckle. Then I must thoroughly peruse the great work of the king of the underworld. As I departed, carrying the unconscious Ryo, I cast a final glance at the burning base. The black and white infernal flames consumed the mindless experimental subjects, reducing this absurd human experimentation to ashes. The warriors of the Iron Country would soon arrive to handle the aftermath, but some sins are better left buried forever. Chapter 99. The motives of the Phantom Hands. Though Ryo shares the mixed bloodline of the Nightshade clan and the Uchiha clan, his lineage is more closely tied to the Uchiha. After careful consideration, I resolved to report this matter to Kakashi-sensei. The Umbu of Konoha responded swiftly, promptly retrieving Ryo back to the village. Concurrently, I relayed this information to Sasuke, who was traveling abroad, as he, being one of the remaining members of the Uchiha clan, deserved to know of Ryo's existence. With everything properly managed, I began to replan my subsequent actions. Based on the clues provided by Hades, whatever he was seeking was likely linked to the Phantom Hands. However, it was perplexing that even he could not distinctly recall what it was. It seemed as if some invisible force obstructed his memory, shrouding the truth in a veil of mystery. Though the situation was somewhat bewildering, I have always adhered to my word. Having pledged my assistance, I would pursue the matter to its conclusion. The most immediate lead, naturally, was the Phantom Hands. Yet their only potential hideout had already been reduced to ruins, and the sole person who might possess knowledge, the leader of the Phantom Hands, had met his demise. According to Hades' scant recollections, he, Kaguya, and the progenitor of the Phantom Hands existed in the same era. Each held dominion over their respective realms. Attaining the pinnacle of their fields, Kaguya was heralded as the mother of chakra, while Hades was the ancestral master of soul manipulation. Yet, what did the ancestor of the Phantom Hands represent? This question lingered in my mind. The clues were too sparse, but perhaps one individual could assist me. I meticulously searched through the charred ruins and eventually discovered remnants of human tissue belonging to the Phantom Hands. If I wished to unravel the secrets of this clan at the genetic level, there was likely only one person capable of doing so in the current ninja world, Orochimaru. After the Fourth Great Ninja War, Orochimaru was labeled a war criminal, yet due to his unique talents, he was granted an opportunity for redemption. He now resided under house arrest at his laboratory, his movements restricted but still enjoying the liberty of research. After all, Konoha required his extraordinary intellect. To some extent, this former rogue ninja had been reintegrated. When I arrived at the lab with the precious biological samples, I fortuitously encountered the wandering Suigetsu at the entrance. "Oh, is that you, Nightshade?" Suigetsu exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he scrutinized me. What a rare sight. "Isn't Sasuke with you?" "Just me." I shrugged helplessly. "Oh, what brings you here?" Suigetsu raised an eyebrow. "Orochimaru is in the lab, right? I'm here to ask him for a favor." Suigetsu crossed his arms and tilted his head. "What could you possibly need from that science fanatic?" "It's a secret," I smiled. "If you're not busy, could you kindly show me the way?" Suigetsu pouted, his curiosity evident. But he turned to lead the way. "You're lucky. I happen to be free." As we traversed the dimly lit corridor, he casually chatted about recent events. It appears that he, along with Chongwu and Xianglin, remained here to assist Orochimaru. However, as the experiment reached a conclusion, he intended to slip away for some fresh air. It seems that these former rogue ninjas now enjoy a leisurely life, being fed by the state. Schweik brought me to the laboratory door and then wisely departed. Upon pushing open the heavy metal door, I found Orochimaru bent over the experimental table, his golden serpent-like eyes glimmering ominously in the dim light. "What brings you here?" he uttered without lifting his gaze, his voice still carrying that disconcerting rasp. I got straight to the point, placing the tissue sample from the Ghost Hand clan on the table and succinctly outlining my purpose. Orochimaru delicately picked up the sample tube with his fingers, scrutinizing the dark red tissue fragments within under the light. "Fascinating," he chuckled hoarsely. "You have indeed uncovered something remarkable. The sooner, the better," I added. I then took a seat on an empty chair nearby, casually extracting Hades' autobiography from my ninja tool pouch to pass the time. For the next while, the laboratory was filled solely with the humming of machinery. Seated in the corner, I flipped through Hades' diary, occasionally hearing Orochimaru's thoughtful hissing. To my astonishment, less than 2 hours later, he removed his gloves and turned to me. "The results are in, and they are far more intriguing than you anticipated." Orochimaru's golden serpent eyes sparkled with excitement. "According to the analysis, the genetics of the Ghost Hand clan are astonishingly pure." Noticing my bewilderment, he let out a soft laugh. "It seems a different explanation is in order." Handing me the experimental data, he used the 3 progenitors you mentioned, Kaguya, Hades, and the Ghost Hand, as examples. Kaguya's bloodline has the widest spread and the highest compatibility. Her genes have diverged into various mutations over time. Clans such as the Otsutsuki and Uchiha are extensions of her lineage. On the other hand, the Hades lineage, he glanced at me meaningfully, like yours, the Nightshade clan, while not diverging into other bloodlines, can coexist and reproduce with other races. Like ink mingling with clear water, It may be diluted, but does not vanish. At this point, he suddenly lowered his voice. However, the Ghost Hand clan. His laughter was tinged with a morbid excitement. Their genes are akin to a sealed vessel, requiring absolute purity. Any foreign genes would disrupt this perfect structure. Thus, they can only intermarry within their clan. If they can only intermarry within their own clan, I interjected. Unable to suppress my thoughts, after so many generations, would they not fall into a vicious cycle of inbreeding? Indeed. Orochimaru replied with a sickly smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Thus, it would be a great pity if such a precious bloodline were to become extinct. His tongue lightly traced his lips, his gaze fixed intently on the sample. Observing his demeanor, I sighed in resignation. All right, if I encounter any living members of the Ghost Hand clan next time, I shall do my utmost to bring you a complete specimen. What a considerate child you are. Orochimaru chuckled with delight, his voice reminiscent of the rustling of scales, sending a shiver down my spine. Having no desire to engage in further conversation with Orochimaru, I hastily departed the laboratory after obtaining my conclusions. After all, with such a meager genetic sample, it was utterly impossible to trace the whereabouts of other Ghost Hand clan members, inadvertently assigning myself the task of collecting live specimens. However, upon reflection, if I were to stumble upon some unwise individuals, capturing them for Orochimaru might not be entirely unwelcome. As I organized the fragmented information, I gradually unraveled a thread. The Ghost Hand clan, due to the uniqueness of their bloodline, teeters on the brink of extinction, which compelled them to create artificial Uchiha to seize the blood limit of the Nightshade clan. Yet, their obsession with the paradise raises the question, what is their ultimate intention? What connection exists between paradise and the continuation of their bloodline? Immortality. Hades' voice suddenly resonated in my mind. What they pursue is eternal life. I halted abruptly. So it is, as long as they attain immortality, the continuation of their bloodline would no longer pose a problem, even if they could not find a means to reproduce. As long as the existing clan members remain undying, the goal of perpetuating their lineage could similarly be achieved. It is utterly madness, I couldn't help but murmur. To be so fixated on extending their bloodline to such an extent, these people are simply. Chapter 100. The Tale of Hades when direction eludes me. I choose to go with the flow. Draped in that familiar cloak, I continued to wander through the world of ninjas, nurturing my side endeavors to accumulate strength for paradise while preparing for future plans. Along the journey, whenever boredom struck, I would delve into Hades' diary. Although the text was rife with grievances, I must admit his prose was quite captivating. Through reading, it felt as though I was helping him relive the past, perhaps even uncovering traces of the Ghost Hand clan along the way. Allow me to recount the contents of this diary. In a certain corner of the river of time, Hades was initially but an orphan in a dilapidated village. Memories of his parents had long faded, and from the moment he could remember, he was a wild child wandering the village. The villagers harbored a deep disdain for this uninvited child. Insults were a daily occurrence, and violence occasionally followed. Hades understood their anger. After all, he had indeed stolen their meager food supplies. What perplexed him, however, was that he had two younger brothers who received entirely different treatment. Those two brothers were revered as the sons of heroes, receiving tender care and often being gifted food. Meanwhile, he, as the eldest brother, was cursed as a harbinger of disaster. This stark contrast planted a twisted seed in the young boy's heart. Since he was labeled the cursed child, it seemed only natural to inflict suffering upon the villagers. Embracing this notion, thievery and robbery became his source of amusement, while others' pain served as his solace. Day after day, Hades grew wild like a beast. Ultimately, the villagers, unable to tolerate him any longer, banished him forever. He paid no mind to this. The primal life instead brought him comfort. In the wilderness, the animals became his closest companions, until a peculiar day arrived, when a long-dormant power surged within him, urging him to explore. The scene before him was chilling. A multitude of wildlife lay lifeless across the expanse. Following the scent of death, he returned to the village where he once lived, now engulfed in raging flames. Upon entering the village, the wails of despair filled the air. The villagers lay prostrate, not seared by flames, but afflicted by a plague that rotted their lower limbs. Amidst the ruins, Hades encountered his two brothers. The younger brother, anxious, asked, "Brother, what shall we do?" "First, use your abilities to extinguish the fire," the elder brother replied calmly. "The rest I shall handle, but first, I need to speak with our elder brother." "You go ahead." The younger brother obediently departed. Hades stood there, contemplating. What more is there to say between us? Brother, it's quite surprising that you have returned. The second brother's voice was calm, devoid of emotion. Are you here to repay kindness with kindness and save us? Or merely to mock us? Yet none of that mattered. As long as you are here, my brother and I have a way to save this village. Hades furrowed his brow, finding these words perplexing. If there were no business to discuss, he would not indulge them. You remain the same, so impatient. The second brother gently shook his head. But do not rush to leave. I wish to propose a deal. What kind of deal could we possibly have? I hope you will take the village's plague, transform it into your power, and then distance yourself from the village. This way, you gain strength, and the village is saved, which aligns with our brotherly intent. This proposal indeed presented a win-win situation, yet alarm bells rang in Hades' mind. How could this brother, with whom he had no prior connection, know of the power he had just awakened in the wilderness? He distinctly remembered the secret of his ability to absorb death and disaster for his own use had never been shared with anyone. After a brief silence, Hades nodded in agreement. As he opened his arms, a dense aura of plague, like a black mist, detached itself from the villagers and coalesced into a dark purple orb of energy in his palms. Observing this, his second brother revealed a hint of a smile before turning to assist the other villagers. Hades did not depart immediately. Instead, he concealed his presence, silently watching the actions of his two brothers. He needed to uncover the secrets that these siblings, heralded as sons of heroes, might still harbor. The youngest brother was commanding towering waves. With a mere gesture, he could summon wind and rain, the clear waters dancing at his fingertips, effortlessly extinguishing the rampant flames. Such abilities, it was no wonder, earned him the villagers' adoration. The second brother's powers were more subtle. A gentle green light emanated from his palms, gradually healing the wounds of the afflicted. What intrigued Hades most was when the second brother closed the eyes of the deceased, the floating souls radiated a brilliant golden light, eventually dissipating into the heavens. Simultaneously, an abundance of food materialized in the second brother's hands, exactly what the village desperately needed. Witnessing all this, Hades felt a profound sense of melancholy. His brother's abilities shone brightly, while he alone wielded dominion over death and calamity. As he turned to leave, he heard the youngest brother innocently inquire, "Brother, why not let eldest brother stay? What purpose would that serve? If the three of us were together, we could better protect the village. With eldest brother around, we would not fear such disasters again." The second brother's voice suddenly turned icy. "You are mistaken, brother. He is not a harbinger of hope, but the source of calamity. Is that not what the entire village claims?" The youngest brother fell silent. Hades felt that cold declaration strike him like a heavy blow to the chest. Darkness engulfed his vision, and memories surged forth like a tide, revealing that he had never belonged to this village. Before arriving here, the three brothers had already wandered the world for years. In his youth, Hades could sense a powerful force calling to him, though he did not comprehend that pursuing this sensation would always summon disaster. The first time he arrived at this village, he was drawn by that same force, which was then ravaged by plague. Without the power he would later possess, he could only watch death spread. Yet, at that moment, his two brothers awakened their saving graces. One became the nourishing rain, the other the dawning light. Suddenly, Hades erupted into laughter, the sound echoing through the valley. He mocked himself for being a puppet of fate, ridiculed his brothers' hypocritical savior masks, and scoffed at the absurdity of the world. Slowly, he raised his right hand. The once contained black mist of plague bursting forth from his palm. Under the terrified gaze of his brothers, he effortlessly shed his disguise like an old cloak and vanished into the depths of the forest. Time in the mountains was devoid of rings. When the second brother finally sought him out, Hades was playfully teasing a crow at the edge of a cliff. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in its feathers, casting mottled shadows across his face. "You have violated our agreement." The second brother's robe fluttered without wind. Hades tossed the crow into the sky, laughing, "Dear savior, do you truly believe the harbinger of calamity will assist you? Spare me, brother." Hades suddenly ceased his laughter. "When you made wishes with the dead, did you ever consider sharing the spoils with me?" He cast one last glance at the scroll at the second brother's waist, which sealed the radiant souls of countless villagers. In the century that followed, Hades collected disasters from around the world as if gathering fallen leaves. On the battlefields of the Warring States period, he witnessed Kagaya's blood-stained white hair. To this day, he fails to comprehend that woman's ambition, just as he cannot fathom why he always withdraws from the most exuberant feasts. The singular battle with Kaguya arose from the most absurd of circumstances, merely appearing in both armies' camps to scrounge a meal, while collecting a bit of soul energy. He was branded a double agent. The clash shattered 7 mountain peaks, culminating in Kaguya tearing away half of his cloak. Yet, after perusing every diary, the records concerning the grasp of the dead remained conspicuously blank. As he flipped to the final chapters, the narrative turned disjointed. The once detailed accounts devolved into fragmented grumblings, suggesting that Hades had lost interest in documenting this world. In the year 3622 of the underworld calendar, on a new moon night, he was once again pursued by that madwoman Kaguya, simply for having simultaneously dined on her army's rice balls and taken the enemy's sake. In these times, even scrounging a meal could lead to accusations of espionage. In the year 3623, during the plum rain season, Kaguya sent a messenger bearing a declaration of war, its writing resembling the scribblings of a ghost. Footnote: insane. In the year 3624, during the cicada singing summer, he encountered Kaguya for the 7th time amidst the ruins of the battlefield. She was splattered in blood, and he had scattered freshly picked mushrooms everywhere. They exchanged glances, drawing their blades simultaneously. Conclusion: this woman is gravely ill. On non-combat days, the entries grew so terse they bordered on negligent. No major events today, just 3 crows squabbling. Passed through a village, children at play, elders awaiting death, business as usual. Had a nightmare, only to awaken and find it was reality. These hasty scribbles starkly contrasted with the detailed accounts of his youth, when Hades would meticulously record the names of every wildflower, or when, after being hurt by his brothers, he filled pages with curses. Now, he scarcely possessed the inclination to write a single extra word, much like his gradually fading cloak. His passion for the world was all but extinguished. The final page of the diary was particularly peculiar. In the year 3625, on a snowy night, I finally found it. The latter half of the sentence scorched, with only the words "final price" faintly visible. Thereafter, blank pages persisted until the back cover. No one knows why this millennia-long stroll abruptly ceased. What manner of price did Hades pay to find himself in such a plight? His body vanished, his soul imprisoned within an unfamiliar kin, cycling through generations. What connection did the Y-Ray clan have with him? Chapter 101. The trouble in Sunagakure. Your true name is Chihua, I remarked with keen interest after perusing Hades' diary. I am uncertain what you mean by true name, Hades replied, a hint of languor in his voice. That was merely a name I whimsically chose in my youth. Aside from the brothers mentioned in the diary, no one else knows it, nor have I used it much. Indeed, for an antiquated being such as yourself, it is rare to be called by your true name. I chuckled lightly, twirling the pen in my hand. But this is quite convenient. If you ever displease me, I shall invoke your full name to cast you a curse. A curse? His tone held a note of confusion. Indeed, I shall elongate my tone and draw circles with my pen on paper, crafting a circle to curse you. Trivial. Hades and I engaged in casual banter. After all we had endured, our relationship had grown far more amicable than I had anticipated. He had once been obsessed with resurrection, though it seemed he had gradually come to terms with it, stating that his true obsession lay in reclaiming his sealed body and uncovering the truth of that bygone era. Unfortunately, most high priests throughout the ages harbored ulterior motives, and few were willing to genuinely cooperate with him. Thus, he resorted to enticing offers to procure fleeting freedom for personal investigation. Those short-lived humans rarely met his expectations. In my generation, however, matters progressed unexpectedly smoothly. Likely due to my rarity as a kind-hearted and agreeable maiden, the contract was surprisingly easy to establish. Yet, given the scarcity of clues, even though I wished to assist him, I found myself at a loss. Hades, however, remained patient, allowing me to attend to my other matters. In addition to my role as a funeral director, my primary objective remained the search for a deceased individual. I even sought out Orochimaru and reached a covert agreement, stipulating that should I indeed locate that individual, I would require his subsequent assistance, and in return, I would endeavor to aid him with certain research endeavors. Of course, this was predicated on the condition that my principles remained unviolated, a point I made abundantly clear beforehand. However, to be frank, the difficulty of this task far exceeded my expectations. Numerous times, I contemplated simply giving up, yet a sense of unwillingness held me back. Thus I continued my search intermittently, still without results. Nevertheless, I'm not overly anxious, as there are some realms inaccessible to me with my current capabilities. Perhaps, once I have amassed more strength, the situation may turn in my favor. I was following my itinerary and had just traversed into the land of wind when suddenly, a ninja from Sunagakure grasped my shoulder. Please, don't kill me. I'm truly not an intruder. I immediately donned an exaggeratedly mournful expression, my voice laced with a deliberate tremor. At that moment, I was nothing more than an ordinary person devoid of combat prowess. The Sunagakure ninja appeared momentarily taken aback by my reaction and, with a hint of exasperation, stated, "No one said they intended to kill you. You are Uchiha Yayo, correct?" Upon hearing my true name uttered with such precision, I was momentarily stunned. Exercising caution, I remained silent. Your chakra fluctuations perfectly match the samples provided by Lord Kazekage. He continued, "It is Lord Kazekage who wishes to see you." Only then did I lift my gaze to scrutinize him. Judging by his forehead protector and attire, he appeared to be a high-ranking Nin of Sunagakure. Gaara is looking for me. What could be so urgent that he sent someone to intercept me? Although I posed this question verbally, internally I was already calculating. If this individual dared to deceive me, I would deal with him before reporting to Gaara. He shook his head. "I'm not privy to the specifics, but the matter is quite urgent. Please accompany me at once." Despite his vague explanation, I resolved to follow him. After all, I was well acquainted with the routes of Sunagakure, and I doubted he could pull any tricks. We hastened our pace and soon arrived at Sunagakure, making our way directly to the Kazekage's office. Upon pushing open the office door, I found Gaara resting his forehead on his hand, a deep furrow etched across his brow, laden with an unshakable melancholy. "Lord Kazekage, the individual has been brought," the guiding ninja reported with respect. Gaara slowly raised his head and gestured for his subordinate to withdraw. I casually sank into the visitor chair, adjusting my posture while jesting. What matter could be so pressing? One might think I've committed a grievous offense. "Apologies for summoning you in this manner," Gaara replied, his voice tinged with fatigue. "We find ourselves in a peculiar situation and require the assistance of a ninja skilled in ocular techniques from Konoha. Uchiha Sasuke's whereabouts are elusive, and intelligence indicates that you have been active along the border of the land of rain." "Oh," I raised an eyebrow. What predicament necessitates the intervention of a ninja with ocular techniques? Is it Kakashi-sensei's diagnosis? After all, seeking cross-border assistance typically warrants formal diplomatic procedures. Gaara inclined his head slightly. Indeed, it aligns with Kakashi-sensei's assessment. He paused, adding with significant weight, "We believe you are more suited to address this situation than Uchiha Sasuke." Huh. I leaned back against the chair, deliberately adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "You don't think I'm more idle than my brother, do you?" Gaara did not respond directly, but instead called toward the door. "Please, come in." As the office door swung open again, a familiar voice resonated, "Lord Kazekage." The newcomer first acknowledged Gaara respectfully before turning to me, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "It's been a while, Yayo." Nagakatsu. Although I was aware that the Nagakatsu brothers were ninjas from Sunagakure, I never anticipated that this matter would involve them. Nagakatsu's lips curled into a bittersweet smile. "Confirming my suspicions, as you suspected, I am the one in need of assistance." "What of Nagayasu?" I scanned the surroundings, even peering outside the door, but found no trace of him. Nagakatsu's smile remained tinged with bitterness, yet his voice was unusually calm. "The one requiring rescue is Nagayasu. Since returning from our last mission, he has exhibited intermittent episodes of madness, silence, and incoherent ramblings." He paused, absent-mindedly rubbing the kunai at his waist. "We have exhausted all conventional medical methods and have ultimately concluded that it may be due to some form of special genjutsu." I nodded thoughtfully, "Understood. Please take me to see him." After receiving Gaara's consent, Nagakatsu led me through layers of guards to a special cell where Nagayasu was held. Although stringent measures had been adopted for safety, the interior of the room was surprisingly tidy and comfortable. Outside stood several vigilant ninjas, with the leader being none other than the furrowed-browed Inuzuka. "Inuzuka, it's been a while," I greeted him proactively. To my surprise, Inuzuka did not display any signs of joy upon seeing me. Instead, his brow furrowed even deeper. He bypassed me entirely and seized Nagakatsu's sleeve. "Nagakatsu, why have you brought her here? Given Nagayasu's current state, how could you?" "Precisely because of that. We need her," Nagakatsu interjected firmly. Inuzuka let out a heavy sigh, his demeanor resembling that of an elder concerned about a quack doctor's interference. I rolled my eyes inwardly, guessing he deemed me an inadequate Uchiha for this task. Uninterested in engaging him further, I turned to Nagakatsu. May I enter and see him? Nagayasu nodded, gently unfastening the heavy iron doors for me. As the last lock clicked open, the sight before me took my breath away. Nagayasu was tightly bound to a specially designed iron chair. His entire body covered in seals that suppressed his chakra, even his features concealed by fabric of a peculiar material. He resembled a puppet ensnared by seals. Chapter 102. The Inner World. I cautiously approached Nagayasu, the only sound the rapid, disordered rhythm of his breathing. When I tentatively reached out my hand, a sudden jolt of electricity surged through me, sending sharp pain radiating from my fingertips. Are you all right? Nagakatsu hurried over, his tone apologetic. I forgot to warn you. Nagayasu is currently exuding an excess of lightning-affiliated chakra. It took tremendous effort to seal him here. I flexed my numbed fingers, waiting for the pain to subside before continuing to observe Nagayasu closely. His bound state was truly distressing. He looked so pitiful in this condition. Nagakatsu sighed heavily. This is unavoidable. To dispel the Jinjutsu with ocular techniques, he must at least be able to see me. I pointed to the eye mask on Nagayasu's face. Since you cannot touch him, allow me to handle it. With Nagakatsu's consent, I drew a kunai and deftly severed the straps of the eye mask. Without the covering, Nagayasu still kept his eyes tightly shut, but it seemed he sensed the light, as his eyelashes fluttered slightly, yet he showed no inclination to open his eyes. Didn't you say he was always agitated? I queried, looking at Nagakatsu in confusion. Most of the time, yes, Nagakatsu explained. But occasionally he falls into a state like this, which we speculate is a self-preservation mechanism. I nodded thoughtfully. The immediate priority was to prompt him to open his eyes and meet my gaze. I leaned closer and softly called, Nagayasu, wake up, don't sleep. After several attempts, Nagayasu finally began to slowly open his eyes. Those deep blue orbs, reminiscent of the ocean, gradually focused and ultimately rested upon my face. At last, you've awakened. I inwardly sighed with relief, glad that more drastic measures were unnecessary. Nagayasu appeared to want to say something, but the seals on his mouth reduced his words to indistinct whimpers. I resolved to employ my Sharingan to assess the situation. Although my Sharingan was an artificially acquired ability, it should suffice to unravel this level of Jinjutsu. As the chakra coursed through me, my pupils transitioned from black to a brilliant gold, ultimately morphing into a scarlet Sharingan, with 3 tomos slowly spinning within. However, upon locking eyes with Yongxia, the situation remained unchanged. It appeared that matters were more complex than anticipated. I took a deep breath and intensified my chakra output. The patterns within my pupils began to distort and transform, culminating in a kaleidoscopic design. Although Sasuke had strictly forbidden me from utilizing the kaleidoscope, at this juncture, my priority was to dispel the illusion, and I could not afford to hesitate. Just as the kaleidoscope Sharingan fully unfurled, an unexpected event transpired. Rather than breaking the illusion, I found myself engulfed in a pitch-black void. Drawing from my experience, I quickly realized this was likely Yongxia's mental realm. Much like when Sasuke entered Naruto's heart to confront the Nine Tails, I too was ensnared in a similar predicament. Since I had arrived in this place, I resolved to explore thoroughly and uncover what had transpired with Yongxia. The space was enveloped in darkness, and after much searching, I finally detected a faint chakra signature, presumably belonging to Yongxia. Following this chakra trail, a small white point of light gradually emerged in my line of sight. As I drew nearer, the light expanded, ultimately enveloping my entire being. A dazzling white flash enveloped me, and the surrounding scenery transformed. I found myself standing at the entrance of a cramped bedroom. The furnishings were sparse, with a bed and a desk crammed together, and several stacks of books scattered across the floor. Most striking was a small child in the corner, curled up and clad in grayish-blue attire. Clearly, it was Yongxia in his youth. "Hello," I gently called out. The child slowly turned his head, peering at me through the gaps in his arms. Once assured of my non-threatening presence, he fully faced me. His innocent features mirrored those of Yongxia, yet his eyes lacked the usual coldness and instead held a tinge of timidity. "What are you doing?" I inquired once more. His gaze flickered momentarily. "I am waiting for my brother." "Brother? You mean Yongyang?" I gestured towards the only door in the room. "Is your brother outside? Let's go together." "Don't." Before I could finish my sentence, the young Yongxia began to tremble violently. "I don't want to go out." "Absolutely not." His reaction was alarmingly intense. starkly contrasting the calm demeanor I associated with him. This unusual fear only solidified my resolve. Ignoring the young Yongxia's protests, I boldly swung open the door. In an instant, a tempestuous wind, accompanied by thunder, rushed toward me. Once the wind subsided, I found myself in the corner of a dimly lit living room. In the shadowy space, two figures flickered in and out amidst the flashes of lightning, one tall and muscular, the other frail and emaciated. With each crack of lightning, I witnessed the robust figure mercilessly assaulting the curled-up individual on the ground. I wanted to intervene, yet my body felt as though it were anchored in place. When the brightest bolt of lightning tore through the darkness, the assailant suddenly surged toward me, a burly man with dark skin and light hair, his raised arm appearing particularly menacing in the lightning's glow. Instinct overtook thought, and I instinctively crouched down, covering my head. This was not my intention, yet it felt like a reflex ingrained in my very being. When I stood once more, the scene had shifted again. Before me appeared a modestly elegant pale white dress. Looking up, I saw a gentle woman with deep blue hair. A blood-soaked bandage adorned her forehead, yet she still smiled tenderly at me. Gently stroking the top of my head, her lips moved, but I could not hear her words. It was only when she embraced me that her voice resonated clearly in my ears. Yongxia, you must be a brave child. It dawned on me that I was now Yongxia. It seemed that his volatile emotions, at times frenzied, at times loquacious, and at times timidly trembling, stemmed from these very experiences. However, I had only traversed 2 fragments of memory, and the truth remained shrouded in obscurity. I stood in the darkness, awaiting the continuation of the scene, but as time passed, nothing changed. I attempted to move my fingers, confirming that I had regained control of my body. It appeared that this segment of memory had concluded. Taking a deep breath, I once more followed the fluctuations of chakra in search of Yongxia. Soon, a new pull beckoned me, and without hesitation, I advanced toward it. My surroundings suddenly expanded, and this time, I found myself within a shadowy tree hollow. Deep within its confines, a small figure huddled in the shadows. Outside, a torrential downpour lashed against the earth. Lightning cleaved the